A legend begins its journey from the humble high school league, indirectly igniting a fervor for youth football and propelling the advancement of football throughout China. Years later, as Meng Qiu reflects on his past, he realizes that his return to China at the age of 16, alongside his parents, marked a pivotal turning point in his life. The road to legendhood commences now. Chapter 1. The New Arrival. South America, Bolivia, La Paz. Officially, Sucre, located in central Bolivia, is recognized as the legal capital. However, in actuality, La Paz, home to the presidential palace, the parliament, and the majority of government institutions, serves as the true capital of this South American nation. Perched at an altitude exceeding 3,500 meters, La Paz is the highest capital city in the world, enveloped by mountains that shield it from the biting winds. Such an environment makes it challenging to cultivate particularly exceptional players. However, when competing at home in the world's highest stadium, even the most formidable teams can find themselves at a disadvantage. The second strongest team in the Bolivian Premier League is none other than the team from La Paz. "Hey, Leo," a tall youth greeted a smaller boy. The tall boy, with fair skin, bore the typical features of European ancestry, a common sight in Bolivia with its numerous European immigrants. "Hey, Daniel," the smaller boy replied with a sunny smile, a quintessential Oriental youth with yellow skin and black hair. "I heard you're leaving Bolivia?" The white boy, Daniel, inquired. "Yeah, heading back to China," the Oriental boy replied with a smile. "What a pity. I was hoping to join you in the first team of the strongest club and participate in the Copa Libertadores, then venture to Europe together," Daniel shrugged. "I had similar thoughts, but my parents have decided to return to China for business, and I can't just remain in Bolivia alone," sighed the boy named Leo. "I heard I came to Bolivia from China when I was just 1 year old, so I have no memories of China. The key question is there football to play there?" Daniel frowned. "As long as you can continue playing, we will surely meet again." "I'm not sure I saw that China has only qualified for the World Cup once," Leo responded. "Bolivia has only qualified 3 times, so it's not much different," Daniel remarked with a lighthearted acceptance. Leo chuckled, but offered no further reply. "Regardless, we must leave our mark on the world football stage together. You break through, and I will organize and protect you from behind," Daniel proclaimed, standing up and shouting. "Don't forget, I can organize too. We are the best partners." Leo laughed in agreement. "Yes, we are the best partners." Daniel burst into laughter. In the cold sea breeze of Bolivia, 2 boys, not yet 16, made grand aspirations. Though such ambitions may appear laughable, the world of football is rife with prodigies, many of whom shine at 14 or 15, already scouted by elite clubs. Given Bolivia's football standards, 2 boys nearing 16, without even making the reserve team of the strongest club, how could they hope to leave their names in the annals of world football? It is worth noting that even in the entirety of Bolivia, few have the opportunity to leave a mark on the global football scene. Yet, the beauty of youth lies in their boundless potential for the future. Who can predict whether, years hence, such a remarkable partnership might indeed emerge in the world of football? In Dalian, September ushers in a refreshing autumn breeze, following the sweltering heat of August, and the upcoming days promise a pleasant existence for its inhabitants. The weather today is delightful, uplifting the spirits of Wu Exin, the class monitor of Class 10, Year 1 at Dalian No. 2 High School. As it is not yet time for afternoon classes, most students have ventured outside, but Wu Xin remains, tasked with welcoming a new transfer student. "You must be Meng Qiu?" Gazing at the boy who stood half a head shorter than himself, Wu Xin inquired with a smile. Leo, or rather Meng Qiu, tilted his head slightly, observing the tall boy before him. "No wonder my father said Dalian kids are so tall, it's quite disheartening." Meng Qiu sighed internally before responding. "Yes, I am Meng Qiu. You may also call me Qiu or Leo." While in Bolivia, others called him Leo, and at home his parents referred to him as Little Qiu. Being called Meng Qiu took him a moment to process. Wu Xin nodded, understanding that the new student had returned from abroad, and having a foreign name was quite normal in an international city like Dalian. After retrieving the textbooks from the storage room, Wu Xin pointed to an empty seat at the back. "Meng Qiu, that spot is still available, you can sit there." "Oh." After calling Meng Qiu a couple of times, he finally responded, moving his books to his designated seat. Just as Wu Xin prepared to turn away, he was called back by Meng Qiu. "By the way, class monitor, does our school have football team? How can I sign up?" Wu Xin was taken aback, then scrutinized Meng Qiu from head to toe. Unaware of this examination, Meng Qiu gazed out the window at the pristine football field, excitement bubbling within him. Meng Qiu's academic performance was not particularly remarkable, but in Bolivia, he had a deep passion for football. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it to the strongest teams. You squad or met Daniel. Upon returning to China, Meng Qiu had no other demands aside from wishing to enroll in a school with a football team, and it seemed his parents had indeed fulfilled that wish. After watching the field for a while, he noticed Wu Xian had not replied and turned in surprise to find Wu Xian appraising him. "What's the matter, class monitor?" Meng Qiu asked curiously. "Oh, it's nothing. Many first-year students are eager to join the football team, but there are rarely any with your physique." Wu Xian stated candidly. Dalian, no. Tu High School is not a specialized football academy, however. Being a football city, there are many children who love the sport, and generally they possess decent physiques. As for Meng Qiu, at 16, he stood at approximately 1.6 meters tall and was somewhat slender even without glasses. He resembled more of an academic than a sports enthusiast. Haha, playing football isn't solely reliant on height. Meng Qiu chuckled, unfazed, for he had long endured such skeptical gazes from fellow young players in Bolivia, who were, indeed, quite exceptional. Our class is a key class, and not many are keen on football, but at the start of the school year, there was a guy who, like you, was eager to join the team that fellow is now quite popular in the football team. Wu Xian continued. "Class monitor, you still haven't told me where to sign up for the football team," Meng Qiu remarked, surprised that the seemingly gentle class monitor was quite the chatterbox. "Oh, look at me, rambling again. Our school's football team is located on the 3rd floor of Building 2, Room B305, that's the one. If you wish to sign up, you can head over there after school this afternoon." Meng Qiu nodded and expressed his gratitude to Wu Xian. After casually attending a Chinese and a mathematics class, the moment the bell rang, Meng Qiu dashed toward the B305 in the 2nd building as directed by Wu Xian. Observing Meng Qiu's swift exit from the classroom, Wu Xian sighed. That guy completely forgot to remind him that today was his duty day. Whatever, he's just like that, truly a peculiar individual. Having said that, Wu Xian cast a glance at the empty seat in Class 10 of the first year. As Meng Qiu excitedly pushed open the door to B305, he was met with the gaze of 2 girls who were busy organizing their water bottles and clothes. Instantly, Meng Qiu's face flushed crimson. It was his first time being scrutinized by 2 girls of a similar age. Back in Bolivia, he had mingled exclusively with boys, having encountered few girls, and he rarely attended school there. He nervously scratched his reddened face with his finger and asked, "Excuse me, is this the football team?" One of the taller girls nodded, setting down her neatly arranged jersey and approaching Meng Qiu. "Are you here to sign up?" My Chinese name is Meng Qiu, but you can also call me Leo or Qiu." Meng Qiu replied shyly. "Oh, you have a foreign name too," the shorter girl remarked, also putting down the water bottle she was filling and walking over. "Hello, I'm Fong Schwerer, a sophomore and the manager of the football club," she said, extending her hand toward Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu hesitantly extended his right hand as well, unable to resist giving her icy little hand a gentle squeeze. At that moment, the slightly shorter girl came over and directly opened Meng Qiu's hand, exclaiming, "Hey, even if you're handsome, don't think you could take advantage of sister Schwer." Fong Schwerer, experiencing such a squeeze for the first time during a handshake, also felt her cheeks flush. "All right, Xiao Qing, stop messing around." Xiao Qing pouted, seemingly unimpressed by the first impression Meng Qiu left her with. Just then, a guy, slightly taller than Meng Qiu and wearing glasses, pushed open the door and walked in. "Fong Schwerer, Yi Jiqing, have you prepared the training uniforms and drinking water?" After entering, he adjusted his glasses and his gaze landed on Meng Qiu. "Who's this?" The bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses again before inquiring. "This is Meng Qiu, who wants to join the football team," Fong Schwerer replied. I just transferred here today, so I hope to join the football team," Meng Qiu answered. "I'm Liu Yiyang, the captain of the football team at the 2nd high school." Liu Yiyang introduced himself. This year, many new students have expressed interest in joining the football team, so there will be an assessment. Only those who pass will be admitted to the B team. Those who do not will have to join the C team as practice partners. "Do you understand? Is there an A team?" Meng Qiu instinctively asked. Liu Yiyang nodded. "The A team is last year's school team. Since many seniors will be leaving soon, we will select some players from the B team to supplement the A team, which is the first team. Do you understand?" Seeing Meng Qiu nod, Liu Yiyang then turned to Fong Schwerer and said, "Later, give him a training uniform. Since everyone will be here after school today, we can assess him then." After saying this, Liu Yiyang instructed Yi Jiqing a few more things before turning to leave. The captain of the 2nd high school football team arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Meng Qiu, We'll give you the application form shortly. What size training uniform do you wear? Xiao Qing, find him one. You fill out the form first, then go change in the locker room next door. Fang Shuer rambled on, guiding Meng Qiu to complete the form. Your handwriting is quite poor. Yi Jiqing chuckled, noting that Meng Qiu's writing was indeed messy, crooked, and lacking in strokes, resembling that of a primary school student rather than a high schooler. I write Chinese infrequently. Meng Qiu scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. In Bolivia, he primarily spoke and wrote in Spanish, as it was the official language there. At home, he communicated with his parents in Chinese without issue, but writing proved a bit cumbersome. Watching Meng Qiu leave, Yi Jiqing pursed her lips. Sister Shuer, do you really think the short guy can play football? You can't judge someone's ability by their height. Fang Shuer replied with a smile. I believe a football player should be tall and robust. Someone who looks like a real man. Yi Jiqing said, clasping her hands in front of her chest, expressing her aspirations. That person, he is quite impressive otherwise. He wouldn't have made it to the A team without an assessment. The captain values him highly, Fang Shuer said with a smile. With him this year, we can surely surpass last year's top 8 in the city and make it to the national competition. Yi Jiqing declared earnestly, pumping her little fist. Unbeknownst to Meng Qiu, the two girls were discussing him. He merely wished to continue playing football. Having swiftly changed into his training uniform and donned his football shoes, Meng Qiu jogged toward the football field. The football field was bustling with activity, with approximately 40 to 50 people present. In Dalian, the passion for football was palpable. Every school had a football team. Though the second high school was more renowned for its academic achievements, its football team also possessed commendable strength. Even those in the C team had played for several years and were not merely amateurs. Lu Yang, who was directing the players in their warm-up, noticed Meng Qiu and waved him over. This assessment will evaluate your physical condition and ball sense. How tall are you? Lu Yang adjusted his glasses and inquired. 1. 6 meters. 100 meter sprint time? 12. 3 seconds. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise. A time just over 12 seconds was quite impressive for the entire school. However, given Meng Qiu's height, it was reasonable for him to be quick. Otherwise, if he were both short and weak with slow speed, he wouldn't be suitable as a football player. All right, we'll have a series of assessments later. Dribbling around cones, shuttle runs, and some practice drills. Well, let's skip the practice drills for now and see how well you manage the basics. Lu Yang contemplated before speaking. The first team of the second high school was nearly full, and Lu Yang did not perceive Meng Qiu as an exceptionally outstanding player. However, for an ordinary high school football team like this, having one more player could contribute positively to the overall atmosphere. It's worth noting that before Lu Yang arrived, the second high school had little football tradition. Had it not been for last year's achievement in reaching the top 8 in the Dalian division, there wouldn't have been so many students eager to join the football team this year. In comparison to the top football schools in Dalian, the standards of ordinary high school teams were considerably lower, which over time diminished the desire of average students to play football. Chapter 2. You're so short, yet you wish to play football? Initially, Meng Qiu harbored considerable enthusiasm for the assessment. Although he felt a twinge of disappointment upon learning that there were only a few elements to the evaluation, he soon dismissed it, recognizing that it was merely an amateur competition. However, upon encountering a row of 10 obstacles with a gap of a full meter between them, he found himself somewhat speechless. During his time at the strongest club, the spaces between such obstacles barely extended to 30 or 40 centimeters. Advancing while dribbling in a confined space was essential for refining one's ball control. Though he was bemused, he understood that the assessment must proceed. We have a new player. Someone among the players on the field remarked with interest. What is there to be happy about with another competitor? Another joked. The mention of competition rendered the group momentarily silent. Last year at the ordinary second high school, the school team was simply a gathering of enthusiasts. However, everything changed when Lu Yang and the Four Kings emerged, leading the previously unremarkable second high school team to the quarterfinals, becoming the first non-football academy team to reach the top 8 in Dalian. Consequently, the second high school team became a coveted destination for many aspiring footballers, not only for participation in the preliminary rounds, but also for the opportunity to compete in the quarterfinals, predominantly against football academy teams. For amateur student players, this was an immensely commendable achievement. Nevertheless, gaining entry into the second high school team was no longer an easy feat, but hasn't the entrance assessment concluded? Why are there still new faces? Someone questioned. Perhaps they are transfer students or newcomers who arrived a bit late, another responded. Most of the team members were freshmen in their first year, and their ability to pass the assessment and join one of the new teams demonstrated their superior skills compared to existing players. The future leaders of the team would likely emerge from their ranks. Although the team still had around 20 players, many of last year's sophomores had now advanced to their senior year and were preparing for college entrance exams, remaining only to guide the newcomers. The team had at least 12 or 13 spots available, primarily to be filled through selection from the current squad. Unless a player showcased extraordinary performance in forthcoming training and matches, surpassing others. As they chatted, the members of the team appeared quite relaxed, undeterred by concerns. While they engaged in casual conversation, Meng Qiu had already commenced his assessment. With the ball effortlessly at his feet, he approached the evaluation nonchalantly. During his time in Bolivia, he had navigated far more treacherous paths while dribbling. As he maneuvered the ball, he also took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. A series of faces came into view. There was Captain Liu Yang, flanked by three seemingly older individuals, likely seniors, an unfamiliar middle-aged man, and a strikingly beautiful girl. Wasn't she the one he had glimpsed earlier in classroom 305? Momentarily entranced by Yi Jiqing's charming visage, Meng Qiu lost focus, causing the ball to roll away and nearly collide with an obstacle. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, retrieving the ball and deftly maneuvering past the impediments. His ball control is rather ordinary, Liu Yang remarked with a slight shake of his head. Observing everything, Yi Jiqing smirked and remarked to Schwer, "This newcomer seems quite average." Schwer nodded in agreement. Indeed, his dribbling lacks finesse. As Meng Qiu reached Liu Yang's side, the captain instructed, "Next, you will perform a series of shuttle runs, starting from 5 meters, then to 10, and up to 20 meters. Meng Qiu acknowledged with a nod, turned, and sprinted onto the training field, swiftly completing the shuttle run. His agility was commendable, and his speed was decent as well. A shorter sophomore, standing beside, Liu Yang nodded in approval. "Overall, there's nothing remarkable here, and we certainly don't lack average players," remarked another taller teammate. The shorter individual was Wei Ming, the team's main left winger, nicknamed Lightning, while the taller one was Gao Meng, the primary center back, known as Rock, alongside the silent taller goalkeeper, Lin Bing, nicknamed Neurotic Blade. These 4 players were pivotal to Second High School's impressive performance in last year's Dalian competitions, propelling them into the quarterfinals and breaking the record for non-football academy teams. Without a doubt, these 4 were the most crucial players in the Second High School team, and currently, they did not pay much heed to Meng Qiu. Wei Ming believed Meng Qiu had potential, while Gao Meng felt otherwise, and Lin Bing refrained from expressing an opinion. However, following last year's success, many of the new students this year had played football since childhood and possessed commendable skills. If Meng Qiu was merely average, he would indeed struggle to secure a position on the team. With this thought in mind, Liu Yang decided to inquire further. Just then, Meng Qiu completed the shuttle run. Approaching slightly out of breath, Liu Yang observed him and noted that despite Meng Qiu's slight and slender frame, his physical stamina appeared satisfactory. After such an intensive exercise, those with poor fitness would likely be gasping for air, but Meng Qiu merely exhibited a slight breathlessness, indicating his fitness level was adequate. "What position are you accustomed to playing?" Liu Yang asked. Meng Qiu pondered for a moment. During his time in the strongest squad, he had played as an organizing midfielder. And while playing street football with Daniel, he had taken on a more advanced role as a free-roaming forward. In the strongest squad, he primarily played left back, as he was not a starting midfielder. Thus, he replied, "I can play both midfield and left back." Upon hearing this, Liu Yang's eyes brightened, prompting him to continue. "Do you prefer using your left foot or right foot?" "Left foot," Meng Qiu responded promptly. "Very well. You may join the team," Liu Yang said with a smile. "Oh," Meng Qiu nodded in agreement. The other 3 kings had no objections to Liu Yang's decision. Liu Yang's ascension to captain as a freshman was not solely due to his exceptional ability, but also because of his remarkable vision. Last year, after the team reached the quarterfinals, the front line and flanks appeared somewhat lacking. Many seniors would soon depart, and while the forward line had strengthened significantly due to new additions, the defense remained comparatively weak, particularly at the fullback positions. The right back position was adequately filled by Li Lemon, a sophomore, despite not matching Liu Yang in skill or reputation, was robust, diligent in defense, and a reliable asset to the team. However, After the departure of the senior left back in the third year, there's been a notable absence of suitable candidates. Last year, there was only one player for the left back position, and among the newly inducted first-year students this year, Zhao Qingji stands out as a well-rounded talent, regarded as a potential mainstay for the left back role. In contrast, Liu Xinrui, who can also play in that position, appears to be rather mediocre. If Meng Qiu were to play in a different position, he would indeed find no place in the school team. However, his ability to play left back changes the dynamics. Every position invariably requires a substitute, and while there is currently one starter and one backup, having an additional option is always advantageous. It would be prudent to observe his performance during matches to assess his suitability. Meng Qiu remains oblivious to these intricate nuances, yet the other members of the school team are quite aware of the current situation. The assessment Meng Qiu just underwent did not particularly impress anyone, yet the captain chose to keep him, indicating a certain level of potential. Zhao Qingji displayed no discernible reaction, while Liu Xinrui's demeanor appeared somewhat displeased. For the first-year students who have been enrolled for half a month, the dynamics of a school team are well understood. The first team is expected to incorporate around 10 new players, with the 4 key positions requiring substitutes. Furthermore, the left-back position may need to accommodate 2 individuals, as left-footed players are scarce, particularly those who play defensively. Although competition for this position is relatively mild, allowing an unremarkable newcomer into the first team is not particularly alarming. Those who have shown promise during assessments and training have a substantial chance of making the first team, and they harbor no grievances against Meng Qiu. Conversely, other first-year students who lack confidence in securing a place in the first team may feel a tinge of resentment and jealousy toward the newcomer who seems less skilled yet gains an opportunity due to positional needs. Consequently, when Meng Qiu stepped into the team lineup, a brief moment of awkward silence ensued. For children of this age, new to school and surrounded by unfamiliar faces, the past half-month has been sufficient for many to grow acquainted, particularly for those who share classes and are part of the same school team. Familiarity breeds a certain camaraderie that often leads to somewhat naive interpretations of loyalty. As a classmate of Liu Xinrui and a fellow team member, Wu Qian felt compelled to assert himself in this situation. Upon noticing Meng Qiu standing beside them, he approached, scrutinizing Meng Qiu's stature before gesturing to highlight the height difference. "Hey, with your height, do you really think you can play football?" Chapter 3. The scrimmage. Meng Qiu had already heard such remarks twice today. Class leader Wu Xian's comment was unintentional and devoid of malice. In contrast, Wu Qian, despite sharing a surname with the class leader, expressed a palpable antagonism in his tone. Although Meng Qiu still struggles to grasp the subtleties of spoken Chinese, the evident hostility was unmistakable. Wu Qian, tall and imposing, standing close to 6 feet, towered over Meng Qiu, who felt dwarfed under his gaze. Once again reflecting on the height of students from Dalian, Meng Qiu turned to survey the football field, a puzzled expression crossing his face. "Isn't this a football field? I thought it was a basketball court," he remarked. As Wu Qian provoked Meng Qiu, most players on the team observed with a sense of amusement, having spent nearly half a month with Wu Qian while Meng Qiu was still a newcomer. Nonetheless, not everyone appreciated Wu Qian's behavior. Li Qi was one such individual. Upon witnessing Wu Qian's provocation, Li Qi, known for his straightforwardness, found it hard to tolerate and burst into an exaggerated laugh upon hearing Meng Qiu's retort, signaling his support for the newcomer. Startled by Meng Qiu's response, and now irritated by Li Qi's laughter, Wu Qian's anger flared, but he dared not confront Li Qi. Despite being of similar height, had already demonstrated his strength upon joining the team. In physical confrontations, Li Qi proved to be on par with any second-year player, including Gao Meng, one of the 4 key players. If not for his lack of finesse, Li Qi would have easily secured a more prominent position on the team. Those with considerable strength tend to command a certain level of respect. Unable to confront Li Qi directly, Wu Qian redirected his frustration towards Meng Qiu. "Whether on the basketball court or the football field, a little shrimp like you has no place here." Before Meng Qiu could respond, Li Qi interjected, "Enough already. Is picking on newcomers amusing to you?" He stepped closer to Meng Qiu, casting a stern look at Wu Qian. "What do you mean by that?" Wu Qian's composure faltered under Li Qi's repeated provocations. "Nothing of significance," Li Qi replied, patting Meng Qiu on the shoulder. "He is a student from our class. Are you picking on him without reason? Have you consulted me?" Meng Qiu turned to look at Li Qi, realizing that this seemingly rough yet warm-hearted individual was indeed his classmate. At this juncture, the situation reached an impasse. However, having trained together for half a month, others quickly stepped in to mediate and separate the two parties. Lu Xinrui also pulled his friend Wu Chen aside. The school team maintains strict discipline, and conflicts between players yield no favorable outcomes for anyone involved. Thank you, Meng Qiu sincerely expressed to Li Qi. It's nothing, Li Qi waved his hand dismissively. After all, we are classmates. But be cautious during the matches. Even unintentional physical contact can be challenging for someone of your stature. Meng Qiu forced a smile, realizing that his height indeed made him an easy target for derision. Back in Bolivia, he had also faced bullying due to his short stature. But the strongest teams did not consist solely of tall players. There were many of average build, and he was not the center of ridicule. I will be careful on the field, Meng Qiu replied, acknowledging Li Qi's good intentions with a nod. This brief episode did not escape Lu Yiyang's notice. After a moment of contemplation, he conversed with Gao Meng and then approached to announce that the team would engage in a scrimmage. The news was met with cheers from the players. Internal matches present an excellent opportunity to showcase one's skills. Regular training often blurs distinctions, but during a match, individual capabilities can shine through. Particularly since the team now effectively resembles the first team, the majority of players will ascend to that level, while opportunities for those in the second team will be considerably more challenging. Excelling in the scrimmage naturally enhances one's chances of being selected for the first team. Following this announcement, Lu Yiyang began to call out players, and whether intentional or not, both Meng Qiu and Li Qi found themselves assigned to the yellow team, while Lu Xinrui and Wu Chen were placed on the white team. Just wait and see how I dominate that little shrimp, Wu Chen confidently remarked to Lu Xinrui, as his position as the right midfielder directly opposed Meng Qiu. The team had recently welcomed several players who excelled in assessments and internal matches. Now, the primary focus was on filling the left back, right midfielder, and defensive midfield positions, as these were the most lacking in the first team. In the first team, there is only one senior player, who is about to leave, occupying the left back position, while the right midfielder role is filled solely by sophomore He Fan. Although there are several players in the defensive midfield, this position also requires numerous substitutes. I will support you in the defensive midfield, Li Qi said, patting Meng Qiu on the shoulder before the match. Thank you, Meng Qiu replied with a smile. This internal training match naturally lacks specific tactical arrangements. The players simply discussed amongst themselves and established their strategies. The yellow team employed a 4-3-3 formation, with Meng Qiu positioned as a left back, and Li Qi occupying the left central defensive midfield role, perfectly positioned to provide support on the left flank. The white team's starting formation was a 4-4-2, with Wu Chen as the right midfielder, which was primarily why he had expressed to Lu Xinrui his intention to teach Meng Qiu a lesson. In team confrontations, individual excellence is the best way to stand out, whether through numerous breakthroughs, passes, shots, or goals. Wu Chen believed that as long as he continually outmaneuvered that short player, he would certainly garner more opportunities to join the team. To enter the first team, one must surpass various opponents within the school, and this newly enrolled short player appeared to be the perfect stepping stone. Filled with determination, Wu Chen recognized that the number of right midfielders in the school team was not insignificant. Thus, performing well in the scrimmage would naturally increase his chances of making the team. It's game time, Sister Schwerer, Yi Jiqing said while organizing bottled water on the sidelines. Yes, this internal match will likely serve to select some players for the team, Fang Schwerer replied, brushing her hair aside. That short player is also on the field. I can't fathom how he has the courage to compete at such a height. Yi Jiqing laughed. Let's see if he has any skills, Fang Schwerer nodded. I doubt he possesses any skills. As you saw earlier, his performance was quite average, Yi Jiqing remarked nonchalantly. Lu Yiyang was also observing this impending match, particularly focusing on Lu Xinrui and Wu Chen. Although Lu Xinrui had performed slightly worse than Zhao Qingji in previous training sessions, there should be a place for him as a left back in the first team. Wu Chen also exhibited commendable footwork, making him a favored player at Erzhong. The reason Wu Chen had yet to make the team was because Lu Ying noticed he played somewhat selfishly on the field. If he could address this flaw, he would be a valuable asset. As Lu Ying pondered these thoughts, the match commenced. The white team, which started with the kickoff, quickly passed the ball to the right flank, where it found its way to Wu Chun. He swiftly maneuvered the ball forward, charging into the yellow team's half along the sideline. After training together for half a month, everyone was well aware of Wu Chun's speed and decent physicality, complemented by his impressive footwork, which posed a significant threat from the flanks. As Wu Chun faced off against the yellow team's left winger, he immediately surged forward. However, Wu Chun's footwork was indeed commendable. As his opponent lunged to intercept, Wu Chun deftly flicked the ball to the side, evading the challenge before continuing his advance. "Well done, Wu Chun," Lu Xinrui shouted from the left side. With the yellow team's 4-3-3 formation, once the left winger was breached, a vast expanse lay before Wu Chun. He accelerated down the sideline, planning to bulldoze through if the short player dared to defend against him. Ideally, he envisioned knocking the opponent aside, showcasing his prowess. As he reveled in such thoughts, he was met not by Meng Qiu, but by the yellow team's left defensive midfielder, Li Qi. "Foolish giant, watch me break through," Wu Chun thought smugly, observing Li Qi charging towards him. He feigned a lateral dribble, enticing Li Qi to shift towards the center, then swiftly redirected the ball back to the flank, executing his breakthrough. "Li Qi is too aggressive," Lu Yang muttered, shaking his head slightly. Indeed, he has great stamina, but his positioning and judgment need improvement. If he could enhance those aspects, he would be a reliable protector beside the captain, the diminutive Wei Ming agreed. However, the very next moment, all eyes widened in astonishment. At the instant Wu Chun made his breakthrough, a previously unnoticed short figure emerged beside Wu Chun's path, and just as the ball slipped from Wu Chun's control, he expertly flicked it away with a delicate touch. An exquisite defensive play. How did he appear there? "Je zeiking éclamet in surprise." This sentiment echoed in the minds of everyone who witnessed Meng Qiu's successful interception. At the moment of Wu Chun's breakthrough, all attention had been drawn to him and Li Qi. Yet Meng Qiu had silently positioned himself along Wu Chun's trajectory, executing a clean interception with remarkable finesse. Such a seemingly effortless defense had effortlessly thwarted Wu Chun's advance. It wasn't until Meng Qiu advanced a couple of steps with the ball and passed it forward that everyone truly grasped what had occurred. An impeccable judgment, perfectly timed to intercept as the ball left Wu Chun's control. It appeared effortless, but was indeed a complex maneuver, Gao Meng commented. As the best defender at Erzhong, his words carried significant weight. Wu Chun stared in disbelief at Meng Qiu's retreating figure, incredulous that his shining moment had been so thoroughly undermined by this short player. "Well done, Meng Qiu," Li Qi praised him, seemingly intent on provoking Wu Chun further. "You're a bit too aggressive." He had already accelerated. "And if you press too hard, a simple change of direction would leave you scrambling to react." Meng Qiu smiled as he addressed Li Qi. "Oh, what should I have done instead?" Li Qi pondered thoughtfully. "Block his path. At the very least, force him to slow down. This way, you can prevent a gap from forming behind you after he breaks through," Meng Qiu explained. A defensive midfielder is the barrier at the edge of the penalty area. Positioning and spatial awareness are far more crucial than destruction. Without absolute certainty, one should refrain from lunging in. "True, you make a compelling point. I didn't realize you had such an understanding of defense," Li Qi complimented Meng Qiu. "My confrontational abilities are average, so I rely more on movement and anticipation for defense." Meng Qiu replied with a smile. After thwarting the white team's attack, the yellow team swiftly launched their own offensive. Lu Xinrui, who had just prepared to support the attack, had to scramble back defensively. By the time he returned, the white team had already neutralized their advance, leaving him frustrated as he halted his momentum. The white team initiated another attack, and Wu Chun sought to withdraw to receive the ball. However, having previously taken the ball himself, his teammates grew somewhat wary. After organizing the ball in the attacking half, white team forward Lu Hongbo possessed it, while Li Qi positioned himself effectively. Yet, Lu Hongbo's footwork was commendable. After executing a 1-2 with a teammate, he managed to evade Li Qi. The yellow team's central defender loudly instructed Meng Qiu to press Lu Hongbo, creating a secondary line of defense, while keeping an eye on the sideline where Wu Chun was making a run. Reluctantly, Meng Qiu rushed forward. Lu Hongbo, as anticipated, opted to pass, sending the ball soaring towards Wu Chun. However, at the very instant he released the pass, Meng Qiu unexpectedly pivoted, his body launching forward like an arrow. He executed a sliding tackle. Wu Chun watched in disbelief as Meng Qiu intercepted the pass from his teammate, sending the ball out of bounds. "Well done," a member of the white team shouted, as Meng Qiu rose from the grass, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He addressed the defender who had instructed him to mark the forward. "It should have been you stepping up to challenge the player with the ball or covering the flank. Perhaps we wouldn't have conceded a throw-in." Meng Qiu's assessment was accurate, and Li Qi, returning from the field, nodded in agreement. The defender hesitated for a moment before conceding. "All right." Lu Yiyang on the sidelines nodded slightly. Accurate judgment, impressive explosiveness, and solid defensively. Wei Ming added, "Lu Hongbo performed admirably as well. His coordination was commendable." Lu Xinrui, however, seemed to be lacking in decisiveness. Had he been more assertive in his forward run, Lu Hongbo might have successfully passed to the left flank. Hai Ming shook his head in disapproval. The white team's attack was thwarted midway, ultimately yielding no results, allowing the yellow team to mount their own offensive. "Meng Qiu, go ahead, I'll cover for you." Li Qi Shota. Meng Qiu nodded, initially hesitating about whether he should venture forward. The trend of fullbacks supporting the attack has become prevalent in today's football arena, rendering purely defensive fullbacks less desirable. However, for a fullback to assist effectively, they require teammates to provide support from behind. A fullback without backup is almost guaranteed to be overwhelmed. Meng Qiu hesitated, contemplating whether he should remain modest and focus solely on defense, as it was his first match with this group of teammates. Yet, since Li Qi had already suggested it, he decided to trust him. Thus, he surged forward. The two successful defensive actions he had already executed had gradually instilled confidence in his yellow team companions. As soon as they saw Meng Qiu making a run along the flank, they quickly passed the ball back to him from the center. While moving, Meng Qiu skillfully controlled the ball, keeping his head up to observe his teammates' movements as he advanced. Lu Yiyang's eyes lit up. His ball control is quite impressive. Wei Ming nodded in agreement. For amateur players, maintaining control while dribbling is no small feat, especially since Meng Qiu managed to do so while attentively watching his teammates' runs. This already set him apart from most amateur players. Compared to his performance during assessments, Meng Qiu seemed much more at ease on the pitch. It appears we may have underestimated him. He displays qualities far superior to Lu Xinrui, Lu Yiyang used. He might just become a commendable fullback, rivaling Zhao Qingji. Hai Ming concurred with Lu Yiyang's assessment. As Meng Qiu advanced down the flank, Wu Chun, who had been reluctant to track back, suddenly decided to defend. He charged toward Meng Qiu, intending to tackle him with a physical challenge. Wu Chun was not slow, and his aggressive approach caused concern among the watching students. Yi Jiqing, too, felt a twinge of worry, perhaps due to her distaste for Wu Chen's provocative demeanor. Just as Wu Chun was about to collide with Meng Qiu, envisioning the thrill of sending the smaller player flying, he was taken by surprise as Meng Qiu abruptly halted and deftly evaded him. Wu Chun made the same mistake as Li Qi earlier. He charged too recklessly. Furthermore, Meng Qiu cleverly sidestepped him at the last moment. One instinctively braces for impact during a collision, which can absorb the reaction force. However, missing the target can lead to a complete loss of balance. Much like misstepping on stairs can result in an ankle twist or a fall. Wu Chun now found himself tumbling forward, landing awkwardly face first into the ground. Laughter erupted around him, not for malice, but because his fall was simply too comical. Li Qi chuckled heartily, but soon reflected on his own tendency to tackle with such fervor. Meng Qiu was right. I can't afford to be so reckless in defense anymore, he thought, unconsciously referring to Meng Qiu as a Qiu. Having evaded Wu Chen's challenge, Meng Qiu did not continue his advance. Instead, he made a horizontal pass as the opposing midfielder approached to cover. His teammate received the ball and initiated a threatening attack, but unfortunately, the shot within the penalty area was saved by Lu Yang, the white team's goalkeeper. Lu Yang performed well. His reflexes were quick, Lin Bing commented. He could serve as a substitute. Next year, he might just take your position, Lu Yiyang joked. Lin Bing shrugged, noting that he would be graduating soon and leaving the school team. Meng Qiu is quite impressive. He excels at both offense and defense. It seems somewhat beneath him to be on this team, Wei Ming remarked. During a subsequent attack from the white team, Wu Chun regained possession of the ball, seeking to provoke Meng Qiu. However, Li Qi positioned himself effectively to obstruct Wu Chen's path. Frustrated, Wu Chun attempted to shake off Li Qi, but the latter did not charge as recklessly as before. Instead, he held his ground, blocking Wu Chen's advance. After a couple of feints from Wu Chun that failed to deceive Li Qi, the latter seized an opportunity, closing in and, utilizing his strength, successfully intercepted the ball. It seems Li Qi has had a breakthrough, Meng observed with interest. That was an excellent defensive play, calm and calculated, leveraging his physicality to regain possession. Remaining composed on the field allows his physical capabilities to shine, Liu Yiyang agreed. As a midfield organizer, he appreciated having a robust defender nearby to enhance his own playmaking abilities. Wu Chun, however, found himself at a loss for words, while the other three prominent players shook their heads in disbelief. After being intercepted by Meng Qiu and then again by the notoriously reckless Li Qi, Wu Chun felt himself on the brink of frustration. Determined to regain control, he continuously demanded the ball and attempted to break through. However, during his third attempt, confronted by Meng Qiu's defense, he decided to charge forward, but Meng Qiu cleverly evaded him, extending a foot to nudge the ball towards the supporting Li Qi. On his fourth attempt, faced with Li Qi's lateral defense, Wu Chun aimed to execute a feint. Yet, before he could even complete the move, Meng Qiu emerged from behind Li Qi, blocking his path and causing him to stumble, resulting in the loss of the ball. With each subsequent attempt, Wu Chun grew increasingly agitated, becoming a black hole on the field, possessing the ball but failing to release it, repeatedly falling prey to interceptions by either Meng Qiu or Li Qi. Eventually, the white team ceased to pass him the ball, relegating him to aimless running. As the 30-minute training match concluded, Wu Chun came to a halt, fully aware of his poor performance without needing anyone to point it out. Li Qi was all smiles, having intercepted Wu Chun's ball no less than 3 times during the match. Although the confrontation was minimal, he relished the satisfaction of such defense. Liu Yang, Liu Hongbo, Li Qi, and Meng Qiu. Following the conclusion of the match, Liu Yiyang announced these 4 selections for the team. Naturally, those chosen were elated, while those not selected bore no ill will, as everyone was aware of the performances displayed on the field. Congratulations, Qiu, Li Qi said cheerfully to Meng Qiu. Thank you, Li Qi, Meng Qiu replied with a smile. Chapter 4. Officially joining the team after a half-hour break, Liu Yiyang clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Let us have another match." This announcement sparked a glimmer of hope among the team members who had not been selected. However, Liu Yiyang's subsequent words quickly deflated their spirits. This match will be a team versus team. It turned out they had no further opportunities today. Why are we having another match? Yi Jiqing asked Fang Shuer, puzzled. Fang Shuer shook her head, explaining that the day's schedule originally included only one team match, and she too was unaware of why Liu Yiyang had suddenly made this arrangement. The 2 girls were oblivious to the machinations of the mastermind, who was nicknamed after the former Romanian superstar Hagi within the Dalian high school football community. As the captain who miraculously led the 2nd middle school to the quarterfinals in the Dalian district last year, Liu Yiyang was not one to be confined by tradition. He understood what the 2nd middle school currently needed. Compared to traditional strong football academies, the 2nd middle school had a relatively weak foundation. Their entry into the quarterfinals last year was partly due to luck. This year, with some veteran players departed, it was essential to supplement the team with outstanding talent. Last year, the 2nd middle school struggled particularly with their forward and wing positions, although the arrival of a certain individual had significantly strengthened the forward line. The flanks remained vulnerable. The right side last year comprised 2 freshmen, right back Li Lemming and right winger He Fan, who, though not as dazzling as the 4 Heavenly Kings, performed their duties diligently on the field. Meanwhile, the left flank, despite having the speedy Wei Ming, relied heavily on defensive play on the right, while the left was tasked with offensive maneuvers. Wei Ming required a competent defender to support him from behind. Last year's performance of the 2nd middle school was predominantly defensive, but this year, relying solely on defense would not suffice. They needed to enhance their offensive capabilities. He was an exceptional all-round midfielder, but his versatility did not guarantee excellence in all areas. If a solid defensive midfielder were present, he could focus more on offensive contributions. Similarly, to maximize Wei Ming's capacity for breakthroughs on the wing, a skilled player was needed to provide support and coordination. Thus, Liu Yiyang aimed to select talented individuals for the left-back and defensive midfield positions. Li Qi and Meng Qiu had demonstrated remarkable performance in the recent training match. Yet he sought to further test these 2 young players to ascertain whether they were the talents urgently needed by the 2nd middle school. Hence, he spontaneously decided to add another training match. After all, a 30-minute training match was sufficient to gauge their abilities. In the team versus team training match, Lu Yang and Lu Hongbo had joined. But what surprised and incited envy in many was that Li Qi and Meng Qiu were directly placed into the starting lineup by Lu Yiyang. Is this a joke? He made it onto the team. Yi Jiqing expressed her discontent. He performed well just now. Just wait and see, Fang Shui replied with a smile. Lu Xinrui gasped in astonishment and jealousy as he watched Meng Qiu prepare to take the field. Is this for real? Not only did he make the team, but he's in the starting lineup. Is this kid related to the captain or something? Even the team members were somewhat surprised by Lu Yiyang's arrangement. However, due to their respect for him, they did not voice any objections. Qiu, we're about to take the field, Li Qi exclaimed excitedly, shaking Meng Qiu fervently. Hey, let go. You're going to shake me apart. Meng Qiu protested animatedly. Oh, my apologies, I got a bit too excited, Li Qi said, releasing his grip. It's just a training match. Why are you so thrilled? Meng Qiu remarked, rubbing his neck in annoyance. What are you talking about? I'll be assisting Senior Lu Yiyang. This is my dream, Li Qi declared dramatically. Really? You don't even know who Senior Lu Yiyang is? Li Qi reacted incredulously. I just returned from abroad, so I'm not familiar with him, Meng Qiu replied meekly, observing Li Qi's imposing stature. Oh, you're unaware? Lu Yiyang is a star player in the Dalian High School football scene. I'm not exaggerating. If it weren't for the chance to play alongside him, I would have gone to another school. Dalian Second Middle School wasn't known for football for several years in the National High School League. They finished at the bottom of their group. Without Senior Lu Yiyang and the others, how could they have reached the quarterfinals last year? It is precisely because of such miraculous performances that Senior Lu Yiyang is regarded as one of the 4 great midfielders in the Dalian district. Li Qi rambled on, extolling Lu Yiyang's achievements, while Meng Qiu remained somewhat bewildered, having little knowledge of Dalian high school football. Nevertheless, he was excited about having a match to play. In the team versus team match, the team held a distinct advantage. As Li Qi had stated, Lu Yiyang and the other 3 stars were indeed renowned players in the Dalian high school football community. They're famous enough to make the freshmen feel somewhat intimidated. From the outset, the team dominated the field, with Lu Yiyang orchestrating the game and establishing midfield control. Under such pressure, the white team quickly scored a goal. It was a quintessential second middle school goal, as Lu Yiyang skillfully passed the ball to Wei Ming, who evaded a defender from the red team and shot into the net. Last year, the second middle school's scoring ability was weak. Most goals were not scored by forwards, but rather by Wei Ming from the flanks, whose speed proved difficult for defenders to handle. The star players of Dalian high school football were indeed beyond the reach of the white team's defenders. After scoring, Wei Ming did not display excessive excitement. He simply exchanged a high five with Lu Yiyang. Did you notice anything? Lu Yiyang inquired during their celebratory gesture. I hardly felt his presence, Wei Ming replied. Prior to the match, Wei Ming was aware that he needed to pay attention to Meng Qiu's performance behind him, wondering if he could provide additional support. I did notice that when you broke through, he was just under 3 meters to your left, distracting a defender. If you hadn't succeeded in your breakthrough, you could have turned and shielded the ball to pass it to him, Lu Yiyang remarked with a smile. Oh, Wei Ming's eyes brightened, intrigued. The red team initiated an attack, this time focusing on the left flank, as Lu Yiyang had instructed before the training match to target the white team's left side. Seeing Wei Ming closing in on him, the red team player became flustered, as he was merely a freshman. Faced with Wei Ming's approach, he panicked and opted to pass the ball forward to a teammate. At the moment he passed the ball, a diminutive figure emerged unexpectedly from beside the receiving player. Wei Ming's eyes lit up. This was a golden opportunity. The opponent was on the offensive, leaving the backfield rather exposed. If he could intercept the ball and deliver a precise through pass, Wei Ming instinctively began to position himself. Just then, Meng Qiu, who had suddenly appeared from the side, intercepted the ball before it reached the red team's receiver, setting the stage for a splendid steal. However, instead of executing a typical interception, he approached the rolling ball and, with the arch of his left foot, sent it forward with precision. The ball skimmed along the sideline, swiftly darting forward. Wei Ming's early start proved vital. After all, even he couldn't instantly accelerate to his maximum speed. At this moment, he had already begun his sprint before Meng Qiu made the pass, allowing him to reach his peak velocity just in time. Had Wei Ming not initiated his run in advance, he would have missed Meng Qiu's direct pass. Conversely, had Meng Qiu opted for a direct pass without stopping the ball, Wei Ming would have been offside. Now, Everything was perfectly timed. One pass effortlessly sliced through the red team's defense. Wei Ming received the ball behind their defensive line. From there, the task became straightforward. With such a clear opportunity, Wei Ming was unlikely to let the defender catch up. He deftly nudged the ball to the center and, in the next moment, surged into the penalty area, calmly slotting the ball past the goalkeeper. A hush fell over the sidelines. Was that a goal? Was it truly that simple? Indeed, the exquisite timing of the pass, combined with impeccable positioning, made scoring appear effortless. The lightning Wei Ming lived up to his name, netting 2 goals upon his entrance. With him on board, coupled with that other fellow, our attacking prowess this year is bound to surpass last year's, and we might even make a run in the national tournament. Students from Erzhong, watching from the sidelines, began to marvel. Last year was a triumphant one for the football enthusiasts at Erzhong, although the school primarily prioritized academics. The recent surge of high school football leagues across the nation had ignited their passion. As members of Erzhong, how could they remain indifferent to the fact that their team consistently finished at the bottom of the Dalian city group? The emergence of the 4 heavenly kings had instilled hope in them. From initial trepidation to the burgeoning attention of the entire school, Dalian Erzhong's performance had captured the hearts of thousands of students. Even after a proud defeat in the quarterfinals, countless Erzhong students shed tears in the stands. The world's premier sport, football, has once again revived after a period of dormancy on the ancient land of China. Unlike the previous revival, which centered around clubs and professional teams entering the market, this resurgence is predominantly grassroots and youth-focused. The flourishing National High School League stands as a pivotal event. Although it has only been a few years since its inception, instances of high school students joining national teams have already emerged, albeit at the youth levels. Everyone believes that with perseverance, the emergence of players at the Olympic or even national team levels is a highly foreseeable prospect. In this grand context, the modest Erzhong's emphasis on football does not seem particularly remarkable. While students praised Wei Ming, he was engaged in conversation with Liu Yiyang. Do you think that assist was purely luck or intentional? Liu Yiyang asked quietly. Wei Ming, who had just embraced Meng Qiu, chuckled softly. I truly do not know. It's unlikely he could have discerned my speed and sprinting style so quickly. I can only say that he possesses an excellent attacking instinct, even while defending. That pass, had I not started my run, we would have squandered possession. However, having initiated my run enabled us to create a clear-cut chance. Wei Ming's point was unmistakable. Wasting possession may not be significant in a match, but generating a game-winning opportunity is crucial. He does possess remarkable attacking awareness. It's no wonder he claims he can play as an organizing midfielder, Liu Yiyang pondered. However, his physicality in midfield still seems somewhat lacking, Wei Ming replied. Liu Yiyang nodded slightly. The prominent teams in Dalian's high school scene boast exceptional physical attributes, even among those in positions that require greater technical skill and awareness. Therefore, it seems that the flanks might suit Meng Qiu better, where he would encounter far fewer physical confrontations and could effectively showcase his attacking instincts. As Liu Yiyang and Wei Ming discussed, an inconspicuous middle-aged man among the students observed Meng Qiu with keen interest. He harbored the same question. Was that assist merely a stroke of luck, or was it deliberate? If it were luck, there would be little to discuss. But if it was intentional, forming such chemistry with lightning Wei Ming after only half a month in the school team would be rather alarming. The middle-aged man possessed a discerning eye. He perceived something that even Wei Ming had overlooked. Meng Qiu's direct pass was not merely a matter of timing. The speed of the rolling ball and Wei Ming's sprint were perfectly synchronized. For the first 20 meters, Wei Ming merely needed to keep pace with the ball. And as its speed began to wane, he prepared to make a diagonal run into the penalty area. No matter how swift one is, coordination with the ball is essential. Unlike the South American prodigies whose exceptional ball control allows them to navigate seamlessly without looking, Wei Ming lacked such innate ability. Unless he found himself unopposed. His dribbling speed was markedly inferior to his sprinting speed. A superb pass could bridge that gap. Had the pass not meshed with Wei Ming's sprint, he would not have easily left the entire red team's defense trailing behind. In the middle-aged man's mind, several scenarios played out. Meng Qiu receives the ball, delivers a through pass. Wei Ming initiates his run. In the early stages, he need not think of how to control the ball or break through. He simply needs to run, effortlessly outpacing the tall defenders. As the opponent attacks, Meng Qiu intercepts and simultaneously delivers a through pass. Wei Ming sprints again, shaking off the defenders. Perhaps during a positional attack, assistance would be minimal, but in a counterattack, how much can Wei Ming achieve by capitalizing on the instant the opponent's transition from attack to defense? Even professional teams inadvertently reveal vulnerabilities during such transitions. The middle-aged man felt he had made the right choice. Initially, he intended to observe the legendary player, but unexpectedly discovered another talent. When he noticed that the star was absent, he had thought his trip was in vain. Now, it appeared it was not. He resolved to closely observe Meng Qiu and see how he would perform next. However, the middle-aged man was left disappointed. Aside from that one exquisite through pass, Meng Qiu's subsequent performance was rather unremarkable. He seldom engages directly with attacking players, opting instead to position himself strategically, obstructing the opponent's passing lanes and discerning their intentions. After successfully intercepting the ball, he no longer delivers incisive through balls, choosing instead to pass to his teammates to facilitate the offensive play. Throughout the match, Meng Qiu tirelessly ran up and down the field, drawing the opponent's attention, and attempted several crosses, though with only moderate success. By the end of the 30-minute match, Meng Qiu's performance could be deemed satisfactory. He was targeted by the opposing team's concentrated attacks, and while he recorded an impressive 7 interceptions, 2 of the 3 goals conceded came from his side. In terms of offensive contributions, apart from a solitary assist, he failed to pose any significant threat. He performed quite ordinarily, Yi Jiqing remarked to Feng Shuer. However, he can fill the gaps in our team, Feng Shuer replied with a smile. Having served as the school team manager for over a year, she was well aware of the positional deficiencies within the team. Connecting this to Liu Yiyang's decision to allow Meng Qiu to play without prior assessment, Feng Shuer could surmise part of Liu's reasoning. The need for such a fullback meant that, even though Meng Qiu's performance was not particularly outstanding, it was sufficient for him to secure a place on the team, potentially even a starting position. At least based on this 30-minute display, he outshone the previous player, Zhao Qingji. Well, having someone is better than having no one. Yiziking Chakdith. Liu Yang understood that Meng Qiu's inclusion signified that it was high time for this young lad to grasp certain realities. The team is almost complete. There's one player absent who is never here at this hour every week. Liu Yang approached Meng Qiu, who was drinking water. Oh, Meng Qiu nodded. What are we doing next, Captain? Next, we prepare for evening self-study. After school, we only have 2 hours of practice, but remember, starting tomorrow, you and T need to go home for lunch. The entire afternoon will be dedicated to team training, and unless there are exceptional circumstances, no absences are allowed. Understood? Liu Yiyang informed Meng Qiu. Then where will I eat? Meng Qiu inquired, emphasizing a concern that mattered greatly to him. Before Liu Yiyang could respond, Yi Jiqing interjected with a smirk. You didn't know this? The football team can have 2 meals at school each day. The first before the 3rd period in the morning, and the second after the 1st period in the afternoon. Meng Qiu was taken aback. Free meals? Unbeknownst to him, the school had previously not prioritized football. However, with the recent rise of national high school leagues and a new principal's support, the football team received substantial backing. Yet, while the emphasis on football was one matter, the players remained students. As students, they were required to attend classes, but with limited hours in a day, how could they manage? After discussions between team captain Liu Yiyang and school administration, a somewhat peculiar regulation emerged. No midday departures. Remain at school for practice. To train, one must eat. It wouldn't do to have a group of developing young men training on empty stomachs. However, one could not engage in vigorous activity immediately after eating. With only 5 hours between morning and afternoon classes and evening self-study, the available time for practice was limited to a maximum of 2 hours. Barely enough for a practice match. Hence, adjustments were made. Lunchtime was set to 10 o'clock and the afternoon meal to 3 o'clock, thereby allowing more time for training. After hearing Yi Jiqing's explanation, Meng Qiu did not appear enlightened. Rather, his expression grew increasingly distressed. What's wrong? Feng Shuer asked with a laugh. I had no idea I could eat at school, and I haven't had dinner yet, nor do I have any money, Meng Qiu lamented. Liu Yiyang couldn't help but laugh heartily for the first time. That was my oversight. Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal. Wonderful, Meng Qiu exclaimed in delight. Chapter 5. The supporting role. Unbeknownst to Meng Qiu, 3 days had passed since he joined the 2nd middle school's football team. Aside from his awkwardness with Yi Jiqing, he had grown familiar with the rest of the team. Li Qi, being a fellow first-year student, had developed a close bond with Meng Qiu. At this rate, our hopes of making the final 23 roster for the school team are quite promising, Li Qi remarked during a training break. Meng Qiu nodded. After joining the football team, he realized that qualifying to represent the school in interscholastic competitions was no trivial matter. Currently, the second middle school's football squad, after meticulous selection by Liu Yiyang, boasted over 40 members, as Dalian is a city passionate about football. Li Qi recounted the day of the team's initiation ceremony, when over 90 out of 100 applicants were dismissed. Ultimately, only about half of those training now would officially represent the school team. Liu Yiyang, the team captain, was responsible for selecting the 23 players, while the coach, who remained somewhat elusive, was said to lead the team. The initial selection was overseen by Liu, but it was the coach who would finalize the roster. Thus, they all hoped to catch the coach's eye. Li Qi smiled as he spoke. In Bolivia, although Meng Qiu had participated in youth competitions with a strong team, the local clubs did not place much emphasis on such events, resulting in few national exchanges. Consequently, upon learning that the second middle school could compete at a national level, Meng Qiu felt a profound yearning. Bolivia has such a small population compared to China. Even if the football level in China is average, with so many schools participating, the competition couldn't be too lacking, Meng Qiu mused. In reality, had Meng Qiu been born a few years earlier and returned to China, he might have been quite disappointed. Previously, the National Interscholastic League existed, albeit at a modest scale, with many schools disinterested in participation. Most teams consisted of club youth squads rather than true high school competitions. Even if Meng Qiu joined the team, then, his chances of engaging in national tournaments would have been slim, with only local city-level matches available. However, in recent years, the National High School Interscholastic League had surged in popularity. Overall, Dalian could be deemed the graveyard for high school interscholastic competitions. Qiu, you must understand that the National High School Interscholastic League is organized according to China's vast geography, and Dalian, being a football city, has been designated as its own division. Besides this, there are divisions for Beijing, Guangzhou, Shanghai, Central China, North China, South China, Northeast, Southwest, and Northwest, what are known as the 10 major divisions. Li Qi explained while sipping bottled water. The matches commence every November, coinciding with winter, which we call the winter selection, following preliminary rounds in November and December. The top 8 teams from each division will be determined in the month of March of the second year. We refer to it as the March leading to the national stage. Only the champion and runner-up teams from each division can directly qualify for the National High School Interscholastic League, held in June and July. The remaining 12 slots will be allocated to teams from each division that did not qualify directly, which means they will compete in the playoff matches in April. The teams ranked 3rd through 6th in each division will be divided into 10 groups, with a total of 40 teams vying for 10 spots through decisive matches. Listening to Li Qi's explanation, Meng Qiu couldn't help but curiously ask, what about the 2 remaining spots? Li Qi chuckled and replied, those 2 slots will be directly allocated to Shandong Luning Football School and Guangzhou Evergrande Football School. Professional football schools? Meng Qiu was taken aback by this revelation. However, it was not entirely surprising, as under this new competition system, even the renowned Shandong Luning Football School, known for cultivating numerous national team players, and the talent-rich Guangzhou Evergrande Football School did not secure the championship last year. One made it to the semifinals while the other reached the finals without winning the title. The information Li Qi shared was even more shocking than before, nearly overturning Meng Qiu's understanding. He knew the distinction between professional and amateur, and even at the high school level, the gap was not particularly vast. The players' capabilities did not differ greatly. Yet, how could the 2 top football schools in the country fail to clinch the championship? The National League finals operated on a single elimination format, with surprises occurring every year. Moreover, do not underestimate other formidable high schools in football. Li Qi's explanation prompted a nod from Meng Qiu. Indeed, China is vast and teeming with hidden talents, and many families aspire for their children to pursue higher education. While Shandong Luning and Guangzhou Evergrande are well known, there are traditional football powerhouses in China that attract local talents. Interestingly, the national champions for the past 3 consecutive years have all emerged from the Dalian division, although no team has managed to defend their national championship since the reform. Dalian teams have consistently earned this honor for 3 years running. When Li Qi spoke of this, a glimmer of pride appeared in his eyes. Meng Qiu, You must know that the Dalian division is referred to as the absolute death zone, surrounded by numerous strong football schools. There are 13 schools in total, among which 8 are recognized as the leading football institutions in Dalian, known as the 8 Giants of Dalian High School football. Lichi side. Despite no team having defended the national championship since the reform, the champions over the past 3 years have been Dalian Yunbei Football School and Dalian Qingxi Football School. Notably, Yunbei won in the first and third years of the reform, while Qingxi eliminated them in the semi-finals of the second year. Had it not been for this surprising format, Dalian Yunbei might have achieved a three-peat. Meng Qiu was astonished by Li Qi's words. Last year, our second high school was the only non-specialized football institution among the top 8. Li Qi continued, Dalian Yunbei Football School has developed 15 national team players, and many professional clubs have contracts with them, allowing their students direct entry into professional teams. They, along with Qingxi, dominate the Dalian division's qualification slots. Other Dalian high schools, like ours, primarily aim for the playoffs. Li Qi side. This year's Dalian Yunbei is rumored to have 4 players from the national U17 team. Such a lineup is terrifying. The Dalian division undoubtedly earns its reputation as the nation's deadliest zone. However, after hearing Li Qi's introduction, Meng Qiu felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. This intrinsic fighting spirit, ignited by formidable opponents, left Meng Qiu eagerly anticipating the National High School Interscholastic League set to commence in 2 months. Even among the strongest contenders, the limited scale of the Bolivian League resulted in Meng Qiu participating in relatively few official matches throughout the year. Now, however, with preliminary selections in November and December, qualifiers in March and April, and the national competition in June and July, he could finally experience numerous authentic, competitive matches. But if the selections began in early November and he only enrolled in mid-September, he would have merely a month and a half to prepare. During this period, he needed to familiarize himself with his teammates to perform optimally on the field. Noticing Meng Qiu unconsciously clenching his fists, Li Qi couldn't help but smile. Meng Qiu, our primary goal now is to secure a position in the starting lineup, Li Qi said with a grin. I believe we have a great chance, Meng Qiu replied earnestly. Although Li Qi was a freshman, his midfield prowess, combined with his physicality and recent improvements, made him a strong candidate for a starting position. Team captain Liu Yiyang, while also a midfielder, had to focus more on offensive play. Having a reliable player like Li Qi at his side would alleviate much of his burden. Last year, the second high school lost to the eventual champion Yunbei, not only due to a disparity in overall strength, but also because Liu Yiyang bore a heavy defensive load in midfield. While he effectively curtailed Yunbei's offensive efforts, it significantly hampered the second high school's own attacks. Under the intense midfield pressure from Yunbei, Liu Yiyang struggled to organize offensive plays. Despite Lin Bing's outstanding performance in that match, they still succumbed to the opponent's firepower, conceding a crucial goal. Aside from a left-back position, the defensive midfield role was one that the second high school desperately needed to fill, which was why both Li Qi and Meng Qiu were valued by Liu Yiyang and others, swiftly integrating them into the team. The veteran players were the core, while the newcomers like Li Qi and Meng Qiu were essential for their industriousness, often referred to as the supporting cast. Neither Li Qi nor Meng Qiu minded this designation. While Li Qi may not possess outstanding technical skills, he was known for his stamina and willingness to play a supporting role. As for Meng Qiu, his teammates soon recognized his struggles in physical confrontations, yet he surprisingly proved to be a remarkably agile player. Chapter 6. Grouping during evening study sessions as second-year students. The academic workload was naturally heavy, and teachers were diligent in their oversight. Liu Yiyang was an exemplary student. Although he was the captain of the second high school football team, he had never neglected his studies. A sharp mind was invaluable, both on the field and in the classroom. Liu Yiyang rarely lost focus during lessons. However, during today's evening study session, he found himself distracted. Although he held a book, his gaze was not on the printed words, but rather on a piece of paper tucked beneath it, which contained several names. The captain of the second high school was contemplating the upcoming roster arrangements. Nearly 20 days had passed since the school year began, and Liu Yiyang had a good sense of the team's current strength. The majority of the core players are naturally the seasoned second-year students. Although there are third-year players, the pressures of the college entrance examination limit their roles to merely providing support and guidance. Thus, we cannot rely on them too heavily. The team is primarily composed of second-year players, supplemented by a few outstanding first-year students. By next year, these first-year players will be poised to form the new backbone of our school team. Historically, our school has lacked a football tradition and has never progressed beyond the group stages of the preliminary rounds. Under the leadership of Liu Yiyang, however, we have successfully advanced past the group stage. Liu Yiyang aspires to establish a lasting tradition for our school's football team. Such a tradition will enable us to attract more talented middle school graduates to choose our school. Had it not been for our remarkable performance last year, he might not have been able to identify such promising talents among the first-year students. Particularly noteworthy is the fact that one of these individuals chose to join our school, which is quite surprising. Not only him, but players like Li Qi and Meng Qiu are also commendable talents. Our midfield requires a player who can provide protection, and Wei Ming needs a compatible partner behind him. Fortunately, Meng Qiu and Li Qi fulfill these roles perfectly. Among the other first-year students, a few also demonstrate commendable skills. Regrettably, their positions overlap somewhat. Nevertheless, allowing them to gain experience this year will prove beneficial for next year. The significance of Liu Yiyang to our school's team is indisputable. Not only is he the captain, but he also effectively serves as the coach. Given that our school lacks a football tradition, even the physical education teachers are not well-versed in the sport. Since his arrival, Liu Yiyang has managed the team, while the teacher officially designated as the coach has merely been a facade. If Meng Qiu were to discover this, he might feel disappointed, as he had envisioned a remarkable coach for the team. However, having not seen the coach for several days, Meng Qiu has set this matter aside. In recent training sessions, aside from consistently warming up with Wei Ming, Meng Qiu has focused on observing Wei Ming's positioning. Liu Yiyang does not expect Meng Qiu to become familiar with Wei Ming merely through observation. Hence, he arranges practice matches daily, allowing them to play together on the left flank. He intends to develop this left side into our primary offensive line. After several days of training, Wei Ming has begun to appreciate the presence of the quietly efficient left back who consistently provides comfortable passes and positions himself within Wei Ming's line of sight. Due to the emphasis on developing the left flank, Liu Yiyang has prioritized passing drills between Wei Ming and Meng Qiu, leading to an increasingly harmonious collaboration. However, Meng Qiu harbors some doubts, considering that Wei Ming is primarily a winger. While he possesses strong scoring ability, relying solely on a winger for goals seems overly simplistic and susceptible to being marked. This uncertainty lingered until that day. It seems there's an additional player today? Meng Qiu inquired of Wei Ming. Ah, that's the fellow, a first year like you, who astonished us all on the first day of trials, Wei Ming chuckled. The newcomer was a robust youth, although not exceptionally tall, especially compared to the 183-meter Gao Ming and the 187-meter Lin Bing. He exuded a formidable presence. Gao Ming, already a strong high school student, appeared comparatively less imposing against this newcomer, who displayed explosive strength. September remained sweltering, and the youth trained in minimal attire, revealing his muscular arms glistening under the sun. Yet, in contrast to his powerful legs, his arms seemed almost insignificant. This fellow possesses explosive power, Meng Qiu mused aloud. Wei Ming glanced back at him and smiled. Indeed, his greatest asset is his strength. Among us, we refer to ourselves as the Four Kings of Erzhong, and he has gained some renown in the Dalian high school football scene. Gao Ming is undoubtedly the strongest. But during the trials, Yin Feiyang, after passing the assessment, specifically requested to engage in one-on-one drills against Gao Ming, which startled quite a few people. Yin Feiyang? Meng Qiu asked, taken aback. Yes, that's his name, Wei Ming replied. The wind rises, and Yin Feiyang soars. Although it may appear an ethereal name, the preceding words convey a palpable momentum. Such a powerful youth is indeed deserving of this name. Furthermore, while there are no national competitions for middle school football, our Dalian League boasts its own, where this fellow led his team to 3 championships during his middle school years. Wei Ming's implication was clear. Achieving 3 championships in the Dalian Middle School League undoubtedly establishes him as the premier first-year student in the entire Dalian high school football community. So, one could say he ranks among the best players of his age nationwide. Meng Qiu sighed, having spent a few days recognizing that the standards of youth football in Dalian are arguably the highest in the country. To excel in such an environment certainly attests to Yun Feiyang's prowess. Not necessarily, Wei Ming chuckled. After all, the middle school league does not include students from football academies. Nevertheless, he is exceptionally talented. It is said that before graduating, many football academies sought to recruit him, but he declined all offers, choosing our school instead. To be honest, I was initially skeptical when I learned of this. So why hasn't he trained with us these past few days? Meng Qiu inquired curiously. He has been training on his own, Wei Ming shrugged. He'll certainly attend the weekly group practice. It doesn't impede his progress. Just then, Lu Yiyang clapped his hands, calling everyone over. As all gathered, he did not immediately address the group, but beckoned Meng Qiu forward. Confused, Meng Qiu stepped out to find Lu Yiyang introducing Yun Feiyong. Yun Feiyong, allow me to introduce you to a new teammate, Meng Qiu, a recent transfer student and also a member of the team. Yun Feiyong glanced down at Meng Qiu. Compared to Yun Feiyong, who stood around 185 meters tall, Meng Qiu appeared significantly smaller. The young lad is quite handsome, Yun Feiyong complimented. You're almost catching up to me. A laugh broke out nearby. It was Yi Jiqing, unable to contain her amusement. Even those who were not particularly fond of Meng Qiu, like Yi Jiqing, had to acknowledge his good looks. Yun Feiyong was also attractive, but compared to Meng Qiu, he possessed a slightly harsher edge and less of a refined charm. Hello, you're quite handsome as well, Meng Qiu replied after a moment's thought, prompting another chuckle from Yi Jiqing. All right, it's time to divide into groups for today's training as we prepare for an upcoming warm-up match, Lu Yiyang announced, clearing his throat before proclaiming. We have a warm-up match. Meng Qiu was immediately filled with excitement. Although competing against his teammates from his second high school brought him joy, the real thrill lay in the clash between teammates and opponents. He was eager to test the synergy between himself and Wei Ming in a practical match. During the past few days of training, their collaboration had been commendable. However, their opponents had been relatively weaker, thus failing to showcase significant progress. While Meng Qiu was lost in thought, Wei Ming attentively listened to Lu Yiyang's grouping announcement. This time, the arrangement was intriguingly different. It was not the usual format of one team facing another. Rather, Lu Yiyang seemed to be randomly selecting players, swiftly clarifying the participants on both sides. Meng Qiu found himself grouped with Lu Yiyang, Wei Ming, Yun Feiyong, and several other teammates, while Li Qi was assigned to a different team alongside Gao Meng, Lin Bing, and other seasoned players from the second and third years. Initially, upon realizing he was not paired with the captain, Li Qi feared he had been relegated to the substitutes. However, he soon felt elated, for aside from Lu Yiyang and Wei Ming, his current group consisted of former key players or main substitutes. Last year, they had conceded only 2 goals in the group stage and during the knockout rounds. Their formidable defense allowed just 1 goal against the powerful Dalian champions and the national champions, Yunbei High School. Lu Yiyang's strategic grouping was evidently designed to test the 2 newcomers against this robust defense. Are you nervous about facing the captain's offense? Meng Qiu winked at Li Qi. Of course, I'm not nervous. Li Qi puffed out his chest and declared loudly. I'm a bit nervous about facing that guy. Lin Bing chuckled to Gao Meng. Gao Meng remained silent, as stoic as a stone. Chapter 7. The real match. This grouping promised an enthralling spectacle. Fang Shuer smiled faintly as she observed the players taking the field. Yin Feiyong, go for it, Yi Jiqing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she whispered from the sidelines. Fang Shuer turned to the young girl and chuckled. Jiqing, today's grouping is indeed a test for Yun Feiyong. I know, but even if Gao Meng and his peers are formidable, they cannot possibly stop Yun Feiyong, Yi Jiqing asserted with conviction. That may not be the case. Last year, this defense successfully withstood the national champion's fierce attacks. No matter how talented Yun Feiyong is, he is still just a freshman. The opponents he faced previously were not from a professional football academy. Gao Meng and his team are accustomed to contending with individuals who may well pursue careers in professional football. Fang Shuer teased Yi Jiqing. Sister Shuer, have you forgotten about the entrance assessment? Gao Meng couldn't keep up with Yun Feiyong. Yi Jiqing pouted. A match that inherently disadvantages defensive players cannot be compared to a formal game. The 2 girls bantered from the sidelines, while Yun Feiyong remained oblivious to their conversation. His gaze fixed across the field, excitement illuminating his eyes. In middle school, he had found no worthy opponents. Now, in high school, he faced 2 of the 4 kings from the second high school, especially Gao Meng, a top defender in Dalian's football scene. He had once triumphed over him during assessments. and this time, he was determined to prevail again. The central defender, Gao Meng, was a third-year student and the former captain of the second high school team. Known for his steady demeanor and strategic foresight, it was under his leadership that Liu Yiyang ascended to captaincy as a freshman, embodying a spirit of selflessness. Although not as physically imposing as Gao Meng, such a dependable central defender remained vital for the current team. On the right flank was Li Lemon, and on the left, Song Qinyu, both third-year students with similar attributes, solid defense and remarkable agility. While they may not contribute significantly to the attack, their synergy with the two central defenders forged an exceptionally resilient line of defense. Standing behind them was goalkeeper Lin Bing. This defensive unit had not conceded a single goal in last year's group stage, allowing only one against the national champions, Yunbei. Yun Feiyong was set to confront such a formidable defense, and his ambition was to breach it. In contrast to the ambitious Yun Feiyong, Meng Qiu appeared less driven. He simply wished to play well, even if it meant remaining in the shadows. Remember to push forward for assists. Our main goal is to practice offense and defense, Wei Ming advised Meng Qiu. We are the attacking line, while they are the defenders. Meng Qiu nodded, having already perceived this strategy. Since the second high school had demonstrated excellent defense last year, with a weaker offense, it was only logical that they would intensify their offensive efforts this year with the addition of a standout striker. Whether through Li Qi's support allowing Liu Yiyang to advance or his collaboration with Wei Ming, every action aimed toward this objective. Liu Yiyang would focus more on offensive plays, naturally providing the striker with more passes. With the established synergy, Wei Ming could exploit opportunities on the flanks, creating additional chances for the striker to score. The next question was whether the striker could seize those opportunities. Behind Yun Feiyong stood Wei Ming, Liu Yiyang, and himself. In assembling such a competitive lineup, Liu Yiyang sought not only to gauge Yun Feiyong's ability to capitalize on opportunities, but also to assess his own contributions on the field. As a makeshift referee from the school team blew the whistle, the match commenced. Red Team's Liu Yiyang skillfully controlled the ball at his feet, positioning himself slightly behind rather than forward. Wei Ming began to run along the flank, while Meng Qiu positioned himself a bit further back, ready to support Liu Yiyang from the left. The two forwards from the white team approached aggressively, exerting pressure without reservation. For the captains, formal matches would inevitably feature even fiercer confrontations. Liu Yiyang did not dwell on possession. Instead, he swiftly passed the ball sideways. Meng Qiu received the ball without letting it linger underfoot, promptly nudging it forward to Wei Ming before accelerating ahead. Wei Ming, with his back to the opposing half, had two passing options: Liu Yiyang, who was making a run up the middle, or Meng Qiu, who was advancing along the flank. Liu Yiyang naturally appeared in Wei Ming's line of sight upon receiving the ball, as they had partnered in midfield for several years. However, Meng Qiu had trained with him for less than a week. This kid is truly impressive, Wei Ming thought, silently admiring Meng Qiu. To the onlookers, such as Yi Jiqing, Meng Qiu seemed inconspicuous, contributing little to the offense. Yet, only Wei Ming understood how invaluable it was to have such a low-key yet reliable fullback by his side, making it a delightful experience for a forward with exceptional attacking prowess like himself. In just a few days, Wei Ming felt as though he could hardly play without that kid. The timing of the forward insertion was impeccably executed once again. Wei Ming feigned a forceful turn of breakthrough, drawing the attention of the defenders behind him, and then unexpectedly tapped the ball to the flanks. Meng Qiu received the ball near the sideline. Yun Feiyong, who had been constantly repositioning, felt a surge of excitement and began to advance into the penalty area, raising his hand to signal for a pass. Yi Jiqing could not help but shout from the sidelines. Meng Qiu noticed Yun Feiyong's movement. However, he chose not to pass, instead pulling the ball back and sending a wide return pass to Liu Yiyang in the center circle. What kind of pass is that? Yi Jiqing exclaimed in frustration. If Meng Qiu had just sent a high ball in, Yun Feiyong could have created a scoring opportunity. Fang Shui observed the field, but did not respond to Yi Jiqing. Yun Feiyong, meanwhile, did not display any anger. He merely turned and ran back. Shilinshin and Gao Meng also pressed forward, denying the attackers any additional space. Are you really going to charge in from the middle and block Yun Feiyong? Shilinshin couldn't help but inquire. Gao Meng remained silent. Receiving the ball, Liu Yiyang immediately executed a lob pass, sending the ball forward. Liqi Rashdin, intending to clear it in midair, only to collide with a robust figure, Yun Feiyong. This guy was indeed muscular. When Li Qi first made contact, Yun Feiyong didn't budge. At that moment, he leaped into the air. Li Qi, not daring to be careless, leapt up alongside Yun Feiyong. Although Li Qi was slightly shorter, he had the advantage of jumping towards the ball, whereas Yun Feiyong jumped with his back to him, thus gaining an edge. However, as he soared, Li Qi realized he had miscalculated. In the aerial confrontation, Li Qi was completely outmatched. In that fleeting moment of losing balance, he sighed internally, thinking that perhaps he could disrupt Yun Feiyong's attempt at a header. Yet, Yun Feiyong did not attempt a header. He leapt higher than Li Qi had anticipated, expertly cushioning the ball with his chest before landing gracefully. Meng Qiu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had seen many peers with excellent physical attributes, yet few matched Yun Feiyong's prowess. Lu Ying's pass was a high ball, seemingly directed right at Yun Feiyong's head, but instead of redirecting it, Yun Feiyong directly controlled it with his chest. Despite his astonishment, Meng Qiu did not forget to follow up. Due to the solitary presence of Yun Feiyong as the center forward, Wei Ming had already surged forward. Although he was a winger, he covered a vast area, which was why he had become the top scorer for the second middle school last year. As Wei Ming positioned himself towards the center, Meng Qiu naturally sought to support him from the flanks. While advancing, Meng Qiu thought to himself that had Yun Feiyong accurately redirected the ball, Wei Ming's timely insertion and speed might have created a match-winning opportunity. Upon landing, Yun Feiyong wasted no time and swiftly turned with the ball. Li Qi, just having landed, attempted to close in, but Yun Feiyong forcefully brushed him aside. What kind of strength is this? Li Qi, falling backwards, could hardly believe his eyes. Not only was he at a disadvantage in strength, but the fact that Yun Feiyong could turn and break through with such power right after landing was astounding. Even though there was a disparity in their strength, it shouldn't have been so easy for Yun Feiyong to overpower him. This kid's physical qualities are truly exceptional, thought Lu Ying instinctively, adjusting his glasses. Yun Feiyong charged forward with the ball. Before him stood the entire main defensive line of the second middle school team. Gao Ming advanced to meet him. Yun Feiyong did not halt his advance. Though his speed was not excessively fast, it exuded an aura of pressure. If I make a diagonal pass and then advance, I can execute a 1-2 with him, thought Meng Qiu, who had already made it to the 30-meter zone. However, Yun Feiyong chose not to pass. As he approached Gao Ming, he swiftly nudged the ball to the right and forcefully broke through. He dismissed the need for elaborate feints, opting instead for the simplest method of advancement. Gao Ming's response was quick. He did not extend his leg, but instead turned, using his imposing frame to press up against Yun Feiyong. The collision of their shoulders was fierce, causing both to lean slightly to the side, resulting in a stalemate. This was far more intense than during the assessments. A thought flashed through Yun Feiyong's mind, yet his feet remained swift, promptly nudging the ball forward before accelerating. Gao Ming's speed was slower than his, and this was sufficient to shake him off. Yet just as the ball slipped from beneath his foot, Gao Ming's massive form suddenly fell to the ground. A spectacular sliding tackle effectively redirected the ball sideways. Did you see that? In a genuine match, Gao Ming wouldn't be so easily outmaneuvered. Fang Shui exclaimed to Yi Jiqing, her spirits high. Chapter 8. High School Level Defense. Yun Feiyong's breakthroughs had been thwarted by Gao Ming and the defensive line 3 times in succession. It was not solely due to Gao Ming's exceptional performance. Rather, he was just one player against the combined force of a full defensive line. During the second attack, Yun Feiyong had forcefully broken past Gao Ming, only to have Shilinshin, who was in support, disrupt the ball. On the third attempt, Yun Feiyong recognized Shilinshin's positioning. He nearly bulldozed through the defenses of 2 primary center backs from the second middle school with a wild breakthrough. Yet Lin Bing, who had anticipated the move, intercepted the ball mid-flight. Center back Gao Ming, trailing center back Shilinshin, and goalkeeper Lin Bing, the iron triangle of the second middle school's defense. This kid truly is relentless in his breakthroughs, Lu Ying observed, his smile growing. Although these 3 attempts had all been thwarted by the main defensive line, it was becoming increasingly challenging for them to cope with him each time. If Yun Feiyong had initially struggled to adapt to the intensity of high school football, his experiences in prior matches had allowed him to acclimatize rapidly. Such swift progress within a matter of minutes was no wonder he was considered the frontrunner for the title of this year's Rookie King in the entire Dalian football scene. However, relying solely on individual strength was insufficient. Liu Yiyang remained silent, even as Wei Ming and Meng Qiu repeatedly made futile runs beside Yun Feiyang. He chose to pass the ball to Yun Feiyang once more. The other players on the sidelines began to express their dissatisfaction. After all, it was evident that Yun Feiyang was playing a lone hand, and each failed attack wasted the team's opportunities. Moreover, many harbored doubts about Yun Feiyang, who bore the title of Dalian's top middle school football player. Yet Wei Ming did not cast a glance at Yun Feiyang. Instead, he observed Meng Qiu with interest. He understood the captain's strategy, so even though he had run many fruitless routes, he felt indifferent. Yet Meng Qiu, who was clearly expending effort in vain, displayed no change in expression. After Yun Feiyang's failed attack, he immediately turned and jogged back, embodying a diligent and dedicated demeanor. Such exemplary children are indeed rare. Wei Ming chuckled inwardly. He considered himself to be a relatively good-natured player. However, it would surely be infuriating to run up repeatedly for support only to find oneself without the ball, especially when unaware of the circumstances. Yet, being overly compliant on the field is not ideal either. Liu Yiyang's thoughts veered in this direction. Diligent and earnest players typically achieve their expected objectives on the field. But conversely, one cannot generally expect them to deliver surprises. Of course, such players are equally essential. Not only in mid-tier leagues, but even among the elite teams of the world, there is a need for not just top-tier stars, but also capable players who can effectively fulfill their roles, those who are diligent and reliable. The foundation of Zhong remains rather thin. Players like Meng Qiu, who can competently execute their tasks on the field, may not become phenomena, but will certainly not pose a problem. On the other hand, Yun Feiyang has the potential to become a phenomenon on the field. Naturally, if mismanaged, he could also become a source of trouble. Although Liu Yiyang had not known Yun Feiyang for long, as a student just 1 year his senior, he had heard of Yun Feiyang's reputation during his junior high years. He was aware that Yun Feiyang was a forward with formidable scoring ability, yet he also knew he was somewhat of a lone wolf, accustomed to relying on his own strength in matches. Such a forward, if utilized wisely, could become a formidable asset. However, if his individual prowess is the sole focus, it may serve as a ceiling limiting the entire team's potential. Furthermore, Yun Feiyang's immediate targeting of the main center back, Gao Meng, after joining the team, along with his tendency to participate minimally in training, made Liu Yiyang realize that before Yun Feiyang could become a phenomenon at Zhong, he might very well become a complication. As captain, Liu Yiyang aimed to mitigate this possibility. Among the new recruits, he placed particular emphasis on Li Qi, Meng Qiu, and Yun Feiyang. Li Qi and Meng Qiu were straightforward. They possessed certain skills that could effectively address Zhong's weaknesses and were sufficiently earnest to avoid causing friction on the field. However, involving Yun Feiyang more constructively would require a bit more thought. For the past half-month, Liu Yiyang had been troubled by this issue. Although such matters should typically concern the coach, Liu Yiyang found himself in the practical role of the coach for Zhong. With great power comes great responsibility. Thus, he orchestrated a training match wherein Yun Feiyang will be tasked with challenging Zhong's main defensive line, aiming to demonstrate that his previous approach of overwhelming defenses with individual strength would not suffice. One must not underestimate the high school football landscape across China. Yun Feiyang is not a foolish player who would recklessly charge forward. Anyone who plays football must possess a degree of cooperative ability, even if only a modicum. Zhong's main defensive line would harshly teach Yun Feiyang that to score, he must seek collaboration with his teammates, even if it's just with Wei Ming. The synergy between a swift forward and a center striker has always been a classic partnership in football. When Zhong's defense focused solely on Yun Feiyang, it would compel him to seek cooperation with his teammates. Without experiencing setbacks, how can one mature? Even a prodigiously talented player must learn to become wiser through adversity. Receiving lessons in a training match is far preferable to learning them in an official game. However, unbeknownst to Liu Yiyang, he had misjudged Yun Feiyang's character. Despite being continuously thwarted in his offensive attempts by Gao Meng and others, Yun Feiyang showed no signs of discouragement. Instead, a passionate light sparkled in his eyes. Truly, this is high school football. Such an impressive defensive line is seldom seen in junior high. After receiving another pass from Liu Yiyang, Yun Feiyong, without glancing at his supporting teammates, charged forward with the ball. After several confrontations, Yun Feiyong had discerned Gao Meng's strengths. This towering figure possessed considerable defensive prowess, yet his agility was somewhat inferior to Yun Feiyong's. However, Gao Meng's experience was substantial. He rarely engaged in direct physical confrontations, preferring to rely on positioning to execute his defense. Most importantly, he was supported by a well-coordinated defensive line, which meant that even if Yun Feiyong managed to break through, he would still face a goalkeeper who was both quick to react and adept at intercepting. This presented a formidable challenge. Yet, it was precisely such a challenge that ignited an even fiercer fighting spirit within Yun Feiyong. On his fourth attempt, rather than wait for Gao Meng to close in, he swiftly nudged the ball to the side and unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot, only to be thwarted by Lin Bing's acrobatic save. On the fifth attempt, Liu Yiyang made an incisive run, delivering a perfectly placed through ball that the goalkeeper could not intercept. However, the steadfast Lin Bing, aware of his own speed deficit compared to Meng Qiu, opted not to chase blindly, but instead chose the most efficient route to retreat. As Yun Feiyong halted to receive Liu Yiyang's pass, Gao Meng materialized before him. To Gao Meng's astonishment, in that instant, Yun Feiyong suddenly lifted his right foot. From such a distance, did this fellow intend to take a shot? Gao Meng hesitated, extending his leg to block the impending shot. A ruse. Gao Meng had positioned himself well, and even if Yun Feiyong attempted a feigned shot, his blocking motion was minimal, allowing him to keep pace. Yet in the next second, Gao Meng lost his balance. The feint to the opposite direction. Yun Feiyong deftly nudged the ball inward, quickly striding forward, leaving Gao Meng behind. By the time Gao Meng attempted to pivot and chase back, it was already too late. This clever maneuver, the reverse feint, cannot be employed too frequently. And to maximize its effectiveness, Yun Feiyong had deliberately broken toward Gao Meng's side, creating a physical inertia that was quite astute. Liu Yiyang, stationed in the forward area, adjusted his glasses and silently contemplated the player charging into the penalty area. Yet, Yun Feiyong still could not score. A figure appeared before him. The goalkeeper, Lin Bing, sprawled across and successfully intercepted Meng Qiu's shot on goal. Standing nearly 9 meters tall, Lin Bing exhibited remarkably agile movements. Yun Feiyong had not anticipated that this goalkeeper would possess such a vast range of motion. Lin Bing, known for his unpredictable antics, had once saved 3 one-on-one situations and 2 penalties in a single match last year. On the sidelines, Fang Shui'er recalled the previous year's quarterfinal match, where Zhong narrowly lost 0-1 to the strongest team in Dalian, marveling at Lin Bing's extraordinary performance that had made it nearly impossible for opponents to score. It appeared that Lin Bing was in exceptional form today. That breakthrough route had been left open by the seniors, the only pathway, and Lin Bing guarded it vigilantly. Meng Qiu suddenly murmured, and Wei Ming cast a surprised glance at him. Meng Qiu was positioned at the corner of the penalty area, and it should have been difficult for him to discern the dynamics of Yun Feiyong's breakthrough. Yet he spoke such words. Clearly, this lad possessed commendable judgment and vision. Wei Ming mused inwardly. At this moment, Meng Qiu was astonished. The surprise stemmed from the unexpected manner in which the defensive line of No. 2 High School managed to create an opportunity for Yun Feiyong to falter. The sigh was for the reckless nature of Yun Feiyong, who had indeed jumped into the fray without a second thought. Nevertheless, the physical prowess of this audacious individual was remarkable, tall yet agile, powerful yet swift on his feet. Meng Qiu mused that if he possessed such athleticism, he too could excel on the field. With a shake of his head, filled with regret, he dashed back. Chapter 9. Seizing the spotlight, this training match had thus far evolved into a showcase, a performance intended by Liu Yiyang to impress Yun Feiyong. Yun Feiyong, a proud individual, required his teammates to exhibit their strength for him to genuinely integrate into the team. It was better to act sooner than later. As a sophomore, Liu Yiyang's opportunity to participate in a national competition was limited to this moment, for in his senior year, his focus would shift to academics. Observing Yun Feiyong reaching out for the ball, Liu Yiyang acted without hesitation, delivering a precise pass that found its way to Yun Feiyong's feet. To earn Yun Feiyong's respect, Liu Yiyang understood that he had to eliminate any hindrances, especially in passing, and he exerted himself to the utmost with each delivery, ensuring Yun Feiyong could receive the ball in optimal conditions. As Yun Feiyong positioned himself, facing the opponent's half. He lifted his foot to control the ball. Shilin Shan was advancing from behind. Though primarily a defensive player, he could still pressure effectively. Meanwhile, Gao Ming also retreated to defend. Yet, Yun Feiyong did not stop the ball. He raised his right foot, allowing the ball to roll past him instead of controlling it. Blocked by Yun Feiyong's imposing frame. Shilin Shan failed to perceive the ball's trajectory until it had already rolled past him. In an instant, Yun Feiyong turned, executing a maneuver that bordered on a foul without actually committing one, colliding with Shilin Shan, who lost his balance. With a few powerful strides, Yun Feiyong left Shilin Shan trailing behind, now nearing the penalty area. Before him stood only Gao Ming and the goalkeeper behind him. As Yun Feiyong advanced, his red team companions diligently executed their roles to draw defenders away. Wei Ming drifted into the center, diverting Li Qi's attention, while Meng Qiu appeared on the left, engaging the right back, Li Lemming. Thus, Yun Feiyong was left to contend solely with Gao Ming. Gao Ming hesitated to close in immediately. Despite Lin Bing's timely intervention thwarting Yun Feiyong's earlier attempt, he recognized that in a one-on-one confrontation, he had already been outmaneuvered. The previous feint had instilled doubt in Gao Ming. What if Yun Feiyong opted for another deceptive move? Moreover, Gao Ming was not entirely familiar with Yun Feiyong's attributes, particularly his impressive speed and strength. Watching Gao Ming's movements, Liu Ying adjusted his glasses, analyzing the situation mentally. Had it not been for that previous breakthrough, Gao Ming might have positioned himself to block Yun Feiyong's advance. Was that feint intentional on Yun Feiyong's part? After all, a single offensive play could serve as a strategic setup within the broader context of the match. Liu Ying silently marveled at Yun Feiyong's growing prowess. Go for it. I've got your back. Lin Bing suddenly shouted from the goal line. Nodding in acknowledgement, Gao Ming began to close in on the ball-carrying Meng Qiu. Yet, to Gao Ming's astonishment, Yun Feiyong's dribbling pace seemed to accelerate, making it increasingly difficult for him to predict the direction of his advance. Liu Ying also noted this sudden transformation in Yun Feiyong, recognizing it as a manifestation of his potential. He was learning and adapting his style of play even amidst the match, exhibiting remarkable improvement within just over 30 minutes. Gao Ming appeared to be on the verge of being outclassed by Yun Feiyong. Perhaps in their next encounter, Yun Feiyong would fully outmaneuver him. Yun Feiyong's expression grew increasingly exhilarated. The exhilarating sensation of unfettered play on the soccer field was precisely what he sought. It was not merely about dominating weaker opponents, but rather the thrill of performing at one's best against formidable adversaries that truly invigorated him. With a deft feint, Gao Ming made a timely judgment. As he swiftly pivoted, he pressed his body against Yun Feiyong, even if he could not match Yun Feiyong's strength. A mere disturbance could disrupt Yun Feiyong's control of the ball. His seamless coordination with Lin Bing indicated that a prime opportunity to intercept the ball was at hand. However, instead of continuing his advance, Yun Feiyong abruptly halted. Just as Gao Ming forcefully positioned himself, Yun Feiyong's forward momentum came to an unexpected stop. He deftly placed his right foot on the ball, halting his advance, and then swiftly pulled the ball back. Caught off balance, Gao Ming stumbled forward a few steps. At that moment, Lin Bing had just emerged from the small penalty area. Had Yun Feiyong charged forward, Lin Bing would have easily intercepted the ball. Yet, Yun Feiyong retreated a couple of steps, placing Lin Bing in an awkward position. While contending with Gao Ming, he also had to remain aware of Lin Bing's movements. Liu Ying could not help but take a step forward. In that instant, Yun Feiyong lifted his foot and shot. This was not the powerful strike he had attempted before, but rather a clever lob. Though the shot lacked raw power, its speed was undeniable. Lin Bing immediately halted his advance and turned to sprint towards the goal, striving to intercept the ball before it crossed the line. All eyes on the field and sidelines were riveted on the ball, holding their breath in anticipation. Would Lin Bing reach it faster, or would Yun Feiyong's lob succeed? The outcome soon became evident, yet that fleeting second felt interminable. Lin Bing did not waste time glancing back at the ball. He swiftly assessed its landing point and surged towards the goal. As he neared the goal line, he twisted his body and leaped, extending his hand towards the ball. Standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, with impressive wingspan, his timely defense bore fruit. When his fingertips made contact, Lin Bing summoned the remnants of his strength and deflected the ball. It ricocheted off the crossbar, rebounding into the penalty area. A collective sigh resonated from the sidelines. Yi Jiqing gasped in dismay, leaping to her feet, her face etched with regret. Her cheers were caught in her throat, suspended in a state of vexation. Yet Yin Feiyong remained unperturbed, moving forward to charge into the penalty area for a follow-up shot. He had not forgotten that the ball was still in play. Gao Meng moved alongside him. However, both men soon found themselves momentarily stunned, as did everyone on the sidelines, their eyes widening in astonishment. A slender figure had abruptly appeared before the ball. No one had noticed Meng Qiu before this moment, nor could anyone explain how he managed to position himself in front of the ball. Without even leaping, Meng Qiu gently nodded the descending ball, while Lin Bing, lying on the ground, gazed wide-eyed at this black-and-white sprite as it flew past him. The ball found the net. A follow-up shot from Meng Qiu. The red team broke the deadlock, breaching the formidable defense of the second high school. Everyone was taken aback. What on earth was happening? They had all anticipated witnessing Yin Feiyong's breakthrough into the defense, only to be overshadowed by this small player snatching up a loose opportunity. This defied logic. Meng Qiu raised his hand and cheered. He hadn't thought much, merely moving into the penalty area instinctively when Yin Feiyong took a shot, purely driven by instinct. If a follow-up opportunity arose, it would be a golden chance. He ran, and thus he seized this opportunity. An unremarkable goal, yet still a cause for celebration. However, after only a couple of cheers, Meng Qiu found himself momentarily stunned, unconsciously halting his jubilations. No teammates rushed over to celebrate with him. Both his teammates on the field and the spectators off it looked on in astonishment. With just one action, Meng Qiu, once the most inconspicuous player on the field, had suddenly become the focus of everyone's attention. What's going on? Meng Qiu lowered his hand and awkwardly inquired. Wei Ming chuckled and ran over to embrace Meng Qiu. That was quite a savvy follow-up, Xiao Qiu, Wei Ming exclaimed, still laughing. Meng Qiu grinned, relieved at the acknowledgement. Lu Ying shot Meng Qiu an amused glance, pondering how this would be interpreted. Yin Feiyong had still not scored through his own efforts. Yet Meng Qiu's follow-up shot meant that 80% of the credit would likely be attributed to Yin Feiyong. The strongest defense of the second high school had thus been breached by two newcomers working in tandem. This was going to be a conundrum. Lu Ying couldn't help but scratch his head. That was quite an astute follow-up. Yin Feiyong approached, praising Meng Qiu. How about you just play as a forward? I'll charge into the fray, and you can pick up the scraps. I'll play as a fullback if the captain tells me to, Meng Qiu replied earnestly. But why did you rush into the penalty area then? Yin Feiyong asked in confusion. Can't a fullback charge into the penalty area? Meng Qiu retorted, equally serious. Yin Feiyong was momentarily taken aback and then broke into a grin. You got a point there? On the sidelines, Yi Jiqing scoffed, while Fang Shui'er complained. How could he be the one to pick up that loose ball? He had the audacity to score when it was clearly Yin Feiyong who fought to create that opportunity. If he hadn't followed up, that goal wouldn't have happened. Fang Shui'er chuckled. What skill is there in a follow-up? Yi Jiqing continued to grumble. By your logic. Inzaghi had no skill either. Fang Shui'er raised an eyebrow. Yi Jiqing stuck out her tongue, falling silent, having forgotten that Fang Shui'er's favorite was the retired Inzaghi. In the end, the spotlight of the match still belonged to Yin Feiyong. Throughout the remaining game, he continued to make personal breakthroughs, eventually scoring in the second half after forcefully overcoming Gao Meng. However, due to Meng Qiu's earlier goal, Yin Feiyong's glory was somewhat eclipsed. Yet in the students' discussions, Yin Feiyong remained the primary topic. Meng Qiu, credited with mere luck for fortuitously being in the right place at the right time. Lu Ying began to feel a sense of unease. The objective of today's practice match had not been achieved. Sitting at a small night snack stall beside the school, Lu Ying sighed heavily. Next to him were Gao Meng, Lin Bing, and Wei Ming. The second high school was a semi-boarding institution with strict management. But the football team's boarders were an exception, as they had dinner early and needed time for late-night snacks. One couldn't let these young lads go hungry. Wei Ming was devouring 2 skewers and, while chewing, mumbled reassuringly to the captain, "Don't worry too much, boss. That style of play just isn't sustainable." Yin Feiyong will eventually realize that he needs to cooperate with others to perform better. Indeed, and his talent is exceptional. In the group stage, we may not face any formidable opponents. If we allow him to acclimate, we should be fine, Gao Meng concurred. No, you don't understand. The result of today's practice match was the last thing I wanted to see, Lu Ying sighed. What do you mean? Lin Bing inquired, lifting his head. Before the match, I envisioned two possible outcomes. The first was that you all would contain Yun Feiyong, allowing him to understand the realities of high school football, making it easier for him to integrate into the team, Lu Yiyang explained. But I don't think that kid feels intimidated by us, Lin Bing shook his head. Right? The other scenario is that we couldn't contain him, which would indicate his skill exceeds ours, perhaps even nationally exceptional. In that case, we would build our strategy around him, and our performance would undoubtedly surpass previous years. Securing a place in national competitions wouldn't be an issue, Lu Yiyang continued. But he did score, didn't he? Wei Ming asked, puzzled. The issue is that he scored at the last moment, Lu Yiyang replied, looking at Wei Ming. Wei Ming's eyes widened in realization. He should have understood this sooner, but as a non-defensive player, he lacked the direct experience that Gao Meng and the others had. Only after hearing Lu Yiyang's words did he grasp the significance. Though labeled a practice match, the intensity was far from low. I've been in constant confrontation with him throughout the game, and I'm utterly exhausted, Gao Meng suddenly remarked, his hand holding the skewer trembling slightly. His strength and physique have already surpassed that of a typical high school student, Lin Bing sighed. Yes, Gao Meng was unable to keep up with him, which is why he was given that scoring opportunity, Lu Yiyang nodded. Gao Meng is one of the best center backs in Dalian, but there are indeed stronger center backs. Like that one. Wei Ming fell silent, knowing exactly who Lu Yiyang referred to. Yun Feiyong's current abilities allow him to breach most teams' defenses alone. Yet there are still many teams capable of completely stopping him. Now do you understand my dilemma? Lu Yiyang spread his hands in exasperation. If we build our strategy around him, we can only hope for favorable fixtures to qualify for national tournaments. Wei Ming pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, but to make an impact in national competitions, we must become a cohesive unit. I refuse to accept another early exit in the Dalian district competition, nor do I wish to merely make an appearance at the national tournament. If we are to contend, let it be for the championship. I may not become a professional player, but the national competition is my World Cup. Lu Yiyang's voice grew increasingly fervent. Our situation is quite promising. Yun Feiyong's decision to join our second high school remains a mystery, yet we have several commendable newcomers. Judging by our roster, we possess the capability to vie for both the city championship and the national title. I would be loath to let such an opportunity slip away simply because the team fails to gel cohesively. Understood, boss. Whatever you suggest, we shall follow. We are determined to pursue the national championship alongside you. Lin Bing erupted into laughter. After a week, we will engage in a friendly match against the Chengxi Football School, Lu Yiyang stated, regaining his composure. Chengxi Football School? Wei Ming exclaimed, his mouth agape. The runner-up in last year's Dalian district and a top 4 finisher in the national tournament. Their performance last year, though not as stellar as the year prior when they claimed the national championship, still held great merit. Last year marked the inaugural participation of Shandong Luning Football School and Guangzhou Evergrande Football School in the National High School League. Following 2 successful editions of the National High School League, which garnered significant attention from fans across the country, the previously reserved professional football community began to take an interest in high school competitions. In this context, both Evergrande and Luning chose to join the National High School League, further fueling the already burgeoning enthusiasm surrounding it. The attendance during last year's knockout stages of the national tournament rivaled that of certain professional matches in the Chinese Super League. However, both elite football academies, eager to bring home a championship, faced an unexpected setback. Shandong Luning Football School, after reaching the quarterfinals, fell to Chengxi Football School. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Chengxi Football School now represents, to some extent, the pinnacle of the National High School League. Is it not a bit too daunting to face them in a friendly match? Wei Ming hesitantly inquired. Indeed, wouldn't it risk shattering the confidence of our newcomers? Lin Bing, typically light-hearted, also chimed in. The others appeared unfazed. Lu Yiyang shook his head. Regardless of whether it is Li Qi or Meng Qiu, they're not the type to be overly arrogant. Even if we were to lose the match, it would not significantly impact their self-assurance. After all, not every player in the high school league aims for a professional career. Gao Meng nodded slightly in agreement, affirming that while the National High School League primarily seeks to unearth exceptional talents beyond professional football, it also serves to promote the sport. Football is the world's foremost sport and enjoys considerable popularity in China. However, a long-standing awkward reality persists. while many individuals are avid spectators and seasoned fans. The actual number of players is relatively low. Particularly among the younger demographics, the proportion of those who play is not substantial. The pay-to-play football fields in the city are predominantly populated by middle-aged individuals seeking fitness and enjoyment. School fields, on the other hand, witness youthful participants, yet their focus remains primarily on academics. The attrition rate in professional football is alarmingly high. Due to this brutal reality, even parents are often reluctant to allow their children to pursue football from the outset. After all, the consequences of failure can be severe. This is a predicament that football schools cannot resolve. In this context, Chinese football advocates have turned to high school football as a potential breakthrough. Middle school students are too young, and the sheer number of such schools makes nationwide competitions impractical. University students, conversely, are relatively older, and the National University Football League has already established a certain scale, yielding only a scant few who transition into professional football. High school is the ideal stage, where students typically range from 15 to 19 years old. If they exhibit sufficient talent in football, undergoing professional training can easily lead to their emergence as competent players. Even if they do not succeed in football, their studies in high school will not be significantly hindered, and the impact on their future employment remains minimal. The vast majority of participants in the high school league do not harbor utilitarian motives. They simply wish to cherish their youth and create lasting memories. In such circumstances, even if they lose a match or suffer a disheartening defeat, they may grieve momentarily, yet the wounds will swiftly heal with the passage of time. Liu Yang believes that neither Li Qi nor Meng Qiu will be profoundly affected by the outcome. The other three concurred with his assessment. Their judgment regarding Li Qi proved accurate, yet they misjudged Meng Qiu. Ultimately, however, their decision was sound, even in the face of a substantial loss. His spirits would remain intact. Despite the Bolivian League not being particularly distinguished, Meng Qiu is already well acquainted with the world of professional players and has grown accustomed to it. What is the essence of a professional player? Defeat will never vanquish them, for there exists no invincible team or player. Past matches remain merely echoes of the past. What professional players require is to look forward. As for that fellow Yun Feiyong, do you believe he is the type to be defeated by failure? Liu Yang continued. Wei Ming chuckled. Lin Bing shook his head. Gao Ming merely snorted. Though they did not vocalize their thoughts, they all acknowledged Liu Yang's evaluation of Yun Feiyong. While today's training match may have been a trap set by Liu Yang for Yun Feiyong, a player with wavering resolve might feel disheartened after repeated failures in attack, either succumbing to despair or seeking collaboration with teammates. Yet what of Yun Feiyong? The more he is thwarted, the more exhilarated he becomes. Such a youth could hardly be toppled by a potential rout. Most importantly, while the other three were lamenting Liu Yang's thoughtful intentions, he calmly remarked, "This friendly match was arranged during the summer break, and we cannot simply forego it." TCH. In response, three middle fingers were raised defiantly. Chapter 11. A formidable opponent. Upon learning that there were boarders at the second high school, Meng Qiu contemplated moving in as well. For his parents had recently returned to the country and were preoccupied with their business. After their return, he rarely encountered them. During his time in Bolivia, he often managed alone, but he had dedicated most of his time to football and had the luxury of self-care. Now, balancing classes and football, Meng Qiu felt acutely pressed for time. "Oh, you want a board? I've heard that your school has excellent accommodations and the cafeteria serves delightful meals. Since you've joined the football team, you'll be able to eat for free, which conveniently offsets your boarding fees. I won't be sending you any money." Meng Qiu's father chuckled on the other end of the line. "Don't say that. I'm still just a child. You can't possibly deny me even 100 yuan. Meng Qiu's protest was cut short by the sound of a busy signal. "Am I expected to work for pocket money now? China seemingly prohibits the employment of child labor." Meng Qiu gazed at the phone in her hand, on the verge of tears. On the other end, her mother, observing her cheerful father, inquired with concern, "Are you truly not sending him any money?" "Oh, I've already arranged with the principal of his school for him to move in. I've settled the boarding fees with the principal long ago. I merely wanted to frighten him a bit. This boy has taken half a month to remember he needs to board. How could I not give him a scare?" Meng Qiu's father chuckled heartily. Unaware that she had been the subject of her father's jest, Meng Qiu dejectedly hung up the phone. Her despondency was evident when she arrived at the training ground, prompting Liu Yang to ponder her state. "I haven't even announced who our opponents are for the warm-up match. Yet Meng Qiu appears as if she has received a setback. Curious, Lu Yiyang approached her. Before he could speak, Meng Qiu looked up and asked, Senior, are there any opportunities to work after evening study at school? I need to earn some money. Lu Yiyang couldn't help but chuckle at her earnestness. After showing Meng Qiu around the school dormitory, her mood soured further upon discovering that her name was indeed on the boarding list, yet she had not paid the fees, which could be settled by the end of the semester. I truly need to find a job now, Meng Qiu lamented. With training during the day, her only opportunity to work would be after evening classes. Believe it or not, there's indeed a place where you can work, Lu Yiyang mused thoughtfully. Really? Where? Meng Qiu's face brightened. The indoor training facility for the school team. Although we have a football field for practice, Dalian's weather can be unpredictable, necessitating indoor training during inclement conditions. The facility requires daily cleaning, presenting a chance for work-study. However, students from the second high school generally come from well-off families, so this task often goes unclaimed. Our team members take turns cleaning once a week. If you're interested, I can submit a report to the school, Lu Yiyang explained. That's fantastic. I can do that, Meng Qiu exclaimed with enthusiasm. It appeared her family was not in a favorable financial situation. She could have her meals at school, and for supper, they could wait until she finished cleaning the training facility before going out to eat together. Lu Yiyang gathered the 4 key players to discuss this arrangement. Absolutely. One more person is no trouble at all. Wei Ming was the first to agree. Meng Qiu was surprised to find herself categorized as a student in need. However, she was elated that her boarding dilemma was resolved. This newfound motivation shone through during her training, as she exerted herself with vigor. Everyone performed splendidly today, which fills me with increased confidence for the upcoming warm-up match. Lu Yiyang smiled at his teammates. Captain, who are we facing in the warm-up match? Yun Feiyong asked. Following a recent training match, Yun Feiyong had transformed. He no longer attended practice just once a week, but showed up every afternoon, though he still skipped the afternoon sessions. Our opponents for the warm-up match are the Chengxi Football School, Lu Yiyang replied slowly, gauging Yun Feiyong's reaction. Upon hearing the name Chengxi Football School, Yun Feiyong initially appeared taken aback, but excitement quickly spread across his face. Really? That's wonderful, he exclaimed, fist-pumping. What's so exciting? Is Chengxi Football School particularly renowned? Meng Qiu asked Li Qi, puzzled. Li Qi looked astonished at Meng Qiu's question, his surprise deepening. You really don't know? You must be an alien from abroad if you're unaware. He shook his head in disbelief. Then please tell me, is this team formidable? Meng Qiu pressed further. They were the national champions 2 years ago and reached the top 8 last year, defeating Shandong Luning Football School, only to lose to Evergrande Football School in the quarterfinals. Do you think that's impressive? Li Qi replied with a scoff. That does sound quite impressive, Meng Qiu nodded. What do you mean sounds? They are exceptionally formidable. It seems I made the right choice coming to the second high school. I'll get to face such a strong school as an opponent in the warm-up match. Li Qi exclaimed enthusiastically. Why is this team so formidable? Enlighten me, Meng Qiu urged Li Qi. You need to understand, Dalian Chengxi is one of the twin giants of Dalian, known as the Kings of Battle, because their strength surpasses that of typical high school students. Historically, Dalian Chengxi has produced numerous national team players and many professional athletes. Many professional teams use to scout players from there, Li Qi explained, leisurely twisting the cap off a bottle of water. What notable players do they have now? Meng Qiu continued her inquiry. Li Qi looked amused at Meng Qiu's curiosity. Of course, they have outstanding players, but what's the point of asking? Fine, I'll tell you. Dalian Chengxi conceded only 1 goal in last year's Dalian regional qualifiers. Meng Qiu looked astonished at Li Qi. Only 1 goal? ISNT the Dalian region, known as a death zone? Li Qi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the Dalian region is absolutely a death zone. Furthermore, Dalian Chengxi only conceded 1 goal in last year's national tournament. But you mentioned they were only the top 4 in the national tournament and did not win the Dalian Regional Championship, Meng Qiu pointed out. True. They only conceded 1 key goal in the finals of the Dalian Regional competition. In the national tournament, they maintained a clean sheet against formidable teams, including Shandong Luning Football School, but were finally breached by Evergrande Football School due to exhaustion in the quarterfinals. Li Qi chuckled. Meng Qiu swallowed hard, realizing the defensive prowess of this team. Dalian Chengxi is renowned for its defense. You must know that Italy is a country that highly values defensive counterattacks. Dalian Chengxi's predecessor was the Inter Milan Football School, so they are heavily influenced by Italian football. Their formidable defense is attributed to three defensive pillars, often referred to as the three axes. Unlike most defenses that rely on the back line, Dalian Qingshi's first line of defense is their forwards, the second is their defensive midfielders, and the third is their center backs. Despite their strong defense, they're also a team that values offense, Li Qi elucidated. Meng Qiu nodded, realizing she had underestimated the depth of talent within the country. No wonder, with a lineage tracing back to Inter Milan football school, they must have a robust foundation in training and talent scouting. Certainly, the players that brought the three axes to prominence are the three core players of this year's senior class at Dalian Qingshi. Their forward, He Xiaoyan, is incredibly fast and possesses remarkable stamina, earning him the nickname Cheetah. He has also been selected for the U-17 national team. Their defensive midfielder, Sun Xiangxin, is tall and possesses excellent interception skills, making it nearly impossible for peers to bypass him one-on-one. His performance in the high school interscholastic league over the past 2 years also earned him a spot on the U-17 national team, earning him the nickname Rhino. However, the truly terrifying player is their center back, Li Qi said, shivering slightly at the mention. Cheetahs and rhinoceroses. Could it be that the moniker of the final axis is also animal-themed? Meng Qiu awaited the answer with curiosity. The central defender from Dalian Qingshi is among the few high school students in China who have participated in international competitions. He Xiaoyan and Sun Xiangxin were selected for the national youth team only after their high school league, whereas their captain, the star player Yi Yan, has been the leader of China's youth football teams across various tournaments. 3 years prior, at the AFC U-15 championship, it was thanks to his commanding defense that the Chinese team secured 4th place, thus qualifying for the FIFA U-17 World Cup held in Mexico the following year. Although they ultimately faced defeat in the group stage, the Chinese U-17 team left a profound impression on football fans worldwide by conceding only 2 goals across 3 matches. When Li Qi mentioned Yi Yan's name, his body trembled with excitement. Yi Yan, known as the Emperor in high school football circles, led the defense of Dalian Qingshi to be regarded as the strongest in the nation. It is said that his ambitions extend beyond the realm of Chinese professional football. Upon graduating high school, he is likely to join a club abroad, marking him as a prospective professional player. After Li Qi finished speaking, he let out a sigh of relief. The Emperor Yi Yan left Meng Qiu somewhat stunned. Though he had grown up abroad, he understood the significance of such a title. The mere presence of so many exceptional players in a small school like Erzhong attests to the overall caliber of the high school league. What level of skill must Yi Yan possess to be acknowledged as the Emperor? Yi Yan. Yun Feiyong, standing in another direction, clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 12. Departure to the west of Dalian City lies Dalian Qingshi Football High School. The facilities at this football high school are undoubtedly superior to those of an ordinary high school, with 4 top-notch football pitches. The infrastructure of Dalian Qingshi Football High School can be considered the finest in Dalian, and indeed, among the best in the country. The professional football fields are devoid of running tracks, and while the surrounding stands may not be as elaborate as those in actual club stadiums, they still exude professionalism. In the stands, a tall young man sat quietly, engrossed in a mobile game. "Boss," a robust youth called out from below the stands. The tall young man remained oblivious, continuing to focus on his game as if the world around him had ceased to exist. The stout youth sighed, swaying his body as he made his way up to the stands. It was only after completing a round of the game that the tall youth finally lifted his head and asked, "What is the matter?" "Boss, the warm-up match against Erzhong is in a few days, and you're still here playing games?" The stout youth inquired pointedly. "Training is training, matches are matches, and games are games. One must focus." The tall youth chuckled. "Aren't you afraid the high school league players will mock you? The illustrious Emperor Yi Yan, playing mindless games instead of training or playing football." The stout youth couldn't help but sigh. Ian shot him a glare. "Sun Xiangxin, get to the point." The top defensive midfielder in the National High School League, Sun Xiangxin sighed. "I was asking why you decided to schedule a warm-up match with Erzhong when that guy hadn't even decided to join them yet. At the time, I thought he might come to our school, and Erzhong was the best defensive opponent I could find for a warm-up, so I chose them." Yi Yan replied nonchalantly. "Of course, Liu Yang approached me to arrange the warm-up match. I had to give him that courtesy." "Is that so? I didn't expect Yun Feiyong would go to Erzhong. This year, Erzhong might be quite a spectacle," Sun Xiangxin mused. no matter how gifted a player is. Without professional training, they won't reach their full potential. Yi Yin remarked. Not coming to Chengxi is Yun Feiyang's loss. It's a pity that such a promising forward might fade into obscurity. Sun Xiangxin countered, but they sought us out for a warm-up. Yi Yin stood up, stating coolly, I hope the confidence of a budding striker in this match, ISNT, completely shattered by me. Sun Xiangxin began to silently mourn for Yun Feiyang. He knew all too well how, just 2 years prior, the then freshman Yi Yin had utterly dominated the main forward of another football academy in a match, leaving that promising player's confidence in ruins, leading him to exit the professional football scene a year later. Yi Yin felt no remorse. In his view, players with such fragile psyches would struggle to thrive, even if they became professionals. I hope that kid Yun Feiyang possesses stronger mental fortitude, Sun Xiangxin thought to himself. At Erzhong, following the announcement that their warm-up opponent would be Chengxi Football High School, the entire team began to notice a transformation in Yun Feiyang. He participated in every training session, exerting himself increasingly during practice matches, as if he sought to unleash all his pent-up energy. The proud young man needed a formidable opponent to stimulate him. Since they couldn't let him experience the taste of defeat, let Yi Yin serve as that opponent. Lu Yiyang's words resonated deeply with Wei Ming and the others. Meng Qiu, on the other hand, maintained his calm demeanor. He consistently completed his training satisfactorily, but merely met expectations. His performance in practice matches was unremarkable, though Wei Ming's praises for him grew daily. After evening study sessions, he would diligently clean the training facility, often staying late until lights out before hurrying away. 2 days swiftly passed. Today, they were set to embark on their journey to Chengxi Football School for the warm-up match. Following this, they would have several other warm-up matches, but this one would hold the highest significance. Lu Yiyang addressed the team members quietly. Before me are 22 players, making a total of 23. This was a brand new Erzhong team. The seniors had not joined, as the team was gearing up for national competitions ahead. Despite the departure of many key players from the previous year, the inclusion of several freshmen fueled Lu Yiyang's confidence in this year's Erzhong team. Captain, why are we going to Chengxi High School instead of them coming here to play? Meng Qiu posed a question. Because their field is of superior quality. More importantly, Chengxi High School's pitch is one of the venues for the top 8 in the Dalian division. Playing there will allow us to acclimatize to the environment. Lu Yiyang explained. Then why are we leaving so early? It's only 10 in the morning. Meng Qiu continued to inquire. Lu Yiyang showed no signs of impatience. Chengxi Football High School is quite far from here, and since today is Saturday, there's a high chance of traffic. Leaving early is prudent. The match is set for 2 in the afternoon. Our 2 lovely managers have already prepared lunchboxes in the cafeteria. We'll eat on the bus. And once we arrive, we can stretch a bit, ensuring we are in the best shape to face this warm-up match. Captain, you truly are considerate. Meng Qiu exclaimed in admiration. I never expected you to be so flattering, Li Qi whispered from the side. Not all. I genuinely admire you. In the midst of the game, Meng Qiu, who was often a bit disoriented, failed to notice these details. Previously, during their time in Bolivia, there were instances when club staff would make arrangements for matches, and Meng Qiu had never considered the extensive preparations required before a friendly match. Lu Yiyang smiled and chose not to respond to his words. All right, first-year students, the managers need help carrying the meals. We can't have the girls doing heavy lifting, Wei Ming said with a grin. Instantly, the first-year members of the school team rushed towards the dining hall, eager not to lag behind. Meng Qiu shook his head and strolled leisurely towards the dining hall, while Yun Feiyang moved slowly as well, but he headed directly towards the school gate, where the bus awaited them to take them to the West City Football High School. Li Qi was enthusiastic, Meng Qiu remained composed, and as for Yun Feiyang, it seemed he cared little about anything other than football. Wei Ming observed the silhouettes of Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyang, pondering aloud. Actually, Meng Qiu is quite similar. Don't you think? Lu Yiyang chuckled in response. Gao Meng frowned. Captain, the seniors aren't participating this time, and there have been significant changes in the defense. Meng Qiu is fine as a left back, but without Shi Linshan in the center back position, I doubt any of the freshmen can provide adequate protection behind me. Lu Yiyang nodded slightly. You can't always rely on others to cover. A good central defender must learn to position themselves properly. For now, you'll partner with Han Ming. Remember to guide him. Next year, you'll be in your senior year and will need to depend on newcomers like him. Gao Ming acknowledged. Han Ming's physicality is lacking, but he is relatively steady. If he accumulates enough experience this year, he could become a key player next year. Let's get going. We can't allow the folks at West City High to mock our defense, which has become as fragile as tofu. Liu Yang clapped his hands, signaling for them to move. When Meng Qiu and the others boarded the bus, apart from the driver, there was a middle-aged man already seated inside. Coach Wang, Liu Yang greeted the man. Has everyone arrived? The middle-aged man replied with a warm smile. I'm the coach of the second middle school's team, though I am merely a figurehead. My background is in weightlifting, so I'm no expert in football. Your training is all managed by Captain Liu Yang. If it weren't for you needing a teacher to accompany you for the match today, I would have bothered you, haha. The first-year students were already aware that the head coach was essentially a formality, with Liu Yang handling all the responsibilities. But they found it surprising that the nominal head coach was so amiable. Meng Qiu amused himself that the coach's self-awareness of being an outsider likely served to uphold the captain's authority. Liu Yang counted the attendees before nodding. All right, managers. Please distribute the meals and water to everyone. The bus is about to depart. Let us eat first, and after that, we can discuss the upcoming match. On the bus, the sounds of young boys eating filled the air. These kids are going to bankrupt me, he thought, relieved that last year, when they had gone out for warm-up matches, Fang Shuer had gained ample experience. When preparing the meal boxes in the dining hall, she had made sure to allocate 1 box of rice and a dish per person, which was essential to satisfy their appetites. Yi Jiqing watched in astonishment as the boys devoured their food, and then she cast an admiring glance at Fang Shuer. There are many details to pay attention to. Take your time, and you'll learn a lot. Fang Shuer smiled playfully. However, there was one exception amid the frenzy. Yun Feiyong did not eat, setting his meal box aside. Yun, why aren't you eating? Yi Jiqing couldn't help but ask. I already ate before coming. I'm quite full. You don't need to prepare my meals in the future, Yun Feiyong replied with a grin. Yi Jiqing felt a flutter in her heart at his smile, but also a hint of disappointment, as she had specifically prepared his meal box. Has everyone finished eating? I am now announcing today's starting lineup. As Liu Yang uttered those words, everyone on the bus, except for 2 individuals, lifted their heads, attentively focused on him. The 2 who did not look were Coach Wang, who was dozing off, and the driver. The remaining players, including Yun Feiyong, were all looking at Liu Yang. We will employ our usual 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper number 1, Lin Bing. Lin Bing naturally accepted the number 1 jersey. He was a sophomore and the most exceptional goalkeeper, unmatched by the other 2. In both professional and high school teams, the goalkeeper position does not allow for future planning. The best talent is utilized. A peculiarity of the position. Right back, number 2, Li Lemon. Left back, number 3, Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu calmly accepted the jersey, and Fang Shuer, who handed it to him, was unaware that this number, along with its bearer, would soon create waves in the National High School League. Center back, number 4, Han Ming. Han Ming, a freshman this year, had impressive physical attributes and demonstrated steadiness on the field. High school students from Dalian generally possess good physical qualities, and Han Ming's stability allowed him to surpass the other 2 new center backs and secure a starting position. Partnering with a robust defender like Gao Ming necessitated a reliable counterpart. Han Ming was pleasantly surprised to receive the number 4 jersey. Knowing that seniors like Sherlin Shan would only participate in practice and not in official matches, he realized he had a good chance of becoming a starter. Yet, when he finally held the symbolic number 4 jersey, he felt an overwhelming joy. Even when his teammates congratulated him, he was at a loss for words, only managing to break into a wide smile. Center back, number 5, Gao Ming. Gao Ming silently accepted the jersey. Defensive midfielder, number 6, Li Qi. Yay! Li Qi exclaimed, raising his fist excitedly as he stretched out his arm to receive the jersey from Fang Shuer, nearly tripping in the process, which elicited laughter from the bus. Right midfielder, number 8, He Fan. He Fan was a sophomore veteran, a key player from last year, similar to right back Li Lemon. Known for his diligent running and decent two-way capabilities, though his offensive skills were somewhat lacking. Last year, the team's offense largely relied on the left flank, spearheaded by Wei Ming. Left midfielder, number 7, Wei Ming. Central midfielder, number 10, Liu Yang. Forward, number 11, Zhao Rui. Zhao Rui was also a key forward from last year, quick on his feet and active in movement, though his scoring ability left something to be desired. More often than not, he served as a distraction. Otherwise, last year's top scorer Wu Ti have been the left winger, Wei Ming. Forward, number 9, Yun Feiyong. Yun Feiyong beamed with excitement as he accepted the jersey handed to him by Yi Jiqing. He was so exhilarated that his gaze was fixated solely on the jersey, neglecting to notice anything else. Yi Jiqing pouted, feeling a bit disheartened as she stepped back. Once the 11 starting players were announced, the focus shifted to the substitute lineup. Aside from a few senior players who were sophomores, the remaining 7 or 8 substitutes were all freshmen, laying the groundwork for the future of the second middle school under Liu Yiyang's leadership. Previously, the second middle school lacked a strong football heritage. However, following last year's remarkable breakthrough, this year a considerable number of students with commendable abilities have chosen to join the second middle school, particularly as most of the traditional strong teams in Dalian are football academies. Many students who are not from football schools have opted to enroll in the second middle school. It is noteworthy that among last year's top 8 teams, only the second middle school was not a professional football academy. The other 7 teams were all specialized institutions. Even among those teams that were eliminated in the preliminary rounds, many were professional football academies. Not to mention, there are 13 officially registered football schools in Dalian alone. Additionally, several schools, while not designated as football academies, foster a robust football culture. Being a football academy, they tend to recruit from their own middle schools, rarely admitting students from outside, unless they actively seek them out. Given that football academies often compromise academic rigor, many aspiring footballers in middle school, who cherish the sport yet are uncertain about pursuing a professional career, prefer to join regular schools with a strong football atmosphere. As the only non-football academy among last year's top 8, the second middle school has thus attracted a greater number of talented middle schoolers. Liu Yiyang's confidence in fielding so many first-year students is well-founded. Today, our opponent is well-known. Meng Qiu, I understand you're not familiar with high school football in Dalian, and I will explain in detail shortly. Upon seeing Meng Qiu raise his hand, Liu Yiyang promptly addressed him. Embarrassed, Meng Qiu lowered his hand, and Liu Yiyang continued. Their star player is undoubtedly their captain, the Emperor Yi Yan. He is not only a formidable defender, but also possesses considerable attacking prowess, with long-range shots following his runs from the back being his forte. Li Qi, as our defensive midfielder, you're the first line of defense. Pay close attention to Yi Yan's forward runs. If he receives the ball, you must immediately disrupt him. Do you understand? Li Qi nodded earnestly. Last season, we built our foundation on defense. However, this season, to advance further, we must enhance our offensive play. Meng Qiu, Wei Ming. Our left flank attack will be the focal point of all upcoming matches. Meng Qiu, be bold in your forward runs and coordinate well with Wei Ming on the wing. Li Qi, Gao Meng, and I will provide support. Once we create openings on the side, deliver the ball into the penalty area. Yun Feiyong, the responsibility for seizing opportunities and scoring within the box rests on you. No problem, just pass the ball to me. I will definitely score. Even against the Emperor Yi Yan, I will find a way to net a goal. Yun Feiyong declared confidently. Liu Yiyang smiled slightly. That is the gist of it. Be vigilant of Yi Yan's runs during defense and focus on the left flank during offense, executing the strategies we practice. As for the rest, do not overthink. After briefly outlining the tactics, Liu Yiyang called Meng Qiu over to elaborate on some details regarding Chengxi Football High School. Your position may not directly encounter Yi Yan, but you must be aware that their forward, He Xiaoyun, is not the type to simply wait for the ball up front. He contributes defensively by dropping back when needed. Unlike typical forwards, his defensive skills and mobility are exceptionally strong, coupled with remarkable speed. If he gets close, do not hold on to the ball too long. Pass it quickly to Wei Ming to avoid being dispossessed. In official matches, 60% of Chengxi's goals come from rapid counterattacks following interceptions in the midfield. Meng Qiu nodded. I understand. I will keep an eye on the movements of the defenders and will not give them opportunities to intercept. Good. This is your first match representing us. And while you might feel a bit out of place, give it your all. In this city tournament, we aim to push for the national competition. Liu Yiyang spoke softly. Yes, Captain, Meng Qiu replied earnestly. Only by reaching the national tournament can we have more games to play. While Liu Yiyang conversed with Meng Qiu, the other players were engaged in their own activities. In a short while, they arrived at Chengxi Football School. Let us disembark. Coach Wang, who had remained silent, stood up, briefed the driver, and was the first to exit the bus. The players followed him into Chengxi Football High School. Fang Shuer and Yi Jiqing did not leave immediately. They were tidying up the leftover lunchboxes of the players. Yin Feiyong didn't eat. There are leftovers. Driver, you didn't have lunch either, right? Why don't you take this box? Feng Shuer cheerfully offered to the bus driver. Oh, that would be great. I saved on lunch expenses. The driver chuckled as he accepted the lunchbox from Feng Shuer, opening it with an exclamation. Such good food? I want to be polite then. Yi Jiqing's cheeks flushed slightly. Feng Shuer noticed, but said nothing. The lunchbox was specially prepared by Yi Jiqing for Yun Feiyong, and Feng Shuer, having been present, was aware of how much meat Yi Jiqing had included. The two girls began cleaning up the players' leftover boxes, which were mostly empty. As students of that age typically have hearty appetites. Whose lunch is this? Only half has been eaten, and there is still a lot left. Yi Jiqing exclaimed, picking up a lunchbox from under seat. Really? Let me see. Feng Shuer leaned over to check, and indeed found that the box contained almost half a serving of rice and a considerable portion of vegetables. The cafeteria always provided generous meals for the football team, and today there were 5 dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and 3 meat dishes, including boiled beef, braised chicken, and braised pork. While most of the box was cleaned out, the braised pork remained untouched. I remember the person sitting here is Meng Qiu, Feng Shuer said hesitantly. He ate the vegetables and beef, but not a single bite of the braised pork. Does he have a religious belief against eating pork? Surely not. If that were the case, he would have mentioned it beforehand or simply not eaten, Yi Jiqing said, also uncertain. Oh, let it be. He is not very big. So it seems his appetite isn't as robust as others, which is probably why he left so much. It's not intentional, Feng Shuer replied, shaking her head. All right. Yi Jiqing reluctantly nodded. Chapter 14. Yin Feiyong challenge. Chengxi Football School feels quite small. It's not larger than our school. Meng Qiu remarked while glancing around. Of course, our second middle school has 3,000 to 4,000 students, while Chengxi Football School has only a few hundred. But they all play football. At our school, we have at most 100 who play, Li Qi responded. So, are there more ordinary high schools or football high schools in China? Meng Qiu inquired further. You're quite naive. Oh right, you're from overseas. Definitely more ordinary high schools. In major cities, there are at least a dozen key high schools, each comparable in size to our second middle school, Li Qi explained. Wow, there are really so many people in China. Meng Qiu exclaimed. Li Qi Shukulat. Just as Meng Qiu stated, Chengxi Football High School is not very large. After entering the school gates, it was long before they spotted a football field. It's bigger than our school's field, Meng Qiu murmured. Liu Yang overheard Meng Qiu's murmurs and shrugged his shoulders. Previously, the second high school did not place much emphasis on football, resulting in a lack of effort on the field. Although they had invested significantly over the past 2 years and acquired a decent turf, the limitations of the venue remained evident. Consequently, the football field at the second high school, like most high school football fields, appeared rather small. The specifications of football fields vary. For instance, the renowned Santiago Bernabéu Stadium and Camp Nou, especially the latter, boasts one of the widest and longest playing surfaces within regulations. This allows Barcelona players, known for their superior footwork, to excel in a more expansive space. In contrast, some English Premier League grounds seem smaller due to England's pursuit of rapid transitions in attack and defense, making for a livelier atmosphere. Another notable example is the Spanish team Mallorca, which performed exceptionally well at the turn of the century. Their impressive home record was closely tied to their compact pitch, where, under the leadership of Argentine coach Cooper, they employed a remarkably solid defensive strategy. In professional matches, standard football fields measure between 90 to 120 meters in length and 45 to 90 meters in width. For venues eligible to host international competitions, the dimensions must range between 100 to 110 meters in length and 65 to 75 meters in width. Almost all professional clubs' home grounds fall within these parameters. The main pitch at Chengxi Football High School perfectly adheres to the highest standards. The field is flanked by spectator stands, which, according to Liu Yang, accommodate nearly 5,000 seats, despite the student body totaling less than 1,000. During the annual city competitions, the pitch is invariably packed when matches are held. Upon arriving at the football field, a middle-aged man approached. Hello, Coach Lin, greeted Coach Wang. Ah, old Wang, you're leading the team again this time, replied Lin. Indeed. As a coach, it is my role. How leisurely you are. I wish I could be as untroubled as you, Lin sighed. I initially intended to recruit Yun Feiyong, but unexpectedly, He went to your second high school. I was unaware of that. I have not been involved with the school team. Perhaps it is because we performed admirably last year. Haha. Never mind. You arrived a bit early. There's still over 2 hours until the match begins. Shall we go to my office for some tea? I could join you. After all, I'm not involved with the school team. Can you detach yourself from it? You have Lu Yiyang assisting with the school team, and I have Yi Yin, Lin said, as the two coaches walked away, casually draping their arms over each other's shoulders. The second-year students from the second high school did not find this surprising, but the first-year newcomers wore expressions of bewilderment. Even Yun Feiyong, who had been trying to appear cool, looked somewhat astonished. That's how Coach Wang is, although he is an outsider and does not manage affairs. He is quite popular among the coaching community in Dalian High School football. Let us warm up, Lu Yiyang explained briefly, gesturing for the players to stretch. After an hour of sitting in the car, it was not ideal to remain cooped up. A light warm-up would help loosen their bodies before they proceeded to the main warm-up, which would be more beneficial. Let us start with a light jog on the field. Familiarize yourselves with every inch of the turf, understood? Before the city competition commences. This may be our only opportunity, Lu Yiyang shouted. Under his command, the players from the second high school began to measure the entire field with their feet. This year, you must have attracted several promising talents, right? You were the only non-football school team among the top 8 last year. A voice called out from behind Lu Yiyang. He turned to see Yi Yin. Yes, we've had some good fortune this year. However, I heard that Qingxi Football School hasn't produced any talents in years. Aren't you worried that after you graduate, Dalian S2 Giants will only consist of Yunbei? Lu Yiyang replied with a smile. I'm just a player. My only wish is to secure another national championship before going abroad. Beyond that, I can't concern myself, Yi Yin said, lifting his head and speaking calmly. Are there really professional teams abroad interested in you? Is it possible that scouts are keeping an eye on you? If I perform better, could I also have a chance to go abroad? Lu Yiyang's lips curled into a slight smile. Spare me. Your psychological tactics, work on me. Ian said, stretching. You know my purpose for being here. Where's that kid? I came to see him today. Lu Yiyang pointed towards the field, indicating the strongest player. Ian followed his gaze and quickly spotted Yun Feiyong among the runners. He is indeed robust, but do you think I fear only strong forwards? Ian's voice resonated with confidence. I know you encountered formidable forwards from around the world at last year's World Youth Championship. So there is no need to intimidate me with such talk. Lu Yiyang chuckled. If you don't want your best rookie to become ineffective, remind him. Losing to me isn't a big deal, Ian coolly remarked. I won't lose to anyone, came a voice from beside them. Yun Feiyong, who had been jogging, had appeared by their side unbeknownst to them. Many have said that to me, yet they ended up collapsing. The only correct choice to avoid being crushed by me is to become my teammate. Unfortunately, you chose to forfeit that opportunity, Yi Yin replied, glancing at the slightly taller freshman. Many are curious why I declined Qingxi and chose the second high school. It's because I don't want to be your teammate. Defeating you on the training ground is meaningless. Only besting you in a real match piques my interest. Yun Feiyong licked his lips, brimming with excitement. That sounds somewhat twisted, Yi Yin remarked, unperturbed by Yun Feiyong's enthusiasm. He shrugged, nodded at Lu Yiyang, and turned to leave. Be careful. Don't fall for his provocations. Lu Yiyang patted Yun Feiyong on the shoulder. Although everyone calls me a schemer, that Yin fellow is no less cunning than I am. If he intended to provoke me, he miscalculated because I genuinely want to defeat this emperor on the field, which is why I opted not to go to Qingxi. Yun Feiyong's earlier intensity dissipated, and he chuckled. Are you serious? Yet to defeat him on the field, there are many options. You don't have to come to the second high school specifically, Lu Yiyang said, somewhat surprised. Well, there are other reasons, but I cannot disclose them now. Yun Feiyong laughed. One reason I can share is that the forward line at the second high school lacks strong talents. By joining, I can directly play as a starter. Often, I train at home, and if I went to another school, I might miss practices and possibly not even make the school team. Ah, I see. Lu Yiyang shook his head. Regardless of your motivations for joining us at the second high school, as a member of the school team, you must prioritize the interests of the team on the field, understood? Of course, I aspire to be a professional player and am fully aware of the importance of teamwork. Yun Feiyong thumped his chest confidently, responding loudly. All right, then quickly get back to running laps. What is the matter? Is the captain's word not worth heeding? Lu Yiyang glared. Okay. Yun Feiyong dashed out like a whirlwind, completely disregarding the fact that his once proud and aloof demeanor had vanished. This lad, it seems, usually maintains an air of composure. Lu Yiyang turned to his companion Gao Meng and remarked, "Could this be considered a form of psychological warfare?" Gao Meng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Regardless, during the training match, his insufferably arrogant attitude ignited a fire within me. Had it not been for my teammates, I might have wanted to give him a good thrashing. Lu Yiyang unexpectedly inquired, "Might this affect our defense, causing us to lose our usual calm and reveal some vulnerabilities?" Gao Meng conceded, "If we hadn't previously devised a strategy to counter him, it could very well have happened. Look, even someone with your temperament can be provoked by his behavior. What about others? Despite his youth, he possesses an exceptional grasp of his opponent's mentalities on the football field." Lu Yiyang sighed. "No wonder he claims his goal is to become a professional player. This kid is quite cunning, and I don't particularly like him," Gao Meng said in a low voice. Lu Yiyang shrugged. Chapter 15. A greeting. Meng Qiu was stretching while observing the opposing team. With the match set to commence at 2, numerous figures were beginning to fill the stands. Presumably students from Chengxi Football High School come to witness this contest. Out of nearly 1,000 students at Chengxi Football High School, only 23 would ultimately make it onto the school team, eligible to compete in city and national tournaments. Such is the ruthlessness of professional football. In this context, the principal players of Chengxi Football High School truly embody the phrase "a rare gem among a sea of stones." Soon, Meng Qiu's attention was drawn to a particular individual, a player of modest stature but strikingly formidable presence. He was stretching while conversing with his teammates. "Have you noticed? That is Chengxi's forward, He Xiaoyan. He tends to drop back to the right to assist in defense. When we attack, he will be our first obstacle," Wei Ming murmured. "The captain has already alerted me. I won't allow them to intercept the ball during our offensive," Meng Qiu replied. Wei Ming nodded, appreciating the confidence of the young player. He was unaware that Meng Qiu was not exaggerating. In fact, a statistic overlooked by both him and Lu Yiyang was Meng Qiu's astonishing 100 passing accuracy during the training matches he had played since joining the team. Even though the quantity of threatening passes was not significant, the zero-error performance was still impressive. In internal training matches, no one typically kept track of individual players' passing statistics. It was only within the last decade that detailed statistics for professional players began to gain traction. Modern football, with advancements in technology, has undergone comprehensive improvements. Yet such enhancements have yet to permeate the realm of high school football. As the clock struck 2, both team substitutes returned to the bench, leaving only the players and 3 referees on the field. Naturally, the referees were the coaches of Chengxi High School, and Lu Yang paid little mind to this. After all, it was merely a warm-up match, and, given Chengxi's standing, there was little risk of foul play in such a contest. Yun Feiyong stood at the center of the pitch. The ball at his feet, his gaze fixed on the imposing figure in the opposing half. Emperor Yi Yan, a prodigious talent of professional caliber, a prospective player set to play abroad. "Today, I shall defeat you, and in the national tournament, I shall triumph over you, proving my worth." "Captain." Yun Feiyong suddenly turned and approached Lu Yiyang, who stood at the edge of the center circle. "What is it?" Lu Yiyang asked, somewhat puzzled. "After the kickoff, could you pass the ball directly to me?" Yun Feiyong requested, "I wish to greet Yi Yan." Lu Yiyang paused for a moment before regaining his composure. "All right, I will pass it to you at the earliest opportunity," he affirmed. Yun Feiyong nodded and returned to the center circle. The main referee, seeing both teams ready, blew his whistle forcefully. Yun Feiyong kicked the ball to Zhao Ruwei and then sprinted forward. As Zhao Ruwei turned to pass it back, he felt a gust of wind beside him. The stocky He Xiaoyan had darted past him like a cheetah. The immediate pressure after the kickoff was characteristic of He Xiaoyan. While he may not boast a particularly high scoring rate, his relentless movement and pressing ability were formidable. Fortunately, Zhao Ruwei, being a seasoned second-year player, recognized He Xiaoyan's tendency to pressure immediately after the kickoff. He applied sufficient force to his return pass, preventing He Xiaoyan from intercepting it mid-flight. He Xiaoyan did not pause. He charged directly toward Lu Yiyang. He was not alone in his pursuit. The entire Chengxi High School formation surged forward, with players flanking Zhao Ruwei and Yun Feiyong immediately marked by Chengxi's defenders. Another forward from Chengxi joined He Xiaoyan in an attempt to double-team Lu Yiyang. Lu Yiyang turned as if to continue passing the ball back. He Xiaoyan closed in from behind, eager to disrupt his pass. Should Lu Yiyang succeed in passing, he would continue his pursuit. The relentless He Xiaoyan never shied away from running. Liu Yang lifted his right foot, feigning a pass, causing Yi Xiaoyan to surge forward, already encroaching upon Liu Yang's space. Yet, Liu Yang did not release the ball. At the instant he made contact, Liu Yang's foot glided above the ball, deftly nudging it backward before swiftly pivoting. Yi Xiaoyun's aggressive charge, while advantageous, now left him unable to react as Liu Yang elegantly sidestepped him. The other forward, also rushing in, was caught off guard. This was largely due to the fact that this match was merely a warm-up. Once Liu Yang caught up with the ball, he deftly nudged it past the approaching forward. Liu Yang had navigated past two players in quick succession, effectively breaking through Chengxi High School's pressing defense. Truly a schemer. Many students in the stands gasped in awe. No wonder he was named one of the 4 leading attacking midfielders in last year's Dalian region. Such a dazzling display right from the start. Come on, if you have the skill, come and break through. I doubt you can reach me, sneered the rhinoceros, Sun Xiangxin. Inwardly, though Liu Yang had managed to evade 2 forwards from Chengxi High School, he still faced the entirety of their midfield. Even if Liu Yang's dribbling skills were exceptional, he could not possibly breach the fortified Chengxi midfield on his own. Liu Yang, however, was not intent on a solo breakthrough. His earlier maneuver was merely to create a more advantageous passing environment. As he advanced, he noted that Yun Feiyong had already sprinted into the heart of the opposition's territory. Without hesitation, Liu Yang struck the rolling ball with his right foot, launching a long pass. The ball arced gracefully through the air, landing precisely within Chengxi High School's half. Was this pass lacking in purpose? Was it not merely relinquishing possession to us? The students of Chengxi High School, who had just been marveling from the stands, began to shake their heads in disbelief. However, a robust figure was charging towards the spot where the ball would land. Goodness, when did he arrive here? Sun Xiangxin was taken aback. He had been focused on Liu Yang and had failed to notice that Yun Feiyong was now close by. Liu Yang's pass came swiftly, and before Sun Xiangxin could register it, the ball soared overhead. In a moment of instinct, Yun Feiyong leapt into the air to meet the descending ball. Damn it! Sun Xiangxin cursed inwardly, mimicking Yun Feiyong's leap. Though he possessed commendable physical attributes, jumping hastily could not possibly withstand Yun Feiyong's force. Feeling the weight of defeat as he was pinned beneath Yun Feiyong, Sun Xiangxin remained composed, drawing on his battlefield experience. The other attacking players from the second team had yet to advance. Even if Yun Feiyong gained an advantage in positioning, there was nowhere for him to pass the ball. Just as Sun Xiangxin thought this, he saw Yun Feiyong shrug his right shoulder and skillfully cushion the ball with his chest as it fell. Once grounded, Yun Feiyong faced the opponent's half and deftly nudged the ball to the right before swiftly pivoting, leaving Sun Xiangxin behind. That day, he had employed the same tactic against me, and this thought crossed Li Qi's mind as he watched from afar within his half. A sense of relief washed over him. If even Sun Xiangxin, one of the top midfielders in Dalian's high school football scene, could be bested by Yun Feiyong in such a manner, how could he expect to fare any better? Yun Feiyong was indeed a physical marvel, thought Meng Qiu, who was straining to make a run for support. The speed with which he landed and launched into a sprint was truly enviable. After surpassing Sun Xiangxin, Yun Feiyong felt a surge of energy. Having passed him meant he was now in a direct encounter with the formidable Yi Yan. Let's go one-on-one, Yi Yan, Yun Feiyong shouted as he advanced with the ball. Fool, Yi Yan replied coolly, raising his hands in a defensive gesture. 2 defenders from Chengxi High School swiftly converged from either side. Damn, coward, Yun Feiyong cursed inwardly. No matter how proud he was, he understood he could not outmaneuver 2 skilled defenders, especially with Yi Yan ahead. Thus, instead of attempting to break through, he swung his right foot in a powerful long-range shot. The rolling ball met his foot with a firm strike, slightly concaving before soaring into the air like an enraged dragon, hurtling towards the corner of the goal. Yun Feiyong's shot was sudden and of exceptional quality. Yi Yan, stationed at the edge of the penalty area, reacted. He rapidly shifted his tall frame, leaping into the air, and raised his right foot to intercept the ball's trajectory. With a resounding thud, Yi Yan blocked the ball mid-flight. Yun Feiyong remained undeterred. Upon shooting, he surged forward, shaking off the 2 defenders, and aimed a fierce sliding tackle at Yi Yan, who had just intercepted the ball. This was an incredibly aggressive tackle. Many students from Chengxi High School could not help but rise from their seats. Should this tackle connect with Yi Yan, even with his superior physique, he would undoubtedly face severe injury. Yet Yi Yan's expression remained unchanged. After stopping the ball, he flicked it over Yun Feiyong's body and leapt to evade the tackle. Now it's our turn to attack. Chapter 16. The treasure of Chengxi High School Meng Qiu was desperately retreating. Initially, he had pushed forward in anticipation of a possible pass from Yun Feiyong, but having not received one, he was now on the defensive after Yi Yan thwarted Yun Feiyong's shot. This kid is quite eager to defend, Wei Ming thought as he ran back. His defensive responsibilities were usually light, especially in such situations where his speed could serve as a constraint on Chengxi High School's offense. Yi Yan did not hold on to the ball for long. Instead, he passed it to Sun Xiangxin, leaving Yun Feiyong, who had just risen from the ground and sought to disrupt him, empty-handed. Afraid to face me one-on-one? Yun Feiyong taunted as he kept pace with Yi Yan. Do you think I need to prove anything? Yi Yan replied nonchalantly, his tone equally provocative. It's merely a friendly match, old man. You need to loosen up. Yun Feiyong jested. Yi Yan did not respond to Yun Feiyong's banter, but suddenly accelerated, shaking him off during their run. Caught off guard, Yun Feiyong hesitated and then gave chase, compelled to retreat because Yi Yan had surged forward. Sun Xiangxin carried the ball past midfield, and the players of Chengxi High School exchanged quick passes. Before Li Qi could close in on him, Sun Xiangxin had already shifted the ball to the right. On the flank, the rapidly advancing He Xiaoyan received the pass from Sun Xiangxin, with Meng Qiu hot on his heels, though he was not yet in a position to interfere. Mark him in the penalty area. Gao Meng directed Han Ming to keep an eye on Chengxi High School's forward while slightly repositioning himself to block He Xiaoyan's path in the box. In just a few passes, Chengxi High School swiftly penetrated the heart of the second team's defense, renowned for their rapid counterattacks. He Xiaoyan did not attempt to break through, but instead pulled the ball back just in time to pass before Meng Qiu's sliding tackle could connect. Meng Qiu recognized He Xiaoyan's intent, but his tackle was still a moment too late. The ball sailed past him towards the edge of the penalty area. Li Qi was momentarily impeded by Chengxi High School's midfielder, and as he maneuvered around to intercept, Yi Yan had already dashed forward to meet the ball. In a daring move, Yun Feiyong slid in from the side. Yi Yan deftly controlled the ball, skillfully pulling it back. At that moment, Yi Yan resembled not a center back, but a technically gifted attacking midfielder. Yun Feiyong, unable to halt his momentum, slid past Yi Yan. Yi Yan swung his right foot and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball traced a straight line through the air, evading Li Qi's desperate lunge before swiftly entering the penalty area. This shot was a tremendous display of power. After traveling a distance, the ball began to curve in the air. Lin Bing leapt with all his might, but he was evidently a step too late, allowing the ball to slip past his fingertips. Swish! That was the sound of the ball striking the net. Boom! A tremendous cheer erupted from the stands. Yi Yan! Yi Yan! Yi Yan! The rhythmic chants resonated from the stands as the students of Chengxi High School worshipped their emperor. Without a doubt, for all the students of Chengxi High School, Yi Yan represented their greatest idol. For this goal, Yi Yan did not engage in extravagant celebration. He merely raised a fist in acknowledgement, embraced his advancing teammates, and then turned back towards his half. In the course of this encounter, he did not cast even a glance at the fallen Yun Feiyong. Yun Feiyong patted the lawn and then rose to his feet. I should have been more decisive in my defense, he remarked. Lu Yang approached and extended his hand, saying, Next time, you'll know what to do. Their opponent's attack was exceedingly swift, and I had been somewhat reckless in my advance, Meng Qiu admitted with a hint of self-reproach. Next time, you'll understand how to handle such situations, echoed Wei Ming, his sentiments mirroring those of Lu Yang. At different locations, Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu nodded in agreement. Wasn't our defense supposed to be solid? How do we concede so quickly? Yi Jiqing inquired, unable to contain her surprise. There's no way around it. Yi Yan's long-range shot had remarkable quality and came unexpectedly. Although Lin Bing is an excellent goalkeeper, his performance can be inconsistent. When he's in form, he can save almost anything, but on off days, he can falter, hence the nickname Neurotic Knife. Today, it seems he's not at his best, Fang Shuer remarked with a touch of resignation. Humph, he performed so well against Yun Feiyong that day, Yi Jiqing retorted, displeased. Fang Shuer laughed lightly. The initial offensive failed, but the opponent countered swiftly, scoring within 2 minutes of our kickoff, which was a significant blow to the morale of our team from the second high school. After resuming play, Lu Yang did not pass the ball to Yun Feiyong as he had previously. Despite Yun Feiyong's insistence on receiving it, he opted to pass to Li Qi instead. initiating a series of exchanges among the midfielders of the second high school. Qingxi High School, undeterred by their one-goal lead, continued their aggressive pressing in the front. The tight coordination among their three lines formed a stringent front-line press, which had become their hallmark tactic since Yi Yin joined the team. He Xiaoyan was responsible for the front-line pressing and executing counterattacks post-interception. Under the leadership of Sun Xiangxin, the midfielders became the core of the pressing, tasked with closely marking the opposing players and swiftly transitioning the ball forward after regaining possession. Meanwhile, the defense led by Yi Yin bore an even heavier responsibility, maintaining a strict line to thwart many of the opponent's attacks, employing offside traps to stifle direct passes and prevent clear goal-scoring opportunities. Without the final protection from the defense, the entire pressing strategy would fall apart. This tactical framework was meticulously crafted by Coach Lin of Qingxi High School after Yi Yan's arrival, and it swiftly propelled the team to national championship glory, defeating the previous champions, Yunbei High School, to seize the title. Although their performance had somewhat declined last year, this strategy still proved its reliability. "Pass the ball to me," Lu Yiyang called to Li Qi, running over to receive the pass that Li Qi had struggled to deliver. Sun Xiangxin immediately closed in, applying pressure on the core player of the opposing team, embodying the essence of the relentless pressing strategy. Even with Lu Yiyang's commendable ball control, the pressure from Sun Xiangxin left him somewhat flustered. He noticed Wei Ming making a forward run. Yet between him and Wei Ming lay at least two vigilant players from Qingxi High School. Qingxi High School is playing so aggressively right from the start. Does Yi Yin intend to crush Yun Feiyang's spirit? Lu Yiyang quickly pondered. If Yun Feiyang were completely overwhelmed in personal confrontations, and if the second high school as a whole were dismantled by Qingxi High School, the ramifications would extend beyond Yun Feiyang's confidence. It would undermine the entire team's morale. After all, more than 60% of the second high school team comprised first-year students who had not yet undergone the rigors of the Dalian competition and could easily be swayed. Emperor Yi Yin, indeed, is a player capable of doing whatever it takes for victory. He was determined to eliminate a potential rival on the road to the national competition. Just as Lu Yiyang found himself increasingly pressured by Sun Xiangxin, a teammate emerged in his line of sight. The connections among teammates had been severed by Qingxi High School's pressing, but only Meng Qiu, through tireless running, managed to shake off the midfield pressure and appeared beside Lu Yiyang. With no time to think, Lu Yiyang lifted his foot and passed the ball. In that moment, uncertainty clouded his mind. After all, he was unaware of Meng Qiu's ball-handling proficiency. In training, Meng Qiu had displayed steady performance, rarely erring with a commendable passing accuracy. However, under such pressure, relying solely on passing would likely prove insufficient to breach the opponent's defense. Meng Qiu controlled the ball at his feet, and immediately two players from Qingxi High School closed in on him. Instead of holding the ball, Meng Qiu swiftly passed it out and began his run. The ball found its way to center back Gao Meng's feet, with He Xiaoyun pivoting towards him. As Gao Meng prepared for a long clearance, he heard Meng Qiu's voice. Over here, Meng Qiu had appeared before him, unmarked, calling for the ball. With no time for deliberation, Gao Meng delivered a direct pass. Meng Qiu received the ball again, this time without dribbling. Before the opposing players could fully coordinate their pressure, he sent a precise through ball to Lu Yiyang, who had just evaded Sun Xiangxin. Meng Qiu pressed forward, and Lu Yiyang momentarily paused the ball before deftly redirecting it. As Meng Qiu advanced, he skillfully maneuvered the ball forward, breaking through. The path ahead opened up brilliantly. Following a series of passes, Meng Qiu successfully brought the ball into the opponent's half. "Well done, you magnificent lad," Lu Yiyang silently praised, even though he couldn't quite grasp how Meng Qiu had managed to navigate through Qingxi High School's midfield pressure. The results spoke for themselves. With just a few runs and passes, Meng Qiu had facilitated the second high school's advance into the forward zone. A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Yan's eyes, marking the first shift in his expression since the match began. The players of Qingxi High School, like a receding tide, rushed back to press the front, but quickly fell back after failing to regain possession. Their pressing was not a full-field endeavor, but rather a concerted effort in both the front and back, with no pressing in the midfield. A direct pass. If he had passed earlier, Yun Feiyang might have had a clear shot. Yi Jiqing exclaimed in frustration, observing Meng Qiu's indecision in launching an offensive. He must have his reasons for not passing. After all, we're not on the field and can't see everything as they do, Fang Shuai replied, shaking her head. On the field, Meng Qiu controlled the ball, turned, and passed it to Lu Yiyang, who had made a late run from the back. All right, let us attack. We must be vigilant and not let them intercept easily, Lu Yiyang shouted. Qingxi High School's three primary strategies, rapid offense, coordinated pressing, and counterattacks following interceptions, formed a formidable defense. However, mere defense was insufficient to secure victory. Qingxi High School had become a formidable opponent over the past 3 years, causing anxiety and fear among their rivals, as attacking them required constant vigilance against their swift counterattacks. In the year, they claimed the national championship. 80% of their goals in official matches had been scored through quick counterattacks following turnovers. One moment, they were on the offense. The next, they were conceding a goal to a counterattack. Such blows proved too much for many strong teams to bear. In the face of such a formidable team, one inevitably endures immense psychological pressure during offensive plays. Lu Yiyang adeptly passed the ball to Wei Ming, who had finally managed to create some space through his movement. Just as Wei Ming settled the ball at his feet, a player from Qingxi High School swiftly closed in from behind. Meng Qiu moved forward to provide support. Wei Ming returned the pass, but upon receiving the ball, Meng Qiu was immediately met with the defensive pressure from Yi Xiaoyan. The earlier exchanges had already drawn Qingxi High School's attention towards Meng Qiu. Instead of advancing with the ball, Meng Qiu opted to pass back to Li Qi stationed at the top of the center circle before retreating. Li Qi delivered a lateral pass, and as Meng Qiu received the ball and turned, he decided to dribble forward before, encountering resistance, passing back once more. The crowd erupted in boos, discontent with the continuous back-and-forth play. Unfazed, Meng Qiu remained composed, yet some players from the second team found it increasingly intolerable to engage in such a sluggish offensive strategy, as they were not adept at playing in a stationary formation. After receiving Meng Qiu's return pass, Gao Ming chose to execute a direct long ball. As a team that had relied on counterattacks the previous year, the second team was not solely dependent on Lu Yiyang's orchestration. Gao Ming, as a central defender, possessed a commendable long pass technique. The long ball found its target in Wei Ming, who skillfully controlled the ball in midair. Confronted by the opposing fullback, he abruptly maneuvered towards the baseline, executing a forceful breakthrough. In that instant, the speed of lightning Wei Ming was on full display. Meng Qiu shook his head and began to retreat. Utilizing his pace, Wei Ming evaded the defender, surged towards the baseline, and delivered a swift cross. As Wei Ming broke through, Yun Feiyang had already sprinted into the opponent's penalty area, while the defense of Qingxi High School retreated in unison. A cross from the flanks has always been a surefire method to evade offside traps. Observing Wei Ming's cross, Yun Feiyang surged forward, drawing the attention of the opposing center back, then executing a sudden stop, leaping high. His judgment of the ball's trajectory was undoubtedly exceptional. Another center back from Qingxi High School, renowned in Dalian's football circles, was left behind. However, Yin managed to keep pace. As Yun Feiyang leaped, Yin also took off, but crucially, he had leapt half a body length earlier. This slight advantage allowed Yi Yin to head the ball away, just before Yun Feiyang could assert his dominance in the aerial contest. Cursing under his breath, Yun Feiyang realized he had encountered a center back whose physicality was not entirely subdued during their aerial duel. The Emperor Yi Yin truly lived up to his title. Sun Xiangxin intercepted the ball ahead of Lu Yiyang and immediately passed laterally. Teammates following up did not halt the ball, but instead swung their right foot, striking it forcefully. A long pass. The ball soared towards the right side of the second team's half. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Xiaoyan had drifted to the right flank, sprinting towards the ball's landing spot. Fall back, Gao Ming shouted. Li Qi turned and dashed back, only to discover that Meng Qiu was even faster in his retreat. During Wei Ming's forced breakthrough, Meng Qiu had opted to withdraw slightly, making him the closest player to Yi Xiaoyan at this moment. Although Yi Xiaoyan possessed a slight edge in speed, Meng Qiu was not sluggish, having begun his retreat early on. As Yi Xiaoyan controlled the ball and his forward momentum slightly diminished, Meng Qiu caught up from behind, closely marking him. In terms of height, Meng Qiu was not significantly shorter than Yi Xiaoyan. However, in terms of physique, he was at a disadvantage. Thus, after a brief struggle, Yi Xiaoyan swiftly evaded Meng Qiu. But by then, the other defenders from the second team had already begun to return to their positions. Cursing the failed fast break, Yi Xiaoyan made a quick pivot and passed to a teammate who had come up to support. Yan, pressing forward from the midfield circle, regarded Meng Qiu thoughtfully. Transitioning from breaking through Chengxi High School's pressing with passes to disrupting their fast breaks through close marking, Meng Qiu's performance, while not particularly eye-catching, proved to be remarkably effective. Much like Liu Yiyang, Yan failed to perceive any exceptional qualities in Meng Qiu throughout this sequence. Yet, he consistently appeared in the right place at the right time, like a drop of water merging into the vast ocean, unremarkable yet integral. Interesting, but regrettably, he plays as a fullback and cannot engage in direct confrontations. Yan sighed inwardly. This offensive sequence concluded with a long-range shot from Sun Xiangxin, which Lin Bing managed to save comfortably. Yan attempted to push forward for a goal, but was tightly marked by Yun Feiyang. Yan let the ball slip past him, but Sun Xiangxin's subsequent long-range shot, under the interference of Li Qi, lacked quality and was easily gathered by Lin Bing. The ensuing period of play settled into a more balanced rhythm. The second team gradually matched Chengxi High School in both offense and defense, initiating attacks predominantly from the left flank, sending crosses into the box for Yun Feiyang. Despite being closely guarded by Yi Yin, Yun Feiyang managed to create several opportunities, though none resulted in goals. Chengxi High School's counterattacks also faced difficulties. With Yi Xiaoyan marked closely, the team was compelled to engage in a stationary battle, a tactic they were not particularly skilled at. As the first half came to a close, the score stood at 1-0, with Chengxi High School leading, thanks to Yi Yan's long-range strike early in the match. However, this scoreline was clearly unsatisfactory for Chengxi High School, although the score was favorable throughout the entire first half. Apart from that solitary goal, they had failed to create any threatening shots on target, aspiring to regain their momentum and make a push for national competitions this year. They could not afford to struggle so against the second team. Conversely, the players of the second team maintained a positive demeanor, initially trailing and nearly unable to navigate past their half due to relentless pressing. The freshmen felt a twinge of fear. Football represented their youthful memories, and no one wished for their youthful recollections to be marred by failure. However, after finding their footing, they began to realize that even Chengxi High School was not insurmountable. The four freshmen on the field did not appear to be at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Yun Feiyang felt a hint of dissatisfaction. In his confrontations with Yi Yan, he had not gained any advantage. In fact, throughout the entire first half, he only managed 2 attempts on goal, one intercepted midway by Yi Yan and the other sailed high. Completing an entire half without a single shot that tested the opposing goalkeeper was a novel experience for Yun Feiyang. Yi Yan could almost be regarded as the finest central defender among the nation's 18-year-olds, and he would serve as the mainstay and captain of the Chinese youth team in the upcoming Asian Under-19 Championship in the latter half of the year. Dealing with such a player required patience and composure, Liu Yiyang advised Yun Feiyang. Acknowledging this, Yun Feiyang nodded, but even so, he is not invincible. Indeed, they are not invincible. Meng Qiu chimed in, "Play well, we have a chance." Yun Feiyang was speaking of his own prospects, while Meng Qiu was referring to the collective potential of their team. No one noticed this discrepancy, and Liu Yiyang chuckled. Indeed, however, defeating them cannot merely be a matter of words. In the second half, we must exhibit greater patience in our offensive approach. Relying solely on crosses, following breakthroughs down the flanks has not proven to be particularly effective. Wei Ming nodded in agreement. Crossing from the wings is one of the simplest defensive tactics, and simplicity often equates to inefficiency. Given the defensive structure of Chengxi High School, Zhong has limited opportunities to attack, and depending solely on wing play yields insufficient results. Nonetheless, attacking from the left flank has always been Zhong's primary strategy, and a sudden shift is required. Meng Qiu moved to midfield in the second half, Liu Yiyang suddenly declared. Meng Qiu was taken aback, as were the other players. As a left back, would this mean substituting Wei Ming? Liu Yiyang had not fully considered the implications. He simply observed that Meng Qiu's passing accuracy in the first half was remarkably high. If Meng Qiu could advance his position and establish connections with more teammates, the team's overall passing could potentially improve significantly. After all, this was merely a warm-up match. While victory is certainly desirable, identifying issues and seeking resolutions during a warm-up exemplifies its true purpose. Meng Qiu positioned himself slightly to the left in midfield to assist, while the defenders, including Li Qi and He Fan, focused more on defense, stifling any counterattack opportunities for He Xiaoyun and ensuring timely returns. Offensively, we should prioritize passing and devise strategies to penetrate their defense. I will take on a more supportive role, Liu Yiyang remarked. Meng Qiu. You need not confine yourself to the wings. You can also receive and distribute the ball from the center. After all, you can play as an attacking midfielder too. Meng Qiu nodded affirmatively. In summary, we must not only attack from the flanks, but also enhance our coordination and movement. We cannot confront Qingxi's defense head-on. We must create movement to expose their vulnerabilities. Chapter 18. Zhong's offense the first half was rather frustrating. Sun Xiangxin expressed to Yi Yan. He Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. Although he does not always capitalize on counterattacking opportunities during regular matches, he typically manages to create some threats, increasing the pressure on the opposing defenders. However, today, every time he received the ball on a counterattack, he faced relentless interference, forcing him to reluctantly shift to a positional battle. Ironically, both of Qingxi High School's forwards are quick and agile, which does not provide them significant advantages in a positional game. Against other schools, they would not find themselves so helpless in this regard. However, Zhong's defense this year is evidently superior to last year's. Despite nearly half of their 7 primary defensive players being replaced this year, core defenders Lin Bing and Gao Meng remain, and the 3 new additions possess commendable defensive capabilities. Han Ming is steady with excellent physicality. Li Qi is agile with respectable defensive skills, and although Meng Qiu appears to lack in physical prowess, he was the standout rookie noted by Yi Yan in the first half, alongside Yun Feiyang. He is an astute player with precise judgment and positioning, capable of calmly analyzing situations and making the most appropriate decisions and actions. This is Yi Yan's assessment of Meng Qiu. The counterattacks from Qingxi High School in the first half were ineffective, and even He Xiaoyun felt quite uncomfortable. Not only is Zhong's defense a notch above last year's, but Meng Qiu's timely presence in critical areas is a significant factor. In the second half, we will retreat into defense, Yi Yan suddenly suggested. He Xiaoyun and Sun Xiangxin were momentarily taken aback. Coach Lin nodded slightly, acknowledging Yi Yan's insight. You've made a valid point. In the first half, they paid close attention to our counterattacks, fearing our offensive capabilities. Even while attacking, they had numerous players positioned defensively. Under such circumstances, it is challenging for us to exploit counterattacks effectively. If we withdraw into defense, their likelihood of pushing forward to attack will increase significantly, allowing us to seize opportunities to extend our lead. But they are trailing by a goal. Even if we do not take this approach, they are likely to press forward. He Xiaoyun countered. Liu Yiyang is also quite astute. He would not naively leap into a pitfall. Yi Yan replied coolly. If I were in his position, I would persistently engage, launching a significant offensive only in the final moments, thereby minimizing our counterattacking threats. Moreover, for Zhong, merely losing to us by a goal would be a commendable outcome. Winning by just 1 goal is still a victory. Sun Xiangxin laughed. Yi Yan glanced at him and shook his head. A solitary goal victory would not sufficiently discourage that young man. This season, several newcomers from Zhong have shown promise. They could potentially become obstacles to our ambitions in national competitions. We must decisively defeat them now, ensuring that they harbor doubts when facing us in the future. Coach Lin approvingly nodded. Observing a single match reflects tactical insight, but recognizing the broader trajectory of a tournament and strategizing accordingly elevates one's perspective to a strategic level. Losing by just 1 goal is not disgraceful for Zhong. Rather, it could bolster their confidence, especially when they are not at a disadvantage in play. Thus, a 1-goal lead is insufficient to incite Zhong to launch a full-scale offensive in the second half. If we withdraw into defense, many of the first-year students at Zhong may succumb to the temptation to attack fervently. Furthermore, Yi Yan perceived ambition in Yun Feiyang's eyes, even if other players remain unfazed. Yun Feiyang might not, inadvertently stirring the entire team's emotions. Retreating into defense merely aims to accelerate this process, enhancing the likelihood of a significant victory for Qingxi High School. The 20-minute halftime passed swiftly. Both teams returned to the field without substitutions. Following the kickoff, Qingxi High School quickly initiated an offensive, only to be thwarted by a vigilant Zhong defense. Lin Bing swiftly executed a throw-in to spark an attack, with Gao Meng receiving the ball and passing it to Meng Qiu. Oh, he is actually receiving the ball in the center? Yi Yan observed in surprise from a distance. Qingxi High School's frontline pressing continued, yet upon receiving the ball, Meng Qiu swiftly identified a gap and distributed the ball. After several exchanges, the ball quickly traversed midfield. Qingxi High School's defensive recovery was rapid. While their forwards had yet to fall back, their defenders effectively blocked Meng Qiu's passing lanes, explaining why he had not directly advanced the ball to the front in the first half. The likelihood of interception midway was high, and even if the pass succeeded, Yun Feiyang alone could not breach the entirety of the opposing defense. Centered around Meng Qiu, Zhong commenced a series of quick exchanges. Qingxi High School's attempts to disrupt Zhong's rhythm in midfield did not succeed, and within mere minutes, Zhong managed to maintain possession without allowing Qingxi High School a touch. The students from Qingxi High School in the stands were abuzz with disbelief. To them, it seemed utterly astonishing that the relentless pressing from their team could be so effectively countered. Even the most organized teams found it challenging to avoid mistakes under such pressure. Yet, the second high school had managed to do just that, leaving Lu Yiyang rather astonished. Could Meng Qiu, this young lad, truly possess such remarkable organizing skills? Through his adept receiving, passing, and movement, he had orchestrated the team's offense. Lu Yiyang found it hard to fathom. Considering Meng Qiu had been with the team for less than a month and had never practiced a passing strategy centered around him, how could he possibly achieve this? There was little coordination from his teammates in their movements, suggesting that Meng Qiu was orchestrating the play almost entirely based on his observations of his fellow players. Such an ability was indeed miraculous. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Qiu was also perplexed. The resistance he encountered was far less formidable than he had anticipated. In fact, the pressure from Qingxi High School's defense at that moment was less intense than what they had previously exerted during their pressing. Was their nearly top-ranked defense of such mediocre caliber? Meng Qiu felt a tinge of disappointment. As second high school continued their passing attack, Qingxi's defense began to retreat, becoming increasingly stifled. Yun Feiyang was constantly repositioning within the penalty area, often pulling out of it, yet he had yet to receive the ball. Only 4 players were actively involved in the passing offense: Meng Qiu, Lu Yiyang, Wei Ming, and the right midfielder He Fan, who had not yet advanced significantly. The ball was primarily exchanged among the 3, making it unlikely to breach Qingxi High School's defense. On Yun Feiyang's third attempt to signal for the ball from within the penalty area, Meng Qiu hesitated briefly before passing it to Lu Yiyang. Yun Feiyang, somewhat disgruntled, shouted at Meng Qiu before sprinting back into the box. Yi Yan had accurately surmised that Yun Feiyang's proactive demeanor began to gradually inspire the other players from second high school. Qingxi High School, focused solely on defensive recovery, appeared passive and overwhelmed, acting as a catalyst for the second high school players. Where previously many of them would have accepted the possibility of conceding a goal, they now found themselves unconsciously pondering the prospect of scoring. Could they even win? Would that not validate their capability to advance to the national competition and perhaps even claim the championship? Young minds are often prone to such flights of fancy. Even the seasoned second-year players were merely 17, an age characterized by impulsiveness and fervor, fueled by youthful passion. Li Qi began to unconsciously push forward, and the backline also advanced. More players from second high school joined the attack, affording Meng Qiu a broader array of passing options. This was undoubtedly beneficial. Having more teammates to coordinate with would enhance his organizational skills. However, Meng Qiu was not the habitual orchestrator for second high school, and his teammates did not instinctively look to pass to him. Soon enough, second high school launched a formal attack. After receiving Meng Qiu's pass, Lu Yiyang distributed the ball to Wei Ming, who feigned a strong run down the flank but then pulled the ball back, delivering a cross from a 45-degree angle. Wei Ming was far more familiar with Yun Feiyang than with Meng Qiu, having recognized since Yun Feiyang's arrival that Wei Ming would be the one providing more opportunities from the wing. The cross was a beautifully arched ball. Yun Feiyang sidestepped to evade his marking defender and, as the ball descended, executed a volley. Yi Yan timely positioned himself in the path of the shot, deflecting the ball with his chest, while the onrushing goalkeeper cleared it with a powerful kick. The hurried clearance fell short, as Qingxi High School lacked aerial prowess, granting second high school a distinct advantage. Gao Meng, with impeccable judgment, leapt high to intercept the ball before He Xiaoyan could reach it. Had the ball been on the ground, Gao Meng might have been easily outmaneuvered, but in the air, he was certain to claim the first touch. The ball sailed accurately into the attacking half, where Li Qi swiftly passed it to Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu immediately relayed it sideways to Lu Yiyang, who then delivered a direct pass to the edge of the penalty area before making a forward run. Yun Feiyong, receiving the ball, deftly nudged it sideways just before Yi Yin could close in, allowing Lu Yiyang to unleash a powerful shot from the edge of the box. The goalkeeper barely managed to deflect the ball, but Zhao Rui sought to capitalize on the rebound, only to be thwarted by a returning defender who cleared it far away. Continue the attack. Let's equalize. Yi Jiqing and Fang Shui'er shouted from the sidelines, rallying the substitute players as the momentum for Second High School surged. Chapter 19. The setup. The players from Chengxi High School looked on in disbelief as their pride, a team composed of their finest players, former national champions, found themselves under relentless pressure from Second High School. They were aware that Second High School was no ordinary team, having reached the quarterfinals of the Dalian Division as the only non-soccer academy team the previous year. Yet, Chengxi High School was a formidable entity too, even last year. They were the runners-up in the Dalian Division and among the top 4 nationally. The mere fact that they had only managed to score once in the first half and had shown no other advantages was already troubling. But now Chengxi High School was being dominated by Second High School. While they had faced similar situations before, it was always Chengxi High School who would retreat and counterattack, consistently threatening their opponent's goal. In contrast, Second High School's relentless offense came in waves, while Chengxi's counterattacks seemed to lack their former sharpness. Under the intense pressure from several vigorous and aggressive players from Second High School, even when Chengxi High School regained possession in their defense, they could only hastily clear the ball, allowing the towering central defenders from Second High School to control its landing and initiate another attack. This rapid pressing after losing possession, which had been Chengxi High School's hallmark, was now being executed by Second High School. It was an unimaginable and unbelievable turn of events for the students of Chengxi High School. Meanwhile, the substitutes and the 2 girls from Second High School were exhilarated, their excitement palpable as they shouted encouragement from the sidelines, their voices rising above the hundreds in the stands. Coach Wang watched with delight. Though he was not a football expert, he recognized that his team was dominating the match. However, Coach Lin, seated with the home team, wore a furrowed brow. Though his expression remained calm, he had mentally prepared for such outcomes. Enticing the opponent to attack and then being pressed was a natural part of the game. If they did not appear slightly weaker, how could the opposing team attack without restraint? Yet, the ferocity of Second High School's assault had taken Coach Lin by surprise. This Yin Feiyong was not merely reliant on individual talent. The offensive prowess of the second team is undoubtedly bolstered by Meng Qiu's adept passing and the proactive retreat of Chengxi High School, which relinquished control of the midfield. However, the significance of Yun Feiyong's performance cannot be overstated. He does not merely position himself within the penalty area, awaiting his teammates' passes. Instead, he frequently steps outside the box to create plays, assisting his comrades in executing shots, thereby amplifying the offensive options and threats for the second team. Although he has not registered many attempts on goal since the onset of the second half, his contributions are far superior to those of a striker who merely shoots. Unlike basketball, where a singular opportunity can be decisive, in modern football, an exceptional forward must not only wait for chances, but also possess the ability to forge opportunities independently. It is truly regrettable that he did not choose Chengxi High School. Had he done so, our attacking line would have been significantly enhanced. Furthermore, once Yi Yin and the others depart next year, he will have matured further, allowing me to construct a formidable team around him. Coach Lin sighed inwardly, and his ability to contemplate such matters indicates that the situation at Chengxi High School is not as dire as it may seem. At that moment, however, Yin Feiyong was not preoccupied with such thoughts. His singular focus was on defeating Yi Yin and scoring a goal. Although he had not taken many shots previously, this was merely a strategic setup for the forthcoming display. A forward who relies solely on shooting is easily neutralized. Even though he had not encountered a defender of Yi Yin's caliber before, opponents in middle school matches would employ collective strength to counter him, the super striker. Thus, appropriate passing and positioning not only create opportunities for teammates, but also generate more space for himself. Just as in the early stages of this match, where he attempted to break through alone against a well-prepared defense, Yin Feiyong, despite his confidence, did not believe he could handle other defenders from Chengxi High School while facing Yi Yin. After all, they are not unknown players. Although they may not be as renowned as Yi Yin, they are his most reliable partners and teammates. Therefore, he requires their assistance by persistently creating opportunities for his teammates. The attention of the other defenders from Chengxi High School began to wane. The situation increasingly tilted towards a one-on-one duel between him and Yi Yan. This was the opportunity Yun Feiyong had been waiting for. In the 16th minute of the second half, after a series of 2 precise passes, Meng Qiu found himself with a fleeting moment of space. At that juncture, he spotted an opening within the penalty area, marking the first time he had identified such a gap throughout the match. This highlighted the defensive shortcomings of Chengxi High School. Now, the other defenders had been drawn to the attacking players of the second team, and with Wei Ming making a forward run down the flank. Only Yi Yan remained a threat to Yun Feiyong inside the box. In the realm of offense and defense, the latter is inherently reactive. In a quick counterattack, it is often the attacking player who evades the defender, as they possess numerous options. Yun Feiyong recognized this and refrained from calling for the ball, as doing so would likely alert the opposition. He merely hoped that Meng Qiu, who had yet to pass to him, would provide the ball at this crucial moment. On the sidelines, Fang Shui'er observed with bated breath, eager for a decisive opportunity to arise. Despite the second team's dominance in the second half, the lack of goals rendered their advantage futile. Meng Qiu delivered a pass, a beautifully timed through ball, rolling swiftly along the ground, landing perfectly at Yun Feiyong's feet. Well played. Yun Feiyong marveled internally. The quality of this pass was exceptional, and more importantly, its trajectory and speed aligned seamlessly with his movements. He needed no adjustment, only to receive the ball in the most comfortable position. Following this, he pivoted, facing Yi Yan. Yun Feiyong received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, and upon turning, he had already entered the box. The other defenders from Chengxi High School were still some distance away from interfering, leaving only Yi Yan to defend against him. This was the opportunity Yun Feiyong had anticipated for much of the half. He swung his right foot back. Within the penalty area, he was within range to shoot. Yi Yan had to intervene. Otherwise, once Yun Feiyong unleashed a shot, there would be no chance to block it. Yi Yan indeed lunged forward, ferociously attempting to thwart Yun Feiyong's shot while simultaneously turning his body to shield against the impending strike. A smirk flickered across Yun Feiyong's lips. With a thunderous swing of his right foot, he delicately flicked the ball. Following the direction of Yi Yan's dive, Yun Feiyong redirected the ball to the opposite side. A feigned shot turned into a deft touch. After successfully evading Yi Yan's blocking path, Yun Feiyong lifted his left foot. Unlike most players, his left and right feet were equally balanced. Either foot could execute a shot with precision. That previous flick not only deceived Yi Yan, but also momentarily bewildered the goalkeeper preparing to defend. Yun Feiyong was utterly confident in his ability to score. The illustrious Yi Yan fell victim to his ruse, and as he breached the formidable defense of Chengxi High School, even Yun Feiyong began to relish an unparalleled thrill. It was a sensation reserved for those moments when one triumphs over a worthy adversary. With a powerful strike of his left foot, the ball soared into the air, akin to a venomous dragon, lunging towards the corner of the goal. Just then, Yi Yan, who had seemingly been outmaneuvered, made an unexpected move. In an almost impossible scenario, Yi Yan executed a rapid half-turn. As he turned, his right foot lifted, meeting Yun Feiyong's shot with a fierce kick that sent the ball back. Fang Shui'er's jubilant cheer caught in her throat. The spectators in the stands rose in unison. The ball, propelled by Yi Yan's kick, zipped across the entire half like a bolt of lightning. The powerful shot from Yun Feiyong was abruptly countered by Yi Yan's forceful return, the speed of the ball surpassing the reaction time of everyone on the field. Meng Qiu began sprinting back in desperation. Yet it was too late. The previously silent He Xiaoyun, akin to a stone, surged forward like a flash of lightning between Gao Ming and Han Ming as Yi Yan redirected the ball. Gao Ming leaped with all his might, attempting to intercept Yi Yan's pass. However, he fell short, and the ball whizzed past him. Han Ming commenced his retreat, but his speed paled in comparison to He Xiaoyun's. With unparalleled speed, He Xiaoyun successfully received the ball behind the defense of the second team. As the ball approached him, he was nearing the attacking zone of the second team's half, approximately 30 meters away. At this moment, the momentum of the ball finally began to wane, a testament to the immense power behind Yi Yan's kick. The ensuing events were straightforward. He Xiaoyun, with a clear path, skillfully maneuvered past the advancing Lin Bing and, before Lin could recover, struck the ball into the net of the second team. A lightning counterattack. Chengxi High School has extended its lead to 2 goals. Yun Feiyong observed this scene from a distance, his heart ablaze with fury. They actually utilized his own shot to execute an assist from an extraordinary distance. Do not presume to be the only clever one. The previous defensive contraction was also part of my strategy. Yi Yan's voice resonated coldly in his ears. Chapter 20. 2 heel kicks at this moment. Yun Feiyong was seething with anger. His ire was not directed at Yi Yan for ensnaring him, as he had previously contemplated ensnaring Yi Yan himself. Rather, he was incensed by the fact that the opponent's goal was achieved through Yi Yan's clever use of his own shot as an assist. This was an unbearable humiliation for Yun Feiyong. It was utterly inconceivable. This goal must have been a stroke of luck, not a product of meticulous planning. As Yun Feiyong suppressed his rage and headed towards his half, he suddenly noticed Meng Qiu approaching, who then spoke to him. Yun Feiyong was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Indeed, such a feat could not have been orchestrated. Even the most exceptional players could not exhibit such control. The only plausible explanation was luck. Perhaps Yi Yan merely intended to clear the ball. His kicking ability was indeed remarkable, and he executed the clearance adeptly. However, by a twist of fate, that clearance fortuitously landed in a defensive gap, granting He Xiaoyan a one-on-one opportunity. Yet, even if it were luck, there must have been a broader strategy at play. It seems their prior retreat was designed to draw us in closer, even if they had not scored this time. The vulnerabilities in our defense would have been exploited regardless, Meng Qiu continued. You are right, Lu Yiyang remarked, glancing at the diminutive figure. He had nearly succumbed to panic himself, as Yi Yan's performance had been astonishingly formidable. However, Meng Qiu had calmly deduced this point. The hallmark of Chengxi High School's goal was a calculated risk. Their fortune had indeed favored them. In light of this, we must exercise greater patience in our forthcoming attacks, refraining from hasty shots. Although we played vigorously earlier, we failed to create any genuine scoring opportunities. Against Chengxi High School, we need to maintain our composure. Seizing the moment, while Chengxi High School celebrated their goal, Lu Ying gathered all the players for a brief meeting, a common occurrence in friendly matches. Let us continue to adhere to the tactics outlined during halftime. The defense must be cautious. We cannot afford to push forward as we did before. Had we not had only 2 players in the backfield at that moment, they would not have effortlessly secured a one-on-one opportunity. Lu Yiyang instructed Gao Meng and then turned to Meng Qiu, who had now regained his composure. Meng Qiu continued to oversee the orchestration and organization. Your vision surpasses mine. Consider yourself a free player. Defense is not your concern. Understood, Meng Qiu replied succinctly. Everyone else, keep moving and await Meng Qiu's passes. With over 20 minutes left in the match, we still have a chance, Lu Yiyang proclaimed, clapping his hands. Their fighting spirit seemed to be rekindled. Sun Xiangxin gazed at the opposing half and remarked to Yi Yan, It's a bit of a headache. These fellows are indeed tenacious. Yes, quite bothersome. Yi Yan replied tersely. The match resumed. After the kickoff, the players of the second school played with heightened caution. Meng Qiu's performance remained inconspicuous. He continued to run, receive the ball, and pass it on. This approach was familiar to Meng Qiu. Even during his time in Bolivia, he rarely assumed the role of a playmaker, even when partnered with Daniel. However, he was well acquainted with Daniel's style. Coupled with his agile mind and keen observation, he executed the responsibilities of a playmaker commendably, despite it being his first time. Crucially, Chengxi High School's pressing tactics were concentrated in the forward and defensive zones, but they exerted less pressure in the midfield, providing Meng Qiu with the space to gradually adapt. He was inherently a highly adaptable player. Had it not been so, he would not have emerged as the only Asian in the elite tier. After all, in terms of physical attributes and other qualities, he could not compete with the European and indigenous descendants. His presence in Bolivia was sustained by his intellect. The Chengxi High School students in the stands began to boo, discontent with the second school's lackluster response after falling behind by 2 goals. However, the players of the second school were no longer swayed by such distractions. The previous goal underscored that reckless, aggressive play against Chengxi High School would only lead to doom. Under the leadership of Fang Shui'er and Yi Jiqing, the substitute players of the second school rallied fervently for their teammates on the field. Only they could support their comrades. Could mere passing lead to a goal? I believe the second school is truly lacking. Yun Feiyong, your choice to attend the second school will be your greatest mistake in life. Yi Yan whispered coldly into Yun Feiyong's ear. Does Emperor Yi Yan only spout trash talk? Yin Feiyong shot him a glance. The basketball god, Michael Jordan, is my idol. Yan similite faintly. Yin Feiyong was momentarily taken aback. Jordan was a man with an insatiable desire for victory. Otherwise, he would not have achieved such greatness. And his trash talk was legendary. Opponents facing Jordan either succumbed to his skills or were defeated by his banter. No wonder Yin displayed no sense of self-importance, seeking out a freshman like Yin Feiyong to engage in trash talk. Such an adversary was formidable, Yin Feiyong mused, before venturing out of the penalty area to receive Meng Qiu's pass, subsequently distributing the ball. Liu Yang, upon receiving the ball, surveyed the densely packed defensive crowd. Unable to discern any offensive opportunities, he opted to pass the ball back to Meng Qiu. Damn it, the two Qingxi High School midfielders cursed simultaneously. They were both renowned figures in the Dalian high school football scene and could discern that the current offensive linchpin of the second school was this strikingly handsome young man. Each time a key pass dismantled Qingxi High School's pressing, Meng Qiu was involved. He was the brain, the metronome, the conductor orchestrating the second school's offense. Should he fail to receive the ball, their offensive organization would falter. In truth, the two midfielders' strategy was to contain Meng Qiu, preventing him from obtaining the ball. Yet, they were unable to accomplish this. Meng Qiu continued to run tirelessly, his slight frame seemingly harboring boundless energy. Although his speed was not remarkable and his physicality was lacking, he never ceased his relentless pursuit. Such a player, perpetually in motion, is the most challenging to mark. He consistently finds space. And Meng Qiu requires minimal time on the ball. Sometimes, a mere touch suffices, and in less than a second, he passes to a teammate in an open position. Another one, Sun Xiangxin, charged forward. Initially reluctant to do so, given his prior experience with the national youth team, he felt it was beneath him to team up with two teammates to mark a freshman. But now, failing to mark him would result in an even greater loss of face for Qingxi High School. The second school had been passing the ball repeatedly within their half for nearly 10 minutes. During that span, Qingxi High School had not touched the ball once. Kid, you've lost your chance. Hand over the ball. As two teammates closed in on him, Sun Xiangxin charged forward from the front. The moment Meng Qiu received the ball, he found himself cornered from three sides. Behind him, the supporting Liu Yang was also entangled by Xiaoyan. Meng Qiu had no chance to pass. Just as the three opponents were about to encircle him, Meng Qiu halted the ball, turned, and faced away from Sun Xiangxin. What purpose did this serve? Sun Xiangxin quickly closed the distance, knowing that with his strength, once he made contact, Meng Qiu would lose his balance and the ability to control the ball. Moreover, Meng Qiu had not demonstrated particularly adept ball handling skills previously. Just as Sun Xiangxin was about to make contact, he suddenly noticed something darting across his peripheral vision. Certainly not tears. In that fleeting moment, Meng Qiu subtly swung his left foot, grazing the ball above before flicking it backward. The ball immediately rolled along the ground past Sun Xiangxin, slipping out of his line of sight. It rolled toward the corner of the penalty area at Qingxi High School. This was a pass intended for Wei Ming. As Sun Xiangxin closed in, even the defenders from Qingxi High School were unwittingly drawn to the ball. Wei Ming continued to position himself, effortlessly shaking off his marker, and arrived at a threatening spot near the penalty area. He instinctively moved, thinking that if the ball could be passed to him at that moment, then he saw the rolling ball in his line of sight. It was as if Meng Qiu anticipated his thoughts, delivering the ball in an astonishing manner through the trio of defenders. Utilizing the cover provided by Sun Xiangxin and the others, Meng Qiu's backheel pass was so elusive that when Wei Ming received it and began to accelerate, the Qingxi High School defense failed to react in time. This open space allowed Wei Ming to easily penetrate the penalty area. After adjusting his angle, he found himself directly facing the goalkeeper. Yi Yin rushed in from the side, the first defender to react. Wei Ming swung his left foot to make a cross. Yi Yin lunged, and the goalkeeper, who had also reacted, restricted Wei Ming's shooting angle. Lacking confidence in the shot, he opted to pass to Yin Feiyong, who had already surged into the middle. Yi Yin could no longer intercept Wei Ming's pass. However, he still made an effort. As his body was already diving toward the sideline, he managed to stretch out his leg and barely touch the ball. Wei Ming's pass altered slightly in trajectory. Yin Feiyong, who initially timed his run perfectly, was caught off guard by Yi Yin's deflection, causing the ball to veer behind him. The Qingxi students in the stands collectively exhaled, believing the ball would find its way to the defenders and that they would not concede. Just then, Yun Feiyong, having run past, skillfully flicked the ball with his right heel, redirecting it with finesse as it spun past him, finding the back of the net amidst the astonished gaze of the goalkeeper. Chapter 21. The desire to overcome the entire stadium fell into a sudden hush. Players from both sides, close to the penalty area of Chengxi High School, stared in astonishment at the bouncing ball within the net. The players from Chengxi High School were astonished that they had scored. The players from Erzhong were equally stunned that they had actually scored. From any perspective, this was a goal that should not have been. Given Meng Qiu's triple marking, it seemed inevitable that he would lose the ball. Yi Yan's last-minute interference disrupted Wei Ming's pass, and Yun Feiyong's missed opportunity was almost a foregone conclusion. Both teams on the field boasted considerable talent, and naturally, exceptional players possess equally discerning vision. Whether observing the match or empathizing with the two players, they could not fathom that Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyong would have any chance. Of course, that was under normal circumstances. Yet, what played a crucial role in this goal were two extraordinary actions. Football is simple, defined by its basic tenets: passing, dribbling, and shooting. Yet it is complex because these three fundamental actions can yield countless astonishing and breathtaking maneuvers. These remarkable actions are seldom conventional. They do not underpin the greatness of football. Rather, it is the unassuming foundation that truly supports this magnificent sport. Yet, those thrilling moments on the football pitch, the ones that captivate and exhilarate, are forever intertwined with these extraordinary actions. Overhead kicks, bicycle kicks, long-range lobs, diving headers, backheel shots, scissors crosses, step-overs, Marseille turns, Cruyff turns, nutmegs, and even the hand of God, all contribute to the eternal allure of football. Each time these unconventional maneuvers unfold, they send waves of excitement through the stands and screens, igniting fervor among fans. Meng Qiu's backheel pass and Yun Feiyong's backheel shot were precisely such extraordinary actions. The Chengxi High School students in the stands, viewing from a distance, could not fully comprehend the brilliance. They merely lamented the goal conceded, attributing it to sheer luck, as if the opponents had fortuitously stumbled into a beautiful play amidst their defense. As for Yun Feiyong's shot, while his awareness might have faltered, his skills were undeniable, having already garnered acclaim in middle school. Yet without that stroke of fortune, how could he have scored? Our defense remains the finest. With this mindset, the Chengxi students collectively booed as they witnessed Yun Feiyong pump his fist and dash into the goal to retrieve the ball, celebrating with fervor. The main players on the field, however, perceived things differently. Yi Yan, Sun Xiangxin, and He Xiaoyan all focused their gaze on Meng Qiu, who had embraced Wei Ming before sprinting back to his half. They could clearly see that Meng Qiu's play was not mere luck. It was intentional. His turn and ball protection aimed to induce a momentary lapse in the defenders behind him. That moment of vulnerability was not enough for Meng Qiu to break through, but it allowed him to execute the pass. However, at the moment he turned, Wei Ming was still positioned closer to the sideline and had yet to advance into the penalty area. How could Meng Qiu be certain that Wei Ming would receive such a concealed pass? Was it merely luck, or had he anticipated Wei Ming's run? If it was the former, it could be said that Meng Qiu was indeed fortunate. Yet if it was the latter, the implications were rather daunting. The awareness and skill demonstrated in that pass aside, after all, they were both exceptional players in high school football. It was the ability to predict the direction of Wei Ming's movement and devise such a brilliant tactical play in that fleeting moment that raised questions about whether such foresight and strategic acumen could truly belong to a high school student, especially one in his first year. In other words, he had merely been enrolled for a month, a time frame that barely allowed for a cursory familiarity with the entire team. However, to exhibit such profound understanding and synergy with Wei Ming in such a short duration was virtually impossible. Even professional players would struggle to achieve that. This can only attest to the fact that Meng Qiu possesses an intimate knowledge of Wei Ming's every movement and offensive tendencies, enabling him to anticipate Wei Ming's possible running routes and deliver such an exquisite pass within such a brief period. To others, Yun Feiyong's backheel shot was a thing of beauty. Yet for Yi Yan and the others, it was Meng Qiu's backheel pass to Wei Ming that was the true stroke of genius behind the goal. This young man is rather enigmatic, thought Yi Yan. Was that goal just luck? Yun Feiyong suddenly tugged at Meng Qiu as he returned to his half, hesitatingly posing the question. Meng Qiu chuckled. It was indeed luck. After all, I had no idea Senior Wei Ming would actually run to that spot. Their encirclement was swift, so I could only take a gamble, and luckily, I succeeded. Yun Feiyong scratched his head and nodded, accepting Meng Qiu's explanation. What he did not realize was that Meng Qiu was not lying. In his view, as long as there was no absolute certainty, any action on the field carried a semblance of luck, varying only in degree. Although Meng Qiu had only joined the team for half a month, he had spent most of that time training alongside Wei Ming. Wei Ming was quite amicable and treated Meng Qiu well, revealing all his attributes during practice, which facilitated Meng Qiu's rapid acclimatization to him. While Meng Qiu was fairly certain about Wei Ming's positioning, let's say about 80%, there was still no absolute guarantee. Should Yun Feiyong discover this reality, even his confidence would likely leave him dumbfounded. Football is replete with uncertainties. Absolute assurance is a rarity. In a match, attempting 10 or even 100 offensive plays to secure a single goal could very well decide the outcome of the entire game. If absolute certainty were attainable, the scoring in football would rival basketball, approaching triple digits, yet scoring double digits in a match would not be an issue. Regardless, owing to this unexpected goal, the morale of the second team surged dramatically. Such is the nature of football, although their spirits had plummeted to rock bottom after conceding the second goal. And some players began to exhibit signs of panic. Scoring a point revitalized their spirits once more. Ultimately, football is a game that speaks through goals. Without scoring, even if one maintains pressure on the opponent, impatience will inevitably ensue. With this goal, the players of the second team felt a sense of foundation, emboldening them against whatever may come. As Chengxi High School initiated their offensive, they encountered staunch resistance from the second team. Li Lamin, who had retreated to a central defensive position, was a solid defender, though he lacked the physical prowess of Han Ming and Gao Ming. His presence added an additional layer of security to the second team's defensive line. Liu Yiyang and Li Qi, positioned at the edge of the penalty area, constituted the second line of defense. The others tirelessly maneuvered in midfield, diffusing the pressure. The robust defense that the second team had showcased the previous year reemerged. Chengxi High School sought to launch an attack from the left flank, yet Gao Ming's continuous support on that side, combined with Meng Qiu's ability to anticipate plays, thwarted their attempts, rendering their offensive efforts increasingly troublesome. Yi Yan's forward runs did not always yield results, and, as a center back, he understood the risks of consistently pushing forward. In situations lacking substantial assurance, he refrained from advancing. Faced with the resolute defense of the second team, Chengxi High School's attacking strategies appeared rather monotonous. He Xiaoyan persistently charged down the flanks. However, even should he break through, there was no formidable target in the box to capitalize on the crosses. This underscores the significant impact of Yun Feiyong's decision to reject joining Chengxi High School. Although Chengxi is a football school, the emergence of exceptional new talents has dwindled following the impressive cohort represented by Yi Yan. Had it not been for this, Chengxi High School likely would not have faltered at merely the semi-finals of the national competition last year. As captain, Yi Yan's animosity towards Yun Feiyong was unmistakable. His intention was to thoroughly dismantle the second team, or rather, Yun Feiyong. In this match, not only to pave the way for the forthcoming Dalian regional competition, but also to exact a measure of revenge for Chengxi High School. Yet, with that splendid backheel goal, the ambition to crush Yun Feiyong was likely unattainable in this match. The inherent disadvantage of defenders against forwards is palpable, even if a defender dominates for 89 minutes, rendering a forward powerless. A single late goal can elevate the forward to the status of a hero while the defender is left to bear the burden of failure. Of course, this hinges upon the existence of such a decisive late goal. Without scoring, a forward cannot hope to be heralded as a hero. As for the current outcome, Yun Feiyong harbored dissatisfaction. Although he had scored, it was not a goal driven by sheer dominance over Yi Yan. Had it not been for Meng Qiu's unexpected orchestration and Wei Ming's precise pass, he would not have achieved that goal. One could argue that he triumphed over Yi Yan through the combined strength of Meng Qiu and Wei Ming. What Yun Feiyong sought was to best Yi Yan in a true one-on-one confrontation to validate his prowess. If Yi Yan aimed to vanquish Yun Feiyong, in turn, was equally determined to overcome Yi Yan. Chapter 22. The Emperor's Obstruction to Defeat Yi Yan. Over the past 2 years, Nearly everyone aspiring to make a mark in high school football has harbored this ambition. Yet in that span, only 2 individuals have succeeded. No, it would be more accurate to say they did not truly accomplish this. They merely led their teams to victory over Yiyan's Chengxi High School, and Yiyan, in terms of on-field performance and post-match media evaluations, did not falter against them. Each of them became renowned within the high school football realm, and some even garnered a measure of fame within professional football. After all, Yiyan is the captain of the national youth team for his age group, having made a name for himself in the World Youth Championship. To call him the foremost figure in Chinese football for his age would not be an exaggeration. Such a player, endowed with remarkable physical attributes, unwavering character, and a background of professional training, has earned the moniker of the Emperor. Countless individuals yearn to topple Yiyan, yet many discover they lack even the qualifications to contend with him. Even those 2 who have triumphed over Chengxi High School cannot claim to have bested him. Should Yiyan declare to the national high school football community, "I aim to defeat Yun Feiyong," many would mourn for Yun Feiyong, while others would harbor envy, questioning why Yiyan would specifically target this young man named Yun Feiyong. If Yun Feiyong were to boldly declare his intention to defeat Yiyan to everyone, he would likely be met with laughter and remarks about another inexperienced youth. Yet, Yun Feiyong confidently made this proclamation, having already announced it within the team and reiterated it before the match commenced. The audacity of youth emboldens him, for he harbors a magnificent ambition. It is this lofty aspiration that compelled him to decline invitations from numerous prestigious football academies, including Chengxi High School, opting instead for secondary school number 2. Merely scoring a single goal should not suffice to satiate his ambitions. As he observed Yun Feiyong tirelessly darting about the pitch, keenly analyzing the defensive layout of his team, Yiyan furrowed his brow slightly. The young man's confidence and desire to win exceeded Yiyan's expectations. A center forward with an insatiable thirst for victory, Yun Feiyong was complimented by the enigmatic Meng Qiu, whose own abilities were somewhat elusive even to himself. Yiyan felt a surge of contentment, realizing that this friendly match was fortuitous. Without it, Chengxi High School might never have encountered secondary school number 2 in the Dalian district matches. Throughout his 2+ years at Chengxi High School, there had been few high school rivals that piqued Yiyan's interest, even among the reserve professional players. Time passed steadily. The defense of secondary school number 2 remained resolute, while Chengxi High School's offense seemed to falter. He Xiaoyun attempted to break through Gao Meng's defense from the flank with remarkable speed, but as he surged past, he encountered the seemingly negligible figure of Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu had anticipated He Xiaoyun's direction and positioned himself strategically, deftly reclaiming the ball as it slipped from He Xiaoyun's control. Unable to halt his momentum, He Xiaoyun barreled toward Meng Qiu. Despite his stature, was agile and skillful. After intercepting the ball, Meng Qiu executed a graceful turn, effortlessly evading He Xiaoyun. The elegance of his movement caught even the attention of Yi Jiqing on the sidelines. "That was quite impressive," she remarked, unable to contain her admiration. "All of his movements are so fluid. Besides Yun Feiyong, we have found another gem this year. Our luck might just lead us to the national competition." Fang Shuer added with a smile. "One Yun Feiyong is more than enough to secure our spot in the nationals," Yi Jiqing retorted with a hint of pride. On the field, after dodging He Xiaoyun, Meng Qiu refrained from lingering on the ball and launched a long pass. This was a remarkable 40-meter kick, perfectly timed to utilize Wei Ming's speed. "Fall back," Sun Xiangxin shouted as he sprinted back, while Yi Yin remained silent, his focus fixed on the exuberant Yun Feiyong as he too began to retreat. The defense of secondary school number 2 had contracted significantly, leaving only Wei Ming and Yun Feiyong to participate in the attack. Yun Feiyong sprinted forward, determined to match Wei Ming's pace. Though his speed was commendable, it paled in comparison to Wei Ming's. However, Yun Feiyong needed only to stay close when Wei Ming opted to pass, so he drove forward with single-minded determination. As he surged toward the Chengxi High School penalty area, Yun Feiyong soon noticed Yi Yin closely shadowing him. This realization sparked a deep admiration within him. Yi Yin was not merely retreating mindlessly. He was continuously assessing the positions of Wei Ming and Yun Feiyong to position himself in the most effective defensive path. Thus, Yi Yin remained steadfastly at Yun Feiyong's side. This was the first time Yun Feiyong faced an opponent whose physical prowess matched his own. "Block his path to cut inside," Yi Yin commanded, directing the other Qingxi defenders. Even for Qingxi High School, no defender could keep pace with Wei Ming's speed. However, Wei Ming was still on the flank, and to pose a threat to the goal, he needed to cut inside. With Yi Yin intercepting Wei Ming's path, the only option left for him would be to deliver the ball into the penalty area for Yun Feiyong to shoot. "Are you really challenging me to a one-on-one now?" Yun Feiyong shouted at Yi Yin as he sprinted. "No one is coming to your aid. Neither will anyone come to your assistance," Yi Yin shot back, his eyes glinting with disdain. "If I wasn't distracted by defending Wei Ming earlier, do you think you'd even have a chance to score? Let's see you try." Yun Feiyong retorted defiantly. Wei Ming carried the ball to the baseline. He wished to cut inside, fully aware that the threat to the goal from the flank was far less significant than from the center. However, Yi Yin's timely commands ensured two defenders were positioned appropriately, effectively choking off his path to cut inside. Left with no choice, Wei Ming took the ball to the baseline, buying time for Yun Feiyong to make his run into the Qingxi penalty area. Now was the moment. Although Yun Feiyong still had some distance from the goal, this was the optimal time to cross. With the momentum from Yun Feiyong's sprint, if Wei Ming could deliver a perfectly timed cross, he lifted his foot and sent the ball soaring. The pass arced through the air, evading the defenders, and flew straight into the penalty area. The trajectory of the cross fell perfectly between the small box and the penalty spot, a distance that made the goalkeeper hesitant to emerge. The goalkeeper of Qingxi High School was indeed skilled, but even the audacious Lin Bing would hesitate to confront such a situation, let alone this more cautious keeper. He remained rooted in place, concentrating on the impending play. Yun Feiyong, propelled by his speed, leaped high to meet the ball. He was confident that the force of his jump would be insurmountable, even for Yi Yin. Although Yi Yin was also leaping to intercept, Yun Feiyong's direction of attack aligned with his own forward momentum, while Yi Yin faced the opposite direction. Under these circumstances, Yi Yin had to contend not only with Yun Feiyong, but also with the force of his own sprint. He found it impossible to withstand the power that Yun Feiyong was manifesting at that moment. Yet, Yi Yin quickly showcased his defensive prowess. Like a massive serpent, he intertwined himself around Yun Feiyong. Rather than confronting him directly, he opted to disrupt and distract. If Yun Feiyong was akin to a cavalry charge at full speed, Yi Yin chose to evade the frontal clash, instead sidestepping and launching a series of disruptive maneuvers, setting countless traps in anticipation of the inevitable collision. Despite Yi Yin's relentless interference, Yun Feiyong managed to seize the first touch. In terms of elevation, he clearly dominated Yi Yin. However, just as he was about to head the ball away, he realized that his strength had been severely compromised. At this distance, a header lacking sufficient power would struggle to breach the formidable goalkeeper's defense. The goalkeeper of the West City High School was equally impressive, having already demonstrated his caliber with several remarkable saves in previous matches. Attempting a forced header was not a wise choice and would only squander this golden opportunity. In a flash, Yun Feiyong abandoned the idea of a direct shot. Instead, he gently nudged the cross from Wei Ming downwards. The ball touched the ground. He was not aiming to assist another player. There were no teammates in the penalty area. He was creating an opportunity for himself. As he directed the ball downwards, Yun Feiyong diminished most of its power, yet the force of the ball hitting the ground caused it to bounce back up. It ascended and descended in a straight line. Then, as Yun Feiyong landed, he swiftly swung his right foot, unleashing a powerful shot at the ball. A fierce strike within the penalty area, if aimed accurately, would be impossible for even the fastest goalkeeper to save. However, just as his right foot was about to make contact with the ball, Yi Yin's foot intercepted it. This was inconceivable to Yun Feiyong. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Chapter 23. The Semi-Professional Player. Choosing to relinquish a direct scoring opportunity to first control the ball was undoubtedly influenced by Yi Yan's interference, which hindered his ability to execute a powerful header. Yet, his unwavering confidence in his first reaction upon landing was the most significant factor. Yun Feiyong was indeed gifted. His physical prowess was not merely a matter of strength. His instantaneous muscle response and explosive power were his most remarkable attributes. To leap with full force, engage in fierce aerial duels, and react promptly upon landing to complete an action is not something the average person can achieve. Even professional athletes find it challenging. This is not about training. It is solely about talent. This is Yun Feiyong's greatest gift and a point of pride for him. He was acutely aware of this advantage, which is why he chose to control the ball and shoot at the earliest opportunity. He firmly believed he could make contact with the ball before any opponent. From this distance, as long as he aimed within the goal frame, he would surely score. Yet, Yi Yan timely blocked his shot. Unlike Yun Feiyong, Yi Yan did not possess the innate ability to swiftly rise and execute the correct movement after landing. However, he did not get up. Upon landing, Yi Yan observed that Yun Feiyong had steadied himself while he remained on the ground. If he got up, Yun Feiyong's shot would likely have already found the net. Therefore, he stayed down, using his right hand to push against the ground, allowing his entire body to spring upward slightly. With this momentum, he raised his right foot to intercept Yun Feiyong's shot. This maneuver was executed before Yun Feiyong completed a shot. This means Yi Yan was unaware of the direction Yun Feiyong would shoot. He relied solely on his experience to make this judgment. Yun Feiyong depended on his natural talent. Yi Yan relied on his experience, courage, and indomitable spirit. The ball struck Yi Yan's right foot with considerable force, then soared into the sky. At that moment, Yi Yan had completely lost his defensive capability. However, his intervention effectively thwarted what seemed like a certain goal for the second high school. Yun Feiyong did not give up. He attempted to reach for the ball, but the delay caused by Yi Yan allowed the West City High School goalkeeper to advance promptly. Leaping high to claim the ball above Yun Feiyong's head, the West City High School had successfully dismantled the second high school's attack. In this defensive play, Yi Yan showcased his prowess as the captain of the current under-19 national team. The stands erupted in cheers. The students of West City High School went wild, proud to play alongside Yi Yan in the same school. Now, their idol had not disappointed them. As the second high school launched a counterattack, many West City High School students held their breath, an ominous premonition momentarily clouding their hearts. Yet at that moment, all apprehensions transformed into thunderous applause. This is Yi Yan, the sovereign of West City High School. Yun Feiyong fiercely swung his fist. He remained defiant. However, he could not help but admire Yi Yan for his timely defense in such a situation. After venting his frustration, Yun Feiyong suddenly realized that West City High School had silently initiated their attack. Even Yi Yan, who had just risen, refrained from hurling insults at him, instead quickly advancing forward. "Defend! Hold them off during this wave of attack," Liu Yiyang shouted loudly. He keenly sensed that West City High School's momentum was surging once again. If it seemed that something was missing during their previous attack, then now, West City High School had reached their peak state. This is the power of an exemplar. If this attack is not handled properly, they might concede a goal. Should they let in another goal, there would be no further opportunities in this match. The intensity of West City High School's attack was palpable. The midfielders swiftly passed the ball, penetrating deep into the second high school's half. Fortunately, during the previous counterattack, due to Wei Ming's rapid advance, only he and Yun Feiyong had pushed forward, leaving ample defenders for the second high school in their own half. West City High School's passing faced staunch resistance from the second high school players. Although the match was nearing its end, and both teams were severely fatigued, they continued to move with vigor, as if the game had just commenced. This was not a highly publicized professional league, but merely a friendly match between ordinary high schools. Yet, they remained earnest, for they genuinely loved the sport. The ball returned to Sun Xiangxin's feet. West City High School's fast break had faltered. The diligent movements and defenses of the second high school had effectively thwarted them. Sun Xiangxin found himself at a loss, realizing that second high school's defense was indeed formidable, leaving him uncertain about creating an opportunity. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Without hesitation, Sun Xiangxin lifted his foot and made a lateral pass. Simultaneously, the other players from West City High School started their movements, spreading out to create space. The advancing Yi Yan received the ball. As Yi Yan surged forward, the other West City players, through their movements and positioning, aimed to alleviate the pressure on him. This was the essence of Yi Yan's attacking strategy. Liu Yiyang approached. The other second high school defenders had their own targets, and the overall defense could not falter. It is essential to recognize that Yi Yan possessed a remarkable field vision. If they could merely use numerical superiority to block Yi Yan's advance, his forward movement would not serve as West City High School's trump card, since others could not move. Liu Yiyang, as the captain of the second high school, naturally took on this responsibility. The clash of two captains, Yi Yan, the captain of West City High School, is undeniably the emperor of the high school football scene. On the other hand, Liu Yang only emerged prominently in the Dalian division last year, earning recognition as one of the 4 outstanding midfielders of that division. Against other opponents, Liu Yang would not be at a disadvantage. However, compared to Yi Yan, both in renown and prowess, Liu Yang falls short by a significant margin. Moreover, Liu is not a defensive player. His strengths lie in his ability to orchestrate and organize play. Although his defensive skills are commendable, they are not his forte. As Liu Yang positioned himself to intercept Yi Yan, the latter showed no hesitation and boldly surged forward with the ball. Liu managed to latch onto Yi Yan. Yet in that fleeting moment, Yi Yan's physical prowess was on full display. Protecting the ball, he effortlessly shrugged off Liu with sheer physicality. Liu, losing his balance, swayed to the side. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Yan darted past him. After bypassing Liu's defense, Yi Yan was swiftly approaching the 30-meter mark, firmly within his striking range. Lin Bing tensed his body, ready to make a save at any moment. Li Qi rushed over, abandoning his assigned opponent. It was evident that Yi Yan posed the greatest threat. Nevertheless, he did not neglect his defensive duties against another midfielder from West City High. Should Yi Yan opt to pass, he would be ready to cover. At the edge of the penalty area, facing Lin Bing, allowing other players a moment to receive the ball was of no consequence. Although Li Qi was merely a first-year student, he had thoroughly prepared for this warm-up match, especially for Yi Yan's attacking maneuvers. During prior training sessions, he had already strategized for such moments. Li Qi also possessed sufficient confidence in his physique and resilience, believing himself capable of withstanding Yi Yan's advances. If he could just hold Yi Yan off for a moment until his captain returned, their chances of defending this play would significantly increase. After all, Yi Yan's incursions relied heavily on their element of surprise. Not every advance results in a goal. Yi Yan's timing and the movements of his teammates were intricately linked. Should the second high school's defense tighten promptly, even Yi Yan would struggle to score amidst a wall of defenders. As Li Qi charged forward, these thoughts raced through his mind. Then, he witnessed Yi Yan lift his right foot to pass. Li Qi immediately discerned it was a diagonal pass, should it reach its target. The West City High midfielder would receive it just outside the penalty area. He abruptly stopped, poised to intercept. However, Yi Yan deftly pulled the ball back, elegantly evading the halted Li Qi and continuing his advance. This was Yi Yan. Not only did he excel defensively, but his offensive capabilities were equally impressive. With solid foundational skills and no apparent weaknesses, players in the forward positions could execute exceptional defensive maneuvers, while those in the back possessed their own offensive tricks, a hallmark of modern professional athletes. And Yi Yan epitomizes the essence of a player on the brink of professionalism. As Yi Yan surged forward, relying on his physique and skill, he deftly maneuvered past the 2 formidable barriers set by the second high school midfielders. Now, there were no defenders in his path. He no longer needed to press forward, for he was within striking range. The fate of the second high school now rested in Yi Yan's hands. Many students from West City High School had risen from their seats in excitement, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Yi Yan's shot from outside the penalty area was powerful and precisely angled. If Lin Bing attempted to make a save after the shot, it would be nearly impossible. Only with a preemptive judgment could he hope to succeed in his efforts. At that moment, Lin Bing felt a chill run down his spine, for he could not discern in which direction the shot would fly. The ball rocketed from Yi Yan's foot like a cannonball. Yi Jiqing covered her eyes. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Yi Yan without warning, followed by a dull thud. Chapter 24. Vitality. A muted thud echoed across the field. It was the sound of the ball striking Meng Qiu's chest. The noise was not loud, yet captured everyone's attention. How could this be? Earlier, when Yi Yan had blocked Yun Feiyang's seemingly guaranteed shot, such a question had surfaced in Yun's mind. Now, it was also echoing in Yi Yan's thoughts. During his long-range shot, Yi Yan had remained vigilant against the defenders. He had only executed a shot once he was certain that no one could obstruct it. Yet, Meng Qiu had unexpectedly lunged forward, intercepting his strike. Blocking a shot is not particularly remarkable. What truly astonished Yi Yan was that he had been completely oblivious to Meng Qiu's movement from the left flank as he prepared to shoot. Perhaps due to Meng Qiu's smaller stature, amidst the taller players from the second high school, he had naturally gone unnoticed by Yi Yan. However, although he had successfully blocked Yi Yan's shot, Meng Qiu was not without his own troubles. Despite managing to stop the shot with his chest before it fully ascended, The force behind it left him feeling as though he had been struck by a heavy object. Meng Qiu felt a wave of discomfort in his chest. As if he might faint, the ball dropped from his chest, and although Yi Yan was taken aback, he did not hesitate. He charged forward, eager to reclaim possession. Yet, as he approached, Meng Qiu, on the brink of collapsing, instead managed to pass the ball sideways just before Yi Yan could intercept. The ball landed at Li Qi's feet. Meng Qiu surged forward, bypassing Yi Yan. "We're on the attack," Meng Qiu murmured, as Li Qi delivered a diagonal pass back to him. "Let's go," Lu Yiyang shouted simultaneously, having thwarted Yi Yan's seemingly inevitable shot. Now it was the second high school's chance to counterattack. Yin Feiyong remained silent, opting instead to abruptly halt and pivot, charging towards West City High School's half. Even if Yi Yan did not return, scoring would not diminish the significance of his effort. At this moment, Yin Feiyong felt an urgent desire to score for Meng Qiu, who had selflessly blocked Yi Yan's shot. Before the match commenced, Yin Feiyong believed that defeating Yi Yan was the most crucial goal for him. Now, he felt that winning this match, or at the very least, not losing it, was the outcome he desperately sought. Meng Qiu passed the ball to Lu Yiyang and then paused, lightly rubbing his chest as he exhaled deeply. Yi Yan's shot had indeed unsettled him. He needed a brief respite to recover. If he pushed himself to continue the attack, he might suffer discomfort for several days. As Yi Yan ran past Meng Qiu, a voice reached his ears. "My apologies." Meng Qiu chuckled, finding it somewhat amusing that Yi Yan would apologize for such matters. Lu Yiyang swiftly passed the ball to Wei Ming. The offensive tactics of the second high school remained rather simplistic thus far. Lu Yiyang orchestrated the play, handing the ball to Wei Ming, who then made a breakthrough, creating an opportunity for Yun Feiyong in the penalty area. Compared to last year, the only addition was the presence of the finisher, Yun Feiyong. Nevertheless, this strategy posed a significant threat during counterattacks. The players of Chengxi High School began their retreat, but their efforts appeared feeble as Yi Yan had yet to return to defense. Lu Yiyang and Wei Ming executed 2 consecutive 1-2s, successfully evading the midfielders of Chengxi High School. Like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, Yi Yan lunged towards Lu Yiyang. Rather than engage in a direct confrontation, Lu Yiyang deftly lifted his foot, sending the ball back to the already positioned Wei Ming at the sideline. Wei Ming advanced a couple of steps, noticing that Yun Feiyong had already positioned himself on the edge of the penalty area and immediately delivered a cross at a 45-degree angle. The accuracy of such crosses was naturally not very high. Yet Wei Ming believed that with Yun Feiyong's physical prowess, he would pose a considerable threat after controlling the ball. His instincts proved correct. Despite being sandwiched between 2 defenders from Chengxi High School, Yun Feiyong leapt high, claiming the first touch. He forcefully brushed aside the 2 defenders, who were not lacking in height, and skillfully brought the ball down with his chest. The crowd erupted in astonishment at the outstanding physicality of the young man. However, their admiration quickly shifted to confidence, knowing that their stalwart, Yi Yan, had returned to defend. Yi Yan sprinted back to the penalty area with astounding speed. As Yun Feiyong landed and controlled the ball, he lifted his gaze to find Yi Yan. In a swift motion, Yun Feiyong swung his right foot, preparing to shoot. Yi Yan, anticipating the move, raised his leg, knowing that Yun Feiyong's shot was likely a feint. Indeed, Yun Feiyong deftly touched the ball, evading the shooting lane before preparing to strike again. Yi Yan quickly shifted to block Yun Feiyong's attempt. It was then that Yun Feiyong's true feint was revealed. With a pronounced lift of his leg, he maneuvered the ball from right to left, completely bypassing Yi Yan's defensive grasp and unleashed a powerful shot with his left foot. Being a player of balance skills with both feet, his shot's power and accuracy were assured. He recognized Yi Yan's steadiness. Yet Yi Yan had just covered more ground in his recovery, leaving him slightly off balance. This was Yun Feiyong's chance. The ball rocketed from Yun Feiyong's left foot like a cannonball. At that moment, Yi Yan forcefully pushed off the ground, propelling himself like an arrow. Leaping to intercept the ball's trajectory, his head collided directly with the ball's path. The sudden impact sent the ball soaring away toward the left sideline. Wei Ming, eager to advance, was a step too late. Yet, a louder gasp erupted from the stands. Having thwarted Yun Feiyong's shot, but losing his balance in the process, Yi Yan struggled to look up. Just then, he spotted a small figure poised to intercept the ball just as it flew past Wei Ming. Meng Qiu, having taken a brief respite, quickly rejoined the attack. He appeared right on the ball's path, halting its movement. In the next instant, he lifted his left foot, sending a pass into the penalty area. Two defenders from Chengxi High School lay on the ground, still recovering, while the remaining defender, Yan, had just fallen. Meng Qiu's cross sailed over their potential defensive reach, rendering them incapable of clearing the ball, even if they managed to rise in time. However, Yan Feiyong remained on his feet. Watching the ball's arc, he surged forward. The cross was fast and sharp, making it difficult to receive. Yet, this very quality ensured that it reached the penalty area before the defenders could recover. The goalkeeper of Chengxi High School charged forward. At this moment, he was the only one capable of safeguarding the goal. He could utilize his hands, giving him a slight advantage over such aerial deliveries. No matter how high Yan Feiyong jumped, he could not surpass the goalkeeper in that regard. As the ball entered the penalty area, the goalkeeper leapt to intercept it. However, he soon realized that Meng Qiu's cross was higher than he had anticipated. This forced him to merely graze the ball's underside with his fingertips. The ball took a slight bounce, soaring over the goalkeeper's head before beginning its descent. Yan Feiyong hurled himself into the air, meeting the descending ball with a powerful header. In the desperate gazes of hundreds of Chengxi High School students, the ball swiftly found its way into the net. Yan's final effort to block the shot fell just short. The ball struck the back of the net. After connecting with the ball, Yan Feiyong fell, scattering grass in his wake. Yet he quickly rose, arms raised in triumph, sprinting toward the left side of the penalty area. Meng Qiu beamed with open arms, laughing at him. However, Yan Feiyong did not embrace him, but instead charged forward, lifting Meng Qiu effortlessly into the air, compared to the towering Yan Feiyong, who stood over 185 meters tall and was as robust as a young bull. Meng Qiu resembled a child. Initially startled by being lifted, Meng Qiu soon burst into hearty laughter. Following closely were Lu Yiyang, Wei Ming, and He Fan, along with the rest of the second high school players. This was the equalizing goal just before the match concluded. After trailing by 2 goals, they had leveled the score. On the sidelines, Yi Ziqing and Fang Shuer cheered and embraced one another. Although it was merely a friendly match, the display from second high school filled them with immense excitement. Coach Wang celebrated with the substitute players, while Coach Lin on the opposing bench shook his head in resignation. It was astonishing that a team in the lead by 2 goals could be overturned. Such a scenario had not occurred even in national competitions for Chengxi High School. Perhaps it was the nature of a friendly match. In a formal game, certainly, with a 2-1 lead and nearing the end, Yi Yin would not have made such an audacious forward run, even if an opportunity arose. Only in a warm-up match would he exhibit such behavior. Yin shook his head. Coach Lin was correct. It was precisely due to the friendly nature of the match that Yi Yin engaged in such seemingly reckless actions. Yet, what left Yi Yin feeling somewhat helpless was the demonstrated prowess of the first-year students from second high school. While the second-year players like Lu Yiyang remained the backbone of the team, they truly represented a vibrant and formidable opponent. And Chengxi High School? Yi Yin shook his head once more. He is merely a player, and his sole aspiration is to excel in his final year of matches at Chengxi High School. Chapter 25. Diligence. As the referee blew the final whistle, a collective sigh resonated from the students of Chengxi High School in the stands. The match concluded with a score of 2-2, as Chengxi High was held to a draw at home by the second high school. Although it was merely a friendly match, and the second high school had reached the quarterfinals of the Dalian Division last year, the fact that they squandered a 2-goal lead to allow their opponents to equalize was simply unacceptable to the students of Chengxi High. They prided themselves on having the nation's finest defense, yet they were pierced by a newcomer who scored twice. Amidst their discontent, they couldn't help but reflect on how audacious Yan Feiyong was to decline Chengxi High School's invitation. They also lamented what might have been if Yan Feiyong had joined their ranks. How formidable Chengxi High would have become. If this were a formal match, we would have conceded that last goal, Yi Yin remarked calmly while shaking hands with Lu Yiyang. We are still in the process of integration. Lu Yiyang replied with a smile, highlighting a crucial point. The players of Chengxi High were predominantly last year's mainstays, making it difficult for them to exhibit greater strength. In contrast, the second high school had 4 outstanding freshmen. As time passed and they gelled, they would undoubtedly become increasingly formidable. Even if this draw felt somewhat fortuitous for the second high school, how powerful would they be by the time the Dalian Division selection matches commenced? Thus, Lu Yiyang beamed with delight. Since his entry into the team, the second high school had transformed from a mere underdog into one of the top 8 in the Dalian Division. This year, as freshmen had also proven to be valuable assets. A stroke of good fortune, indeed. You have two exceptional young talents. I hope they grow even stronger in the future. Yi Yin, emerging from the match, adopted an unusually cordial demeanor. To this, Liu Yang was unfazed. There is still a long road ahead to fully unleash their potential. Yi Yin chuckled. Why not suggest to your principal that they transfer here? Money is no object. Don't jest. Liu Yang shot him a sidelong glance. After exchanging a few more words with Yi Yin, Liu Yang turned to his teammates. All right, let us prepare to head back. Rest well tonight. We have a full day of training ahead tomorrow. Oh, the players of the second high school cheered, unperturbed by the prospect of training. As September approached its end, only a little over a month remained before the commencement of the Dalian Division preliminary matches. Coach Wang had just finished shaking hands with Coach Lin from the opposing team and returned with a jovial announcement. Tonight, the cafeteria will serve extra dishes. This elicited an even more enthusiastic cheer from the players of the second high school. As Coach Lin observed the departing figures of the second high school players, he approached Yi Yin. What did you think of the match? He inquired. Yi Yin replied coolly, if the second high school grows, they will become quite formidable. However, it seems unrelated to me. His meaning was clear. This year's second high school would unlikely pose a challenge to Qingxi High, and by the time they truly matured, perhaps next year, it would bear little significance for the already graduated Yi Yin. Coach Lin nodded, yet a trace of concern lingered in his eyes. Qingxi High had performed admirably in recent years, not solely due to their national championship and fourth-place finish, but crucially because they had nurtured talents like Yi Yin, Sun Xianxin, and He Xiaoyan, players on the brink of professionalism. After this year, Yi Yin would likely pursue a career abroad, though young players command minimal transfer fees. Any club he joins would provide substantial compensation to Qingxi High, which would be quite generous compared to the overall expenses of the football program. Ultimately, Qingxi High is a football institution with the mission of cultivating players capable of competing professionally while also generating profit. Thus, over the past 3 years, Coach Lin focused solely on developing tactics centered around these three individuals, ensuring they stood out on the field. Once they departed, Qingxi High would likely enter a period of decline, necessitating a fresh influx of talent to maintain their legacy. The sacrifices made to nurture Yi Yin and his peers were significant, often at the expense of many young players. This is the merciless reality of professional football. Even Manchester United retains certain young players who clearly do not meet professional standards, solely to complement the talented prospects they value. All professional clubs globally operate in this manner. For the players of the second high school, such a heavy reality seemed inconsequential. Their amateur status allowed them to relish the joy of football. Achieving a draw against the formidable Qingxi High was indeed a cause for celebration. Upon returning to the second high school, the team made their way to the cafeteria, where the food subsidies were notably generous. Their meals had always been quite satisfactory, even on weekends. However, Yin Feiyong was not among the crowd dining. After greeting Liu Yang, he swiftly slipped away home. The other football team members were not surprised. Yin Feiyong had never dined with the team and seldom participated in training until recently, when he began joining in team practices more frequently. As the player who had scored twice, his absence did not dampen the celebratory spirit. Meng Qiu's performance may not have been particularly eye-catching, but the players understood that the ability to secure a draw after trailing by 2 goals was not solely due to Yin Feiyong. Rather, it was Meng Qiu who orchestrated the first goal and assisted the second. Had there been statistical data, others would have been astonished to discover that he touched the ball 167 times, completed 145 passes with a perfect accuracy rate, and covered 9 kilometers while contributing 3 interceptions. A truly remarkable feat. Unfortunately, the second high school lacked a dedicated statistician. Nevertheless, his full involvement in both goals warranted recognition for the shortest player on the team. As they began their meal, Li Qi exuberantly insisted on toasting Meng Qiu, naturally with beer. On weekends, indulging in a bit of beer was not uncommon, even for high school students, particularly in the Northeast, where drinking was less stigmatized. Meng Qiu, however, smiled and declined, saying, I really can't drink. I'll pass out after 1 sip. Who are you fooling? Li Qi raturta. Though he did not press the issue further, respecting Meng Qiu's decision. The spread was lavish, even more so than usual. Although they had eaten well at noon, the exertion from the match warranted a hearty feast. Meng Qiu was engrossed in his meal, oblivious to the attention he was receiving. Look, he truly doesn't eat any pork. He only consumes chicken, beef, and vegetables, Yi Jiqing whispered to Feng Shuer while holding a bowl. Oh, it seems he really has given up pork. However, we can't cook separately for him. The chicken and beef were all prepared in the same pots as the pork. Feng Shuer lamented. It seems that he is not particularly concerned. He simply abstains from eating pork, perhaps due to personal preference. Yi Jiqing, however, is rather open-minded about it. After witnessing Meng Qiu's outstanding performance on the field, she began to alter her initial impression of the slender individual who had left her with little to admire. Furthermore, upon realizing that Meng Qiu genuinely does not consume pork rather than intentionally wasting the meal she had prepared, the slight dissatisfaction she harbored began to dissipate. Once the meal concluded, Liu Yang clapped his hands and dismissed the team, merely announcing that training would commence at 9 o'clock the following morning. With an entire evening ahead, he encouraged the players to enjoy themselves, considering the abundance of entertainment facilities nearby. The players dispersed in a flurry, leaving only Yi Jiqing and Feng Shuer to assist Liu Yang in cleaning up after the cafeteria staff. You two young ladies should head back. I can manage here, Liu Yang said with a smile. It's all right. Shuer and I have plans to go shopping at 8. There's still over an hour. Yi Jiqing replied with a cheerful grin. Shouldn't you conserve some energy for your shopping trip? Liu Yang responded playfully as he tidied up the dishes. Yi Jiqing and Feng Shuer exchanged amused glances, and Yi Jiqing teased, It seems you have little understanding of girls, senior. At this rate, you might struggle to find a girlfriend in college. Oh, why is that? Liu Yang adjusted his glasses, intrigued. Girls always have energy when it comes to shopping, Yi Jiqing asserted. Liu Yang chuckled in disbelief. With assistance, the cleaning progressed swiftly, and after exchanging farewells with the cafeteria staff, Liu Yang departed the cafeteria alongside the two girls. Are you also going shopping, senior? Ye Zaiking Inuit Polititi. Liu Yang shook his head. I need to return to my dorm and contemplate a few matters. Waving his hand, he strode toward the dormitory. The boys' dormitory at No. 2 High School is quite close to the gymnasium, necessitating a passage through the latter to reach the former. The lights in the gym were illuminated, where Meng Qiu was busy cleaning, a task he undertook as part of his work-study arrangement. Whistling softly, he rinsed the mop and sighed contentedly. The gym was now spotless, and it was time to train. Outside, Liu Yang observed Meng Qiu skillfully shooting footballs into the net, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This diligent freshman had demonstrated exceptional talent today, yet he still chose to engage in extra practice after dinner. It appeared that not only would he have to ponder how to arrange for Yun Feiyong, but he would also have to consider how to accommodate Meng Qiu. As October arrived, Dalian began to cool, creating a comfortable atmosphere that easily lured one into slumber. At this moment, Meng Qiu felt a strong desire to sleep, not merely due to the weather, but also because of the coursework. Having spent 15 of the last 16 years in Bolivia, his cultural knowledge lagged behind that of a typical Chinese middle school student, making the curriculum at No. 2 High School particularly challenging for him. Each lesson felt like a collection of familiar characters that, when combined, rendered him perplexed. Thus, he often found himself dozing off in class, even during English lessons where his spoken skills were commendable. Despite his drowsiness, the teachers paid him little mind, aware that this foreign transfer student was somewhat of an outlier, unlikely to participate in the college entrance examination, which would not affect the school's overall performance. The teacher's indifference mirrored that of his classmates, who also recognized that there were several exceptions within the class. However, Yi Jiqing, seated in the same row but in a different group, appeared dissatisfied with Meng Qiu's inattentiveness. Whenever he nodded off, she would shoot him a sharp glare, compelling him to muster the energy to focus on the textbook before him. Having attended No. 2 High School for nearly a month, Meng Qiu had realized that he was not the only bad student in the class. At least one empty seat in the last row had never been occupied, and the teacher seemed unconcerned. Whose seat is that? Why is no one ever there? Meng Qiu couldn't help but ask his desk mate. His desk mate, a hefty boy named Su Bin, was known for his solid academic performance despite his fondness for football, which had not impeded his studies. If Meng Qiu had not been so preoccupied with his own drowsiness, the teacher would likely have moved Su Bin away to prevent any negative influence. Su Bin was attentive in class, yet outside of lessons, he was quite the chatterbox, much like class monitor Zhao Rui. Oh, why do you suddenly want to know about that today? You've been here a month and never asked about that seat before. Are you bored? Su Bin questioned, his words tumbling out in a rush. Sighing, Meng Qiu replied, yes, what day am I not bored? Then remember to help me with my spoken English when you have time, and I'll tell you, Su Bin proposed opportunistically. Yi Jiqing interjected, Su Bin, stop taking advantage of Meng Qiu. He is busy outside of class. When would he have time to tutor you? Meng Qiu looked at Yi Jiqing, bemused. Is it you helping me or mocking me? Yi Jiqing giggled and turned away, opting not to respond. Let me tell you, that seat belongs to a ghost. Su Bin exclaimed, his eyes wide as he gazed out the classroom door. Curiously, Meng Qiu turned to look as well, spotting a robust figure entering the classroom. Hey, why is Yun Feiyong here? Meng Qiu asked, intrigued. This guy hasn't been to class in a month, Su Bin lamented. It's truly uncanny. He doesn't show up for a month, and as soon as you inquire, he appears. Meng Qiu felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. What a coincidence. Oh, Meng Qiu, you're in this class too? Yun Feiyong strolled in nonchalantly and greeted Meng Qiu. Yes, I've been here for nearly a month. Yet I've never seen you, Meng Qiu replied with a smile. Where would I find time? I've been training, Yun Feiyong replied casually, sitting down in his seat. Why are you here today then? Meng Qiu asked, curious. Didn't Yi Jiqing summon me? She said the captain wanted to see me, but I have no idea what for, Yun Feiyong explained. Both Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyong then turned their gazes toward Yi Jiqing, who appeared flustered under their scrutiny. I don't know either. The captain simply told me to inform you to come to the dormitory after school, Yi Jiqing murmured. Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyong exchanged glances and simultaneously expressed their gratitude to Yi Jiqing. During the ensuing class, Meng Qiu observed Yun Feiyong closely. As soon as the bell rang, Yun Feiyong promptly fell asleep, resting his head on his desk, entirely undisturbed by the teacher's animated lecture above. When the bell signaled the end of class, he lifted his head as if he had been feigning sleep the entire time. I truly envy you. You fall asleep so effortlessly, Meng Qiu remarked as they exited the classroom amid the throng of students. What's wrong? Can't you sleep in class? Yun Feiyong asked while stretching his chest. I find it difficult to fall asleep. Once I do, it's hard to wake up. Besides, I simply can't sleep at my desk, Meng Qiu sighed. Then you ought to learn a thing or two from me, Yun Feiyong declared with a sense of pride, as if this revelation somehow overshadowed Meng Qiu, bringing him a certain delight. Following closely behind them, Yi Jiqing observed the stark contrast between the two individuals, one tall and the other short, and couldn't help but find it amusing. The juxtaposition was indeed striking. One possessed remarkable physical prowess, while the other had a more average constitution. In social settings, one was boisterous and carefree, while the other exuded an air of nonchalance. On the field, one was as fiery as a blazing flame, while the other remained as composed as a block of ice. Despite their differing natures, their encounters had been few, yet they interacted with an effortless familiarity, as if they had known each other for ages. Such is the enchantment of a world. Upon arriving at the boys' dormitory, they discovered that it was empty. As they exchanged puzzled glances, Liu Yang's voice resonated from behind them. You two are here quite early. It must be because our classroom is on the first floor, Meng Qiu responded. Liu Yang chuckled, recognizing that, with the first-year classrooms situated below, they would naturally arrive before him. Come in and have a seat, he invited, opening the door to the dormitory and ushering Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu inside. As with most boys' dorms, it was not particularly clean, but Meng Qiu paid little mind, casually choosing a spot to sit. Yun Feiyong, however, displayed a look of hesitation. The typically audacious and carefree athlete was now somewhat taken aback. Could it be that he harbored a touch of germophobia? This added an amusing twist to the scene, which Meng Qiu noted with an inward smile. Liu Yang, oblivious to this nuance, settled into the room and adjusted his glasses. I have been contemplating your positions, he began, addressing Yun Feiyong. You will remain as the center forward. No one else on our team is better suited for that role. However, as a center forward, your position is part of a larger team dynamic, and changes among your teammates will inevitably affect you. Hearing this, Yun Feiyong nodded, aware that he was merely sitting in on the discussion. Was Liu Yang intending to address Meng Qiu's role today? Meng Qiu, I must confess that initially placing you as a left back was a decision driven by our team's current situation. We lacked a reliable player for that position. Liu Yang continued, turning his attention to Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu acknowledged this, having been aware of it for some time. You have performed admirably in the left back role, but it somewhat underutilizes your capabilities. In the recent warm-up match, you showcased your talent for organization and offensive passing. If relegated solely to the left-back position, your offensive prowess would be significantly squandered. Our team, being not particularly strong, cannot afford to waste your attacking talents. Are you suggesting I transition to midfield? Meng Qiu inquired, perplexed. Indeed, that is one of my most pressing concerns. The stability of our defense directly impacts our overall performance, particularly on the left flank. The combination of you and Wei Ming is destined to excel in both offensive and defensive capacities, and it would be unwise to disrupt that synergy, Lu Yiyang explained. This posed a conundrum. Yun Feiyong furrowed his brow, understanding that the partnership between Wei Ming and Meng Qiu had been cultivated through extensive training. Their passing synergy significantly benefited the team. Dismantling this duo would be a regrettable loss. Yet, maintaining Meng Qiu as a fixed left-back would severely waste his offensive capabilities. While modern football increasingly emphasizes the importance of attacking fullbacks, who often play akin to wingers, focusing on offensive contributions, Meng Qiu's attacking style diverged from that role. Fullbacks require rapid, sprinting abilities, robust physiques, and exceptional crossing and supporting skills, whereas Meng Qiu's offensive strengths align more with those of an attacking midfielder, necessitating closer proximity to the center to fully unleash his potential. Simply relegating him to the flanks, even in an advanced position, would similarly squander his abilities. I propose a solution. During offensive plays, Wei Ming should take up the wing position while Meng Qiu assumes a midfield role. In the event of a counterattack, Li Qi and Gao Meng can support Meng Qiu. During defensive phases, Meng Qiu will return to left-back, effectively utilizing his offensive and organizational strengths, Lu Yiyang articulated. So, during attacks, Meng Qiu will act as the organizing midfielder, and during defense, he will revert to left-back? Yun Feiyong clarified. Lu Yiyang nodded in affirmation. This may lead to confusion among the players, Yun Feiyong remarked. A player typically becomes accustomed to specific zones on the pitch. The more familiar they are, the better they perform. Is Meng Qiu truly capable of adapting to such shifts? Chapter 27. Surprise, I can give it a try. Meng Qiu replied simply. Yes, that's my thought as well. Let's try it out and reassess if necessary. Li Yang smiled. After all, if it doesn't work out, there's nothing to lose. This approach demands considerable running. Are you capable of keeping up? Yin Feiyong questioned skeptically. I should manage, Meng Qiu chuckled. During matches, I observed Meng Qiu. He possesses remarkable endurance, often running non-stop. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suggested this, Lu Yiyang noted. How about this, Meng Qiu, if you tend to doze off in class? You should train with me from now on, Yun Feiyong stated after a lengthy contemplation. Train with you? Meng Qiu was taken aback. Yes, I have a training facility at home filled with excellent equipment for physical conditioning. Otherwise, what do you think I do when I'm not in class? Yun Feiyong replied matter-of-factly. You skip class, but that's a special allowance from the school, Lu Yiyang remarked with a hint of exasperation, shaking his head. Never mind. It appears Meng Qiu hasn't considered preparing diligently for the college entrance examination. If you're willing, I can submit a request to the school. Will it be approved? Meng Qiu asked with keen interest. He had little interest in classes, feeling that his foundational knowledge lagged far behind his domestic peers. Furthermore, the curriculum he experienced in Bolivia bore little relevance to the Chinese educational system. It may be challenging, considering that our school has a strong academic reputation and must consider its graduation rates. However, the football team is currently valued highly by the school, so there might be a fair chance for an application, Lu Yiyang cautioned. His caution stemmed from an understanding of the school administration's mindset. In previous years, it would have been unthinkable to advocate for Meng Qiu's application. Even Yun Feiyong's absence from class would likely have led to expulsion. It was only in recent years that the school began to appreciate the football team's achievements, leading to Yun Feiyong's special admission, which would have been impossible based solely on his entrance exam scores. To Lu Yiyang's surprise, the application for Meng Qiu was swiftly approved. That was surprisingly easy. I submitted the request yesterday, and it was processed today. Lu Yiyang expressed disbelief upon encountering Meng Qiu again. Today, Yun Feiyong also arrived at school. He yawned and said, All right, Meng Qiu can skip class now. Let's go. I will train you well and enhance your physical abilities. Meng Qiu looked at Yun Feiyong cautiously and replied, You're not planning to sell me off, are you? I've heard there are many human traffickers in China. No one would want to abduct a teenager like me. Besides, you're so thin. Even if you were taken to work in a coal mine, you wouldn't fetch much. Yun Feiyong chuckled. Remember to join the joint practice at noon and in the afternoon. Lu Yiyang shouted to Meng Qiu, who was being pulled away by Yun Feiyong. Observing the empty seats in the classroom multiply from 1 to 2, Yi Jiqing couldn't help but sigh. Subin envied those empty spots, resignedly continuing to immerse himself in his English book. Yun Feiyong was a player who had gained some fame in middle school, and it was likely that he would follow in the footsteps of renowned figures in the Dalian high school football circle and step into the professional arena. Whether he studies or not is of little consequence. As for Meng Qiu, although he may not become a professional player, his fluent English and Spanish alone could land him a job as a translator, even without a diploma. Su Bin reflected, sighing, I still need to focus on my studies. Meanwhile, Meng Qiu curiously surveyed his surroundings. Once Yun Feiyong pulled him out of the school gate, he was ushered into a luxurious car. Meng Qiu's family was relatively well off. His parents had built a modest fortune through years of business overseas. However, Meng Qiu had been raised with a sense of frugality, which explained why his parents encouraged him to work part-time to cover his accommodation fees. Up until now, he had never owned a car, relying on public transport to travel to his team in Bolivia. Despite his lack of exposure to vehicles, he recognized that this particular car was quite expensive and opulent, being a stretch limousine. Is your family wealthy? Meng Qiu glanced around the car and inquired. It's all right, Yun Feiyong shrugged. After a brief drive of about 10 minutes, the car came to a halt. Yun Feiyong opened the door, spoke briefly to the driver, then called out to Meng Qiu. Shaking his head, Meng Qiu found himself in front of a row of bungalows, occupying a substantial area. Although the second middle school was situated on the outskirts of Dalian, in a bustling city like Dalian, even the outskirts commanded high land prices. The row of bungalows was impressively large, roughly equivalent to the training hall of the second middle school. Is this where you train? Meng Qiu asked. Yes, Yun Feiyong nodded. There's a small cafeteria, a nutritionist, for physical coaches, and 2 technical coaches. This is where I train my physical fitness and skills. How extravagant, Meng Qiu remarked. When Yun Feiyong opened the large door, Meng Qiu, who had maintained a calm demeanor, was genuinely taken aback. An array of training equipment was neatly arranged within the spacious training hall, some of which Meng Qiu recognized, while others were unfamiliar. This model was just released in Germany last month. How do you have it here? Meng Qiu exclaimed in astonishment while inspecting the equipment. Oh, you know about this? Yun Feiyong was surprised. Yes, I've been following the training equipment from Europe, Meng Qiu replied. The training equipment here generally aligns with what's available in Europe. Whatever new training gear or methods emerge there, we receive them within a month at the latest, Yun Feiyong explained. Training just you seems wasteful, Meng Qiu remarked as he looked around. What can I do? They all have classes, Yun Feiyong shrugged. Even after classes, it's impractical to have so many teammates train here since there's no football field. Meng Qiu nodded in agreement. Indeed, no matter how large the training hall, it couldn't accommodate an entire team's training. A dedicated training base was necessary. Also, don't eat at school anymore. It's not that the food is bad, but it doesn't align with the needs of professional players. If you're willing, you can have lunch and dinner here from now on. I eat here too, Yun Feiyong continued. No wonder you didn't eat the box meal prepared by Yi Jiqing that day, Meng Qiu chuckled. Didn't you skip the braised pork in your box as well? Yun Feiyong laughed heartily. Meng Qiu shrugged. His avoidance of pork wasn't for any particular reason. It was simply due to the high fat content. A diet rich in vegetables, fish, chicken, and beef, with minimal salt, was essential for professional athletes. This was not in line with the Chinese palate, which made Meng Qiu somewhat uncomfortable with the cafeteria food. During his time in Bolivia, although the strongest club was not particularly famous in South America, it was still a professional club. Meng Qiu had been accustomed to a professional athlete's diet. Yun Feiyong's invitation resolved a significant issue for him. Then I won't hold back. I'll just let you handle my meal expenses from now on, Meng Qiu said matter-of-factly. Yun Feiyong paused for a moment before laughing. What about the cost of the training equipment? I'll pay you back once I earn some money. Right now, my income from working at school is just enough for my accommodation and meals, Meng Qiu replied earnestly. Yun Feiyong burst into laughter. After a day of training, instead of returning home directly, Yun Feiyong went to his training facility. How did Meng Qiu's physical assessment go today? The training plan can be prepared soon, right? Yun Feiyong asked the sturdy man. Boss, your classmate's physical condition is exceptional, the man responded. Oh, Yun Feiyong was intrigued. This man was an outstanding physical training coach, capable of serving as a physical coach for domestic clubs without issue. His decision to remain as Yun Feiyong's private coach stemmed not only from the high salary provided by Yun Feiyong's father, but also from the impressive physical qualities that Yun Feiyong exhibited. The fact that such a top-tier physical trainer would give such high praise to seemingly frail Meng Qiu piqued Yun Feiyong's interest. His cardiovascular function is excellent. Although he appears slender, his stamina is remarkably robust. Clearly, he has consistently trained in a good environment. Otherwise, given his physique, it would be impossible to achieve such good health. He may not weigh much, but he is remarkably fit. With little excess fat and substantial muscle, he is not as weak as he seems, the middle-aged man explained. No wonder he can run so much on the field. But why does he tend to avoid physical confrontations with others? Yun Feiyong inquired, puzzled. That's likely to conserve energy. After all, with his physique, even with good physical attributes, there are natural limitations. However, being shorter can also be advantageous for football players. A lower center of gravity enhances agility, and shorter players often exhibit greater endurance. The middle-aged man chuckled, remarking that during the formulation of the training regimen, he had offered numerous astute suggestions. Could he truly be just an ordinary student? To me, he seems more like a player who has undergone professional training since childhood. Yun Feiyong laughed. It appears this lad is indeed a delightful surprise. Chapter 28. The stage of dreams regarding Meng Qiu's physical condition. Yun Feiyong kept it to himself, revealing nothing to anyone. The changes this situation brought about merely led Yun Feiyong to pay closer attention to Meng Qiu's performance during matches. For Yun Feiyong, if he aspired to shine in the national competition, it was imperative that his teammates were equally formidable. His choice of No. 2 High School was not solely because it was a non-football school team, but also due to the presence of outstanding players like Liu Yang, Gao Meng, Wei Ming, and Lin Bing. No matter how proud he might be, he did not believe he could single-handedly lead the team to victory. Even the strongest player cannot conquer 11 opponents alone. With excellent teammates, he naturally felt elated, and Meng Qiu was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. This surprise resonated with the other players as well. In the subsequent training sessions, No. 2 High School continuously refined their strategies, maintaining a steadfast defense while centering their offense around Meng Qiu, allowing him to orchestrate attacks and ultimately pass the ball to Yun Feiyong to resolve the situation. Under such circumstances, Meng Qiu's organization, Liu Yang's coordination, Wei Ming's speed, and Yun Feiyong's scoring ability could be maximally utilized. To achieve this, Meng Qiu's performance was crucial, and the burden on him was substantial. During defense, he needed to participate as part of the entire defensive line, and during offense, he was responsible for coordinating the entire team. Such responsibilities were undoubtedly taxing. Even with Meng Qiu's steadiness, various challenges arose at the onset of training. He struggled to organize timely attacks and found it difficult to return to defense promptly. Initially, his performance seemed rather clumsy. However, the strength of No. 2 High School lay in their patience. Liu Yang's prestige on this team was unparalleled. Since he proposed this strategy, it would be implemented with utmost commitment. The players of No. 2 High School began to train diligently, without any complaints, not for any selfish gains, but simply to make an impression in the national competition, allowing the fans who followed the event to witness their prowess. They wholeheartedly collaborated with Meng Qiu's performance. For Meng Qiu, his responsibilities far exceeded those of his teammates. While his teammates needed only to support him, Meng Qiu had to coordinate with all of them. The disparity between understanding a single teammate and comprehending a whole team was immense. Liu Yang and the others were well aware of this. They aimed to familiarize both Meng Qiu and the teammates with the strategy during these training sessions, gradually building synergy over time. Yet, Meng Qiu indeed astonished them. After half a month of training, the players of No. 2 High School discovered that their tactical approach was gradually coalescing. While defending, Meng Qiu diligently held his position on the left flank, and when launching an attack, he would swiftly advance. As he moved forward, Li Qi or Gao Meng would quickly fill the gap behind him. Once Meng Qiu reached the midfield, the ball would promptly find its way to his feet, allowing him to facilitate the attack. During quick counterattacks, Meng Qiu typically refrained from participating, but if the ball happened to be at his feet when a counterattack commenced, he would immediately execute a long pass, accurately locating the advancing Wei Ming, thus enabling a rapid offensive collaboration between Wei Ming and Yun Feiyong. Notably, the success rate of direct, long passes from the backfield to Wei Ming initiated by Meng Qiu was astonishingly high. In practice matches, out of 10 such attempts, 6 or 7 were successful. It seems you are quite familiar with Wei Ming, Lu Yiyang remarked with a smile. Meng Qiu chuckled. This was indisputable. Since the first day he joined the team, he had been collaborating closely with Wei Ming, becoming intimately acquainted with Wei Ming's movements, speed, and habits, which naturally facilitated better coordination. After Meng Qiu receives the ball, his immediate long pass could become our secret weapon, Lu Yiyang announced to everyone. The members of No. 2 High School nodded in agreement, and Meng Qiu found himself with yet another responsibility. Following a successful defensive play, the ball would promptly be directed to Meng Qiu, enabling him to decide, based on the situation, whether to organize slowly or to launch an immediate counterattack. Lu Yiyang did not overthink this decision. He merely wished for Meng Qiu to showcase his abilities more fully. However, this approach inadvertently led everyone to regard Meng Qiu as the core of the entire team. While they all believed that their core was Yun Feiyong or Lu Yiyang, during the actual matches, it became apparent that Meng Qiu had unknowingly assumed that pivotal role. This would indeed be a humble core. For the football team members who buried themselves in their studies during class and sweated on the training ground after school. A month passed swiftly. During this period, No. 2 High School did not arrange any warm-up matches, instead focusing solely on internal scrimmages, and the main lineup gradually emerged. Mirroring the starting lineup from their warm-up match against Qingxi High School, the starters from No. 2 High School displayed formidable strength during subsequent training sessions. This served as a testament to Lu Yiyang's discerning eye. The lineup comprised goalkeeper Lin Bing, defenders Meng Qiu, Gao Meng, Han Ming, and Li Lemming, midfielders Li Qi, He Fan, Wei Ming, Lu Yiyang, and forwards Yun Feiyong and Zhao Rui. Within this arrangement, there were 4 first-year students and 7 second-year students, showcasing No. 2 High School's advancement ahead of all other teams. Compared to this primary lineup, the other members of the school team exhibited various shortcomings. However, they were all decent substitutes. For instance, before Meng Qiu's arrival, Lu Yiyang had believed that first-year student Zhao Qingji would be the starting left-back. Although he did not possess the balanced abilities Meng Qiu displayed, he was still a relatively reliable fullback. Lu Yiyang even contemplated the possibility of having him play as left-back while fixing Meng Qiu in the midfield, which would become a significant strategic shift for No. 2 High School. Moreover, Lu Yiyang was thrilled to see that this year's new recruits were overall more talented than those from the previous year. Many of them merely lacked experience, but in terms of skill, they were already capable of replacing some of the older players. If this trend continued, by next year No. 2 High School's strength would not diminish significantly. Li Qi, Han Ming, Meng Qiu, and Yun Feiyong would emerge as the 4 new kings of No. 2 High School. Now, Lu Yiyang eagerly anticipated the commencement of the qualifiers. As one of last year's top 8 teams, No. 2 High School's grouping appeared favorable, ensuring they would not encounter any of the other 7 top teams in the preliminary rounds. However, the Dalian competition area was teeming with strong teams. With 13 football schools alone, excluding the 7 teams from the top 8, 6 additional football schools could potentially pose challenges for No. 2 High School during the group stage. If a well-prepared and even more formidable second high school were to be eliminated in the group stage, it would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule. Contemplating this possibility instills a sense of foreboding in Lu Yiyang. Had it not been for Meng Qiu's remarkable performance in that warm-up match, which allowed second high to equalize against Qingxi High School after trailing by 2 goals, the current atmosphere within the team would not be as harmonious. Had they suffered a crushing defeat at that time, his subsequent efforts to motivate the team in training would likely not have been so seamless. After all, he was merely the captain, not a teacher or a member of the school administration. His authority stemmed solely from his prowess on the field. In a non-football-centric school like Second High, new players require extensive time to develop synergy, and this period of adjustment is crucial. Unlike those specialized football schools, which possess their own established systems, newcomers can swiftly integrate into their teams, thereby reducing their preparation time significantly. This is their inherent advantage. In terms of discipline and continuity, football schools naturally hold their own advantages. Currently, the 13 football schools in the Dalian district are sharpening their skills in anticipation of the forthcoming elimination rounds. The high school league has flourished in recent years, garnering significant attention, and for students at football schools, This presents a viable pathway to attract the notice of professional teams. Excelling in the high school league could potentially catapult them into the professional realm, transforming them into genuine football players. This is not an uncommon occurrence. Take Yin, who has caught the eye of foreign teams. Last year's National League saw several players who performed exceptionally well being scouted by domestic professional teams, thus becoming real professionals. While these professional teams may not be top tier, primarily comprising those from the China League 1 and League 2 for members of football schools, joining a professional team is a significant leap forward. Logically, such opportunities arise primarily from participation in national competitions. However, as the Dalian district has consistently excelled in national competitions, it garners attention earlier than others. Even players from non-football schools, if they exhibit remarkable talent, might find themselves with an opportunity to enter professional teams. This allure fuels an insatiable desire among all members of the Dalian high school teams for the upcoming matches. Even if they do not catch the eye of professional teams, being idolized by their peers is enough to satisfy their youthful vanity, igniting a fervent passion for the competition. I wonder what group we will be placed in this time. Regardless of our group, we are determined to reach the top 8 and secure a spot in next summer's national competition. Such discussions frequently arise within the school team. The Dalian district and the national competition represent their stage for dreams. Chapter 29. Group Draw. The captain has gone to participate in the draw ceremony. How impressive. Of course, only the captain and the head coach can attend. Do you wish to join? I certainly want to go. All the captains of the strong teams will be there. Apart from Yin, I have yet to see the captains of those formidable teams up close. I didn't realize you were such a fan, Han Ming. What if we face those strong teams? You won't go easy on them as a center back, will you? Don't underestimate me. Paying homage to my idols means defeating them on the field. That is the dream of youth. Well, Han Ming, with your demeanor, people might mistake you for an uncle on the street. Li Qi, do you think you look youthful? Only Meng Qiu might be perceived as a youth. Meng Qiu, sitting in the corner, helplessly raised his head. How did I get dragged into this? Haha, Meng Qiu, how has your training with Yin Feiyong been during this time? Li Qi inquired. It's been excellent. The training equipment is outstanding. Meng Qiu nodded. Can we also train there? Li Qi asked enviously. Yin Feiyong shrugged. It's only because Meng Qiu's physical condition is exceptional that he can endure such a rigorous training regimen. Do you all wish to go? After posing this question, Yin Feiyong proceeded to recount the intricate details of the training plan his personal coach had devised for Meng Qiu. Jogging, steady-state runs, sprints, interval runs, speed strength training, endurance training for the neck, abdomen, barbell, and dumbbell exercises. Upon hearing such a diverse yet demanding training regimen, the players of Second High turned pale. I think I'll pass. I find the school's training facility quite satisfactory. Li Qi quickly waved his hands. Among the newcomers, he is the most outstanding in terms of physical fitness, and even he turned pale upon hearing the training plan, let alone the others. Even Gao Meng, previously the most robust, looked astonished after hearing it. I am naturally strong, and Meng Qiu possesses remarkable endurance, which is why such a demanding training schedule has been arranged. Unfortunately, my personal coach has limited capacity and can only create plans for Meng Qiu and me. Otherwise, you all could also give it a try. Yin Feiyong reflected. I heard the school is planning to invest further in the football team, so perhaps we will receive some quality training equipment and professional coaches to train us. Lin Bing said with a smile. He is a key goalkeeper for the team, and, being a senior, has more insight. Ultimately, we must perform well so that the school will prioritize our football team and increase their investment, Gao Meng concluded. Then let us strive to perform better. Perhaps we won't benefit, but it will certainly be advantageous for you and the incoming students, Wei Ming smiled, with the three main players voicing their thoughts. The remaining team members raised their fists, clamoring to present a strong showing against their upcoming opponents in the Dalian district. However, this fervor began to dissipate once Liu Yiyang and Coach Wang returned. The preliminary rounds in the Dalian district are relatively lenient, given the abundance of teams. The organizers aim to provide more matches for more teams, hence not adopting a single elimination format in the preliminaries. Initially, the Dalian district employed a single elimination format, but this resulted in many teams being eliminated after just one match, which over time could dampen the enthusiasm of schools participating in high school competitions. Therefore, since last year, a group stage format has been implemented, with the entire month of November and the first half of December designated for preliminary matches. The teams in the Dalian district are divided into 8 groups, each consisting of 7 teams. Teams within a group play a round-robin format with 1 match per week, totaling 6 rounds, and the team with the highest points advances. Thus, while only 1 team from each group can proceed, every team will at least play 6 matches, providing a significant opportunity for training. Aside from the previous year's top 8 teams, which are seeded and will not be placed in the same group, all remaining teams will be drawn randomly, with 13 football schools in Dalian. This theoretically means that Second High could end up in a group with any of the other 6 football schools, potentially creating a true group of death. Boss, what's wrong? You look rather pale. Don't tell me we've been grouped with all 6 other football schools. Upon seeing Liu Yiyang, Wei Ming could not contain his excitement. The recent draw for the Second High School was not as dramatic as anticipated, yet it was still quite unfavorable. Dalian Tengfei Football School, Xianya Football School. Upon receiving the grouping sheet from Liu Yiyang, even the composed Gao Meng could not help but exclaim in surprise. Tengfei and Xianya, 2 football academies. Although there are 6 football schools and 8 groups, each group having a significant chance of being assigned a football school. Being placed in the same group as 2 football schools was indeed unfavorable for the Second High School. More importantly, Tengfei Football School had been a regular contender for the top 8 prior to last year. The Dalian division has held 3 tournaments so far, with Tengfei consistently reaching the top 8 in the first 2 editions, and 1 year they even advanced to the finals, narrowly losing to the then-champion Yunbei High School after extra time. The previous year, they had been eliminated in the quarterfinals by the eventual champion Chengxi High School, defeated by the formidable Yiyan. Thus, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Tengfei Football School was the 3rd strongest in the Dalian division. Last year, however, they failed to make it to the top 8 precisely because they were defeated by the emerging Second High School in the group stage. In that year's group matches, the Second High School managed to secure narrow victories, often by a score of 1-0, while Tengfei enjoyed a string of decisive wins, leading everyone to believe that Tengfei would easily overcome the Second High School to enter the top 8. Even a draw would have sufficed for Tengfei to progress based on goal difference. Yet, in that match, Liu Yiyang's Second High School delivered a performance of exceptional caliber. The 4 Heavenly Kings emerged prominently. Liu Yiyang commanded the midfield. Gao Meng consistently cleared threats. Lin Bing made crucial saves. And Wei Ming struck the decisive goal with a lightning-fast counterattack. With a resounding 8-0 victory, the Second High School triumphed over Tengfei, shocking the entire Dalian football community. From that day forth, the name of the 4 Heavenly Kings of the Second High School resonated throughout Dalian high school football. Truth be told, we were fortunate. Tengfei's top striker, nicknamed Mighty Tiger, Li Hu, was absent due to accumulated yellow cards from previous matches, significantly diminishing Tengfei's attacking prowess and affording us the opportunity to withstand their assault and capitalize on counterattacks. This year, Li Hu is a senior, and this is his final chance to compete on the national stage. As one of the best forwards in the Dalian division, he has yet to participate in a national competition, a regret he will surely strive to rectify, Liu Yiyang remarked. In reality, Tengfei's overall strength is impressive. Yet unless they introduce exceptional new talent, they may not pose a significant threat to us. Xianya Football School, on the other hand, is regarded as the weakest in Dalian. We are capable of defeating last year's Tengfei, and are even more than capable of overcoming this year's Xianya. Gao Ming responded. As for the other 4 teams, they lack historical significance and star players. Both the 6th and 8th high schools have been perennial bottom feeders, probably just there to fill the ranks. Maya, a private high school established less than a decade ago, has little legacy, while Huikai Secondary School, with its technically adept students, might surprise us a little. Nevertheless, our true adversary remains Tengfei, Lin Bing analyzed. You're absolutely right. Although our draw is not particularly favorable, our goal is to advance to the national competition. Our focus is on next year's top 8 matchups, where we will face the best high school teams from Dalian and even the nation. This grouping serves as both a test and a litmus test for us. Defeating them to advance will prove our capability to contend at the national level, Liu Yiyang declared, raising his fist in determination. Indeed, we are aiming for the national championship. Such a grouping shall not deter us. Yin Feiyong echoed, also raising his fist. A moment of silence ensued. Everyone exchanged awkward glances at Yin Feiyong. Merely qualifying for the national competition was already a remarkable feat, and the national championship? I just woke up and haven't even brushed my teeth. Yes, we must aim for the national championship. Meng Qiu chimed in, raising a fist as well. The others looked at the two overly confident freshmen, speechless. Well, having ambition is certainly commendable, but we must also remain grounded. Lu Yiyang coughed lightly and said. Just then, Wei Ming, holding the grouping sheet, burst into laughter. What is so funny? Did you get shocked? Gao Ming inquired, curious. The draw for last year's top 4, Sunshine Football School, is simply outrageous this time. Ha ha. Wei Ming laughed so hard that his hands trembled. Let me see. A crowd immediately gathered around to take a look, and upon viewing, they all erupted in laughter simultaneously. While being grouped with 2 football schools was indeed an unfortunate turn for the second high school, compared to Sunshine Football School. It was a different story altogether. In addition to Sunshine, their group contained 3 other football schools. This means that out of the 7 teams in this group, for our football academies, a stroke of misfortune indeed, with half of the non-seeded teams grouped with Sunshine, truly a testament to their bad luck. Chapter 30. Promising teams are we grouped with the second high school? How wonderful. Last year, they surprisingly defeated us in my absence. Lu Yiyang, I shall settle this score with you this year. A short yet robust player sneered while clutching the paper in his hand. Senior Li Hu, will our greatest rival be the second high school? Xianya is also a football academy, right? A taller yet relatively slender student beside him inquired. Wang Zhong, let me tell you, although Xianya is a football school, their overall strength may not surpass that of the second high school. The second high school will be our biggest adversary in this group. Our first match is against Xianya, followed by a match against the second high school. You and I will partner. First, we'll take down Xianya. Then we'll crush the second high school and show everyone that this year's national competition is ours for the taking. Li Hu declared coldly, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination, resembling a mighty tiger. The somewhat eccentric young student nodded in agreement. No one will be able to contend with the synergy between me and my senior. Of course, if I am the mighty tiger, then you are the demon blade of Tungfei. Tungfei has a long-standing tradition of producing excellent forwards. This year, as we join forces, we will make our mark at the national competition, and next year, you shall lead Tungfei High School in its quest for the championship. Li Hu patted Wang Zhong's shoulder, proclaiming loudly. Good. The somewhat distorted yet gentle voice echoed again as the young Wang Zhong nodded in response. After the draw was announced, the entire Dalian High School football community began to buzz with activity. With less than a week remaining until the first qualifying match. Although high school students are typically busy with their studies, the academic pressure during this period is relatively light. Aside from the seniors, nearly all students in Dalian interested in football focus their attention on the impending Dalian Division qualifiers. In addition to supporting their own teams, they also rallied behind traditional powerhouses. In the realm of Wangji Yunbei, the Emperor Yi Yin leads the resurgent Chengxi, a force that has garnered attention, particularly with the unexpected success of the second middle school last year. The tug-of-war between Yunbei and Chengxi over the past 2 years has captivated the Dalian district, making it the focal point of discussion. In the inaugural Dalian district competition, Yunbei High School, with an overwhelming advantage, surged into the finals, ultimately overcoming Tungfei High School in a challenging match, thus seizing the national championship. The following year, Emperor Yi Yin transitioned from the middle school division of Chengxi Football Academy to the high school division, marking the beginning of his legendary journey. Leading Chengxi High School, which had only reached the quarterfinals the previous year, Yi Yin propelled his team to the finals, where Tungfei High School fell before them, failing to advance even to the semifinals. In a tense final, a crucial long-range shot from Yi Yin secured an essential point, enabling Chengxi High School to claim the Dalian championship, causing Wangji Yunbei to crumble. Chengxi High School, having secured the Dalian championship, mirrored Yunbei's previous triumph by sweeping through formidable opponents to win the national competition, elevating Yi Yin's reputation within the realm of Chinese high school football. In the third year, last year, Yunbei High School made a formidable return, with the then freshman and midfield prodigy Lu Haobao maturing into a pivotal player. They dominated the semifinals, defeating the rising second middle school, and in the Dalian district finals, Yunbei's defense successfully thwarted Chengxi's counterattacks. Lu Haobao orchestrated the team's assault on Chengxi's defense, ultimately scoring a vital goal. Following this, they triumphed in the national championship, preserving the honor of the Dalian district. Within merely 3 years of the National High School League, all the dramatic spectacles have unfolded primarily in the Dalian district. This district is both a graveyard for teams and a showcase of brilliance. While other districts may wait until the final elimination rounds to attract attention, the Dalian district has drawn scouts from the domestic football scene since the preliminary rounds began. The traditional landscape of Chinese football is divided between the south and the north. However, after the inception of professional leagues, the production rate of young players in the southern region, particularly in the core area of Meng Qiu, has diminished. In contrast, the northern province of Liaoning continues to be a fertile ground for exceptional young talents. The sanctum of young footballers in China lies in Liaoning, with Dalian being its football heart. As the sole district among the nation's top 10 to be centered on a city, Dalian's significance is unequivocally affirmed. The grand football festivities of this district are now gradually unfolding. Tomorrow, the preliminary matches in the Dalian district will commence, and our second middle school is preparing to embark on this journey, hoping to bring glory and surpass last year's achievements. However, there is no pressure. We're not a football school. As long as we display our style and skill, making the over 3,000 students feel proud, that will suffice. On the eve of the preliminary matches, during a school-wide assembly, the 23 players of the school team stood on the podium, showcasing themselves like pandas. The principal delivered an impassioned speech, and the students responded with enthusiastic applause, as if the team were about to represent the nation. Following this, several writers from the school publication approached the team for interviews, naturally including the 4 Heavenly Kings, and a legendary best newcomer, Yun Feiyong, was besieged by admirers. They should be interviewing you. After all, your contributions in that warm-up match against Chengxi High School were significant. Li Qi lamented for his friend. No, I want to accept an interview. I can imagine Yun Feiyong is probably feeling overwhelmed right now. Meng Qiu remarked with a smile, just as Yun Feiyong, looking vexed, entered his dorm room. Ah, the star has arrived, Li Qi greeted him. I heard the beautiful reporter from our school publication is after you. Didn't you chat much? What is there to chat about? They only call me the best newcomer, and I don't even know what offside means, Yun Feiyong complained. It's normal for girls not to know offside. They just need to be pretty. Li Qi responded with a mischievous grin. I only care about football, Yun Feiyong retorted. Our 2 managers are both knowledgeable about football and attractive, Li Qi asserted earnestly. I will relay that to them, Yun Feiyong replied, casting a glance at Li Qi. Don't, Li Qi exclaimed, startled. If they take offense and slip something into my drink, our second middle school strength would plummet. By the way, where are we playing tomorrow? Meng Qiu inquired. Oh, at the Tongfei Middle School's field. We have 3 matches, 1 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. In the morning, Tongfei faces Xinya. And in the afternoon, we play Maya, while Lu Zhong faces Bajong. Hui Kai has a bye. Han Ming, who had been reading, chimed in. Doesn't that mean Hui Kai gets to watch us first? That puts us at a disadvantage. Meng Qiu pondered aloud. Yeah, Hui Kai isn't exactly a football school. Our most critical match is the second round against Tongfei. If we lose that, we could be in serious trouble since only 1 team advances from each group. Li Qi pointed out. Whoever it is, we must defeat them, Yun Feiyong declared resolutely. To reach the national championship, we have to conquer every team. Although the group stage is a round-robin format, it essentially operates like single elimination. Only the group leader advances, and amateur teams rarely defeat football academies. It's about the score margin. Han Ming reflected thoughtfully. Leave the scoring to me. As for defense, that's up to you all, Yun Feiyong asserted. Indeed, our seniors won't participate in the matches next year. At most, they will only serve as sparring partners in internal practice matches. By then, the 4 Heavenly Kings of second middle school will be S4. Li Qi exclaimed. Raising his fist, Meng Qiu chuckled, finding the notion amusing. It is indeed remarkable how second middle school has transformed from an underdog into a renowned team in the Dalian district, thanks to Lu Yuanyang and the 4 Heavenly Kings. This year, 4 newcomers are already set to join the starting lineup. A center back, a midfielder, a forward, and Meng Qiu, who can play multiple positions. From this perspective, second middle school is quite fortunate, possessing 2 batches of 4 excellent players, with their positions complementing each other well. With 1 goalkeeper, 2 center backs, a defensive midfielder, an organizing midfielder, a winger, a powerful center forward, and Meng Qiu, a versatile player capable of playing both as a fullback and midfielder, paired with several diligent veteran players. This configuration is nearing the ideal structure of a complete team. It is well known in the professional football realm that a perfect team does not necessarily require 11 superstars. A core player, 3 to 4 key players, 2 to 3 surprise talents, and a few competent workhorses and supporting players constitute the most harmonious combination. Even the world's best teams are structured this way. Currently, second middle school may not yet be perfect, but in terms of composition, it is quite commendable. At the very least, the atmosphere within the team is exceptional. There are no conflicts among the players. And even the seemingly rebellious Yun Feiyong does not incite jealousy among his teammates. Due to the presence of seasoned and steady senior members in the team, their willingness to contribute naturally mitigates any dissatisfaction among the newcomers. Such a team is undoubtedly one with a promising future. Chapter 31. Observing the enemy the following day. The members of the school team rose early and proceeded to the cafeteria for breakfast, preparing for their departure. The 2 female members had not arranged lunch for everyone. Although it was now November and the prepared lunchboxes would not spoil, it was unreasonable to expect everyone to eat cold food. Liu Yiyang had already coordinated with Professor Wang to dine at the cafeteria of the Tongfei football school. All teams responsible for the main venue would make proper arrangements, as it was also an opportunity to showcase the school's image. As they set off, Meng Qiu gazed out at the empty landscape, feeling a twinge of regret. It was the weekend, and with students on break, the campus was deserted except for the members of the football team. I thought there would be many people to see us off, Li Qi lamented, voicing the sentiments of his teammates. In the vehicle, alongside the team members, was an external participant, a reporter from the school journal, the beautiful journalist Xuan Nuo, who had previously interviewed Yun Feiyong. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Xuan Nuo remained silent, whispering something to Yi Jiqing and Fang Shuer. Yun Feiyong, however, paid little attention, donning an eye mask and dozing in his seat. Liu Yiyang was engaged in a hushed discussion with Lin Bing and others about their upcoming tactics, though these had already been prearranged. Their matches were scheduled to take place between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m., with the morning matches from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., and the final match from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Nevertheless, the second team was eager to leave early for the match between Tongfei High School and Xinya High School, as it presented a prime opportunity to assess their opponent's strength. For the second team, this schedule was quite favorable, although they would face Tongfei High School in the second round. The first round would see Tongfei and Xinya, their 2 greatest rivals, clash against each other, making it an excellent opportunity to gauge the competitors' capabilities. Thus, the entire second team arose early to witness the morning match. Tongfei High School was not too far from the second team's school. Although weekend mornings often resulted in traffic congestion, they arrived at Tongfei High School's entrance in just half an hour. Like Qingxi High School, Tongfei's campus was not particularly large, yet they possessed a commendable playing field. All football high schools had such facilities. Consequently, the venues for the other 7 groups were located at the home grounds of the seed teams, while the second team's venue was set at the best-equipped Tongfei High School, a point on which the members could raise little objection, given that their own field was not quite standard. Upon disembarking, Meng Qiu noticed 2 individuals standing at the entrance of Tongfei High School. One was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, while the other was a rather handsome student, shorter in stature, yet exuding a robust energy. This student reminded Meng Qiu of Yun Feiyong. Like Yun Feiyong, he possessed a powerful physique, though he was somewhat shorter. Coach Wang and Liu Yiyang approached them. The head coach of Tongfei High School was surnamed Zhang, and the captain of their team was the formidable Li Hu. Wei Ming quietly remarked to Meng Qiu, "Why do they always choose animal names for nicknames? Last time we met, there was a rhinoceros and a cheetah. Now we have tiger." Meng Qiu whispered in response. Wei Ming chuckled silently, finding a strange sense in Meng Qiu's observation, leaving him momentarily speechless. As Coach Wang shook hands with Coach Zhang, exchanging banal pleasantries, Li Hu did not extend his hand to Liu Yiyang. Liu Yiyang retracted his hand and managed a nonchalant smile. "When you faced us last year, I couldn't participate in the match. I'm glad we're in the same group this year. Otherwise, I might never have had the chance to compete against you." Li Hu's voice was cold, his meaning clear. Had they not been in the same group, the second team would never have approached them, and after a year, Li Hu would graduate and enter the professional football arena, further diminishing any potential intersection with Liu Yiyang and his teammates. "I am an aspiring professional player. What about you?" Liu Yiyang replied, seemingly oblivious to any underlying tension, smiling gently. Damn, our captain is too courteous. That guy didn't even shake hands with the captain. I'll show him how it's done on the field. Yun Feiyong muttered. Yes, he is a forward, Gao Meng replied. Oh, then I'll just have to score more goals than he does. Yun Feiyong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before continuing. Once pleasantries were exchanged, Lu Yiyang returned to the group, leading the players into Tongfei High School. Captain, your temper is too good, Yun Feiyong grumbled as they walked. What good does saying so much do? Besides, while Li Hu may have a bad temper, he is not a fool. Psychological tactics want to work on him. Moreover, we are to compete against them tomorrow. As long as we win, everything else will fall into place, Lu Yiyang replied with a smile. Captain, that is uplifting. Yun Feiyong praised him. It seems this tiger holds quite a grudge against us, Meng Qiu remarked to Wei Ming. After all, we did defeat them in the quarterfinals last year. Wei Ming chuckled in response. In the face of Li Hu's provocation, the veteran players remained largely unfazed, for they were the victors. Upon reaching the stands, the second team settled into their designated area. It was an excellent vantage point, allowing for meticulous observation. We must focus on observing the players from Tongfei High School, especially those who will be matched against you. Be sure to note if there are any new additions to their lineup this year. I am uncertain, but their overall strength is formidable. Do not underestimate them, Lu Yiyang cautioned before the match commenced. On paper, Tongfei High School appeared stronger than Xinya High School. And more importantly, the second team's next opponent would be Tongfei High School. Zhao Lei, Wang Fazhong, Jiang Tao, Liu, Zheng Tianxing Li Hu, Lin Bing murmured as he reviewed the starting lineups. It seems they are all last year's main players, 5 seniors and 5 juniors, Gao Meng noted to Lu Yiyang. Wait, is that young player a freshman? Lu Yiyang suddenly pointed out. Gao Meng, Wei Ming, and Lin Bing looked up simultaneously, shaking their heads. Never seen him before. If he is starting, he must be a newcomer. Does Tongfei High School have a new forward wearing number 11? Will he partner with Li Hu to form a new attacking line? Lu Yiyang mused aloud. If that is the case, their tactics are likely to undergo significant changes. Wei Ming commented. Why is that? Meng Qiu inquired, while the other freshman looked on with curiosity at Wei Ming. Wei Ming cleared his throat. In the first 2 years, Tongfei High School employed a single striker formation, with Li Hu leading the charge. However, their offensive prowess does not rely solely on him. The midfield trio of Wang Fazhong, Jiang Tao, Liu, Zheng Tianxing, and Zhao Lei collectively possesses formidable attacking capabilities, each capable of finding the back of the net. Conversely, their defense appears somewhat lacking. They primarily establish themselves through offense. With all 5 players on the field alongside Li Hu and the young forward, their formation may shift to a 3-5-2. Such a transformation is monumental for a high school team, and perhaps a single match may not reveal much. Tomorrow's game will tell us, Yun Feiyong stated coldly. Indeed, we shall see. While we may not be familiar with their new tactics, they're likely even less acquainted with ours, given that we have 4 newcomers. Lu Yiyang laughed heartily. Meanwhile, the players from Second High School engaged in conversation, while the stands were teeming with spectators. Matches in the Dalian region are always enticing. In today's game, a rare confrontation between football schools in the group stage is no exception. Perhaps only another group match featuring last year's semi-finalist Sunshine Football School against another football academy could rival this game's appeal. The Tongfei High School stadium accommodates over 4,000 spectators, and at this moment, it is nearly full. Apart from the fewer than 1,000 students from Tongfei High School, the crowd consists of students from other schools and various unidentified individuals, possibly including scouts from professional teams. Currently, the domestic league is thriving. Yet the neglect of youth development over the past decade has revealed its consequences. Many teams are unable to find quality players despite having the financial means. Thus, football academies have surged in popularity, providing numerous young talents with opportunities. Similarly, in the high school football league, the presence of club scouts is prevalent. After all, high school students are younger and more malleable compared to college students. Consequently, the number of middle-aged spectators in the stands is quite substantial. Among them is a man who had previously been seen on the sidelines during training matches for Second High School, his eyes fixed on the field, muttering to himself, "What an excellent opportunity for observation. It seems my work is about to become quite busy. This wretched school has made no preparations, leaving me to personally assess the opponent's performance. he grumbled while retrieving a camera to focus on the ongoing match. On the field, players from Tongfei High School and Xinya High School were already dispersed, poised to commence the game. The once boisterous stadium fell into silence as everyone awaited the match's beginning. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the start of the game. Chapter 32. Defense against offense. Their offensive capabilities are remarkable. However, their defense is somewhat lacking. Thus, our objective in this match is to prioritize defense. Even if we cannot secure a victory, we must at least aim for a draw. This group contains several formidable teams, and Second High School is undeniably one of them. If we cannot win, we must avoid defeat. At the very least, we need to achieve 2 draws against these 2 opponents and strive for additional goal differentials against others. We are determined to secure a place in the top 8. This was the tactical plan laid out by the head coach of Xinya High School before the match commenced. Employing a defensive counterattack strategy against the 2 strongest opponents in the group is indeed a commendable approach. Tongfei High School is renowned for its exceptional offense, characterized by multiple scoring threats. Their center forward, Li Hu, is a remarkably skilled scorer. To contend with such a team, one must possess confidence that exceeds them in both defense and offense. Otherwise, engaging in a shootout would be tantamount to inviting disaster. By fortifying their defense and seizing a few counterattacking opportunities, they could clinch the game, just as Second High School did last year. The head coach of Xinya High School harbors his own intentions behind this strategy. He is fortunate to have as his captain Lu Zhanfeng, a senior center back who ranks among the elite defenders in Dalian's football scene. While he may not possess the fame of Yiyan, he undoubtedly ranks within the top 5 defenders in Dalian high school football. Centering the strategy around such an outstanding defender, the ironclad formation is one of the most challenging tactics to dismantle. The head coach is confident that even if they cannot secure 3 points through counterattacks, achieving a draw through solid defense remains a feasible outcome. Though this approach may seem somewhat passive for a football academy like Xinya, poor performance in matches could adversely affect student recruitment and the institution's reputation. Over the past 3 years in the National High School League's Dalian Division, Xinya High School has yet to reach the national tournament, nor have they even made it to the top 8 in their region, a rather disgraceful record for a football academy. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, the head coach of Xinya High School must strive for breakthroughs in this year's competition, as it directly impacts his livelihood. The world of professional football is unforgiving. In Tongfei High School's home ground, the stands naturally housed many supporters cheering for them. However, after 20 minutes of play, an increasing number of neutral spectators began to root for Tongfei High School. Hey, isn't Xinya playing too conservatively? With 10 players focused on defense, can they truly withstand Tongfei High School's multifaceted offensive? Li Qi remarked, unable to contain his thoughts. During these 20 minutes, Xinya High School executed only one strategy: defense. Their 3 lines were tightly compressed, leaving almost no gaps. 2 center backs and the 2 fullbacks, positioned within the penalty area, occupied the box, while the wingers retreated to the edge of the penalty area to assume the roles of fullbacks. The remaining midfielders established a dense defensive formation just outside the penalty area, leaving only one forward up front to disrupt Tongfei High School's advance, occasionally delaying their offensive maneuvers. It is rare to witness such a blatant disregard for pride in defense, even in preliminary matches. After all, the participants in the high school league are typically 16 to 18-year-old youths, a time characterized by vigor and passion. Even when they recognize the futility of an attacking strategy, they often rely on their fervor to engage in offensive battles until the last whistle. Likewise, audiences of this age tend to favor teams that do not solely rely on defense. Last year, while Second High School employed a defensive counterattack strategy, their counters were often executed with flair, thanks to Liu Yiyang's orchestration and Wei Ming's lightning-quick breakthroughs, producing brilliant plays that captivated many spectators. In contrast, Xinya High School merely focused on defending, and their counterattacks were primarily reliant on long passes, hoping for a stroke of luck. Such tactics inevitably appear exceedingly unappealing. It seems they are incapable of maintaining a solid defense while counterattacking, as effective counterattacks require precise long-range players in the midfield and forwards with exceptional individual skills, which Xinya High School has lacked in recent years. Thus, they likely only aim to secure draws through defense, given that this group contains 3 strong teams. If they cannot win, they must at least avoid losing. This mindset appears to be their best option, Liu Yiyang assessed. However, Considering Xinhua High School's offensive capabilities, will they be able to accumulate sufficient goal differentials against the other four teams? Gao Meng scoffed. Even if they manage to secure draws against Tongfei and us, they lack the capacity to compete in terms of goal differentials. At the very least, there exists a glimmer of hope. Yet, should they succumb to Tongfei, that flicker may vanish entirely. Meng Qiu abruptly remarked, in such circumstances, they can only strive toward the most probable direction. Upon hearing this, the players of the second team fell silent. As footballers, they inherently understood the immense courage required to make such a decision. Such bravery is certainly worthy of admiration. As players, they carry an abundance of burdens. Li Qi scoffed slightly. Meng Qiu smiled and chose not to respond. After all, anyone aspiring to become a professional player bears their own weight. Even those seemingly glamorous professionals endure pressures unknown to the average person. The nature of professionalism inevitably brings forth stress. However, Meng Qiu did not wish to impart this wisdom to Li Qi, who had no desire to pursue a career in football. His commitment to the school team stemmed solely from his pure love for the sport. He relished the games, savored football, and intended to pour forth his sweat and youth over the next couple of years before focusing on his studies and living his own life. On the field, Lu Zhanfeng leaped to block a shot from Li Hu outside the penalty area, sending the ball rolling out of bounds. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he was filled with determination. As one of the foremost center backs in Dalian's high school football scene, Lu Zhanfeng had never participated in a national competition due to the team's overall strength and luck, even failing to reach the top 8 in the Dalian division, which was indeed regrettable. Yet, Lu Zhanfeng held a different perspective. The Xinhua Football School had profoundly altered his life. As a farmer's son with poor academic performance, he was on the verge of abandoning his studies to work or return home to farm. However, he was discovered by a coach at Xinhua Football School, who offered him the opportunity to play football in exchange for waived tuition fees. This coach's discerning eye not only recognized talent, but also provided Lu Zhanfeng with a life-changing opportunity. Thus, Lu Zhanfeng worked diligently, quickly rising to the position of captain of the Xinhua High School team. Throughout these 3 years, other football schools had sought to recruit this exceptional center back with better offers. Yet Lu Zhanfeng consistently declined, wishing only to contribute further to Xinhua High School. He had options. In fact, professional teams were already interested in him. Like Yi Yin and others, he would join a professional team upon graduating. Before leaving, Lu Zhanfeng simply wished to give back to Xinhua High School. Advancing past the group stage, reaching the top 8, the top 4, Lu Zhanfeng did not think too far ahead. He merely aimed to showcase his best self. Match by match, against the relentless offensive onslaught of Tongfei High School, Lu Zhanfeng's performance was nothing short of stellar. Not only did he excel in interceptions, clearances, and blocks, but he also effectively organized the entire defensive line, preventing the scoring powerhouse known as Dalian Tongfei High School from creating any decisive opportunities despite their continuous assaults. Lu Zhanfeng, the pillar of Xinhua High School, as he soared once more to head away an opposing corner kick, the stands erupted in applause. Football is not solely about scoring. Every pass, every defense, and every transition can culminate in spectacular moments. Lu Zhanfeng's defensive prowess was undeniably the highlight of the match thus far. Lu Zhanfeng is truly an exceptional defender, though he pales in comparison to Yi Yin. If only we could trade Gao Meng for Lu Zhanfeng, Lin Bing remarked with a smile. Get lost, Gao Meng retorted with a single word. Even if he is good, he can't join our school. He's in his senior year, Lu Yiyang chuckled. The second team, being a public school rather than a football academy, adhered to the convention that senior players would not participate as first-team members. However, maintaining such a defense could prove perilous. Wei Ming commented, Lu Zhanfeng's current form is impressive, but can he withstand 90 minutes of relentless attacks? Do you not recall how he triumphed last year? Lu Yiyang smirked. Wei Ming suddenly understood. Tongfei High School is also a team with character, and their demeanor emanates from their captain, Li Hu, nicknamed the Fierce Tiger. Li Hu is a formidable forward with exceptional scoring ability, yet he is equally known for his volatile temperament. A team led by such an impetuous captain tends to mirror that volatility. When they go wild, they can achieve astonishing scores, such as a 5-5 draw against the formidable Wangzhou Yunbei in a warm-up match. Yet they can also become easily agitated. Their defeat to the second team last year serves as a clear example. Despite being able to advance with a draw, they became overly anxious believing they should win, leading to a reckless offensive that exposed their defense and allowed Wei Ming to seize the moment and strike decisively. Will they once again succumb to impatience today? If so, it could present an opportunity for Xinya High School. Perhaps this is precisely the opportunity Xinya High School has been awaiting. Chapter 33. The Roar of the Fierce Tiger. Moreover, Xinya High School's counterattacks seemed deceptively simplistic, Meng Qiu suddenly noted. Liu Yang paused in surprise, then slowly nodded. Indeed, Xinya is a football school. They should possess at least a decent counterattacking strategy. If they merely resort to unthreatening long passes, the attacking side will push further up the pitch, creating opportunities for Xinya High School. The captain truly analyzes things accurately. Liu remarked in admiration. Liu Yang exchanged a knowing glance with Meng Qiu, but chose not to elaborate. On the pitch, Liu cast a glance at Liu Zhanfeng before striding towards Wang Zhong. So, they intend to lure us into attacking with a staunch defense? Do they think I'm a fool? Liu stated. Wang Zhong chuckled. It might just work, especially if we continue to attack without scoring. After all, we only have 3 defenders in the back, making our defense considerably weaker than last year. However, they are unaware that our offense has strengthened significantly since last year. Liu snorted. So full-scale attack then? Wang Zhong inquired. Of course. We plan to showcase our offensive prowess to the second team, demonstrating just how formidable we have become. Instill fear in them. Liu nodded emphatically. He had no intention of conserving strength, preferring instead that the opposition suffer a great loss. In matches, sometimes schemes of holding back do not yield substantial results. Tangible strategies are far more effective than underhanded tactics. By leveraging the overwhelming victory against Xinya, they aim to create immense pressure for their second-round opponents, establishing qualification for advancement and preparing for subsequent matches. This encapsulates Liu's thoughts and presents a splendid opportunity for Tongfei High School to shine, be it individuals or teams. Everyone requires their unique style, and Tongfei High School's approach is to steamroll past any opponent, regardless of their nature. All right, Wang Zhong replied succinctly, a peculiar smile creeping onto his face. Liu Zhanfeng observed from a distance as Liu conversed with the newcomer. He instinctively tightened the captain's armband on his arm. Liu Zhanfeng had been paying close attention to the newcomer, yet in the past 20 minutes, Wang Zhong had not displayed any remarkable abilities. He merely ran about without much vigor, seemingly contributing little to the team. Nevertheless, Liu Zhanfeng remained vigilant, for in a formidable team like Tongfei Football School, a newcomer lacking any skill would hardly make it into the first team, let alone become a mainstay of the school squad. Tongfei High School executed a throw-in, reigniting their offensive thrust. Jiang Tao received a pass near the sideline, and as he turned, a defender from Xinya High School approached him. Instead of attempting a forceful dribble, Jiang Tao opted to pass the ball into the center, where Wang Fazhong received it, only to be swiftly pressured by the opposing defenders. He quickly shifted the ball away. Xinya High School's staunch defense was not merely cowering within the penalty area. Their coverage at the edge of the box and along the flanks was remarkably tight, effectively denying any attacking player within a 30-meter offensive zone. Tongfei High School exchanged a few passes but failed to find a path to goal. Liu withdrew from the penalty area, signaling for the ball. Upon receiving it, Liu promptly passed to him, and Liu seized it before the defenders could react, turning his back to the opposition before forcefully breaking through. Despite his modest height, Liu possessed immense strength, and few defenders could withstand his forceful maneuver. He shoved one defender aside, but Xinya High School had adequate defensive support at the edge of the penalty area, with 2 defenders converging on him instantly. Undeterred, Liu charged forward with the ball. The first defender was swiftly brushed aside, while the second could merely struggle to keep pace. I'll take care of this. You keep marking. Liu Zhanfeng surged forward to confront Liu, embracing his responsibility. The defenders from Xinya High School immediately dispersed, each focusing on Tongfei High School's attacking players. Even Wang Zhong found himself shadowed by a defender. Faced with Liu Zhanfeng's advance, Liu showed no fear and attempted another forceful breakthrough. Liu Zhanfeng was aware that although he had a slight physical advantage, Liu's strength was formidable, necessitating his utmost effort to avoid being easily brushed aside and to block Liu's path to shoot. Therefore, he approached with caution. Just as he closed in, Liu lifted his foot and executed a diagonal pass into the penalty area. When had he begun to pass in such situations? The thought flickered through Liu Zhanfeng's mind. It was well known in the Dalian high school football circle that Li Hu, when sprinting with the ball at the edge of the penalty area, would invariably opt for a forceful shot after creating space. His long-range shots had an impressively high success rate. Yet, at this moment, he chose to pass. After the pass, Li Hu continued his run. Liu Zhanfeng's attention was inevitably drawn to the unfolding situation within the penalty area. Turning back, he saw Wang Zhong had gained a favorable position, with the defender blocked behind him, preparing to shoot. Liu Zhanfeng immediately sprang into action, ready to demonstrate his blocking abilities. He retreated swiftly, nearly throwing himself into the path of Wang Zhong's shot. However, Wang Zhong deftly nudged the ball sideways, executing a delicate pass that sailed over the retreating Liu Zhanfeng and landed at the edge of the small penalty area. Li Hu, making a forward run, swung his right foot. The ball shot off like a cannonball, and in the next instant, it erupted into the back of Xinya High School's net. The roar of the tiger reverberated throughout the stadium. Tongfei High School's players in the stands erupted in ecstatic cheers. They had finally witnessed their team score the opening goal. Though nearly 30 minutes had passed, scoring against the school team was enough to ignite their excitement. Li Hu emphatically waved his fist, then cast a disdainful glance at Liu Zhanfeng before rushing over to embrace Wang Zhong. The other players from Tongfei High School surged forward, celebrating this hard-earned goal. A chill swept through Liu Zhanfeng's heart. Maintaining a clean sheet in the first half was crucial for seizing opportunities in the second half. Now that this premise had been shattered, Xinya High School's chances were dwindling. Should they force an attack? Liu Zhanfeng couldn't help but glance at the sidelines, only to see the coach nod in approval. The period following a conceded goal might serve as a prime opportunity for Xinya High School, especially since Tongfei High School might become complacent after scoring, thus presenting Xinya High School with a significant chance. As the match resumed, Xinya High School launched a vigorous offensive. Their attack was distinctly characteristic, as noted by Liu Yiyang. While Xinya High School lacked particularly outstanding offensive players, their front line had been cooperating for a year or two, allowing for swift passing that efficiently brought the attack into the opponent's half. However, Tongfei High School seemed well prepared. Although their formation had shifted from the habitual 4-5-1 to a 3-5-2, their defensive organization remained robust. As the midfielders fell back, Tongfei High School's defense began to take shape with remarkable clarity. Is Zheng Tianxing shifting to a defensive role? Gao Meng inquired with surprise. The seasoned players recognized that Tongfei High School's attacking midfielder Zheng Tianxing had moved back, even beginning to orchestrate the entire defensive line. No wonder they only field 3 defenders. Zheng Tianxing is an astute player with an exceptional overall vision. Transitioning to a defensive role would be seamless for him. Lin Bing remarked thoughtfully. With Li Hu and the young forward up front, complemented by Zhao Lei, Wang Fazhong, Jiang Tao, and Li Yu, the attacking options were indeed sufficient. His sacrifice was reasonable. Liu Yiyang nodded in agreement. This year's Tongfei High School is stronger than last year. They will undoubtedly be our greatest adversary in the group stage. Observing Tongfei High School's remarkably steady defensive organization, the players from No. 2 High School nodded in unison. Originally a team known for their fierce offense, Tongfei High School's top talents were primarily concentrated in the attacking line. Now, with Zheng Tianxing's withdrawal, their defense had begun to solidify, which could bring about a qualitative change for the team. As their defense solidified, their offense could proceed with greater assurance, inadvertently enhancing Tongfei High School's attacking prowess. What does it signify for a team already proficient in offense to bolster its defense while simultaneously enhancing its attack? It implies they become increasingly difficult to defeat. Moreover, judging by recent events, Tongfei High School's tendency to become anxious in tightly contested situations appeared to have improved significantly. Li Hu had begun to learn the art of passing, and their overall attack was becoming more patient. If they continued to approach them as they had last year, No. 2 High School would have little chance of success. Even a draw against Tongfei High School in the second match might not bode well for No. 2 High School, as Tongfei High School possessed a formidable ability to capitalize on weaknesses in weaker teams. This year, the strength of Zhong has undoubtedly surpassed that of the previous year. It is not solely Zhong that has enhanced its prowess. Among the newcomers, there will undoubtedly be many outstanding players, whose presence will bring about significant changes among the formidable teams in the Dalian division. Such transformations may pose considerable challenges for Zhong. This group can indeed be deemed a group of death. Yun Feiyong's eyes gleamed with determination. I want to compete with those two forwards and see who can score more goals, he declared confidently, clenching his fists. Chapter 34. The Demon Blade. Naturally, our goal tally is closely intertwined with your performance, Lu Yiyang remarked, patting Yun Feiyong on the shoulder with a smile. Don't forget to pass the ball to me, Yun Feiyong replied. On the field, the situation for Xinya High School was becoming precarious. They had intended to seize the opportunity to attack, capitalizing on the potential complacency of Tongfei High School, hoping to equalize the score and regain control of the match's tempo. However, Tongfei High School was indeed different from last year. They seemed to have anticipated Xinya High School's strategy, maintaining their focus from the moment the ball was put back into play. The counterattacks from Xinya High School failed to yield significant results. Their fast breaks were thwarted, forcing them into a positional battle. This was not their forte. In terms of characteristics, Xinya High School was somewhat akin to Chengxi High School, both featuring an exceptional central defender around whom a formidable defense was constructed. However, compared to Chengxi High School, Xinya High School's shortcomings were evident. They lacked a warrior like Sun Xiangxin in the midfield and a killer like Xiaoyan in their counterattacks. Most importantly, while Lu Zhanfeng was indeed an outstanding central defender, he was no Emperor Yi Yan. Yi Yan was a versatile defender, excelling not only in robust defense, but also demonstrating remarkable attacking capabilities. In contrast, Lu Zhanfeng was a more traditional defender, proficient in organizing the defense, engaging in direct confrontations, and making timely interceptions. Yet, if the offensive front could not break the deadlock, he could offer little assistance to the team. This exemplifies the distinction between top-tier players and merely proficient defenders. Observing the hindrance to the frontline attack, Lu Zhanfeng felt a surge of anxiety, yet he hesitated to advance. Not only was Li Hu intercepting in midfield, ready to join the attack at any moment, but there was also that Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong ambled about in midfield. Yet Lu Zhanfeng, with the instincts of a defender, sensed that when this fellow had the ball, it could be extremely perilous. He could not fathom why he felt this way, yet he was certain that his intuition was not mistaken. Thus, he concentrated most of his attention on Wang Zhong, monitoring his movements and positioning to prevent the opponent from scoring again during counterattack. Xinya High School's passing in the front line was destabilized by Tongfei High School's aggressive pressing. Nevertheless, they persisted in their efforts to maintain possession and distribute the ball, determined not to allow their opponents a chance to launch an attack. With only a few minutes remaining until the end of the first half, even if they could not equalize the score, their goal was to prevent the opponent from extending their lead. Unbeknownst to them, Xinya High School had unwittingly lowered their ambitions yet again. They failed to realize this, having been overwhelmed by the momentum exhibited by Tongfei High School. Such momentum also influenced the other teams on the sidelines. At least, apart from Zhong, the other four teams felt immense pressure witnessing Xinya High School, a football school, struggling to mount even a semblance of an attack. We're expanding the area of our pressing, Wei Ming commented. These midfielders and defenders can truly run, and their pressing is fierce, showing no regard for physical contact. Indeed, they have always been adept at utilizing their physicality in attack. Now it seems, they're applying it in defense as well. It appears Tongfei High School has not been idle this past year, Gao Meng remarked with a sigh. They're likely trying to exert pressure on us by playing this fiercely in the first match, especially since we will soon be facing them, Meng Qiu suddenly added. Perhaps. But what they do not realize is that we have a player who has never known fear, Wei Ming chuckled. The players of Zhong turned their gazes toward Yun Feiyong, who remained composed. As the first half draws to a close with just a one-goal deficit, Xinya High School still has a chance to fight back in the second half. Lu Yiyang noted while glancing at the clock. Just as he spoke, the tide of the match shifted dramatically. Xinya High School's attack was disrupted, and after the ball was thrown back in, the player who received it was immediately pressed by the opponent. In a moment of haste, he passed the ball sideways, but was intercepted by the swiftly approaching Zhang Tianxing. Zhang Tianxing thwarted Xinya High School's pass and delivered a direct ball to Wang Fazhong, who turned and executed a through ball to Li Hu, initiating counterattack. Delay his advance, shouted the trailing Lu Zhanfeng, who was still a distance away from Li Hu. Wang Zhong had stealthily maneuvered forward, positioning himself in a rather peculiar manner, always remaining parallel to Lu Zhanfeng. If Lu Zhanfeng neglected to defend against him, a direct pass from Li Hu could potentially lead to a one-on-one situation. At that moment, Liu Zhanfeng finally understood why he had sensed Wang Zhong as a threat. It was due to his dynamic positioning, continuously moving to align with him. A forward with such movement capability was indeed dangerous. If Liu was like a rampaging tiger, fierce and imposing, then Wang Zhong resembled a blade that could strike unexpectedly. The remaining players from Xinya High School in the half gathered around Liu, just as he lifted his foot and delivered the ball forward. As he passed, Wang Zhong swiftly sidestepped, momentarily shaking off Liu Zhanfeng's defense, and received Liu's pass. Liu Zhanfeng slightly angled his body to obstruct Wang Zhong's path. Wang Zhong received the ball near the right side of the penalty area, while Liu Zhanfeng positioned himself just behind, accurately blocking Wang Zhong's route into the penalty area against the goalkeeper. It was a one-on-one situation. Though he was alone, Liu Zhanfeng felt no anxiety. He was confident that the other players from Xinya High School would soon return to defend. The first half was nearing its conclusion. He merely needed to delay Wang Zhong for a moment. At that instant, Wang Zhong made his move. He began dribbling forward at a measured pace, inching the ball ahead. Liu Zhanfeng approached cautiously, following Wang Zhong's rhythm, gradually cutting off his path. As Wang Zhong reached the edge of the penalty area, Liu Zhanfeng observed that although Wang Zhong's dribbling speed was not rapid, he maintained excellent control, leaving Liu Zhanfeng with no opportunity to intercept the ball. However, Liu Zhanfeng remained unperturbed. There was no need for haste at this moment. He simply needed to hold his position. Wang Zhong's left foot brushed the inside of the ball, seemingly preparing to break laterally before shooting from the edge of the penalty area. Liu Zhanfeng shifted his weight, also moving laterally, aiming to block Wang Zhong's subsequent actions. Then, to his astonishment, he watched as Wang Zhong pulled the ball back once more and surged straight into the penalty area. Liu Zhanfeng attempted to obstruct Wang Zhong's advance, but he found himself immobilized, helplessly watching as Wang Zhong slipped past him. After breaking through, Wang Zhong faced the advancing goalkeeper and elegantly pushed the ball into the far corner with his left foot. The ball glided past the goalkeeper's outstretched hand and nestled snugly against the inner post, finding its way into the net. A wave of cheers erupted from the stands. Wang Zhong spread his arms wide, standing there, basking in the adoration of the fans. What has transpired? The players from the second school exchanged bewildered glances. Despite the distance, they sensed something amiss. Liu Zhanfeng had been effortlessly deceived by Wang Zhong. Such a lapse was nearly inconceivable for a defender of his caliber. Had Liu Zhanfeng momentarily lost his wits? Gao Meng inquired, puzzled. Liu Yang shook his head, equally perplexed. It was a matter of rhythm, Meng Qiu murmured. When Wang Zhong received the ball, he consistently made small, quick steps to dribble past from his left side. Liu Zhanfeng followed this rhythm backward, his body accustomed to it. When Wang Zhong prepared to break to the left, his feint was so convincing that Liu Zhanfeng instinctively shifted laterally. However, this movement was in direct contrast to his previous direction. If normally Liu Zhanfeng exerted only 80% of his strength to maintain the ability to stop and change direction, at that moment, he believed he had only exerted 80%. In reality, he had used all his strength to counteract his prior momentum. Thus, when Wang Zhong broke through in the opposite direction again, he lacked the strength to defend. Indeed, in that instant, he was in conflict with himself, Meng Qiu confirmed. Some European forwards possess such a trait. Their dribbling may not appear swift, yet their mastery of rhythm leaves defenders unable to react. Wang Zhong embodies this characteristic. It's no wonder Liu Zhanfeng seemed momentarily sluggish, Gao Meng remarked. In our next match against this fellow, you must remain vigilant, Liu Yang advised. This defense can indeed pose quite a challenge, Gao Meng sighed. No wonder Liu partners with him on the front line. One is fierce, the other is agile. If these two forwards collaborate effectively, they might form the strongest attacking duo in the entire Dalian division. Few teams possess such exceptional forward partnerships. Poor Liu Zhanfeng appeared significantly affected, seemingly at a loss to comprehend why he had been rendered helpless in defense. One could only hope he would regain his focus in the second half. Otherwise, this match could turn into a nightmare for Xinya High School. Meanwhile, in the corner, a middle-aged man nodded slightly and quickly jotted down notes in his notebook. Thank goodness I attended this match, he muttered to himself after finishing his notes. Chapter 35. The lessons of professional players entering the second half 2 goals behind. Xinya High School was indeed shaken. Their aspirations had been repeatedly lowered, yet they failed to maintain their baseline. Despite the coach's efforts to boost morale during halftime, the players of Xinya High School remained undeniably affected. The most critical issue was that their defensive linchpin, Liu Zhanfeng, remained bewildered by how he had been unable to execute any defensive maneuvers after being deceived by Wang Zhong. In the heat of the game, it is easy for one to lose perspective. Even Gao Meng, a commendable defender observing from the stands, could not discern Wang Zhong's method. Liu Zhanfeng, too, failed to deduce the situation, which severely impacted his mindset. Within 5 minutes of the second half, Gao Meng sighed deeply. Xinya High School won't have any opportunities in this match. He discerned that, despite Liu Zhanfeng's persistent efforts, he was subconsciously hesitant when defending against Wang Zhong. A defender who cannot concentrate on marking will inevitably make numerous mistakes. And indeed, that was the case. By the end of the match, even the students from Tongfei High School were astonished by the gruesome scoreline. 6-0, 2 goals in the first half and 4 in the second. Tongfei High School maintained relentless pressure, converting every opportunity created by their midfield into goals. After scoring the opening goal in the first half, Liu completed a hat trick in the second half, netting 4 goals in total, while Wang Zhong had a follow-up shot that contributed to the second goal. After that, Wang Zhong seemed to fade from the spotlight, allowing the limelight to shine solely on Captain Liu. This guy's scoring ability has certainly remained intact. Yun Feiyong, you've already scored 4. You need to step it up. Wei Ming teased Yun Feiyong. I'll strive for 5. Yun Feiyong shouted. Yin Xiao is magnificent. Yin Xiao is impressive. The other players from the second school chimed in. Yet, Liu Yiyang approached Meng Qiu and quietly asked, have you noticed anything? Meng Qiu had made several astute observations earlier, prompting Liu Yiyang to feel that he could engage in tactical discussions with him. After all, it is one thing to watch a game, but to identify crucial details and make accurate judgments indicates a capacity for thoughtful analysis of the match. The number 11 forward is pivotal in this match, Meng Qiu stated, referring to the newcomer Wang Zhong from Tongfei High School. Although Li Hu, with his 4 goals, was the star of the match, the key to such a resounding victory was Wang Zhong. The first goal, which opened the scoring, was assisted by Wang Zhong, while the second goal, disrupting Liu Zhanfeng's focus, was solely his doing. The brilliance of the second half had already been foreshadowed in the first. Wang Zhong's meteoric rise was the linchpin of Xinya High School's collapse. It was evident that Xinya High School's defensive focus was on Li Hu, which, while not entirely misguided, was a significant oversight. After all, Li Hu was Tongfei High School's most threatening forward, and neutralizing him would strip Tongfei's attack of a critical element. It seemed they had not overlooked Wang Zhong, yet his unique attributes left them floundering. Indeed, another crucial factor is that Tongfei High School was previously known for its raw aggression, which made them brittle. After Wang Zhong's arrival, the team retains its tenacity, but has also gained a degree of finesse. If Xinya High School continues to approach Tongfei High School in their old manner, they will inevitably suffer, Liu Yiyang remarked with a smile. I had to notice that, as I'm unaware of Tongfei High School's former style, Meng Qiu admitted candidly. Liu Yiyang chuckled, having momentarily forgotten that detail. After all, last year, in the final round of the group stage, he had masterminded the elimination of Tongfei High School. Leading up to that match, he and the entire second school had meticulously prepared, reaching the apex of their research on Tongfei High School. In this context, any changes in Tongfei High School were immediately apparent to Liu Yiyang. Li Hu was not oblivious to this, yet he and Wang Zhong still exerted themselves fully, demolishing Xinya High School. This was not merely to secure a triumphant start, but also to exert comprehensive psychological pressure on the second school. Though the style has softened somewhat, the essence of Tongfei High School remains unchanged. When it comes to vengeance, they pursue it with relentless fervor. Before the match begins, they intimidate their opponents. Once the game commences, they vanquish them, delivering blows that resonate both physically and psychologically. Such retribution is deemed thorough. All right, we are heading out for a meal. We have 3 hours until the match. After eating, let's stretch a bit and get ready for the afternoon game, Liu Yiyang remarked as he waved his hand. The players from Class 2 rose in a chaotic flurry. The match was set to start at 9, and by the time it concluded, it would be nearly 11. With only 3 hours left until the 2 o'clock match, any delay in dining could adversely affect their performance. Playing a match may sound simple, yet achieving a favorable outcome requires meticulous attention to detail. Although the high school league lacks the rigor of professional competitions, in today's information-rich environment, Even ordinary fans are well acquainted with the nuances that athletes must adhere to. Under Coach Wang's leadership, the players from Class 2 hurried to Tongfei High School's cafeteria. As expected of a football academy, the dining arrangement was a buffet. Upon entering the cafeteria, Li Qi gasped in awe, his rural roots showing, though it did not come across as impolite, as the other students from different schools, who entered simultaneously, exhibited similar astonishment. Accustomed to the dismal dining conditions of public schools, witnessing the cafeteria of a football academy was indeed a revelation. Go grab your food, and remember, be quick. Finish within 20 minutes, Liu Yang instructed the players. They nodded and dispersed to prepare their meals. Why does it resemble Western cuisine? They even have fruit salad but no rice. Li Qi lamenta, returning with a large platter of meat, having failed to find his preferred staple. Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyong exchanged glances and chuckled. The food here was reminiscent of what they typically consumed, suggesting that Tongfei Football Academy was indeed quite formal. The menu was low in starch and fat, rich in protein and organic foods, typical of a professional athlete's diet. Despite the scarcity of rice and noodles, the players of Class 2 joyfully piled their plates high with various meats. Although it was primarily chicken and beef, it was certainly better than nothing. However, the pallor of the food raised concerns. Was it properly cooked? After placing his plate on the table, Li Qi couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Meng Qiu stifled a laugh. He knew well the taste of such nutritional meals. Observing their current delight, one couldn't help but wonder what their expressions would be when the food actually reached their mouths. Yun Feiyong opened his mouth as if to speak, but Meng Qiu discreetly nudged him, prompting him to close it immediately. You rascal, you're rather mischievous, Yun Feiyong whispered to Meng Qiu. Anyway, they have to eat. Meng Qiu chuckled behind his hand. Yun Feiyong cleared his throat, then sat down, eagerly shoveling several pieces of beef into his mouth. This tastes quite good. Why aren't you all eating? He exclaimed, his enthusiasm infectious. Seeing Yun Feiyong relish his meal, Li Qi quickly followed suit, shoving pieces of meat into his own mouth. However, after a few chews, his expression shifted. He seemed ready to spit it out, but seeing everyone watching him, he forced himself to chew a few more times and swallowed it down. Is it delicious? Han Ming Qiu curiously. Delicious. Li Qi gritted his teeth in affirmation. The others, not as navi as he, noticed his odd expression and only took small bites, swallowing nervously. Li Qi, your conscience is truly compromised. While the meat was cooked, it lacked sufficient salt and other seasonings. Though it was indeed meat, it was hardly appetizing. Ah, your eating method is all wrong. You should chew more. Masticating it thoroughly before swallowing is better for your digestion, Meng Qiu stated earnestly. Don't deceive me. Clearly, the kitchen staff forgot to add salt and seasoning today. Is this what you call home field advantage? Li Qi shouted. His voice rose slightly, but it caught the attention of the members from other schools, sparking a flurry of discussions among the teams from 6th and 8th middle schools, as well as the Maya team, who were about to face Class 2. Just then, a cold scoff echoed from outside the cafeteria. Li Hu strode in, disdainfully surveying everyone. You truly are a bunch of bumpkins. If you aspire to be professional players, your diet should consist of such fare, low in oil, salt, and sugar, devoid of any seasoning. Relying primarily on beef, chicken, and vegetables is all you need. There is no need to elaborate, for you will never comprehend the world of professional athletes. Li Hu's expression dripped with contempt. Yet the aura he exuded left many speechless. The chasm between professional athletes and ordinary students was immense. Moreover, Li Hu was on the cusp of becoming a professional player, rumored to have already signed a preliminary contract with a local team in Dalian, awaiting his graduation to join. To be lectured by a prospective professional player was indeed a humbling experience for them. As the atmosphere in the cafeteria grew tense, a light chuckle broke the silence from the table occupied by Class 2. Li Hu turned, his face as cold as ice. The laughter had come from Yun Feiyong. Li Hu fixed his glare on Yun Feiyong, who remained unfazed. Just because you follow a professional diet doesn't make you a professional player. Don't forget, it was these amateur players from Class 2 who reached the top 8 last year. Others may not aspire to be professionals. They play for the love of the game. What inferiority complex do you possess? Li Hu shot a sidelong glance at Yun Feiyong. Who are you? He asked bluntly, bypassing any debate. I am Yun Feiyong, and I have secured 3 Dalian championships. Yun Feiyong replied with a light laugh. clearly indicating that while Li Hu claimed to be a professional player, he had never even won a Dalian championship. I may be an amateur, but I have 3 Dalian championships to my name. Can you even mention the middle school league without a football academy as participation? Li Hungria Skufa. Regardless, I have won 3 Dalian championships. Now that I'm in high school, I am aiming for the national championship. Yin Feiyong shrugged. Perhaps next year or the year after, you'll have a chance. But this year, you won't even reach the top 8 in Dalian, Li Hu retorted. But didn't I hear that Class 2 made it to the top 8 last year, while Tongfei didn't even progress past the group stage? Yin Feiyong queried, digging into his ear before turning to Meng Qiu. I just returned from abroad. I'm not familiar with these matters. Meng Qiu replied. Li Hu's eyes glinted with an intimidating light. Losing to Class 2 and missing the top 8 last year was a memory that had haunted him for the entire year. He was not a magnanimous individual. His somewhat extreme personality was the very reason he exuded such aggression on the field. Now, this freshman had the audacity to poke at his most sensitive sore spot. While one could tolerate an affront, a relative could not. Clenching his fists, Li Hu was ready to confront him. He was unafraid of a fight. He had been suspended for the final round last year due to a red card received for a conflict in the previous match. He didn't care about that. At that moment, Wang Zhong grasped him firmly. Senior, if you exchange with him, it would be detrimental for us, Wang Zhong whispered. Yet his words were clear enough for everyone from number 2 high school to hear. In a brawl, both parties would inevitably face disqualification. And Wang Zhong believed that if Li Hu and Yun Feiyong were banned, it would greatly benefit number 2 high school. Although his statement was somewhat circuitous, its meaning was evident, and a hint of anger began to surface on Yun Feiyong's face. The match is tomorrow. Why the urgency? Meng Qiu chimed in, pulling Yun Feiyong back with a similar tone. Yun Feiyong chuckled, then took a seat, falling silent. Li Hu was also pulled away by his teammates and returned to their customary spot. The meal that followed was marked by an unusual quietness, with everyone absorbed in their food. Coach Wang complained, "You all seem to disregard me as your head coach. Moreover, I am still your teacher. How could you consider fighting in front of me?" "Coach, we won't brawl," Lu Yiyang assured. In a corner, a middle-aged man observed the scene with a faint smile. He first glanced at Yin Feiyong, then at Meng Qiu, before turning his attention to Li Hu and the others, finally lowering his head to eat. The members of No. 2 High School swiftly finished their meal and were the first to exit the cafeteria. Let us carefully watch No. 2 High School's match later and see just how formidable Yin Feiyong truly is, Li Hu murmured. Next week, let them know our strength. Our goal this year is the national competition, perhaps even the championship. Understood? Yes. The players from Tongfei High School responded in unison. Upon leaving the cafeteria, the team from number 2 High School arrived at the room arranged for them by Tongfei High School. With over 2 hours until the match began, they certainly could not wait idly at the field. The midday sun was still quite intense, and remaining there for 2 hours would likely drain their energy for the game. While next week's match was undeniably significant, our immediate focus should be on today's game, Lu Yiyang declared, establishing the theme. Despite the earlier clash in the cafeteria, the upcoming match was not against Tongfei High School, but rather against Maya High School, in a grouping where only one team could advance. Performing well in every match was essential for all teams aspiring to progress. If they drew 2 matches against other opponents, even a victory over Tongfei High School might not suffice for number 2 High School to advance in points. Maya High School is not an insurmountable opponent. They have traditionally been weak unless they have a few outstanding freshmen this year who could pose a threat. If we play to our potential, victory is within reach. Wei Ming stated with a smile. Are you praising yourself? Oh, are you praising our entire sophomore class? Lin Bing exclaimed dramatically. The freshmen all laughed, recalling how last year's number 2 High School had been relatively obscure until the arrival of Lu Yiyang and the 4 prodigies, catapulting them into the top 8 of the Dalian division. Admittedly, that possibility exists, but let's not burden ourselves with unnecessary pressure. Let us just play normally. Yun Feiyong. Today we will strive to create many opportunities for you, showcasing our tactics in positional play. You aspire to be the top scorer, right? So, make an effort to shine. Lu Yiyang said, clearing his throat. Leave the scoring to me, Yun Feiyong replied enthusiastically, raising his fist. Meng Qiu, today aim for a stable performance. Consider yourself an ordinary fullback, focusing on assisting and defending, Lu Yiyang instructed Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu nodded, having no objections to this arrangement. Yun Feiyong was already well known. There was little point in concealing his prowess. It was better to let him shine. The more remarkable his performance, the more attention he would draw, allowing Meng Qiu to become a core offensive point in subsequent matches and gain an advantage. Since Tongfei High School intends to apply pressure through their performance, we shall remain understated, Liu Yiyang concluded with a smile. Given Tongfei High School's aggressive demeanor, let's downplay our own strengths and present ourselves as the world perceives us. Tomorrow, when you suddenly unleash your prowess and defeat Tongfei High School, I wonder what expressions Li Hu and Wang Zhong will wear. Just thinking about it is quite exhilarating. Li Qi said to Meng Qiu, your expression and manner of speaking seems somewhat peculiar. Meng Qiu remarked, guarding himself warily against Li Qi. What do you mean by peculiar? Li Qi replied, bewildered. Yun Feiyong couldn't help but chuckle. It seems he hasn't TCWNWNMI which explains why he finds your words odd. The generational gap. Li Qi exclaimed loudly. Take it easy, move around, warm up. 2 hours passed relatively quickly. The players from number 2 high school, invigorated, stepped onto the field. The starting lineup remained unchanged. Lin Bing, Gao Meng, Han Ming, Meng Qiu, Li Lemon, Li Qi, Liu Yiyang, He Fan, Wei Ming, Zhao Rue, and Yun Feiyong. There are 4 freshmen among them, an onlooker in the stands commented. Number 2 high school lacks depth. The seniors are not particularly skilled, relying solely on last year's 4 prodigies to hold their ground. Freshmen have more opportunities to secure starting positions, a luxury not often afforded in typical soccer academies. Indeed, only Wang Zhong from our cohort made it to the starting lineup, but his talent truly warrants such an opportunity, 2 students from Tongfei High School discussed, only to be startled by the sudden eruption of cheers from the crowd. Number 2 high school, you can do it. Number 2 high school is formidable. No, 2 high school is dominant. Number 2 high school will prevail. The synchronized cheers resonated throughout the stands. Unbeknownst to them, over 200 students from No. 2 high school had gathered, lacking a uniform appearance, yet exhibiting remarkable organization. Their collective shout instantly captured everyone's attention. The players on the field looked up at the stands. Is this a surprise? No wonder we didn't TC anyone from our school when we left. They must have planned this to cheer us on, Yi Ziking exclaimed. Zhou Yi, smiling brightly, said, our school magazine has been preparing this for a long time. We agreed not to inform you beforehand, just to give you a delightful shock before the match. How do you feel? Happy? Excited? Yi Ziking, laughing and jumping, embraced Zhou Yi, exclaiming, Sister Yi. I'm not sure if they are happy, but I am absolutely thrilled. Fang Shuer watched the two with a smile. Not seeing any schoolmates during their departure had raised her suspicions, and indeed, a surprise awaited them. Hey, Su Bin stands out quite a bit in the stands. Meng Qiu remarked with a smile, pointing at a chubby figure bouncing around. His size naturally catches the eye, Yun Feiyong responded. This gives us all the more reason to strive for victory. I can feel my fighting spirit igniting. Don't get too carried away. If you receive a red card or something, we might genuinely lose, Meng Qiu cautioned. Rest assured, I shall not falter. I am indeed an honest person. Yun Feiyong chuckled heartily. Meng Qiu shrugged. An honest person? Perhaps, but during this period of training alongside Yun Feiyong, I have come to understand his temperament. When Yun Feiyong becomes overly excited, he may be as formidable as Li Hu. Chapter 37. Yun Feiyong's rising fame. The students from the second high school swiftly transformed the court into their home ground. The stand were filled with resounding cheers for the second high school. This was largely due to the overwhelming presence of students from Tongfei High School. Having no stake in the match, would not cheer for another team. Meanwhile, the team from Maya High School was not particularly strong, and their small group of supporters was easily overshadowed by the fervent shouts of the second high school students. Upon seeing the opposing lineup, Liu Yiyang felt a sense of calm. Most of the players were familiar faces from last year, with only 1 or 2 newcomers positioned as defenders or midfielders. Even if these new players were exceptional, their impact would be limited. Last year's second high school could secure victory with a bit of focus. This year, they had the added strength of Yun Feiyong. The previous weakness of the second high school had been their lack of potent scoring options. However, Yun Feiyong was precisely a powerful center forward, endowed with remarkable scoring abilities. As the match commenced, Liu Yiyang began to showcase his skills in midfield. As one of the 4 prominent midfielders in the Dalian division, he may not have displayed much organizational prowess against Qingxi High School, yet he was undeniably an outstanding midfielder. Through his passes, the second high school quickly established dominance in midfield and initiated their offensive maneuvers. Maya High School attempted to thwart the second high school's advances through vigorous running, yet the midfielders of the second high school merely orchestrated the play, while their true attacks were directed along the flanks. Noticing two midfielders closing in on him, Liu Ying calmly dribbled the ball, drawing more attention before subtly directing a pass to the left wing. Charging down the left flank were Wei Ming and Meng Qiu. The pass was delivered with remarkable speed. Meng Qiu, nearing the sideline, received the ball without stopping, deftly flicking it forward with his left foot. Wei Ming seized the ball and accelerated, evading a defender. Watch out for his breakthrough on the wing, warned two players from Maya High School as they closed in on Wei Ming. His swift advance was well known within the Dalian High School football scene, and the defenders were acutely aware of his capabilities. At that moment, Meng Qiu, having successfully passed, surged forward, calling out, "Pass it to me." The defender's focus momentarily wavered, and taking advantage of this, Wei Ming opted not to go wide or pass to Meng Qiu, but instead struck the ball directly into the penalty area, a precise cross from a 45-degree angle. This was a tactic the second high school had recently practiced. As Meng Qiu advanced, Yun Feiyong had already begun his run into the box. The moment Wei Ming struck the ball, he had burst into the penalty area. The cross arced high, and Yun Feiyong surged past the two defenders attempting to mark him, leaping to meet the descending ball with a powerful header. Despite the defenders' desperate attempts to interfere, their efforts paled in comparison to the close marking from Yiyan. For Yun Feiyong, this level of disturbance was negligible. The ball soared like an arrow toward the upper left corner of the goal. The Maya High School goalkeeper could only manage a futile swipe as the ball zipped past him into the net. In less than 5 minutes since the start of the match, the second high school executed a cross from the wing, and Yun Feiyong scored his inaugural goal in the Dalian division. Splendid. Subin leapt from his seat in the stands. "Well done," cheered Yi Jiqing from the sidelines. The students of the second high school erupted in exuberant cheers, celebrating their first goal of the season in the Dalian division. Following the goal, Yun Feiyong refrained from celebrating. Instead, he dashed towards the net, retrieved the ball, and sprinted back. His actions left everyone astonished, scoring so early yet still intent on conserving time. Was this madness? From the stands, Li Hu smirked. It seems he is determined to compete fiercely for the title of top scorer in the preliminaries. Wang Zhong chuckled. The Dalian division, rich in teams, often saw a significant skill disparity between football academies and regular schools. Consequently, the true assessment for the top scorer would occur during the knockout stages, specifically the quarterfinals. Goals scored in the preliminaries did not count towards this honor. However, each group would still recognize a preliminary top scorer, an informal accolade many students aspired to achieve. Li Hu had already netted 4 goals, showcasing his prowess. Yun Feiyong's eagerness for goals demonstrated his keen interest in such honors. In response to Wang Zhong's comments, Li Hu merely scoffed, "Fool." In a match of this caliber, such actions would only draw the defender's attention toward oneself. Even if Yun Feiyong were indeed skilled, being closely watched could lead to injuries inflicted by hot-headed opponents. The players from Maya High School were indeed incensed. Yun Feiyong's actions had deeply provoked them. Though they were merely amateur players, each was a spirited young man, intolerant of the prospect of allowing an opponent to score on their watch. After the restart, they launched an offensive. However, their abilities were somewhat lacking. Their attempts to penetrate the penalty area were easily thwarted by Gao Meng's clearance. "Let us attack." Liu Ying intercepted Gao Meng's clearance. This time, instead of passing to Wei Ming, he directed the ball to He Fan on the right flank. He Fan advanced with the ball, and upon encountering a challenge, he returned the ball to Liu Ying. Liu Ying began to orchestrate the offense. With the opposing team lacking in offensive strength, it was an opportune moment for the second high school to practice their positional play. Historically, the second high school had excelled in defense but struggled in attack. With Yun Feiyong now in the mix, the midfield was bound to invest more resources in offense, granting him the opportunity to capitalize. No matter how exceptional a center forward, support from the midfield and defense is essential. Without the ball, scoring is impossible. With Li Qi backing him up defensively, Liu Ying could better organize the attack. After a series of exchanges, Liu Ying distributed the ball to the flank, where Wei Ming feigned a breakthrough, but instead made a horizontal pass to the edge of the penalty area. Yun Feiyong, positioned with his back to the goal, received the ball while a defender crept up from behind, giving him a gentle push. However, Yun Feiyong remained unfazed, as if the push had no effect. In that instant, while controlling the ball, he executed a swift turn. The defender, who had attempted to push Yun Feiyong, lost his balance and staggered backward as a result of Yun Feiyong's sudden movement. In the fleeting moment of turning, Yun Feiyong had already lifted his right foot, harnessing the momentum of his turn to strike the ball with precision. The ball soared like a cannonball, hurtling from the edge of the penalty area straight into the net. A second goal. Merely 2 minutes had elapsed since his first goal, and Yun Feiyong had achieved a remarkable brace. If the first goal showcased his leaping ability and knack for positioning, this subsequent strike illuminated his ball control and long-range shooting prowess. A striker who excels with both head and foot is a formidable challenge to defend against, and after witnessing his 2 goals, many spectators were struck by the realization that he was indeed the prodigy coveted by every football academy. Prior to this, some had speculated that Yun Feiyong's dominance in the middle school league was merely a result of the absence of football academies, which made his talent stand out. However, in that warm-up match, where he netted twice, those privy to the information began to acknowledge his true potential. Observing his scoring ability, explosive power, and dominance in the penalty area, it became evident to all that such a forward was destined to carve out his own legacy in the Dalian division. Keep scoring. We will focus on assisting you, Liu Yang exclaimed with a smile to Yun Feiyong. In response, Yun Feiyong flexed his muscles, exuding an air of overwhelming confidence. In the stands, Liu wore a sardonic smile, yet a hint of seriousness had crept into his gaze. This Yun Feiyong is indeed impressive, Wang Zhong remarked. His physical attributes are exceptional even among high school students. He possesses greater strength than I do. Liu offered a candid assessment. However, the offense of the second middle school revolves entirely around him. Such monotonous tactics cannot sustain him forever. The most crucial aspect is that to support his scoring, their defense will undoubtedly weaken compared to last year. If they rely solely on defense, they will struggle to assist him in scoring. Even in scoring, they will inevitably fall short against us. The senior speaks the truth. Let him bask in this glory. The more he shines, the more the second middle school will depend on him for goals. When that time comes, we will unleash our offense and demonstrate what kind of opponents a forward must face to prove their worth. Wang Zhong whispered. Indeed, despite both scoring 2 goals, your 2 against Xinya carry far more weight than these. Liu chuckled, patting Wang Zhong on the shoulder. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man in the corner observed Meng Qiu, who was diligently running up and down the flanks as a left back. This kid seems quite reserved, yet focused. Today's youth are truly cunning. I am grateful I watched that warm-up match. Otherwise, I might have been deceived. It appears the next round will pose challenges for Tongfei High School, which ultimately benefits us. Chapter 38. I can give a try was quite unfair. Why take out frustrations on us when facing Tongfei? The players from Maya High School left the pitch in tears, as Yun Feiyong fully demonstrated the characteristics of a powerful striker, scoring 5 goals throughout the match. Alongside Zhao Rui's opportunistic strike, the second middle school also triumphed with a resounding 6-0 victory over Maya High School, unwilling to concede in goal difference to Tongfei High School. Both Tongfei High School and the second middle school had significantly strengthened their squads this year, largely due to the influx of new talent. Wang Zhong, a freshman at Tongfei High School, transformed their lone striker into a dynamic duo, and his synergy with Li was impressive. Similarly, the second middle school welcomed a young forward, the previous year's best newcomer, Yun Feiyong, who quickly became their primary scoring threat. The rivalry between these 2 teams would undoubtedly be the highlight of this group. Following the conclusion of this round, local Dalian newspapers filled their sports pages with news regarding the National High School League, particularly highlighting the group containing the second middle school, as it was deemed one of the most fiercely contested. The newcomers from Tongfei High School, Wang Zhong, and Yun Feiyong from the second middle school garnered significant attention, as the high school league's primary allure lies in discovering new talent. Given the current state of Chinese football, these promising newcomers could very well become the fresh blood of the upcoming professional leagues. In stark contrast to the high-scoring matches, the final game between the 6th and 8th middle schools was nearly overlooked, with scant spectators and few cheers of encouragement. In this lackluster affair, the match ended in a 1-1 draw, with both teams exerting effort yet unable to compare to the strength of Tongfei and the second middle school. Our primary opponent is essentially Tengfei. Although Huikai has yet to play, their overall strength can only be regarded as average. Even if they are marginally better than the 6th and 8th middle schools, they still may not triumph over Maya, Wei Ming commented after watching the match. Let's set that aside. Our next opponent is not Huikai. This week, everyone needs to work hard. Let's train more and prepare for the upcoming match against Tengfei. Liu Yiyang declared, clapping his hands. After watching the 2nd middle school's game, the students from the 2nd middle school left Tengfei High School early. When the members of the 2nd middle school team returned to school after watching the final match, they were greeted with enthusiasm. I thought no one would come watch us play, Meng Qiu said, smiling at Su Bin. Don't joke around. Even though you and Yun Feiyong rarely attend classes, our classmates know who you are. When you compete, we naturally come to cheer you on. Su Bin laughed, clapping Meng Qiu on the shoulder. We have 2 main players on school team. This is our class's honor. You are a main player too, although you may not perform as well as Yun Feiyong. It is still something to be proud of. Meng Qiu chuckled, not saying much more. I really must thank the members of our school newspaper for rallying support, Liu Yiyang said, smiling at Zhou Yi. Indeed, it is the enthusiasm of our classmates that enables us to mobilize, Zhou Yi replied with a smile. The next match is undoubtedly the most crucial of this group stage. Tengfei is at home, and to ensure we do not fall behind in the stands, we will count on you, Liu Yiyang continued. Absolutely. Leave it to our school newspaper, given how well you performed in this match. I believe the school will place even greater emphasis on the upcoming game, Zhou Yi assured confidently. Liu Yiyang smiled, but remained silent, convinced of this notion. If the students of the 2nd middle school had previously attended Tengfei High School to support their peers more out of spontaneity, the school administration would undoubtedly get involved in organizing for the next match. This would serve as both an incentive and a source of pressure. Liu Yiyang felt compelled to contribute in some way. That evening, in a classroom reserved for the 2nd-year students, Liu Yiyang convened a meeting for the entire school team. With over 20 individuals in attendance, no dormitory could accommodate them, so the classroom was the only option. The day's resounding victory left everyone exhilarated. Even the freshmen from the 1st year were buzzing with excitement, and the seasoned 2nd-year players, though they had advanced to the top 8 in the Dalian division last year, had seldom enjoyed such a commanding win. This was partly due to the generally average strength of the upperclassmen at that time, and partly because none of the so-called 4 Heavenly Kings possessed a strong scoring ability. Thus, last year's matches were primarily characterized by a steady defensive counterattack, which, while reliable, rarely led to large margin victories. From this perspective, one can truly grasp the significance of a shooter endowed with explosive scoring capabilities for a team. Yun Feiyong, during the match, did not create a plethora of scoring opportunities. His midfield support was qualitatively unchanged from last year. Nevertheless, he seized the majority of the chances that were crafted, resulting in a resounding victory of 6-0. Liu scored 4 goals, and you managed to net 5. I surmise that in the next match, they will certainly mark you closely. After congratulating Yun Feiyong on his remarkable performance, Liu Yiyang shifted his tone. They lack defenders of Yi Yan's caliber. Yun Feiyong shrugged. Precisely. They do not possess defenders of Yi Yan's level, yet their overall attacking prowess is nearly unrivaled in Dalian. Few teams can match the exceptional offensive capabilities of Tengfei. You have all witnessed the newcomer Wang Zhong. He acts almost as a catalyst for Tengfei High School's offensive line. This year, Tengfei High School's attacking abilities have surpassed those when they secured the runner-up position in Dalian. Liu Yiyang chuckled. The players from number 2 middle school nodded in agreement. Although they too had triumphed with a score of 6-0, they understood that the merit of their victory paled in comparison to Tengfei's. Tengfei's opponents were also a football school, featuring a top-tier defender from the Dalian division, Liu Zhanfeng, a semi-professional player, who employed a counter-attacking strategy, yet still conceded 6 goals to Tengfei. The attacking force exhibited by Tengfei is indeed formidable. The dismal defeat of Xin serves as a reminder that when facing Tengfei, relying solely on defense offers scant hope of victory, Liu Yiyang remarked. While Xin's overall strength may not rival that of the current number 2 middle school, defensively, they are not inferior. Despite their crushing defeat, which stemmed from their lackluster offense that failed to trouble Tengfei's defense significantly, leading to a prolonged state of suppression until their eventual collapse. It is evident that mere defense is insufficient to counter Tengfei's attack. However, no team in Dalian can outscore Tengfei in a shootout. Even the formidable Wang Ziyin excels primarily in midfield organization. Gao Ming shook his head in agreement. Indeed, in terms of sheer offensive frenzy, no team can rival Tingfei, as they boast an abundance of attacking talent. Thus, we must learn from Yunbei. Lu Yiyang smiled. Shall we aim to suppress them from midfield? Yet we are not adept at midfield organization, Wei Ming remarked, scratching his head. Let us not forget what we have been training for recently. Meng Qiu's performance in that match will be closely tied to our ultimate success, Lu Yiyang chuckled. Meng Qiu? All eyes turned toward him. I have faith in Meng Qiu, Yun Feiyong said, patting Meng Qiu's shoulder. His ability to orchestrate is remarkable, and now that he has familiarized himself with everyone, he will undoubtedly exhibit sufficient control to stifle Tingfei's offense. Lu Yiyang stifled a laugh. He recognized the close bond between Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu, especially over the past month, as they had become almost inseparable. However, such a statement seemed somewhat exaggerated. Lu Yiyang, as the midfield linchpin of number 2 middle school, was acutely aware of the composition of their midfield. Among the 4 main players, only Lu Yiyang possessed commendable organizational and coordinating skills. Li Qi was a quintessential workhorse, capable of running, charging, and intercepting, though his footwork was somewhat crude. Wei Ming, one of the 4 kings, excelled in wing breakthroughs, diagonal runs, crosses, and had a certain scoring ability. Rather than being a true midfielder, he leaned more towards being a winger. He Fan was a diligent player, but to claim he possessed exceptional organizational skills would be an exaggeration. Given such a midfield, it would be quite challenging to suppress Tingfei's midfield. However, this strategy was the most viable route to victory that Lu Yiyang could conceive. Tingfei's performance today genuinely surprised Lu Yiyang. Although he had previously led No. 2 middle school to victory against Tingfei, that Tingfei lacked Li Hu. More crucially, they were without Wang Zhong. The most proficient attacking team, Tingfei, was diminished without their key scorer, significantly reducing their offensive firepower. Even so, number 2 middle school's triumph over Tingfei last year was not due to midfield superiority, but rather through defensive tactics that exhausted Tingfei, compounded by their impatience. With Li Hu's return, Tingfei no longer lacked a central figure, and Wang Zhong's addition has instilled a sense of calm. The current Tingfei is unprecedentedly powerful. A counterattack is ineffective, and an aggressive approach is also unfeasible. The only path forward is to control the midfield, increasing our offensive opportunities while minimizing those of the opponent, relying on Yun Feiyong's scoring prowess to secure an overall advantage. Achieving this hinges on how much ground Meng Qiu and I can dominate in midfield to create significant advantages. Can Meng Qiu truly accomplish this? I can certainly give it a try, Meng Qiu replied calmly, as was his custom, yet did not sound overly confident. In the next match, your pressure may be considerable. On the way home, Yun Feiyong remarked to Meng Qiu, it's manageable. I intend to conserve my energy on defense and leave that task to others while I focus on the offense. Meng Qiu shrugged and responded, wouldn't that leave our left flank vulnerable to direct assaults? Yun Feiyong feigned surprise. Don't jest. Senior Gao Ming and Li Qi will cover for me. I'm not concerned about that. My goal is to seize opportunities for long passes during counterattacks and to orchestrate attacks in positional play, so I must conserve my strength. Meng Qiu glanced at Yun Feiyong, exasperated. Yun Feiyong chuckled. I understand. However, this style of play is a gamble, relying on who can seize more opportunities. Indeed, it is a matter of chance. Under such tactics, even Tingfei High School cannot assert that they will score more than us. Even though our offensive capabilities may be slightly inferior, our defense is considerably more reliable, Meng Qiu replied. What do you mean by that? Yun Feiyong widened his eyes. Do you think I am less capable of scoring than Li Hu? He has 2, while you have only 1, was Meng Qiu's simple response. Faced with such a straightforward answer, Yun Feiyong found himself at a loss for words. No matter how confident he was, he could not truly believe that he alone could outscore the opposing duo. After all, his teammates' passes would not be that precise, and 2 proficient scorers would undoubtedly seize more opportunities. Our advantage lies in our overall balance, while Tingfei appears somewhat top-heavy. However, they now have a midfielder increasingly playing a defensive role, aiding in the protection in front of the backline, which will inevitably affect our attacking efforts, Meng Qiu continued. Why didn't you mention this to the captain earlier? Yun Feiyong inquired. The captain is not oblivious. He must have observed today S training where he intensified long pass drills. By bypassing that guy S protective range and delivering the ball directly into the penalty area, you can better exploit your scoring potential, competing for opportunities against those three defenders. You should feel more assured, Meng Qiu smiled. Don't underestimate those three unknown defenders. Even against Yin, I am confident, Yun Feiyong proclaimed with bravado. Meng Qiu turned to him. Really? Come on, quit joking. Yun Feiyong retorted, flustered. In the ensuing period, the tactical training of the second high school's team began to take precedence. During counterattacks, Meng Qiu was tasked with delivering long passes to the forward positions of Wei Ming and Yun Feiyong. In set-piece attacks, the focus was on maintaining ball control, seizing opportunities to deliver the ball directly into the penalty area to exploit Yun Feiyong's goal-scoring prowess. This tactical approach, while simple, proved to be an effective offensive strategy, easily yielding results in practice. This can be seen as a weakness of regular schools. They lack fixed tactics and do not have professional coaches to devise strategies, relying instead on the players' own arrangements. In this regard, they are inherently disadvantaged compared to football academies. The second high school once achieved a remarkable feat, and now the question arises, can they create an even greater miracle? A considerable number of people are keenly observing the imminent match, each with their own motives. The formidable teams that might progress to the knockout stages are eager to discover whether they will face the second high school or Tongfei High School in the quarterfinals. Domestic clubs have dispatched scouts who are also focusing their attention on this match. Perhaps by coincidence or fate, the group matches in the upcoming week lack any significant clashes, with the sole noteworthy encounter being the challenge posed by the second high school against Tongfei. Consequently, scouts are directing their focus towards this particular match. Among those particularly attentive to this game are the students from various non-football academies in Dalian. It is undeniable that, despite the high school football league flourishing in recent years and surpassing the college football league in terms of talent development rates, the influence of football academies still looms large. In high school leagues, the players from these academies, equipped with systematic training, consistently maintain superior performance levels. They benefit from professional guidance, enabling them to maximize their abilities on the field. Their stronger sense of organization allows them to function as a cohesive unit. In contrast, students from other schools, though passionate and determined, often struggle to fully realize their potential on the pitch. Even exceptionally talented individuals are frequently hindered by the limitations of their teammates. Over 3 years of high school league play, the Dalian region has seen football academies dominate the top 8 slots, with only last year witnessing the second high school's stunning victory over Tongfei, propelling them into the Elite 8. While the prowess of these football academies is undeniable, a crucial distinction remains. Their students differ significantly from the average high school student. For most students, high school serves as a bridge to society, a transitional phase until they enter university and draw closer to the professional world. Conversely, students from football academies enter high school with a maturity that often sees them embarking on professional careers at a young age. This is not only true globally, but also applies within China. In terms of social awareness and future prospects, these academy students are ahead of their peers by 5 to 10 years, which fosters a maturity that creates a generational divide between them and the majority of ordinary high school students. While typical students may enjoy watching their contemporaries compete, their sense of identification with the academy teams is often tenuous. Even when these teams achieve glory, it remains a triumph of the professional reserve squad, largely disconnected from the experiences of the average student. This phenomenon is pervasive across the nation, but in Dalian, it is particularly pronounced due to its status as a football city with the highest concentration of football academies. In other regions, it is not uncommon for regular high school teams to achieve remarkable upsets against academy teams, making their mark on national competitions. However, in the Dalian district, only academy teams have qualified for national tournaments over the past 3 years. The first year featured Yunbei High School and Tongfei High School. The second year saw Chengxi High School and Yunbei High School. And the third year, which was last year, included Yunbei High School and Chengxi High School. While these 3 academy teams have brought honor to Dalian, with Yunbei High School claiming 2 championships and 1 fourth-place finish, and Chengxi High School securing 1 championship and another 4th-place finish. Even the underperforming Tongfei High School reached the national tournament's Final 4. Nevertheless, all of this remains the glory of a professional reserve squad. High school students in Dalian cheer for the victorious Yunbei, the emperor-led Qingxi, and the fleeting success of Tingfei. But they also recognize that these achievements have little to do with their own experiences. This scenario underscores a long-established truth. Dalian boasts the strongest football reserve force in the nation. Liaoning is recognized as the province with the most robust football reserves in China, and Dalian is at the pinnacle of this hierarchy. To borrow a popular phrase from the internet, this situation is ultimately of little consequence. If this trend continues, it is not merely a matter of young people in Dalian losing interest in football. It is likely that ordinary high school students may also grow disenchanted with local matches. Amidst this backdrop, the second high school emerged unexpectedly last year, defeating Tingfei in the group stage when few believed in their chances. Even in the quarterfinals, they faced the eventual national champions, Yunbei, losing only narrowly by a single goal, thus becoming a beacon of hope for many ordinary high school students. While the second high school may not be directly connected to them, its players share the same ordinary high school student identity, striving to balance their passion for football with the academic demands of preparing for college entrance examinations. A person's affinity for a team is inherently tied to a sense of connection. Fans of major clubs often share a bond with their local supporters, while enthusiasts of lower-tier professional teams typically hail from the locality, having followed the team since childhood, a tradition passed down through generations. Currently, the second high school has captivated the hearts of many ordinary high school students. They possess common traits and identities, yet they stand their ground against students whose ambitions are solely professional, often emerging victorious. How could this not endear them to the student body? Even if their own teams falter, these students find joy in supporting those with whom they share common ground, fulfilling their own desires through vicarious experiences. This sentiment is known as identification. Once an individual feels a sense of identification with a matter, they will engage with it with fervent enthusiasm. Thus, the draw of the lottery ceremony attracted considerable attention. Even though many harbored concerns about the results, it did not deter their interest in the second high school's matches. The first game was merely an appetizer. This match is anticipated as the true feast. They eagerly await the commencement of this grand spectacle. If the second high school could triumph over the Tingfei High School, it would not only secure their advancement in the group stage, but also garner greater support from students for second high. Is it really that exaggerated? Xubin exclaimed in surprise. Sitting opposite him, Yi Jiqing shrugged her shoulders. I find it quite exaggerated as well, but it's indeed true. In her hands, she held a stack of tickets, and before her lay many more similar tickets. So many people are interested in this match. Are they actually going to restrict entry to Tingfei High with tickets? Subin shook his head. With just one day left until Saturday, the administration of Second High received a notification. Due to the anticipated influx of spectators wanting to watch the match between Tingfei High and Second High, Tingfei High had implemented a certain qualification for entry. Of course, Tingfei High was not selling tickets for profit. Their stadium could accommodate 4,000 spectators. Consequently, the other 6 schools were each allocated 500 tickets, meaning they could send 500 students to witness the match. Although after the first round, it had become clear that the other schools would likely not advance, many students still expressed a desire to attend the game. Thus, Second High faced a dilemma. In the previous match, over 500 students had spontaneously decided to attend, and in the week leading up, Zhou Yi and her fellow school magazine members had mobilized nearly half of the student body, with over 1,000 intending to watch the match. Now, with only 500 tickets available, who should receive them? After all, neither the school magazine nor Su Bin could represent everyone. What student these days would allow someone else to dictate their choices? Let us draw lots. Those who get picked can go, Su Bin suggested after some thought. That 1T work, came a clear voice from outside the classroom as Zhou Yi entered. The ones we are sending aren't just spectators. They are here to cheer for our team. If we draw lots, we might end up with those lacking enthusiasm, which wouldn't yield the desired effect. Zhou Yi's point was valid. Tingfei High was already playing on home turf. Even if they distributed 3,000 tickets, their own students barely numbered 1,000. If the attendees from Second High were not sufficiently spirited, it would diminish their presence significantly. This was something the students of Second High valued greatly. Although they might not excel at soccer and could not provide sufficient support on the field, they still harbored enthusiasm and hoped to contribute in other ways. Since drawing lots is out of the question, how should we allocate the tickets? Yi Jiqing inquired of Zhou Yi. We need to hold a meeting. I've secured the school's memorial hall. Anyone wishing to attend the match should come to the meeting. However, one thing needs to be established first: obedience to the arrangements. After school this afternoon, we will have a training session for cheers. We must gather the most passionate and vocal students from second high to support our team, Zhou Yi declared with fervor. Will one afternoon be enough before the match tomorrow? Yi Jiqing asked in astonishment. How will we know unless we try? Zhou Yi retorted, her eyes gleaming. Trust me, if I say it will work, it will. Zhou Yi exuded an impressive aura. On their way to the meeting, Su Bin whispered to Yi Jiqing, Senior Zhou has quite the commanding presence. Of course. How else could she be the editor-in-chief of the school magazine? Even Schwetter admires her, Yi Jiqing replied proudly. In the ensuing moments, Su Bin witnessed the prowess of Zhou Yi, the sole female editor-in-chief, as she adeptly managed the chaotic assembly of over 1,000 students. Despite the challenges, Zhou Yi effortlessly brought order to the gathering, clearly explaining the situation, organizing registrations, and conducting selections in a systematic manner. Even those who were not chosen did not express discontent, as Zhou Yi assured them that should they advance to the knockout stage, the venue would be much larger, allowing for greater attendance and further opportunities for those eliminated. Although it was a mere promise, it instilled a sense of hope in those who were not selected. To Su Bin's astonishment, during the afternoon's cheer training, Zhou Yi assigned him an honorable role. He was to wave a flag and lead the cheering squad. Whenever he waved the banner, the squad would sing in unison. The chant was simple, a familiar tune known to any soccer fan. Go, 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 oh la la la. The next day, as the members of the school team prepared to depart, they immediately spotted the large flag emblazoned with the emblem of second high, held aloft by the conspicuous Su Bin. You've donned quite the impressive outfit. Meng Qiu greeted Su Bin. From now on, please refer to me as the flag guardian. Su Bin declared with immense pride. The fans are the 12th player of the team, and I, Su Bin, am the 5th great guardian of second high. Impressive. We're counting on you in the stands today. Meng Qiu saluted Su Bin. No problem, leave it to me. Su Bin boasted confidently. The soccer team owes a debt of gratitude to your magazine. If we achieve a good result, the credit will largely go to you. Teacher Wang praised Zhou Yi. That is only possible with the support of the school administration, which has enabled our success. Zhou Yi responded with a smile. After exchanging a few more words, the members of the team boarded the bus, while the cheering squad, led by Su Bin, made their way towards Tongfei High. This large group was undoubtedly conspicuous as Su Bin proudly marched at the forefront, flag waving, when they were quickly halted by a stern police officer. Upon seeing the authoritative figure, Su Bin shrank back, but Zhou Yi was quick to step in, politely explaining that they were students there to cheer and not a group of unregistered loiterers. After reviewing their student IDs, the officer waved them through. This encounter left Su Bin slightly deflated until they reached the entrance of Tongfei High, where the bus from second high had just arrived. You're so slow. We arrived here together. The revitalized Su Bin called out to Meng Qiu and the others. You can't be late on the field. Bad luck today. We hit traffic. But thankfully our match is in the afternoon. So being late isn't a big deal, Wei Ming chuckled. What match was scheduled for the morning? Lu Yiyang inquired. Hui Kai against 6 high? Lin Bing replied. That match doesn't matter. Who says it doesn't matter? We've never seen Hui Kai play. And we're already 10 minutes late. Lu Yiyang asserted. Let us head straight to the stands. The members of the school team had their own entrance, while Su Bin and his group began lining up at the gate of Tongfei High, ticket by ticket, to gain entry. Upon reaching the stands, the members from second high raised their heads to see the score displayed on the scoreboard at the edge of the field. 1-0. Hui Kai High School leads over Lu Zhong. The goal came quite early. Lu Yiyang murmured to himself, beckoning everyone to take their seats, and then directed his attention to the match. Not only was he the captain of the school team, but in many ways, he also acted as the team's coach, paying close attention to the performance of their opponents, which was part of his responsibilities. Fortunately, Lu Yiyang was quite capable. Otherwise, managing such a large team while playing would have worn him out long ago. Regarding Hui Kai, Lu Yiyang wasn't particularly concerned. However, since they were the only opponent he had yet to observe, he watched the game with keen interest. After viewing the first half, he concluded that Huaicai's strength could only be deemed average. Perhaps they were slightly better than Lu Zhong and Ba Zhong, who had recently suffered a 6-0 defeat to Air Zhong. Yet, they were far from being able to compete with Air Zhong or even Xianya High School, which seemed to be on another level altogether. This was quite normal, as there exists a substantial gap between ordinary high schools and football academies. The score remained 1-0 at halftime. Since Air Zhong's arrival at the venue, they had witnessed a rather chaotic match, with both teams lacking structured attacks, resulting in a melee without any remarkable individual performances. As the second half commenced, this disorganized display continued. However, Huikai appeared to possess significantly better luck than their opponents and enjoyed an undeniable physical advantage. The students from Huaicai's technical school were exceptionally fast. In amateur matches, the ability to run can make a substantial difference. After 20 minutes into the second half, the players from Luzhong were visibly fatigued, allowing Huikai to seize absolute control of the game. Despite their numerous squandered opportunities, Huikai managed to score their first goal with a header from a corner kick in the 25th minute of the second half. With Luzhong now trailing by 2 goals, their morale plummeted, while the still energetic Huikai continued to dominate. Although Huikai wasted several chances, they ultimately scored 3 additional goals in the final moments, decisively defeating Luzhong with a score of 5-0. Huikai can truly run. Luzhong is rather poor. If Huikai had been more adept at capitalizing on their opportunities, they might have even achieved a double-digit score, remarked Yun Feiyang. After saying this, he turned to glance at Meng Qiu, only to find him deep in thought as he observed the field. "What is the matter?" Yun Feiyang inquired. "Huikai plays with a certain degree of strategy," Meng Qiu replied. "A strategy?" The players from Air Zhong laughed heartily at Meng Qiu's comment. Huikai's play was so chaotic that they relied solely on stamina to overpower Luzhong. Had Luzhong's players not run out of energy in the final moments, it was likely that the match would have ended in a narrow victory for Huikai. "Meng Qiu, you need to enhance your overall perspective. Pay attention during the match." Wei Ming, in his role as the elder brother, patted Meng Qiu's shoulder. "Come on, let us go eat. We must focus. Our upcoming match against Tongfei is of utmost importance." Wei Ming was correct. They needed to concentrate on finishing their meal in 20 minutes, then rest, and warm up half an hour before the match. "Understood?" Liu Yang clapped his hands and spoke loudly. "Understood." The players of Air Zhong replied in unison, then headed towards the cafeteria. "Hey, we are Tongfei's greatest rivals. Do you think they might tamper with our food?" "We must respect our opponents," Yun Feiyang replied. Of course, Tongfei High School would not resort to such tactics. After all, their cafeteria was a buffet, and everyone ate similar dishes, including their own players. It would be illogical to poison only the stomachs of Air Zhong's players. As they chatted and laughed, the players of Air Zhong swiftly consumed the rather bland vegetables and meat, finding the humor aided their ability to eat. Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyang, however, remained silent, methodically finishing their meals. They had grown accustomed to such fare. Meng Qiu even found the buffet format unreasonable. Ideally, a nutritionist should customize meals based on each player's physical characteristics, rather than allowing them to choose. What Meng Qiu did not realize was that such professional practices were rarely implemented, even among domestic professional clubs. Despite the vibrant atmosphere of the Chinese Super League, there remained considerable gaps in certain details compared to top-tier clubs. While they were dining, the players from Tongfei High School entered, and unlike last time, there was no verbal conflict. They merely regarded one another as if they were invisible. They bore no animosity, yet they were undoubtedly rivals. Both sides understood that this match would determine who advanced to the knockout stage. A victory would almost guarantee qualification, while a loss would likely mean elimination. The group stage format, allowing only one team to advance, made every match effectively a single elimination contest. On the surface, it appeared more amicable than a direct knockout, yet it was equally ruthless, merely granting more opportunities for various teams to compete. As the stands began to fill, a significant number of students from the 7 schools attended, while students from other schools, though lacking a realistic chance of advancing, expressed keen interest in watching the match, albeit somewhat disorganized. The largest contingent was undoubtedly that of Tongfei High School, showing greater unity than when they faced Xianya, highlighting the importance they placed on this match. In other sections, scouts from various clubs were present to observe the game, with the school facilitating their attendance. Additionally, numerous reporters were present, as this match had captured the attention of various sectors of Dalian society. Su Bin, holding a large flag, surveyed the Tongfei High School formation with an air of authority. Their formation was considerably larger than that of Air Zhong, given their greater numbers. What is so impressive about having a crowd? Let them witness our prowess. Su Bin shouted. Oh, the students of Zhong began to rally in response. Though they were all good students, at this moment, they had come to cheer on their school. Gui Etzong. Defeat Ting Fei. Let Ting Fei not take flight. The formation of Zhong started to chant. What? Zhong? Just a bunch of middle schoolers. The students of Tongfei High School began to respond, initially lacking organization, but soon rallying under the leadership of a few students, their numbers quickly drowning out Zhong's cheers. This is not good. Look at them, all dressed in Tongfei's blue jerseys. They certainly have an imposing presence, although we are somewhat organized. Our mismatched clothing makes us look like a ragtag group, said Yi Jiqing. After a while of shouting, both sides fell silent, preparing for the match to commence. Unable to contain herself, Yi Jiqing turned to Zhou Yi and said, Indeed, collective attire has a significant impact. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. If only the school would allocate funds for each of us to receive a red jersey, Su Bin chimed in. Let it go. The school wouldn't agree to such expenses. However, this does remind us to find an opportunity to wear red attire, which would certainly enhance our presence. Zhou Yi replied with a smile. Ah, look at me in this red jacket, truly deserving of the title flag-bearer king. Su Bin proclaimed, shaking his head animatedly. You borrowed that jacket, didn't you? It's all wrinkled and ill-fitting, Zhou Yi remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at Su Bin. He forced a sheepish smile and fell silent. At that moment, cheers erupted from the opposite stands. Our team is taking the field. Everyone, join me in shouting. Su Bin waved the flag, prompting the students from Class 2 to rally and chant in support. Amidst the cacophony, the players from Class 2 and Tongfei High School emerged onto the field. The lineups for both teams remained unchanged from the previous game. Tongfei High School still featured Li Hu and Wang Zhong as forwards, supported by Wang Fazhong, Jiang Tao, Li Yu, and Zhao Lei, while Zheng Tianqing played as a defensive midfielder behind them, flanked by 3 defenders. Class 2's lineup also adhered to a 4-4-2 formation, with goalkeeper Lin Bing, defenders Meng Qiu, Gao Meng, Han Ming, and Li Lemon, midfielders Li Qi, Lu Yiyang, Wei Ming, and Yi Fan, and forwards Yun Feiyang and Zhao Rui. Last year, you triumphed with a counterattack against us without me. This year, let us see if you can withstand our offense. Li Hu scoffed as he shook hands with the captain. No one dictates that we must play defensively, you know? Today, we intend to demonstrate that the strongest offense in Dalian belongs to Class 2. Lu Yiyang adjusted his glasses, speaking nonchalantly. Li Hu paused, staring at Lu Yiyang, then erupted into laughter. Are you joking? Do you think I would be foolish enough to believe your words? Just because there's a freshman, you think you can outpace us in offense? That Yun Feiyang, if he joined Ting Fei, wouldn't he even make the starting lineup? But now that he is with Class 2, he'll be a starter, Lu Yiyang retorted calmly. Li Hu snorted, but chose not to respond further. He knew he could not outwit Lu Yiyang, famed for his cunning, and did not wish to listen further, as Lu's words often contained a blend of truth and deception that could lead to doubt. After the handshake, the teams proceeded to choose sides, with Lu Yiyang ultimately losing the coin toss, but gaining the right to kick off. Remember our recently practiced offensive strategy following the kickoff? Let us execute it well and put on a show. Upon returning to their half, Lu Yiyang summoned all players and spoke in hushed tones, particularly addressing Meng Qiu, Yun Feiyang, and Wei Ming, the key players for the opening assault and Class 2's primary offensive threats. Meng Qiu, Yun Feiyang, and Wei Ming all nodded in agreement. Lu Yiyang felt uncertain, as such opening attacks demanded exceptional performance from the players. A slight misstep could thwart their plans. Recently, Meng Qiu had remained as diligent as ever, yet his displayed skill during training was merely average, lacking any remarkable flair. The success of their planned attack hinged significantly on his ability to deliver accurate long passes from the back line, a task reliant solely on Meng Qiu's individual performance. Could this often inscrutable young man excel from the very start? Lu Yiyang harbored doubts. However, even if they failed to score, they aimed to intimidate Tongfei High School, making it clear they would confront them with offense. They might well initiate an attack right from the whistle. On the opposite side of the field, Wang Zhong spoke to the returning Li Hu. Lu Yiyang will try to maneuver past their 2 forwards after receiving the ball and then pass to Yun Feiyang, utilizing his personal skills to mount an offense. In that warm-up match, if not for Yiyan's stellar performance, Class 2 might have successfully executed a surprise goal. But we were prepared, weren't we? Li Hu chuckled. Indeed, while I pressure them, the midfielders need to keep pace. Zheng, Tianxing. Keep an eye on cutting off the connection between Lu Yiyang and Yun Feiyang. That will nullify their opening ambush. Wang Zhong nodded. The intelligence capabilities of the football school far surpassed those of ordinary institutions. Although Lu Yiyang and Yun Feiyang's coordination following the kickoff had only been employed in a warm-up against Chengxi High School, Tengfei had not overlooked it. In high-stakes encounters, seizing the initiative from the outset was paramount. The Tengfei High School coach, seated in the home team's dugout, wore a slight smile. Having been unprepared the previous year and subsequently defeated by Class 2, he felt a significant loss of face, prompting meticulous preparations this time around. Regrettably, he mused, the coach of Class 2 was merely a figurehead. Even a victory would lack any real glory. Chapter 42. Miscalculations. Coach Wang sat on the visitor's bench. His expression still cheerful, yet a sense of urgency churned within him. He was aware that he was just a nominal leader, a teacher guiding the team. Yet over the past 2 years, he had developed a profound connection to the Class 2 football team. As a teacher and the nominal head of the team, he possessed more insights than most. It was true that the school administration now prioritized the football team. But this increased focus had led to significant investments since last year. Training equipment, training facilities, field maintenance, and special meals for the players were all tangible financial commitments. Though a public school, such expenditures were not insignificant. Should the team fail to achieve results, funding would inevitably dwindle. Coach Wang hoped to avoid such an outcome. While he rarely observed the team's training, he understood the dedication these children displayed for football, often surpassing even that of students from specialized football schools, all while balancing their academic responsibilities. They were a remarkable group of young individuals who deserve more. Unfortunately, fate had placed them in a challenging group. Advancing beyond the preliminary rounds would be ideal, but failure to do so could lead to the loss of some of the team's privileges, regardless of whether it was due to formidable opponents. Coach Wang had not disclosed this information to any team members, not even to Lu Yiyang. He believed their pressure should not be overwhelming. Lu Yiyang was already burdened with the responsibilities of both captain and Coach Wang would not add to his strain. He preferred to shoulder all the pressure himself. That was the only thing he could do. If only I understood football better. I could at least devise some effective strategies instead of sitting here, anxious while feigning nonchalance. As Coach Wang lamented internally, Yin Feiyang and Zhao Rui positioned themselves near the kickoff spot. Lu Yiyang slightly advanced, taking a position just behind the center circle, preparing to press forward. The referee has observed both teams in position. Wang Zhong quietly told Li Hu and raised his hand, signaling the start of the match. Yin Feiyang passed the ball to Zhao Rui, who then turned and delivered the ball to Lu Yiyang, who brought it under control. Meanwhile, Li Hu charged towards Lu Yiyang with the ferocity of a tiger, closely followed by Wang Zhong. Behind Wang Zhong, the midfielders of Tengfei High School surged past the halfway line, intent on pressuring not only Lu Yiyang, but also cutting off all his potential passing lanes. If a well-prepared assault strategy is disrupted, even the most skilled midfielders may falter and misplace their passes due to the unexpected pressure. Initiating an immediate attack after regaining possession is one of Tengfei High School's key offensive tactics. They were not solely focused on thwarting the initial assault from Zhong. They also aimed to seize the opportunity to score first. Their ambitions were grand, but rightly so. Li Hu's speed was astounding, so swift that Lu Yiyang barely had time to maneuver the ball past him. However, Li Hu's relentless pressure was not without its flaws. Should Lu Yiyang choose to break in that direction, Wang Zhong would be poised to intercept. The synergy between Li Hu and Wang Zhong was invaluable, manifesting not only in their goal-scoring capabilities, but also in their coordinated pressing efforts. Lu Yiyang, recognizing this, refrained from forcing a breakthrough and instead turned, shielding the ball with his foot. This scenario had been anticipated by Tengfei High School. Although they had not managed to intercept the ball directly, they had at least succeeded in stalling Zhong's opening assault, which was their minimal objective. Li Hu pressed forward aggressively from behind, while other midfielders from Tengfei High School began to flood into Zhong's half, ready to initiate their pressing strategy. Lu Yiyang possessed commendable ball control and was unlikely to make an error, but the same could not be said for the other Zhong players. Li Hu intensified his pressure, leaving Lu Yiyang no room for contemplation. As anticipated, Lu Yiyang lifted his foot and opted for a backward pass, albeit slightly misdirected, sending the ball toward the left side, where Meng Qiu awaited. Meng Qiu, a freshman left-back, had started the previous match and played a full 80 minutes, performing adequately with impressive running ability and stamina, yet lacking any significant highlights. This was the assessment of Meng Qiu following Tongfei High School's first match. Despite having contributed to 2 goals during a warm-up against Chengxi High School, Tongfei's focus had primarily been on Yun Feiyang during that match. Meng Qiu was regarded as a decent newcomer, but nothing more, comparable to the evaluations of Li Qi and Han Ming. Should he display a strong assist or a well-coordinated play with Wei Ming, he might attract Tongfei High School's attention. However, his ball handling in the back line was deemed inconsequential. Crucially, even in the warm-up match against Chengxi High School, Meng Qiu had not showcased any exceptional long passing prowess. In the defensive half, executing a precise long pass to the forward line is a rare skill, even among the players in Dalian. The technical aspects of shooting, short passing, and dribbling are relatively easier to practice, while accurate long passes require exceptional footwork, awareness, and judgment, qualities not easily found even in many professional players. Thus, when Meng Qiu intercepted Liu Yiyang's backward pass, though he faced pressure from Tongfei players, they did not anticipate his intention to deliver a long pass. Wang Fazhong rushed toward Meng Qiu with speed and determination, aiming to force the freshman into making a mistake. A successful interception here could pose a direct threat to Zhong's core. As he lunged forward, Wang Fazhong mentally calculated several possible passing or dribbling routes for Meng Qiu. He then observed Meng Qiu pull the ball back and move laterally, seemingly preparing to pass to the center, where Gao Meng awaited. At this moment, Gao Meng and Han Ming were the only Zhong defenders not being closely marked by Tongfei players, making Gao Meng the most suitable target for a pass. Psychologically, it is instinctive for newcomers to pass to their senior teammates in moments of pressure. The 3 possible passing routes for Meng Qiu were limited. Li Qi, also a freshman, was not an option since Li Hu was closing in. Wei Ming was tightly marked and too distant. Thus, Gao Meng remained the sole recipient. Wang Fazhong, anticipating this, lifted his foot to intercept Meng Qiu's pass. However, he ended up missing entirely. In the split second of Meng Qiu's passing motion, he deftly pulled the ball back, allowing it to slip past Wang Fazhong. Attempting to rectify his error, Wang Fazhong stumbled and fell, having committed too forcefully. Having evaded the lunging Wang Fazhong, Meng Qiu finally lifted his head to assess the situation. The reason for his earlier hesitation was that Yun Feiyang had not yet positioned himself appropriately. Now, however, the moment was ripe. He lifted his foot and executed a long pass that soared over 40 meters from his half into the opponent's 30-meter zone. Such a long pass, with its high arc, was nearly impossible to intercept mid-flight. As Zheng Tianqing watched the ball soar through the air, he quickly retreated. The pressing from Tongfei High School's midfielders had left almost their entire formation in Zheng's half, making it nearly impossible for them to fall back in time. It is a truth universally acknowledged that no one can outrun the ball, unless one possesses the speed of Bale. After a few strides, Zheng Tianqing realized he could not reach the ball before it descended, so he turned to sprint back while shouting for the defenders to mark Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang leapt to meet the ball. He forcefully broke through the double marking of 2 Tongfei defenders with sheer strength and momentum. The spectators from Tongfei High School collectively gasped in awe. While he had dominated the defenders of Maya in the previous match, today he was challenging Tongfei's own defenders. However, even with his remarkable prowess, Yun Feiyang could not directly head the ball into the goal from the edge of the penalty arc. Yet, he had no intention of shooting. Instead, he aimed to redirect the descending ball sharply to the left. The ball sailed diagonally toward the left flank, where Wei Ming was sprinting forward. After delivering the assist, Yun Feiyang landed swiftly. At that moment, Wei Ming arrived at the ball Yun Feiyang had played. Rather than stopping it, he extended his left foot mid-air, sending the ball back into the penalty area. As Yun Feiyang hit the ground, he immediately propelled himself off the ground, turning and charging into Tongfei High School's penalty area. When Wei Ming flicked the ball into the box, Yun Feiyang, having turned and sprinted, was perfectly onside, with all Tongfei defenders trailing behind. Yun Feiyang leapt forward to meet the horizontally delivered ball with a powerful header. The ball veered and soared towards the lower right corner of the goal. The goalkeeper, originally positioned to block the near post, dove, but was still a second too late. The ball bounced on the grass and then nestled into Tongfei High School's net. Silence engulfed the stadium. Soon, the stands erupted with the frenzied cheers of the students from the second high school. Chapter 43. Offense and Defense. Did the ball go in? Just a moment before the cheers erupted, countless students on the stands were momentarily filled with doubt. The ball did go in. In no time, that doubt transformed into certainty. The students from the second high school celebrated exuberantly, turning the bleachers of the Tongfei High School into a sea of joy. The students from Tongfei High School were left dumbfounded, having just been fiercely pressing forward, seemingly poised to intercept the ball and launch a counterattack in the next moment. Yet, merely seconds later, the ball bounced happily in their net like a joyful sprite. It had been less than a minute since the match commenced. The exact timing remained unknown until the referee announced after the match that the goal had occurred 39 seconds into the game. This established a new record. In the past 3 years of the Dalian division, the record for the fastest goal had been 1 minute and 56 seconds, set by Wang Ziyun in a group match 2 years prior. Now, the second high school had shattered that record by over a minute. Perhaps this record may be broken in the future, but at this moment, it belonged entirely to the second high school. Even on a national scale, it was the fastest goal recorded. In the previous 3 years of national competitions, including qualifying rounds, no goal had been scored in under a minute. It is worth noting that they were not facing an ordinary team, but rather the formidable Tongfei High School, known throughout Dalian. While Tongfei's strength lay primarily in their offense, their defenders, though not renowned, were still exceptional players selected from thousands of peers who aspired to excel in football. Even if they could not compare to Gao Meng, they were certainly on par with Han Ming, if not superior. Scoring the fastest goal in the history of the National High School League against such a defensive line was a testament to the prowess of the second high school. Meng Qiu's precise long pass from 40 meters out found Yun Feiyang, who outjumped 2 Tongfei defenders for a perfect assist. Wei Ming instinctively hooked the ball back into the penalty area, where Yun Feiyang executed a stunning diving header. Coupled with the team's meticulous preparation for this opening offensive blitz, it culminated in a spectacular goal. Coach Wang rushed onto the field and embraced his jubilant players. The head coach of Tongfei, momentarily taken aback, felt a sharp sting of embarrassment wash over him. He had been contemplating how the amateur team of the second high school would surely falter in intelligence work, allowing Tongfei to exploit their opening assault. Yet, it was the second high school that had capitalized on Tongfei's overly aggressive push, swiftly countering with a long pass to score first. The humiliation was palpable. Though he did not express this sentiment directly, the feeling of disgrace was undeniable. The head coach of Tongfei leapt to his feet, shouting for an offensive response to reclaim the lost goal. His voice boomed, imperative in a team accustomed to aggressive play, where the players had strong personalities. His fervent command ignited the players' fighting spirit. Li Hu, observing Meng Qiu, nodded to the sidelines. It's just one goal. The coach need not be so irate, Wang Zhong remarked with a grin. That kid's long pass was quite accurate. He could pose a significant threat, Li Hu replied. It might have been a fluke. He was rather unremarkable in the last match, Wang Zhong shrugged. Regardless, we must find opportunities to attack him and show him the consequences of provoking us, Li Hu stated calmly. After the celebration, the players from his second high school returned to their half of the field. Liu Yang clapped his hands and shouted, "Focus, everyone!" While others might let their guard down, Liu Yang needed to keep a close eye on Li Hu's expression. This fierce tiger, when calm, could be even more formidable. Li Hu passed the ball to Wang Zhong and sprinted forward. Rather than taking on the ball himself, Wang Zhong opted for a back pass, also moving toward the front. Tongfei's offensive strategy did not rely solely on their 2 forwards. Their scoring capability was strong, but the organization depended on their 5 midfielders. None of them were among Dalian's top 4 midfielders, yet they were not significantly inferior either. More importantly, they had been playing together for at least 2 years. Except for Jiang Tao and Li Yu, who were in their second year, the other 3 midfielders were seniors. Li Yu excelled at wing breakthroughs. Jiang Tao had impressive forward runs. Zhao Lei was adept at long passes and movement, and Wang Fazhong specialized in coordination and organization. With Zheng Tianqing providing support and interception from behind, Tongfei High School's midfield was both unique and powerful. The ball swiftly reached Wang Fazhong's feet. Faced with the pressing Yun Feiyang and Zhao Rui, he did not force a breakthrough, but instead turned and passed to Zheng Tianqing. Zheng Tianqing quickly distributed the ball to the right flank, finding Zhao Lei. Evading He Fan's pressure, Zhao Lei created space and opted not to pass to Wang Fazhong in the center, but but instead delivered a diagonal pass forward. Wang Zhong received the ball in the 30-meter zone, back to the goal. Han Ming cautiously approached from behind, guarding against Wang Zhong's dribbling. Wali Qi quickly moved to assist Han Ming in a double team. This was a clash of three first-year players. Wang Zhong did not attempt a forced breakthrough. Instead, he passed the ball sideways. Jiang Tao made a run and, meeting the rolling ball, unleashed a powerful shot. Li Qi, who had moved into cover, was a moment too late, and the ball whizzed past him. The long-range shot was forceful, but unfortunately, it was slightly too centered. Such a shot posed little threat to Lin Bing. After moving a couple of steps, Lin Bing positioned himself firmly in the path of the ball and caught it securely. He then noticed Wang Zhong's face before him, who grinned and turned away. When did that kid make a run forward? I didn't even notice. Lin Bing felt no concern during the save, but reflecting now, he broke into a cold sweat. He had completely missed when Wang Zhong, who had been passing sideways, had already made a run into the penalty area. Had he been unprepared and failed to make the save, the consequences would have been dire. Lin Bing cursed inwardly and threw the ball far out. Liu Yiyang retreated a couple of steps, intercepting the ball with his chest, while the aggressive Li Hu closed in. Meanwhile, other midfielders from Tongfei High School were also pressing the other players from the second high school. Although their initial aggressive push had allowed the second high school to score first, Tongfei High School was determined not to abandon their favorite tactics. A strong team always possesses a stable and effective strategy. Liu Yiyang struggled to maintain control of the ball, yet wherever his gaze fell, teammates were surrounded by players from Tongfei High School. Perhaps the only option was to pass back to the defender, ensuring a successful reception for his teammate. He glanced at Meng Qiu, only to realize that Liu had not retreated but was steadfastly shadowing Meng Qiu, a fact that did not go unnoticed by Tongfei. Meng Qiu, in constant motion, sought to elude Li Yu's marking, but Li Yu was quicker. Even when temporarily shaken off, he soon closed the gap again. Reluctant to take risks, Liu Yiyang sighed inwardly and suddenly executed a decisive turn. Wang Fazhong was momentarily left behind, and, seizing the opportunity, Liu Yiyang delivered a precise through ball to the forward, Yin Feiyang. As Yin Feiyang retraced his steps to receive the ball, Zheng Tianqing swiftly appeared in the passing lane, diving to intercept and redirect the ball, which was then seized by Tongfei High School. The players from Zhong began to counterguard against the Tongfei players who had just been marking them, instantly flipping the momentum of the game. Jiang Tao passed the ball to Wang Fazhong, who, under Liu Yiyang's pressing, quickly distributed it to the flanking Liu, who advanced towards Meng Qiu. Seeing Meng Qiu approach, Liu eschewed any feints and instead drove the ball along the sideline, accelerating forward. Through their previous encounters, Liu had discerned that Meng Qiu was lacking in both speed and strength. Naturally, a forceful breakthrough seemed the most effective approach against such a defender. Liu sprinted while Meng Qiu pursued closely. As Liu gradually distanced himself from Meng Qiu, a smile crept onto his face. However, in the next moment, Meng Qiu pressed closer once again. Though Liu managed to shove Meng Qiu aside, his own pace faltered slightly. Yet Meng Qiu immediately closed in again, only to be shoved aside once more. The two became entangled near the goal line, and Liu's smile had long vanished. How could he cross under such circumstances? With a sudden stop, Liu pulled the ball back and passed it to the oncoming Wang Fazhong. Wang Fazhong sent a direct through ball to the edge of the penalty area. Liu received the ball, and Gao Meng closed in on him. Defending against the two formidable forwards posed the greatest pressure on Zhong's two central defenders. Han Ming marqued Wang Xiong, while Li Qi frequently dropped back to assist with the pressure, whereas Gao Meng found himself without support. Nevertheless, he was unafraid. Li Hu's attacking style was relatively straightforward, favoring aggressive charges, a type of forward that Gao Meng preferred to defend against. Sure enough, upon receiving the ball, Li Hu launched into a forceful breakthrough. Gao Meng pivoted slightly, colliding with Li Hu before swiftly going to ground to intercept the ball. The sphere rolled into the penalty area, and Lin Bing, rushing out, booted the ball into the forward field. A splendid play. The audience erupted in cheers, having witnessed two consecutive blocks against Tongfei's offense, instilling a sense of trust in Zhong's defensive capabilities. Chapter 44. Mindset. 10 minutes had elapsed since Zhong's opening goal. During this span, Zhong held firm at midfield, entangled with their opponents. Although Tongfei maintained over 70% of the offensive momentum, they struggled to create significant scoring opportunities against Zhong's targeted defense. Their occasional shots were thwarted by the efforts of Lin Bing and Gao Meng. Moreover, Zhong's long passes and counterattacks continually provoked Teng Fei's nerves. As the initial goal had been scored through a long ball, a fact that Teng Fei could not afford to overlook. The Zhong students in the stands continued to cheer fervently, their enthusiasm unwavering since the match began, with Su Bin's flag waving vigorously, adding to the atmosphere. If only the match could end now, we would be victorious. Coach Wang mused, harboring an unprofessional wish as he glanced at the clock. Meanwhile, the substitute players beside him brimmed with confidence. Zhong's strength lay in their defense. And with a lead already established, a prolonged stalemate could likely provoke Teng Fei into impatience, thereby presenting Zhong with new opportunities. With a powerful center-forward like Yun Feiyang and a rapid striker like Wei Ming, counterattacks would seem effortless yet highly threatening. Though Teng Fei might excel in offense, they could not afford to neglect their defense. From the perspective of Zhong's substitutes, the current situation appeared exceedingly favorable. Yet on the field, Liu Yang felt an entirely different sensation. The oppressive force of Teng Fei's offense was overwhelming. The freshmen from the first year may not have yet perceived the shift, merely gritting their teeth and enduring. But as a veteran who had faced Teng Fei in the previous year's match, Liu Yang sensed that this year's Teng Fei was significantly stronger. The core and backfield remained unchanged, yet the addition of Li Hu altered the dynamic profoundly. Moreover, there was Wang Zhong, who, while seemingly silent on the field, moved with the slippery finesse of an eel. If Li Hu embodied a battering ram, Wang Zhong was akin to a slender blade that struck from the crevices of the city walls. This duo was not merely a sum of its parts. Their contrasting styles and characteristics harmonized seamlessly. Liu Yang recognized that Zhong's midfield had been entirely subdued by Teng Fei, who dominated possession, forcing Zhong to rely heavily on long balls for counterattacks. However, under Zheng Tianxing's impressive performance, these long passes rarely reached the feet of Yun Feiyang or Wei Ming in the forward line. In such circumstances, Zhong could only endure the relentless assaults from Teng Fei High School. To confront Li Hu directly, while also guarding against Wang Zhong's unpredictable strikes, posed a daunting challenge. No wonder Xinya had faltered under Teng Fei's onslaught for long. Zhong's defense was not necessarily superior to Xinya's, which had conceded a goal in under 30 minutes while solely focusing on Li Hu, whereas Zhong's defense had to contend with Wang Zhong as well. Such immense pressure. The midfield had slipped from control within just 10 minutes. How could they regain it? This situation could not continue. Liu Yang contemplated the need to reverse their passive stance by reclaiming control of the midfield. At the very least, they could not allow their opponents to launch such unrestrained attacks any longer. However, reclaiming midfield dominance was not a simple matter, and Liu Yang found himself at a loss for solutions. Wang Zhong retreated to receive the ball, then passed it decisively to the left flank. Zhao Lei controlled the ball at his feet, while Wang Zhong began to run towards the sideline, raising his hand for the ball. He drew the attention of both Li Lemon and He Fan. Yet Zhao Lei did not pass to Wang Zhong, but lifted his left foot to send the ball into the penalty area from a 45-degree angle. Li Hu and Gao Meng leaped simultaneously. Despite being shorter than Gao Meng, Li Hu used his positioning to claim an advantageous spot, and even under Gao Meng's interference, he powerfully directed the ball towards the goal. Lin Bing dove to the side, barely reaching the ball. It ricocheted off the crossbar and back into the penalty area. Li Qi and Han Ming surged towards the ball's landing point simultaneously. However, it was Jiang Tao, who had surged ahead, that arrived first. With a deft touch, he propelled the descending ball forward. It soared until it struck the upper netting, only to fall back down. In the 15th minute, Teng Fei High School equalized through a series of relentless attacks. Cursed be it, Lin Bing slammed his hand against the turf before reluctantly rising to his feet. The defense of the second high school had been momentarily left vulnerable. Wang Zhong's retreat drew Han Ming out of the penalty area, simultaneously diverting Li Qi's attention. His lateral movement also attracted the focus of the right flank defenders from the second high school. Before Han Ming and Li Qi could regroup, Zhao Lei had already delivered the ball into the box. Although Gao Meng made a valiant effort to disrupt Li Hu, and Lin Bing made his first save, no one was able to timely defend against the encroaching Jiang Tao. The forwards of Teng Fei had consistently been their primary goal scorers, yet their attacking midfielders also possessed commendable scoring abilities. In the match against Xinya, all their goals were netted by the strikers, while Jiang Tao's late runs had, to some extent, been underutilized. Tongfei High School had also held back in their first match. Jiang Tao had matured significantly. His timing and precision in late runs were far superior compared to the previous year. Wei Ming expressed his mild frustration to Liu Yiyang. After all, he too was a standout among the newcomers at Tongfei High School. Liu Yiyang replied with a hint of resignation. Wang Zhong's brilliance in the first match had overshadowed Jiang Tao, leading the second high school to inadvertently overlook this situation, which was entirely unexpected for them. If the second high school had a skilled, dedicated coach, perhaps they could have addressed this aspect, but alas, they did not. Liu Yiyang inhaled deeply, feeling fatigued. Yet, he needed to lead his team forward. It was his duty. We must persevere until halftime, where we can make adjustments. In a rush, Liu Yiyang could not conceive a viable strategy and could only rally the team, encouraging them. It's merely a tie. We can certainly score again, Yun Feiyong declared with unwavering confidence. Indeed, we must press forward and seize the opportunity to score. Liu Yiyang nodded in agreement. He had overlooked one detail. In the previous match, Xinyao had also sought to immediately counterattack after conceding, only to have Tongfei extend their lead. If he were on the sidelines, Liu Yiyang might have maintained a clearer mind. However, being on the field required complete focus on the game, leaving no room for other considerations. Hence, the dual role of player-coach was virtually non-existent in top leagues and was perhaps only seen in lower divisions. Even seasoned veterans on the field could not juggle too many responsibilities. Yet, no one would fault Liu Yiyang for this, as it was not inherently his role. Tongfei High School did not celebrate for long. A tie was insufficient. They sought victory. Do you think they will intensify their attack immediately after the kickoff? Liu smirked at Wang Zhong as he watched Yun Feiyong prepare to restart play. Most likely, we need to pressure that little guy. If they score again, we will lose face. Wang Zhong responded with a grin. Yun Feiyong passed the ball to Zhao Rui and surged forward. He was brimming with frustration. Since that goal, he had scarcely touched the ball, with Zheng Tianxing intercepting every long pass from the back, and the flanks unable to break through for crosses. He felt stagnant up front. This was the plight of a forward, without anyone to supply them. Even the most formidable strikers become mere ornaments on the pitch. The ball found its way to Liu Yiyang's feet just as Li Hu charged toward him. While on the flank, Li Hu dashed forward to press Meng Qiu, preventing him from receiving the ball. After being outmaneuvered by Meng Qiu earlier, which led to that goal, Li Hu was feeling particularly frustrated. However, Liu Yiyang did not return the ball. Instead, he feigned a backward pass and elegantly pulled the ball back, evading Li Hu's pressure before advancing with it. As Li Hu was left behind, Wang Zhong immediately positioned himself in front of Liu Yiyang. Liu Yiyang did not continue dribbling, but instead executed a diagonal pass to the flanking Wei Ming. The second high school's top attacker received the ball. Confronted by an advancing defender, Wei Ming forcefully carried the ball along the flank, accelerating forward, just as Liu had exploited Meng Qiu's speed. Now Wei Ming aimed to do the same against Tongfei's defenders. His pace outstripped Liu's, and, as the Tongfei defender turned, he was already left in Wei Ming's wake. He running far too fast. Meng Qiu thought to himself, though he did not lag behind. He needed to keep up with Wei Ming to provide support. A mere cross after a flank breakthrough might not pose a significant threat. Yet if Meng Qiu could synchronize with Wei Ming, their attacking options would multiply. However, it seemed that Wei Ming had overlooked this point. In the previous 15 minutes, Liu Yiyang and his team had been under intense pressure, while Wei Ming, much like Yun Feiyong, had been idly waiting. After finally executing a thrilling breakthrough, Wei Ming's mental state was somewhat unsettled. In the penalty area, Yun Feiyong raised his arms high, and just as Meng Qiu entered the attacking zone, Wei Ming lifted his foot to deliver a cross. Yun Feiyong leapt with all his might, overpowering the opposing defender to head the ball. Despite the defender's interference, Yun Feiyong's header was still powerful, yet the angle was slightly off. The Tongfei goalkeeper raised his hand to deflect the ball out of bounds, resulting in a corner kick. Senior, feeling the urgency, "We can make adjustments during halftime," Meng Qiu remarked as he approached Wei Ming, who was preparing to take the corner. "I believe the opportunity was still good," Wei Ming replied. Chapter 45. The demon blade unsheathed Yun Feiyong stood out prominently in the penalty area. 3 defenders surrounded him. And Tongfei High School was well aware that in such set pieces, while Yun Feiyong's threat may not be as potent as during open play, he still posed a considerable danger. His strength and physique would present enough of a challenge, even though he was not particularly tall, standing just above one. 85 meters. Gao Meng had also advanced. As a center back, he frequently joined the attack on set pieces, and his previous forays had become one of the second high school's secret weapons. Liu Yiyang stood beside the corner area, assessing the situation within the penalty box. Tongfei High School's offense was superior to their defense. Yet that did not imply their defense was flimsy. At the very least, they had conducted more training for set-piece defense than the second high school. After careful observation, Liu Yiyang did not identify any exploitable weaknesses. It seemed the only option was to deliver a high ball into the penalty area, allowing Yun Feiyong to utilize his jumping ability. This was inherently an inefficient tactic. No matter how fit Yun Feiyong was under tight marking, it would be difficult for him to find space. Yet, Liu Yiyang could not conceive a better strategy, given the team's current state. The tactical routines they had practiced were the limit of Liu Yiyang's coaching capabilities. After all, he was merely an 18-year-old student, with most of his energy consumed by football and academics. How much mental bandwidth could he devote to coaching? It seemed he must seek out a few astute individuals for discussions on tactical training. This could not continue as is. A thought flashed through Liu Yiyang's mind. As Liu Yiyang pondered, he recalled Meng Qiu. Although Meng Qiu was not particularly loquacious, he often shared profound insights. Liu Yiyang realized he should engage with him more frequently. But where was Meng Qiu? A quick glance revealed that Meng Qiu had already begun to retreat. From a corner kick, Meng Qiu's height was of little advantage, and the defense was currently vulnerable. There was no time for further contemplation. Seeing Yun Feiyong preparing to make a run from the middle to the near post, Liu Yiyang promptly retreated 2 steps and delivered the ball into the penalty area. At the near post, Yun Feiyong surged forward, leaping high to meet the ball. The defending Li Hu also leaped alongside him, subtly using his body to shield the referee's view. With a clenched fist, he nudged Yun Feiyong's back, a seemingly inconsequential action that significantly disrupted Yun Feiyong's jump. Realizing he could no longer head the ball towards the goal, Yun Feiyong tilted his head and directed the ball behind him. A header pass found another player at the far post. Zhao Rui surged up from the back post, eager to seize the opportunity for a shot, but the defending Zheng Tianxing intercepted him, heading the ball out of the penalty area. Liu Yiyang had begun to retreat and suddenly recognized the precarious situation. The steadfast Gao Meng was still within the opponent's penalty area. If the opposing team launched a counterattack. Unfortunately, by the time he realized this, it was too late. The ball Zheng Tianxing had cleared landed at Wang Fazhong's feet. Wang Fazhong pivoted, and the team at Tongfei High School initiated an offensive. Aside from Li Hu's defense, Zhao Lei on the left, Li Yu on the right, and Jiang Tao in the center, along with the languidly positioned Wang Zhong at the front, all began to accelerate. Meanwhile, the defending players from the second team included only Han Ming, Li Qi, Li Lemon, and the retreating Meng Qiu. Wang Fazhong immediately launched a long pass, sending the ball soaring towards Li Yu. Such a pass showcased the advantages of speedster players. Meng Qiu sprinted with all his might, initially gaining a slight edge and closing the gap with Li Yu to less than a meter. However, after this distance, Meng Qiu's pace began to wane. He excelled in sprints within 30 meters, performing comparably to Wei Ming and Li Yu, but over longer distances, he faltered. Li Yu successfully received the ball and immediately passed it to Wang Zhong ahead. Han Ming charged aggressively, but Wang Zhong did not dribble. Instead, he flicked the ball with his heel to the approaching Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao, without pausing, executed a diagonal pass to the advancing Zhao Lei on the left. With several quick passes, Zhao Lei entered the 30-meter zone, while the other defenders from the second team were just crossing the halfway line. Li Lemon sprinted desperately to block Zhao Lei, but Zhao Lei did not dribble. He launched the ball into the penalty area. After Wang Zhong released the ball, Han Ming did not relent in his defense of Wang Zhong, staying closely behind him. Although Wang Zhong had managed to create some distance with his elusive movements, by the time he received the ball in the penalty area, Han Ming had arrived from the side, tightly marking Wang Zhong. "Good job. Stay close. Don't let him turn. Be careful not to foul," Lin Bing shouted from behind. With Han Ming's tight defense, Wang Zhong could not pivot for a shot, and if he could just delay for a moment, the other teammates would return to defend, transforming the counterattack into a positional battle, leading to victory. Li Qi was also rushing into the penalty area, keeping an eye on the possibly advancing Jiang Tao. Just then, Li Qi watched as Wang Zhong swung his right foot and struck the ball cleanly. The right foot, with its heel, made contact with the ball, executing a back-heeled shot. with Han Ming closely marking Wang Zhong. His view was entirely obstructed, rendering him nearly immobile as the ball soared through his legs. Lin Bing's line of sight was similarly blocked by Han Ming. By the time he noticed the round object soaring past, it was too late to react. Though Lin Bing was not bulky, his tall frame allowed for quick reflexes, yet he managed to only partially dive as the ball zipped past him. 2-1. In less than a minute, the second team had taken the lead, while Tongfei High School scored twice in 3 minutes, overturning the score. The students of Tongfei High School erupted in cheers from the stands, waving their fists at the opposing second-team supporters. Do you see? This is the strength of Tongfei. After executing such an unconventional backheel shot, Wang Zhong spread his arms wide and embraced his rushing teammates. What a goal! This guy is simply extraordinary, completely unconventional. Lin Bing growled. Han Ming, equally disheartened, reflected on how well he had performed. Yet who could have anticipated Wang Zhong's unorthodox choice to shoot with his heel without turning? It was utterly unexpected. Let us stabilize our play, Captain. Their momentum has risen. It will be challenging to control the midfield, Meng Qiu advised Liu Yiyang, who had just returned. Liu Yiyang cast a deep glance at Meng Qiu and nodded. He recognized his earlier misjudgment and understood the need for composure. After scoring 2 consecutive goals, Tongfei High School's momentum had reached its zenith, while the initial advantage gained from an early goal had been completely consumed. Stabilizing the play and entering halftime, just 1 goal down was far better than being overwhelmed further. Once Tongfei entered a frenzy, even the staunchest defense from Xinya could be breached repeatedly. Tongfei was on the verge of madness. Without granting the second team a moment's respite, the match quickly resumed. The aggressive pressing and physical play from Tongfei High School rendered the second team's offense nearly futile. Shortly after the kickoff, possession was lost. Wei Ming, attempting to advance on the flank, was encircled and ultimately dispossessed. What followed was a display of Tongfei High School's attacking prowess. Li Hu unleashed a powerful shot. Seeking to capitalize on the rebound, Jiang Tao made a late run for a long-range strike. Liu executed a breakthrough on the wing. Wang Fazhong orchestrated with a long pass. Zhao Lei delivered a cross from the flank. Tongfei High School showcased all their skills. Launching wave after wave of assaults on the second team's goal, the second team retreated fully, desperately defending their goal. Even Yin Feiyong returned, his height and heading ability proving valuable in repelling aerial threats. They held on, striving to endure the remaining time of the first half. 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the first half was nearing its conclusion. Liu sent a long pass to the opposite side, where Zhao Lei received it. Confronted by Li Lemon's defense, Zhao Lei executed a forceful breakthrough, then lifted his foot to deliver the ball directly into the penalty area. Gao Ming intercepted Jiang Tao, who had entered the penalty area, while Li Hu soared high at the back post. Yin Feiyong positioned himself in front of him, also leaping to utilize his height for a successful clearance. However, as Li Hu jumped, he extended his arm horizontally, causing Yin Feiyong's shoulder to collide with Li Hu's arm. Yin Feiyong's upward momentum was hindered, allowing Li Hu to claim the first touch, directing the ball to the opposite side. As Li Hu leapt into action, Wang Zhong, who had previously appeared languid, suddenly crouched low and moved laterally toward the center of the penalty area. The 2 defenders, Han Ming and Li Qi, quickly followed suit. However, just as they lunged toward him, Wang Zhong executed a sharp stop, elegantly gliding between them like a fish. With a swift pivot, he evaded both Han Ming and Li Qi. Li Hu's header had just descended when Wang Zhong, seizing the opportunity, swung his right foot at the falling ball. Lin Bing swiftly adjusted his position, interposing himself in the path of Wang Zhong's shot. "Come on, you little bastard." Lin Bing seethed inwardly. Wang Zhong's foot connected with the descending ball, and with a thunderous strike, he effortlessly flicked it over. Lin Bing's timing was completely disrupted by Wang Zhong's shot. He barely managed to kneel and extend his left hand, only to watch helplessly as the ball arced gracefully through the air, ultimately landing in the net behind him. The demon blade was drawn for the second time. Chapter 46. A gamble 3-1. As the first half drew to a close, Tongfei High School demonstrated formidable attacking prowess, having recovered from an early setback to score 3 consecutive goals and establish a significant lead. This was the prevailing sentiment among the scouts from various schools observing the match. Wang Zhong, a promising newcomer, often went unnoticed but posed a threat whenever he entered the spotlight. Li Hu remained one of Dalian High School's finest forwards, while Yin Feiyong had yet to shine in the first half, indicating a need for further development. This was the conclusion reached by several club scouts after the first half. However, at that moment, the focus of others was diverted elsewhere, and there was no celebration on the field as Tongfei High School's captain, Li Hu, was engaged in a standoff with Yun Feiyong, a newcomer from the second school. The two were forehead to forehead, breathing heavily, neither willing to concede an inch. As Li Hu assisted Wang Zhong, a subtle movement of his arm, coupled with his previous confrontation with Yun Feiyong, provoked the latter, whose temper was not particularly forgiving. After touching down, Yun Feiyong glared at Li Hu. "What are you staring at?" Li Hu challenged. "What of it?" Yun Feiyong retorted. In the next moment, the two clashed heads, initiating a contest of wills. Although Li Hu was slightly shorter, he raised his head defiantly, refusing to back down. Fortunately, both retained a measure of composure. It was merely a standoff, devoid of physical conflict. Li Hu reasoned that it was not worth it for either of them to be sent off, and Yun Feiyong shared that sentiment. Their confrontation lasted only a brief moment before players from both sides rushed in to separate them. The referee approached, gesturing for them to come forward, issuing warnings to both and handing out yellow cards. Despite the Dalian region's reputation for toughness, most high school students exhibited relatively mild tempers, while confrontations were fierce. They were seldom violent, even among rival football academies. Thus, although this conflict was minor, the referee still deemed it necessary to issue yellow cards to both parties to prevent escalation. The referee then blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half, with Tongfei High School leading 3-1. "Captain, you need to keep your cool. We cannot afford to play one man down in the remaining match," Wang Zhong said, walking towards the sidelines. Li Hu, known for his fiery temperament, typically intimidated even the seasoned players from advising him, leaving only Wang Zhong, the newcomer, brave enough to approach him casually. "Don't worry, that kid isn't worth my ire, but he does have a temper. If you and the other defenders can provoke him a bit in the second half, it will make our game easier," Li Hu replied, nodding to his fellow defenders. Though seemingly reckless, Li Hu's status as one of Dalian's premier forwards and captain of Tongfei was not solely due to his talent. The Tongfei coach, having shed his earlier frustration, nodded with a smile. "Li Hu is correct. While we have established a solid advantage, we must remain vigilant in the second half. If we can extend our lead, we can conserve energy for the knockout stages." In stark contrast to the harmonious atmosphere on Tongfei's side, the mood in the second school's camp was significantly gloomier. Yun Feiyong brooded alone, while Liu Yang felt disheartened by the 2-goal deficit. Most troubling was his realization of his own inadequacy. The match alone demanded his full concentration, leaving him little energy to contemplate tactical matters. The spirits of his teammates were similarly low. Losing this match would nearly equate to an early exit from the tournament. This was the final opportunity for the second-year students to make a mark on the national stage, while the first-year students would have another chance. However, an early exit in their inaugural Dalian tournament would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to their confidence. Coach Wang wanted to say something encouraging, but was at a loss for words. Minutes passed before Liu Yang managed to gather his thoughts, forcing himself to speak up. "Everyone, don't lose heart." Just then, a voice broke through the tension, speaking in standard Mandarin. "Captain, we didn't execute our game plan in the first half." Liu Yang paused, turning to look at Meng Qiu. Wasn't the strategy to control the midfield, minimizing their offensive opportunities while maximizing ours? Yet in the first half, we found ourselves on the defensive with only sporadic counterattacks. Their attacking chances were not just tenfold, but at least 8 times ours, putting us in a vulnerable position. Sometimes, when one's thinking becomes confined, a single statement can spark clarity. Liu Yang finally understood why something felt amiss in the first half. The pre-match strategy had been well laid out. Control the midfield, enhance possession, reduce the opponent's attacking chances, and increase their own offensive opportunities. Yet on the field, after conceding an early goal, they had been relegated to defense, with their fleeting attacks quickly directed to the flanks to create opportunities for Yun Feiyong in the penalty area. Such opportunities were scarce, while Tongfei High School's relentless assaults came in waves, making their situation seem dire. This exemplified the nature of amateur teams, relying heavily on instinct during matches, easily manipulated by more organized opponents, falling into their rhythm and failing to establish their own. When facing similarly amateur teams, the second school could rely on their talented players to overpower opponents. However, against organized teams, they struggled to showcase their true capabilities. Given the current starting lineup, while they might be slightly weaker than Teng Fei, they certainly were not far behind. At the very least, Yin Feiyong, Meng Qiu, and the formidable four stood toe-to-toe with their counterparts from Teng Fei. Even the newcomers, Li Qi and Han Ming, were commendable players, and the second school's paper strength compared favorably with most football academy teams. Yet on the field against these academy teams, the second school found it challenging to fully realize their potential. This distinction between organized teams and scattered individuals was painfully evident. Meng Qiu was right. In order to mount a counterattack, we must gain control of the midfield. Lu Yiyang nodded in agreement. Meng Qiu, why don't you come to the midfield in the second half? You can forego your position as a fullback. What about our defense on the flanks? Meng Qiu inquired, somewhat taken aback. Li Qi will cover for you on the left, Lu Yiyang replied decisively, having fully grasped the situation. And what about the defense in front of the back line? Li Qi asked, momentarily taken aback. I'll handle it. I'll drop back, and the midfield will be yours, Meng Qiu. After each possession, our primary objective will be to find you. When you receive the ball, everyone needs to move and provide support around you. Just like we did in the second half against Qingxi, Lu Yiyang exclaimed, slapping his thighs softly, mindful of the nearby Teng Fei High School players overhearing. Absolutely. Let's go after them in the second half. Yin Feiyong shouted, raising his fist, unperturbed by the presence of the Teng Fei High School players. However, the other players from the second high school still felt uncertain. The first half had unfolded in such a manner less due to Teng Fei High School's superior control of the rhythm, which had inadvertently led the second high school to follow suit, and more because the teammates were still hesitant in their confidence regarding Meng Qiu's organizational and strategic skills. Despite Meng Qiu's commendable performance in organizing during the second half of the warm-up match against Qingxi, that had merely been a temporary display. Moreover, during subsequent training sessions, Meng Qiu had shown glimpses of midfield organizational ability, yet paled in comparison to the control, distribution, and strategic acumen exhibited by Lu Yiyang. Without tangible achievements in training, it was impossible to sway the confidence of his teammates. In the first half, Lu Yiyang had striven to dominate the midfield, but had fallen short. Could Meng Qiu truly accomplish this task? Can his organization and strategy surpass that of Lu Yiyang, one of the four foremost midfielders in Dalian? It is worth noting that within the entire Dalian football community, apart from the exalted figure atop, there were only a handful of individuals who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Yiyang. Could Meng Qiu genuinely rise to this challenge? Lu Yiyang's decision was one born of resignation. He understood his strengths, a calm mind, a broad perspective, a hint of cunning, and comprehensive technical prowess that enabled him to organize, distribute, pass, penetrate offensively, and defend. This all-round nature had secured him a place among Dalian's elite midfielders. Yet it was also his shortcoming. He lacked a singularly exceptional trait, having failed to organize the midfield in the first half. The situation for the second high school was precarious. If they did not take control of the midfield to increase their offensive opportunities while diminishing those of their opponents, the next match would spell disaster. Therefore, it was time to take a gamble, betting that Meng Qiu could perform as well in the second half as he had against Qingxi High School. While Sun Xiangxin was the standout midfielder for Qingxi High School, their other midfielders were also formidable and were not inferior to any of the players from Teng Fei High School. Furthermore, Yi Yin and He Xiaoyan frequently supported the midfield. If Meng Qiu could hold his own against such a midfield, he could similarly contend against Teng Fei High School and perhaps even surpass them. Now, Lu Yiyang could only wager on Meng Qiu's performance in the second half. Everyone must heed my commands, Meng Qiu declared with a smile. Chapter 47. Slow down. The second half commenced with Teng Fei High School kicking off. From the outset, they did not ease their offensive pressure despite their two-goal lead from the first half. They launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Their assaults in the midfield crashed upon the second high school like unending waves. The students of Teng Fei High School shouted in unison, their proud gazes piercing the second high school students in the opposite stands. The second high school players were anxious, yet they continued to shout fervently, determined not to let their spirit wane. Subin waved the large flag, mirroring the resilience of the second high school's defense. Li Hu surged out of the penalty area, unleashing a powerful shot from outside. Gao Ming dove to intercept, using his chest to block the ball, while Han Ming promptly launched a clearance. Don't rush the clearance, Meng Qiu advised as he approached Han Ming. My apologies, Han Ming nodded, realizing he had acted hastily. The ball sailed out of bounds. And Tongfei High School resumed their offensive. After a throw-in, Zhao Lei received the ball and, noticing He Fan and Li Lemon in favorable positions, opted to pass to the central player, Wang Fazhong. Wang Fazhong controlled the ball at his feet, noticing Meng Qiu charging towards him. Is the left back really charging here? Wang Fazhong internally scoffed, thinking that the newcomer, who had been quite conventional in the first half, was now disregarding his position in a moment of desperation. Since the opposing left back had encroached into the midfield, the flanks had become vulnerable. Wang Fazhong executed a long-range switch, sending the ball to the right side, where Li Yu awaited. Li Yu accelerated forward, shaking off the covering Li Qi, just as he prepared to drive to the byline for a cross. A swift figure surged in beside him. Wei Ming was back to defend. In this race for speed, Li Yu was outmatched, and Wei Ming seized the ball, quickly pivoting to pass it back to the retreating Liu Yiyang. Press him, Li Hu shouted, as Liu Yiyang, the midfield linchpin for the second high school, received the ball in a deep position, presenting an excellent opportunity for a press. Meng Qiu took a couple of steps forward, positioning himself at Liu Yiyang's side. Liu Yiyang immediately passed the ball to him. Meng Qiu controlled it at his feet, but refrained from passing it immediately. Instead, he advanced with the ball. Wang Fazhong closed in to press him, prompting Meng Qiu to deftly pass to He Fan before making a forward run, signaling for the ball. Though He Fan's skills were modest, he compensated with reliability and compliance. He quickly executed a diagonal pass back to Meng Qiu. Get back, Zheng, Tianxing shouted, as Meng Qiu found himself near the center circle. Although only Yun Feiyong was ahead, he posed a significant threat. The Tongfei High School players surged back like a tide. Their proficiency in offense did not preclude their defenders from also being adept. However, Meng Qiu did not hasten to send the ball forward. Instead, he spun around in place, evading the press from Jiang Tao before distributing the ball to the left flank, where Wei Ming was making an overlapping run. Let's not rush. We will take our time, Meng Qiu signaled with a downward gesture. Initially prepared for a fast break, Wei Ming halted. Even as a sophomore, he adhered to Meng Qiu's directive from halftime. This attack took a full minute, and as Meng Qiu passed the ball at the edge of the penalty area, Yun Feiyong turned and shot. The ball narrowly missed the far post. Get back. Meng Qiu clapped his hands and began sprinting back. Tongfei High School was quick to regroup, but this time they had to restart with a goal kick, making their subsequent offensive move seem notably slower than usual. Li Hu unleashed another long-range shot from outside the penalty area, which also veered slightly off target. After the failed offensive attempt, Tongfei High School initiated a vigorous pressing in the front field. However, Meng Qiu continuously ran to receive the ball, gradually advancing it through the midfield. Realizing that breaking up play in the front field was becoming increasingly improbable, the players from Tongfei High School were compelled to retreat and establish a defensive formation. The offensive from No. 2 High School remained unhurried, and, although they did not score, they managed to create a shot. Wei Ming broke through and passed the ball to the center, where Meng Qiu executed a delicate chip into the penalty area. Yun Feiyong met the ball with a header, but struck the opposing defender, and Zhao Rui's follow-up shot was caught by the rival goalkeeper. Zhao Rui charged forward to disrupt the opposing goalkeeper's quick counterattack, while the players from No. 2 High School hastily retreated. Once Tongfei High School advanced the ball to the front field, they found themselves facing a well-organized defensive resistance. Is our rhythm slowing down? Others may not have sensed the change, but the head coach of Tongfei High School was astonished to observe that the pace of the entire match was indeed decelerating. Tongfei High School preferred a fast-paced game, thriving in chaotic situations due to their multitude of offensive options, as 5 or 6 players in the front line possessed the capability to score. The more chaotic the game, the greater their chances of finding the net. However, now each offensive maneuver required considerable time to penetrate the front field, only to confront the steadfast defensive line of No. 2 High School. Even in a traditional battle of positional play, we shall not succumb to you. Such struggles, what purpose do they serve? The head coach of Tongfei High School contemplated disdainfully. The spectators largely remained oblivious to any irregularities. The match was tightly contested, and for No. 2 High School, trailing by 2 goals, the situation was certainly more disadvantageous. The students from No. 2 High School were anxious, while their counterparts from Tongfei were elated. Aside from the head coach of Tongfei, who sensed something amiss, even the players on the field were unaware of any changes. Although the tempo had slowed, it was unrealistic for Tongfei to maintain a relentless pace throughout the match. With a 2-goal lead, what was there to fear in this tug-of-war? The notion of boiling a frog in warm water, though a spurious concept, holds true in other realms of reality, including the football pitch. Gradually, the offensive rhythm of Tongfei High School came to a complete halt, and they began to acclimate to this new tempo. Yun Feiyang continued to run tirelessly on the field, unfazed. Although Meng Qiu had not passed the ball often, and he was not always the one to complete the final shot, being the most familiar with Meng Qiu, since that Meng Qiu was biding his time for a significant moment. Just before the second half commenced, Meng Qiu pulled him aside and advised him, "Do not rush, just run as you usually do. Opportunities will come." Yun Feiyang trusted Meng Qiu for over the past month. They had been training together, and Meng Qiu had consistently monitored his positioning during practice. In the 11th minute of the second half, Two High School once again engaged in a positional offensive. Meng Qiu received the ball around the center circle, where Wang Fazhong and Jiang Tao closed in for both sides. As they approached, Meng Qiu released the ball to Wei Ming, who advanced a few steps while keeping an eye on Meng Qiu's positioning. As anticipated, Meng Qiu darted away, shaking off Wang Fazhong and Jiang Tao, sprinting into the 30-meter range and beckoned for the ball. Wei Ming delivered the pass. As Meng Qiu met the rolling ball, he swung his left foot. Zhang Tianqing lunged in to block, but Meng Qiu did not shoot. Instead, with a deft flick of his toe, he nudged the ball forward. Yun Feiyang had just pulled out from the penalty area, using his body to shield himself from the defender behind him, and he controlled the ball. The defender tensed, wary of Yun Feiyang potentially pivoting to break through. At this moment, Yun Feiyang noticed that Meng Qiu had swiftly accelerated after passing the ball, darting into the penalty area with speed rivaling that of Wei Ming. Intuitively, Yun Feiyang refrained from turning to break through. Instead, he made a slight half-turn and sent a diagonal pass into the penalty area. Meng Qiu raced into the box, perfectly positioned to receive Yun Feiyang's pass. From his distance, he could easily shoot, and it would be quite threatening. Two defenders lunged in from the sides, attempting to thwart Meng Qiu's shot. Although Meng Qiu had hardly taken any shots in previous matches, scoring from this distance was not a formidable task. The pressure on Yun Feiyang diminished as he successfully pivoted, instinctively driving into the penalty area. Meng Qiu, using the outside of his left foot, lifted the ball. It sailed horizontally towards the penalty spot, brushing past the two defenders. Both defenders turned back just in time to see Yun Feiyang appear at the ball's landing spot, ready to strike with his right foot. The last defender desperately slid in, hoping to intercept Yun Feiyang's shot, but he was still a step too late. The ball rocketed from Yun Feiyang's foot. Unimpeded, Meng Qiu's precise lateral pass was impeccable, and Yun Feiyang's shot was executed with exhilarating fervor. The goalkeeper barely managed to extend his hand before the ball whizzed past him and into the net. 2-3. Number 2 High School had pulled one back. Yun Feiyang did not celebrate. Instead, he dashed into the goal, retrieved the ball that had rebounded off the net, and ran back, exchanging a celebratory high-five with Meng Qiu, who was also returning. The organization by Meng Qiu, the passing by Meng Qiu, and the goal by Yun Feiyang. This partnership was destined to haunt opponents for a long time. Yet for now, they were merely two young men striving for victory and a chance to advance in this group. Liu Ying vigorously pumped his fist. He had guessed correctly. The Meng Qiu in the midfield was a different entity from the Meng Qiu playing left back, almost like two distinct individuals. Or rather, the Meng Qiu on the training ground was entirely different from the Meng Qiu in the match. Now, the rhythm had shifted into the control of number 2 High School. With the deficit reduced to a single goal and over 20 minutes remaining, plus stoppage time, perhaps 30 minutes left to play, victory was still within reach. In football, a single goal often holds immense significance. The sight of hope is paramount. In Chapter 48, the tempo transformed. The players from No. 2 High School shook off their previous malaise. Their eyes were no longer filled with apprehension, but rather brimming with excitement. The veteran players reminisced about the exhilarating sensation of having defeated Tongfei last year. That feeling was delightful, and they would relish the opportunity to experience it again. The new players began to realize how fortunate they were to join number 2 High School, for it was here that they could experience the thrill of triumphing over a professional team's reserve squad, despite still trailing by a goal. Subin waved his flag more vigorously. shouting towards the opposite stands. "Did you see that? Yun Feiyong has scored 7 goals. He is the top striker in Dalian." This shout reached the field, causing Li Hu's expression to darken. Yun Feiyong serves as the principal offensive asset for the second high school, adeptly seizing various scoring opportunities. Despite Li Hu scoring 4 goals in the first match, he has yet to find the net in this game. Various factors contribute to this, such as Yun Feiyong being the sole scorer for the second high school, while the other forward, Zhao Rui, plays more of a disruptive role. In this match, the burden of scoring has shifted predominantly to Wang Zhong, compelling Li Hu to sacrifice his scoring prowess for assists. But do these justifications hold any weight? Even if Li Hu were to defend himself to the students of the second high school, he would only invite ridicule. "Captain, don't be upset. Just score another one," Wang Zhong whispered in his ear. Li Hu nodded in response. His frustration stems not solely from this remark. Initially, he had intended to crush the second high school in the second half, yet they have failed to create significant scoring opportunities, only to concede another goal to Yun Feiyong. The difference between leading by 1 goal and 2 is exceedingly precarious. "We became a bit complacent. Focus, attack, and take them down." Li Hu rallied his teammates. Like Liu Yiyang in the first half, he remains oblivious to the true reason for the slowing pace of the game, attributing it merely to his teammates' relaxation. The head coach of Tongfei High School, however, has recognized this issue. Yet, he does not mind the positional warfare of the offense. It is commonplace for anyone to score first. Allowing the second high school to level the score can only be deemed unfortunate. The next step is to reclaim the lead without haste, as he possesses absolute confidence in Tongfei's offensive capabilities. In situations where both teams have similar scoring opportunities, it is undoubtedly Tongfei who will prevail. This is his current mindset. Yet, he overlooks a crucial point. While Tongfei's offense may be superior to that of the second high school, it does not guarantee that they will score more goals given equal chances due to the latter's exceptional defense. Although 3 goals were conceded in the first half, the defensive line led by Lin Bing and Gao Meng managed to withstand the bulk of Tongfei's fierce assaults. Particularly, the last 2 goals were conceded due to an inability to adjust to Wang Zhong's peculiar style, rendering them almost effortless. As they gradually acclimated, Wang Zhong found several promising scoring opportunities, all thwarted by the tenacious second high school defense. They, too, are making progress. The second high school bears significant flaws, typical of an amateur team. However, once these glaring deficiencies are rectified, their strength will manifest distinctly, especially in the offensive line. Currently, their scoring relies heavily on Yun Feiyong. Yet this focus has its advantages. The concentration of offense around him fosters an increasing synergy between him and his teammates with each attack. After all, practice is merely practice. Only in formal matches can the chemistry between teammates truly flourish. With such variables at play, positional warfare may not be the second high school's forte. Yet it is certainly a tactic Tongfei High School is less proficient in. By neglecting this aspect, the scales of victory subtly tilted in favor of the second high school. As the match resumed, Tongfei High School launched another offensive. Fueled by pent-up energy, they penetrated deep into the territory of the second high school. However, the defenders of the second high school, emboldened by their momentum, pressed fiercely, rendering Tongfei's advances futile. Li Hu nearly bulldozed through Liu Yiyang's defense, surprised that Liu, typically not a physically dominant midfielder, was now exhibiting remarkable tenacity. This aggressive pressing forced Li Hu to relinquish control and pass the ball to Wang Zhong, who had ventured outside the penalty area. Upon receiving the ball, Wang Zhong was met with a brutal challenge from Han Ming, knocking him to the ground. The referee's whistle sounded, awarding Tongfei a free kick just outside the penalty area. The positioning for this free kick was promising. Lin Bing vocally directed his teammates to form a wall, with both forwards returning to defend, creating a formidable 6-man barrier. Zhao Lei approached. He is Tongfei's primary set-piece taker. Yet he found himself challenged by the imposing wall. The players of the second high school, like most teams from Dalian, are notably tall, with all but Meng Qiu standing over 1.8 meters, presenting a daunting situation for the free-kick specialist. Li Hu squeezed into the wall, attempting to create an opening. The second high school players, resolute, countered his efforts, prompting the referee to issue a warning to this increasingly heated group before finally signaling the kick could be taken. Zhao Lei initiated the play, but did not shoot directly. Instead, he passed the ball into the penalty area. Wang Zhong received it, swiftly turned, and, before Han Ming could reposition, executed a delicate chip shot. Lin Bing leapt, extending his arms in a desperate attempt to deflect the ball, barely managing to redirect it away. The ball veered towards the sideline as Li Yu prepared to send it back into the penalty area, only to have Li Qi execute a flying tackle, successfully clearing the ball. Still on the ground, Li Qi swept the ball forward, igniting a counterattack for the second high school. Though they had all retreated moments ago, Yin Feiyang and Wei Ming, both quick-footed, dashed towards the front line. The ball cleared by Li Qi was seized by Meng Qiu, who swiftly transformed his prior sluggishness into rapid movement, turning and advancing with the ball. Previously slow to control the rhythm, he now recognized a prime opportunity for a fast break. The dynamics of the game are ever-changing. The key lies in selecting the appropriate offensive strategy at the right moment. Meng Qiu's explosive speed propelled him toward the center circle. Outpacing him was Wei Ming, with Yun Feiyang slightly trailing. Zheng Tianxing, having retreated, confronted them, determined to thwart the second high school's counterattack, even at the cost of a foul. Meng Qiu, however, chose not to bypass him, but instead lifted his foot mid-stride to pass the ball to Wei Ming. Under pressure from an opposing defender, Wei Ming maintained possession, advancing steadily, albeit noticeably hindered by the tight defense. Meng Qiu shook his head slightly, realizing they had retreated too far, lacking options for a frontline response. "Pass it back to me," he shouted. Wei Ming, troubled by how to escape the tight coverage of the defender, struggled to maintain his speed. He abruptly halted, pivoted, and sent the ball back. Upon receiving it, Meng Qiu deftly sidestepped the rapidly returning Li Yu, regaining control. Since a fast break seemed implausible, they would need to slow the game down. As Tengfei High School's players returned to position, the coach on the sidelines breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier ferocity of the second high school's counterattack had caused him concern, but it appeared that their offensive surge was not as formidable as it had seemed. Meng Qiu passed the ball back to Liu Yiyang and then darted diagonally to create space for a receiving opportunity. Liu Yiyang deftly returned the ball to his feet, just as the players from Tengfei High School had barely settled into their defensive positions. The offensive players from Second High were already nearing completion of their setup, creating a juxtaposition of pace. Suddenly, Meng Qiu accelerated the tempo of the attack. Confronted by the pressing Wang Fazhong, he executed a lateral pass to the approaching Zhao Rui, enticing Wang to shift for an interception, only to swiftly retract the ball with a deft touch. A feint pass. While such a maneuver is not extraordinary for a skilled player, its execution at this moment, with such realism, resulted in Wang Fazhong being easily outmaneuvered by Meng Qiu. Zheng Tianxing hesitated, uncertain whether to advance. With only two defenders returned, he pondered whether they could contain Yun Feiyang should he gain an advantageous position and unleash a shot. However, he resolved to press forward. He could not allow Meng Qiu to possess the ball in such a precarious area. Meng Qiu flicked his ankle once more, intending to pass to Wei Ming, who was making a diagonal run down the left flank. Faced with this convincingly executed passing motion, Zheng Tianxing was completely deceived, much like Wang Fazhong had been. Another feint pass, and Zheng Tianxing was left in the dust. Having slipped past two defenders, Meng Qiu had created a significant gap in the defensive line of Tengfei, who had yet to fully establish their footing. Yun Feiyang darted into a favorable position, with two defenders trailing behind him, reaching out for the ball. A third defender rushed in from the diagonal, attempting to obstruct Yun Feiyang's shot, even if they could not prevent him from receiving the ball. Meng Qiu delivered a direct pass, not to Yun Feiyang, but to the opposite side. In a flash, Wei Ming surged in the penalty area. Meng Qiu's pass landed perfectly at Wei Ming's feet, unmarked, one-on-one with the advancing goalkeeper. At this angle, which Wei Ming favored for shooting, he was not merely a pure striker. However, as the highest scorer for Second High last year, most of his goals have been scored from this very position. This instance was no exception. As the goalkeeper turned and lunged hastily, Wei Ming did not take a touch. Instead, he swung his right foot in stride, connecting with the rolling ball using the inside of his foot. The ball arced gracefully through the air, sailing past the advancing goalkeeper and hugging the far post before finding the back of the net. A second goal within 5 minutes. In the first half, Tengfei High School had scored 2 goals in 3 minutes to take the lead. Now, Second High had fought back, scoring 2 goals in 5 minutes to equalize the score. With roughly 20 minutes remaining in the match, the suspense had returned. The game was far from over. Long live Second High. roared hundreds of students simultaneously. Even when they trailed by 2 goals, they had never ceased their support. Now, with the score leveled, their emotions surged, reverberating throughout the stadium. Despite many voices being hoarse, this moment was filled with genuine joy. Wei Ming raised his fist triumphantly, pointed at Meng Qiu, and ran toward him with open arms, embracing him tightly. Following closely was Yun Feiyong, who joined the embrace from behind. Although Yun Feiyong seemed to have played no direct role in the goal, his presence in the penalty area had drawn the attention of Teng Fei's 3 defenders, allowing Wei Ming to remain unmarked. Of course, Meng Qiu's keen observation of Wei Ming's positioning was also crucial. "Oh Wang, keep an eye on that kid," Li Hu whispered to Wang Fazhong. At this point, it was evident to all that Second High's sudden resurgence in the second half was largely due to Meng Qiu's orchestrating presence in midfield. He controlled the game's rhythm while continuously creating opportunities for his teammates. All transformations stemmed from this diminutive figure. A middle-aged man in the stands smiled faintly. Second High had finally returned to form in the second half. Why had they positioned that small player as a left-back in the first half? Even if it was meant to confuse the opponent, the cost seemed exorbitant. The man pondered this question, unaware that it was not a deliberate strategy to mislead their adversaries, but rather a necessity due to a shortage of personnel in that position. Now, with Li Qi filling the left-back role, he effectively became the left back, while Liu Yang retreated to support Meng Qiu in midfield, entrusting the orchestration of play entirely to him. Although Second High's midfield appeared to have weakened without the fierce presence of Li Qi, Meng Qiu's increased ball control through passing and organization diminished the frequency of the opponent's attacks, ultimately alleviating the defensive burden on Second High. Occasional attacks from Teng Fei were handled with ease by Gao Meng and Lin Bing. Previously pressured by Teng Fei, they had lacked the time to think, often making errors in judgment amid the opponent's diverse attacks. Now, with the pressure eased, they had ample time to contemplate and assess. Having equalized the score, their emotions stabilized further. With calmness on the field, clarity of mind ensued, allowing them to more accurately discern the opponent's attacking intentions. After receiving the ball, Wang Zhong executed a beautiful turn to evade his marker, yet Han Ming was not fooled by his deceptive passing maneuvers. With a clean, decisive slide tackle, he dispossessed Wang Zhong of the ball. A splendid defensive play. The students of Second High erupted with cheers. Wang Zhong cast a surprised glance at Han Ming, who had previously been outmaneuvered by him in the first half, now successfully thwarting his advance. This is getting increasingly interesting. The Dalian division truly lives up to its reputation as a death zone. Even in the preliminary rounds, the opponents are formidable. Wang Zhong's face radiated excitement. The ball, having been dislodged by Han Ming, found its way to Liu Yang, who immediately delivered a precise through ball to the advancing Meng Qiu. As Meng Qiu received the pass, he immediately sent the ball forward, just as Wang Fazhong's foot was arriving. A moment later, and the opponent could have intercepted it. Their pressure intensified. "I need to increase my movement," Meng Qiu thought. Whereas previously Meng Qiu had encountered Teng Fei's defenders only after gaining possession. Now he found himself under tight scrutiny even before he had received the ball. The school's team aimed to alter their tactics, executing them with greater determination. Under such intense pressure, Meng Qiu remained composed, expanding his running range and quickening his passing tempo. At this juncture, Meng Qiu's foundational skills shone brightly. Though he ran extensively, he displayed no signs of fatigue, seamlessly passing the ball to suitable teammates upon receiving it. This required keen judgment, vision, and fundamental abilities, all of which Meng Qiu executed remarkably well. Where did this newcomer come from? The same question echoed in the minds of the Teng Fei players. Meng Qiu is not a member of the soccer school, at least not a member of the Dalian soccer school, a fact well known to all the players of Teng Fei High School. But what was he doing before entering the second middle school? If he were attending junior high school normally, given his abilities, it would be impossible for him to have no impact in the junior high league. One could see this from Yun Feiyong, who has garnered attention for his outstanding performance in the junior high league. If he were a member of an out-of-town soccer school, one must question how a soccer school member would inexplicably come to the second middle school to play. Even if that were the case, with Meng Qiu's current abilities, he would be a key player at any soccer school. This Meng Qiu seems as though he has fallen from the heavens. After a back and forth for a few minutes, the head coach of Teng Fei High School stood up. Seizing the opportunity when the ball went out of play, he pulled over Li Hu and exchanged a few words with him. Li Hu nodded and then ran onto the field. Soon, Tongfei High School's offense underwent a transformation. While their defense remained focused on closely marking Meng Qiu to prevent him from controlling the ball for too long, which had effectively curtailed the second middle school's tempo in the previous minutes, their offensive strategy had shifted. Previously, Tongfei's offense relied on speed to suppress their opponents and capitalize on chaos, aiming to steer the rhythm back to their accustomed style. This tactic had yielded good results in the first half, but in the second half, they found themselves at a disadvantage as it failed to work. However, they no longer intended to revert to their previous rhythm. If they did, it would necessitate accelerating the transition between offense and defense, which could easily lead to mistakes that the second middle school could readily exploit, as evidenced by the third goal they conceded. Given the drawbacks of this approach, they decided against it. There was no need to hastily quicken the offensive pace. Tongfei High School was not merely adept at fast breaks. In their next offensive endeavor, Tongfei High School exhibited remarkable patience, gradually suppressing the second middle school. Ultimately, Li Hu made a decisive header from inside the penalty area, narrowly missing the crossbar. A middle-aged man in the stands glanced at the home team's coaching bench with some surprise. This tactical adjustment is quite commendable. It seems the head coach of Tongfei High School is not merely a trainer. He possesses tactical acumen as well. After muttering this to himself, the middle-aged man shifted his gaze to the visiting team's bench. The head coach of the second middle school is merely a figurehead. It depends on how the players on the field respond. Let us continue our offensive, but don't rush. Meng Qiu deliberately moved to a more defensive position to receive the ball and signaled for a downward motion. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly, still too inexperienced. How can he follow the opponent's rhythm at this moment? If it were me, I would do the opposite and accelerate the tempo. Tongfei High School is accustomed to a fast-paced offense. With just a little provocation, they would unwittingly quicken their pace. Now, by stabilizing, he playing right into the opponent's hands? The middle-aged man seemed accustomed to talking to himself. But never mind, he is young. It's normal for him to lack tactical insight. Moreover, the ability to remain calm on the field is commendable. It's a shame that the second middle school lacks a competent head coach. Coach, seeing you so regretful, are you hoping to take the position at the second middle school? A nearby student wearing a cap suddenly interjected. The middle-aged man paused, turning to look at his beloved disciple. What's wrong, kid? Afraid I might leave? He chuckled. Afraid of what? The student, seemingly disrespectful toward his coach, retorted. If you leave, I'll just return to my old life and take down anyone I dislike. Unless you want to end up in a juvenile detention center. The middle-aged man replied. The student huffed and fell silent. Yin Feiyang and Meng Qiu are currently the key players for the second middle school. Although the school possesses decent strength, last year's top 8 finish involved a fair amount of luck. When they perform well, they can indeed contend with formidable teams like Tongfei. We must be cautious of these two when we face them. The middle-aged man continued. That's the last round. Didn't you say we first need to deal with Tongfei? Why do you keep focusing on the second middle school? Huh? Ha ha. Yes, just a momentary lapse. Cool, mate. Let us watch the match between the second middle school. No, Tongfei. Chapter 50. The struggles of an amateur team under the pursuit of Wang Fanzhong and Jiang Tao. Meng Qiu continued to create space for receiving the ball through his movements, passing Liu Yang's ball once again. At the edge of the penalty area, Yin Feiyang seized the opportunity to turn and shoot, sending the ball slightly over the crossbar. Yin Feiyang's desire to score remained remarkable. Shaking his head, he intended to give Meng Qiu a thumbs up, only to find that Meng Qiu had already dashed back to his half without a glance back. Oh, he just ran away like that, without showcasing the synergy between us, Yin Feiyang mentally complained. In the second half, he played with great enjoyment. Although the number of times he received the ball might not surpass the first half, each touch created a scoring opportunity, significantly better than before. Yin Feiyang increasingly felt that having Meng Qiu behind him made playing much more comfortable. Although Meng Qiu had been training diligently in his training room, Yin Feiyang's regimen focused primarily on physical conditioning and hadn't involved any coordinated drills with Meng Qiu. Initially indifferent to Meng Qiu, the physical coach had come to praise him extensively. Upon learning about Yin Feiyang's physique, the coach typically overlooked the average sturdy young man. But Meng Qiu quickly earned the admiration of this strict instructor. His physical attributes are remarkable, almost on par with yours, not in terms of physical confrontation, as you are different. Your strengths lie in your innate physique and explosive power, while he demonstrates greater balance. On the field, he may not outmuscle you, but in extensive running, he could wear you down. Endurance is his forte, complemented by his impressive cardiovascular capacity, which is hard to believe given his seemingly frail appearance. Yun Feiyong trusted this assessment because the physical coach had made several adjustments to Meng Qiu's training regimen, which left Yun Feiyong astonished. Yet, Meng Qiu persisted. Yun Feiyong, a proud individual, found it difficult to feel superior to someone equally exceptional. However, recognizing Meng Qiu's physical prowess was one thing. Witnessing his seamless cooperation on the field was another. Is this kid observing my movements during the match? How else could he pass so effectively? Yun Feiyong pondered. With this thought in mind, confidence surged within him to secure victory in this match. Meng Qiu continuously fed him the ball, and all he needed to do was seize the opportunities. This was precisely what he excelled at. Thus, victory seemed assured. Winning this match would almost guarantee a place in the Dalian regional playoffs, bringing him another step closer to his dream of becoming a national champion. As Yun Feiyong's confidence swelled, Meng Qiu, however, wore a furrowed brow. He could sense that the pressure from Tongfei High School was becoming increasingly intense. At least two players were constantly monitoring his movements, which compelled him to expend more energy in evading his opponents. He wasn't particularly afraid of fatigue. His primary concern was that this would complicate the supply of opportunities for the front line. Meanwhile, Tongfei High School's offense was growing more patient, with the scores still tied. It was premature to claim any advantage over Second High School. We must score again before they do, Meng Qiu contemplated. The attack from Tongfei High School commenced. Liu dribbled down the flank, attempting to break through, but Li Qi proved to be a formidable opponent. Evading him was not overly difficult, yet once past him, Li Qi would quickly close in again. Such tenacious opponents were indeed challenging to contend with. Generally, aside from defenders at football academies, few players exhibited such relentless persistence. But Li Qi was no ordinary fullback. He played as a defensive midfielder, and this tenacity was his hallmark. Utilizing a burst of speed, Liu managed to shake off Li Qi, and without hesitation, he lifted his foot to send a cross into the penalty area. The quality of the cross was not particularly high, but it was decent enough. Both Li Hu and Gao Meng leapt simultaneously. Gao Meng, with his superior height, had the advantage over Li Hu. However, Li Hu's strength was marginally greater. The two collided midair, but Li Hu stabilized his balance and directed the ball toward the far post. Han Ming and Wang Zhong rushed towards the ball's landing point, with Wang Zhong slightly quicker, though not enough to control the ball comfortably. Han Ming refrained from pressing too closely, aware that rushing against a slippery forward like Wang Zhong could provide him with an opportunity, a mistake he had made in previous matches. However, Wang Zhong did not attempt to control the ball with his chest. As the ball descended, he deftly nudged it twice with his head, reminiscent of a training exercise. Han Ming paused momentarily, and as the ball dropped again, Wang Zhong took a step, positioning Han Ming behind him, then lifted his right foot to strike at the falling ball. If you can shoot under such awkward circumstances, I salute you, Han Ming thought. He also shifted his stance to block Wang Zhong's shooting angle, knowing that even if Wang Zhong attempted a delicate lob, Lin Bing was behind him for support. After being lobbed once, Lin Bing would not fall prey again. Yet, Wang Zhong refrained from shooting. Instead, with an unconventional twist of his right foot, he used the inside of his foot to scoop the ball away. This was not a shot, but rather a pass. The previous two headers were merely to wait for Li Hu to land. In the aerial tussle, Gao Meng sought to gain an advantage, but upon landing, Li Hu's first reaction was not as agile as that of the more nimble Li Hu. The ball flew horizontally from near the goal line to the center. Lin Bing quickly moved to intercept, but having temporarily shaken off Gao Meng, Li Hu met Wang Zhong's pass with a diving header. Lin Bing barely had time to raise his hand before the ball thundered into the net. 4-3. The captain of Tongfei High School, Li Hu, with a tenacious header, put Tongfei High School back in the lead. This goal occurred in the 67th minute of the match. In high school league matches, each half lasts only 40 minutes, meaning just 13 minutes remained until the conclusion of the game. Regaining the lead at this juncture did not guarantee victory, but it certainly provided a significant advantage. As Li Hu rose from the ground, he leapt into the air, vigorously pumping his fist and letting out a mighty roar. His exuberant celebration post-goal resembled that of a fierce tiger. It seems our opponent is indeed Ting Fei. What a pity for second high school, if they had a good coach. Sighed the middle-aged man in the stands. If you were here, they would surely win. The man in the cap scoffed. Oh, my apologies. I never intended to abandon you for coaching at second high. Though Huikai offers me a meager salary, and I don't even have a formal teaching position, I would never forsake you. Don't think just because you're a teacher that I won't take you down a peg. Hey, I was just joking. No, you take it so seriously. As the two conversed, the stands erupted with the ecstatic cheers of Ting Fei High School's students. You may have scored more goals, but whose goals hold more weight? Many students shouted at Yun Fei-yong, expressing their disdain for the brash forward. Li Hu had now netted 5 goals, while Yun Fei-yong had tallied 7. However, in terms of significance, Li Hu's prior 4 goals had shattered the new Asia Football Academy, while this latest goal had restored Ting Fei's lead against second high school. Regardless of how many goals Yun Fei-yong scored, if they lost this match, it would merely be a joke. Yun Fei-yong clenched his fists, determined to show those raucous Ting Fei High School students that he was not merely a scorer of goals. He could also deliver when it mattered most. What should we do now? Liu Yiyang inquired, furrowing his brow as he turned to Meng Qiu. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to rely on Meng Qiu, especially regarding judgments on the game's dynamics. We will continue to attack, as we did previously, Meng Qiu replied. The previous offensive strategy had yielded 2 goals, yet now they were being heavily marked, and they had adapted well to a slower pace of play. Should we not quicken the tempo to unsettle them? Liu Yiyang was evidently aware of some of the coach's tactics. In theory, yes, but senior, we must also consider our actual circumstances, Meng Qiu said with a rueful smile. Actual circumstances? Liu Yiyang blinked in confusion, yet he quickly grasped the point. Our team is an amateur one, Meng Qiu clarified. What are the characteristics of an amateur team? Weak organization. Most importantly, their tactical transitions rely solely on instinct, especially without a competent coach. The middle-aged man had not previously considered this. It was not that his insight was inferior to Meng Qiu's, but rather that he was not intimately familiar with second high school. The earlier tactical shift had been effective because second high had consistently practiced that strategy, and Meng Qiu's effective distribution had organized the entire team. However, if they were to hasten the pace, the team's cohesion would inevitably falter. Even professional teams cannot seamlessly switch between tactics without practice. It requires consistent drills to ensure smooth transitions. Second high had not rehearsed such changes. In that context, shifting strategies could only lead to a swift downfall. It was akin to asking someone who had just learned to ride a bicycle to perform various stunts. Inevitably, they would fall spectacularly. Having understood this, Liu Yiyang ceased to suggest a tactical change, yet Meng Qiu still had something to convey. Senior, when we attack, you can position yourself a bit further forward, Meng Qiu advised as he grasped Liu Yiyang's arm. Liu Yiyang paused, taken aback. After Meng Qiu took the midfield position, Liu Yiyang silently made a sacrifice. He is one of Dalian's 4 key midfielders and arguably the most versatile among them. Li Qi stepped in to fill Meng Qiu's vacancy, and Liu Yiyang relinquished his role as the core organizer of the midfield without a word, opting to support Meng Qiu defensively. This was not his usual role, yet he performed it without complaint. Liu Yiyang understood that this was a necessary sacrifice. A midfield does not require 2 playmakers, and his defensive capabilities did not match Meng Qiu's organizational prowess. Thus, he naturally took on the responsibility of defense. Now, Meng Qiu was suggesting that he advance his position to participate more in the attack. The benefits of this were evident. In the offensive play, He Fan and Zhao Rui were not significantly impactful, with He Fan primarily focusing on defense and Zhao Rui merely creating distractions. By pushing forward, Meng Qiu would have more passing options, thereby increasing the team's scoring opportunities. However, this strategy left the defense vulnerable, exposing the entire backline to the attacks from Ting Fei High School. Liu Yiyang hesitated, expressing concern about their defense. Meng Qiu reassured him, stating that as long as they maintained control, they need not fear fast breaks. During positional play, they could regroup. Liu Yiyang nodded, realizing that this was the only course of action. Although this would increase his burden, winning required some sacrifices. To secure victory in this match, they had to give their all. Make sure to pass to me often. I'm to score 5 goals, Yun Fei-yong called out as he returned to the field. Meng Qiu chuckled, saying, sure, as long as you can deliver. Observing the audacious confidence of these first-year students, Liu Yiyang suddenly felt a pang of guilt. If these newcomers retained their fighting spirit, how could he shy away from challenges? They would fight, for in such a competitive format against a school like Erzhong, every match was akin to a final. Since each match was a final, it was only fitting to exert every ounce of effort in pursuit of victory. The game resumed. Yin Feiyong passed the ball to Zhao Rui and then sprinted forward. Zhao Rui returned the ball to Meng Qiu, who expertly controlled it at his feet. Li Hu and Wang Zhong charged at Meng Qiu from different angles, employing aggressive pressure to limit his time and space for making effective passes. Previous matches had already demonstrated that while Meng Qiu's passing accuracy remained astonishingly high, the threat level of his attacks diminished significantly under such pressure. Continuing this aggressive approach would likely see Teng Fei emerge victorious, as their ability to capitalize on opportunities far surpassed that of Erzhong. Unless Erzhong could dominate possession as they had done in the early minutes of the second half, their chances of winning were slim. As Li Hu approached Meng Qiu, he calculated that passing forward was no longer an option. He and Wang Zhong had already cut off Meng Qiu's passing lanes to the two forwards, leaving only the sides or the back as possibilities. A backward pass would invite continued pressure, while the sides posed little threat. He Fan was not a concern, as Wei Ming was already engaged with Li Yu. Even if Li Yu was slightly slower, Wei Ming would struggle to receive a pass from Meng Qiu comfortably. It's likely to be a back pass, Li Hu thought, considering Liu Yiyang as the most probable recipient behind Meng Qiu. Indeed, Meng Qiu executed a half-turn, carrying the ball with his back to Li Hu. As Li Hu accelerated to bypass Meng Qiu and continue pressuring Liu Yiyang, he realized that while Liu Yiyang was a competent midfielder, his passing awareness and orchestration were not as refined as Meng Qiu's, making him an easier target for pressure. Just as Li Hu was contemplating this, he suddenly noticed something familiar in his peripheral vision. As he attempted to bypass Meng Qiu on the right, a dark spherical object flashed past him on the left. A ball? Good grief, that is a football. He cursed internally, realizing he had not anticipated it at all. However, the momentum he had generated was not easily reversed, and, as he awkwardly turned his body, he slipped and fell to the ground. Wang Zhong, trailing behind, was unable to react in time. As Li Hu stumbled away, he caught sight of Meng Qiu's face and the ball at his feet. Just as Wang Zhong aimed to halt, Meng Qiu flicked the ball over his side and accelerated past him with remarkable agility. He smoothly navigated past two opponents. Although they were forwards, both Li Hu and Wang Zhong had solid foundational skills from their time at the football academy, and their defensive capabilities were commendable. Yet, Meng Qiu effortlessly maneuvered around them with a simple turn and flick, leaving Teng Fei's frontline partners bewildered. How could this be possible? Many students from Teng Fei High School were struck by this thought. From a distance, they had not clearly seen how Meng Qiu executed the move. Even the midfielders and defenders on the field were left in confusion. Perhaps only Liu Yiyang, positioned behind Meng Qiu, grasped the situation fully. As Meng Qiu turned, he deftly used the outside of his left foot to redirect the ball. Then with a flick of his ankle, he lifted it over his own side and smoothly pivoted again. Li Hu charged past him on the right, attempting to turn but falling instead. Such a simple maneuver. Yet Meng Qiu executed it with a fluidity that was both natural and beautiful. The subsequent flick over Wang Zhong, seemingly extravagant, was in fact quite simple. Wang Zhong was caught off guard, charging forward with no time to react, making it hardly more challenging than bypassing a wooden post. This kid has more tricks up his sleeve. Liu Yiyang felt a mix of astonishment and delight as he continued to sprint forward, recalling Meng Qiu's intention to contribute to the attack. In training and previous matches, Meng Qiu had showcased impressive stamina, solid fundamentals, and exceptional passing abilities, rarely making errors. However, he seldom attempted dribbling or shooting, leading everyone to believe he lacked those skills. Otherwise, he would not be so understated. Yet, witnessing his move past Li Hu, who could dare claim he couldn't T-dribble? It was a feeling of profound depth. Someone in the stands shared Liu Yiyang's sentiment. He had observed Erzhong's match against Chengxi High School and every game since the group stage began. From the start, he recognized Meng Qiu as a player worthy of attention. But even he was taken aback by Meng Qiu's outstanding dribbling ability. Thankfully, Teng Fei had pressured him into revealing it. Erzhong was indeed cunning, first preserving his playmaking skills and now concealing his breakthrough ability. Had it not been for this, encountering Erzhong would have resulted in a tremendous challenge for them. The coach of Huikai Technical School team murmured. Just a flashy trick. Send someone to give him a hard time and see if he dares to show off again. The man in the cap scoffed. The middle-aged man, who had been grinning, suddenly turned and tapped the cap wearer on the head. What was that for? The cap raised its head and inquired with dissatisfaction. Do you really regard me as a sickly cat? Damn it, if you don't manage this, you will find yourself in trouble. As soon as you step onto the field, you should strike hard, and then you can retreat. With 10 of us against 11 of them, if you wish for my demise, just say so. The middle-aged man exclaimed in frustration. The cap snorted, but surprisingly refrained from retorting. Put away your shortcomings. You can be fierce on the field, but do not intentionally harm others. You can incapacitate someone, but they can do the same to you. Do you truly believe this is entertaining? I promise to take you to the national competition to broaden your horizons, and I will strive to fulfill that promise, provided you heed my words. Do you understand? The middle-aged man said solemnly to the cap. The cap responded quietly, understood, coach. Only then did the middle-aged man smile. All right, in a match against the second high school, you will mainly contend with Yin Fei-yong. But pay close attention to Meng Qiu's performance. It will benefit you. Good luck. During their conversation, Meng Qiu swiftly advanced the ball, evading the two forwards from Tongfei High School. His pace was rapid, and it was not until he approached the 30-meter mark that a defender hastily stepped up to confront him. Wang Fazhong and Jiang Tao, the two familiar adversaries who had previously dealt with Meng Qiu, were there. Meng Qiu refrained from continuing his dribble, as if his prior breakthrough was merely an exhibition of his prowess. In motion, he deftly nudged the ball to the left with the inside of his right foot, momentarily pausing his body before accelerating past Wang Fazhong and Jiang Tao. Wei Ming, using the same arch of his foot, sent the ball back to Meng Qiu's feet. Keep an eye on Yun Fei-yong in the penalty area. Zhao Rui, do not slack off. The goalkeeper of Tongfei High School shouted, unwilling to allow any player from the second high school to go unmarked in the penalty area, even if Zhao Rui's scoring ability was average, if left unguarded. Meng Qiu could deliver a direct pass, presenting Zhao Rui with a one-on-one opportunity against the goalkeeper. Two defenders followed Yun Fei-yong, while another tracked Zhao Rui. Zheng Tianxing approached Meng Qiu head-on, and behind Meng Qiu, Jiang Tao and Wang Fazhong, who had just been evaded, hurried back to defend. A three-man encirclement. At that moment, without looking back, Meng Qiu used the inside of his left foot to send a lateral pass. Upon witnessing the pass, the middle-aged man couldn't help but exclaim, "Good play." Chapter 52. Securing Victory. As the middle-aged man cheered, the ball traversed horizontally to the far edge of the penalty area. Lu Yiyang, initially intending to merely support, suddenly spotted the ball within his view, unmarked and with a clear opportunity at the penalty area as forefront. Despite the presence of 4 or 5 players from both sides within the box, it remained a prime chance for a shot. Without time for deliberation, Lu Yiyang surged forward, meeting the rolling ball with a mighty swing of his right foot, unleashing a powerful long-range shot. The ball skimmed the ground, swiftly hurtling toward the far corner of the net. Yun Fei-yong leaped in an attempt to intercept, but as he just launched himself into the air, the ball flew past him. The Tongfei goalkeeper, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the ball, could only dive and extend his leg in a desperate bid to block the shot, but was ultimately a moment too late. As the ball struck the net, the students of Tongfei High School simultaneously fell silent, while those from the second high school erupted from the stands, arms outstretched, cheering loudly. Within 2 minutes of conceding a goal, Meng Qiu's incisive breakthrough once again equalized the score for the second high school. Damn it! Li Hu stomped his foot in frustration. Truly agitated now, this group of rascals was proving exceedingly difficult to contend with. Time and again they were knocked down, yet they continually fought back, each counterattack more rapid than the last. Initially, Li Hu remained composed when they were equalized, but now, after conceding yet another goal, even he could not suppress a surge of anxiety. We have no choice but to fight, Captain. Wang Zhong's voice echoed from behind. The second high school is indeed a formidable opponent. Liu turned to look at this young, first-year teammate. They were strong, with excellent defense and a top-tier forward in Yun Fei-yong, and now Meng Qiu had demonstrated his capabilities in midfield. A team with such proficiency across all lines could hardly be considered ordinary or easy to defeat. Wang Zhong looked at Li Hu with utmost seriousness and stated, "Captain, we must fight. If we do not, we have no chance of winning." "Very well." Li Hu nodded resolutely. "Let us fight." Losing this match equates to losing an entire year. We shall approach it as if it were the finals. The nearly single elimination format of the match was indeed brutal, yet it heightened the yearning for victory, the desire for triumph in every game. Teng Fei was determined to fight, and the second high school was equally resolved to do the same. Without striving, victory would remain elusive and their goals unattainable. A mere draw would not suffice. They must strive for victory. Liu Yang raised his fist and shouted, at that moment forgetting all strategies, disregarding the fact that the second high school scoring ability was now on par with Teng Fei's. Even a draw was not an unacceptable outcome. Let those calculations be damned. What they sought was victory, an unbroken streak, leading them to the knockout stage. With victory, they would secure qualification, earn the chance to compete in the national tournament, and vie for the national championship. Though many flaws remained, they improved daily. The more matches they won, the stronger they would become. With such fervor, the second high school launched a defense against Teng Fei. This was the moment of reckoning. As time dwindled to the final 10 minutes, both sides were fatigued. Yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. The second high school, being an amateur team, lacked systematic training, and with the high intensity of this match, many players began to feel exhausted, but continued to press on. As an amateur squad, they did not possess quality substitutes. Coach Wang, hesitant to make substitutions, refrained from doing so. Teng Fei High School's stamina surpassed that of the second high school, yet throughout the first half, their significant advantage stemmed from extensive running and a fast-paced attack, leading to greater energy expenditure than that of the second high school. Now, they too were nearing their limits. Teng Fei's head coach was similarly reluctant to make hasty substitutions. The frontline players were the best the school had, and any replacements would only disrupt their cohesion. While defenders could be substituted, they could not afford to concede another goal. What if a substitution led to a critical mistake? The consequences were too grave for Teng Fei's head coach to bear. Thus, he too remained a passive observer, and the advantages once held by Teng Fei's coaching staff dissipated in an instant. He Fan nearly used all his limbs to halt Zhao Lei's advance, resulting in the ball rolling out of bounds for a throw-in. Zhao Lei executed the throw-in, and the ball landed at Wang Zhong's feet, with Liu Yang pressing him from behind. Though this Dalian midfielder lacked any particularly outstanding qualities, he was competent defensively, forcing Wang Zhong into a position where he could barely turn. At that moment, Wang Zhong showcased his finesse. If Li, who was a fiercely powerful forward, then Wang Zhong was a forward of unparalleled grace. His physical resilience may be average, yet his technical prowess and ball sense are truly exceptional. Otherwise, he would not have swiftly become Li, whose partner on the front line. Under pressure from Liu Yang, Wang Zhong stumbled slightly, the ball ricocheting off his toe and soaring into the air. Seizing the moment, Liu Yang pressed tightly against Wang Zhong, attempting to slip his foot past him to dispossess the ball. However, at that instant, seemingly off balance, Wang Zhong suddenly lifted his right foot, using his knee to deftly nudge the descending ball back into the air. Liu Yang missed his opportunity. Simultaneously, Wang Zhong quickly retracted his head and executed a swift turn, connecting with the falling ball using a header, sending it over Liu Yang's body before accelerating away. This sequence of movements vividly showcased Wang Zhong's imaginative flair, unbound by conventional techniques. After evading his pursuers, Wang Zhong found himself perilously close to the penalty area. Han Ming approached head-on, with Liu Yang still hot on his heels. During his run, Wang Zhong abruptly swung his right foot as if to shoot. Han Ming instinctively tensed, ready to block Wang Zhong's attempt. Yet Wang Zhong, with the ball at his feet, unexpectedly took a lateral step, breaking through. Liu Yang and Han Ming collided head-on, and though neither fell, they could no longer impede Wang Zhong's advance. Wang Zhong surged into the penalty area. Meng Qiu had created the fourth goal for their team through a series of breakthroughs. And now, Wang Zhong aimed to orchestrate the fifth goal for Teng Fei High School with his own dazzling display of skill. This would be a goal that could lead them to victory. Gao Meng rushed in from the side, determined to thwart Wang Zhong's shot. Wang Zhong lifted his foot once more. Another feint? Gao Meng remained unfazed, intent on simply overpowering the young player. However, Wang Zhong did not feint. He opted to pass instead. The ball soared sideways, aimed at the unmarked Li Hu. We are about to win. A student from Teng Fei High School rose to their feet. With the match now in its 78th minute, if this ball found the net, it would be a decisive blow. Their cheers hung in the air. Wang Zhong's assured pass only traveled halfway before halting. A diminutive figure appeared in the path of the rolling ball. Well, had he arrived? Both Wang Zhong, the passer, and Li Hu, the intended receiver, were equally astonished. Wang Zhong's previous series of breakthroughs had completely disrupted the defense, and this pass was sufficiently concealed. Yet, Meng Qiu had anticipated it, positioning himself perfectly to intercept Wang Zhong's final pass. He deftly trapped the ball underfoot, then pulled it back, turning away from his own goal. Li Hu lunged in from the side. Meng Qiu accelerated forward, with Li Hu closely pursuing. The entire midfield of Tongfei High School responded, converging from all directions toward Meng Qiu. Even the players of Tongfei High School, who had been so close to victory, faltered in their composure. "Watch out!" was all Wang Zhong managed to shout before witnessing Meng Qiu send the ball soaring just as the Tongfei players were closing in. The ball sliced through the air like a gleaming blade, darting to the left. There, racing forward at high speed, was Wei Ming. The midfield of Tongfei High School, previously frantic in their pursuit of Meng Qiu, had unwittingly left a gaping hole in their defense. Even the calmest of players, Zhang Tianxing, had charged into the 30-meter defensive zone of their opponents, and now there was no time to retreat. Wei Ming sprinted down the wing, reaching his top speed. This could be their last chance to attack. If they seized it, victory was within grasp. Wei Ming dashed along the flank, while Yun Feiyong provided support in the center. This was the only offensive force that the second team could muster at that moment. Yet, Tongfei High School could only muster 3 defenders. One defender was compelled to challenge Wei Ming on the wing, yet he was distracted, leaving the central defense vulnerable. In an instant, Wei Ming accelerated past. A 2-on-3 situation transformed into a 2-on-2, amplifying the second team's advantage. Many students from Tongfei High School had buried their faces in their hands, while cheers from the second team's supporters grew louder. Wei Ming closed in on the penalty area, forcing a defender to assist against him. Wasting no time, Wei Ming delivered a pass into the box. The unfortunate defender was overpowered by Yun Feiyong. Meeting Wei Ming's pass, executed a beautifully poised and powerful header, sending the ball into the corner of the net. A hot trick. 5-4, they took the lead. In the 79th minute, they had turned the tide. This marked only the second time the second team had taken the lead in the match. But it was enough to secure their victory. The victors would be the amateur team, Dalian Erzhong. Chapter 53. It's up to you. Hold firm. Just a few minutes left. Liu Ying tightened his captain's armband, shouting, "Hold firm. We are on the cusp of victory." Yi Jiqing cried out from the sidelines, "Hold firm. For victory." The substitute players of the second team stood side by side on the edge of the field, hoping to lend their support to their teammates. "Hold on. We must win," Fang Shuider silently urged. "Hold on. Erzhong. Hold on. Erzhong." Su Bin waved a flag, leading the students of the second team in rhythmic chants. The students of Tongfei High School looked on anxiously. The match had surpassed 80 minutes, with the score still at 4-5, with the home team, Tongfei High School, in the lead and the visiting team, Dalian Erzhong, trailing. This semester's National League had seen Tongfei High School harboring high expectations. Last year's failures had matured the team further, with new talents like Jiang Tao and Li Yu emerging, alongside the exceptional Wang Zhong. Tongfei High School's strength now surpassed that of when they reached the semi-finals of a national competition. Moreover, the grouping this year was favorable, and they were eager to see Tongfei High School at least qualify for the national tournament. Their hopes peaked after a significant victory over fellow football school, Xinyao High School, in the first match. Yet, who could have predicted that their joy would be short-lived, as they faced defeat against the second team just a week later? Although losing to the second team did not necessarily spell the end of their qualification hopes, in a group with only one spot for advancement, losing such a crucial match nearly equated to losing their chance to progress. Furthermore, even if the second team stumbled later, securing qualification for Tongfei High School would be an embarrassing feat. While they were members of a football school, they equally valued honor. Li Hu glared at the wall of defenders before him, gritting his teeth. The second middle school has fully returned to defense, including the forward Yun Feiyong, who previously had not been as diligent in his defensive duties. However, now he is wholeheartedly stationed in the penalty area, utilizing his height and heading ability to assume the role of a central defender. Another forward, Zhao Rui, has been substituted off after an injury, with Gao Yi's left back Zhao Qingji taking his place. Upon his arrival, Li Qi remained on the left flank, collaborating with Wei Ming to bolster Zhao Qingji's defense on that side. Meng Qiu and Liu Yiyang positioned themselves at the edge of the penalty area to assist in clearing. Although Meng Qiu's direct defensive capabilities are mediocre, his judgment is remarkably accurate, often allowing him to intercept passes, thus providing significant support. With such a tight defensive formation, even the formidable Tongfei High School finds a challenging score. In the preceding minutes, Tongfei attempted various offensive strategies, yet all were effectively neutralized by the second middle school. Whenever the second middle school had the opportunity to make contact with the ball, they would clear it with a long kick, effectively wasting precious time, even if they could not maintain possession. At this juncture, a conservative approach was met with no objections. Wang Zhong retreated to request the ball, his once self-assured smile now absent. While controlling the ball and fending off Liu Yiyang's pressure, he scanned for potential passing routes. He noticed Li, who had temporarily evaded Gao Meng's defense. A pass might present an opportunity, but that pesky little player reappeared, blocking the passing lane between him and Li Hu. Wang Zhong was suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of impotence. Meng Qiu consistently surprises his teammates while becoming a nightmare for his opponents. From movement to organization, to dribbling and accurate interceptions, he always manages to demonstrate more than what one might expect. Wang Zhong felt this acutely. As he pondered alternative passing routes, Liu Yiyang seized the moment, executing a sliding tackle to intercept the ball from beneath Wang Zhong's feet. The ball rolled away, and Meng Qiu surged forward, claiming it before Zhang Tianxing could react, then passed it towards the left flank. Wei Ming charged forward once more. Two defenders from Tongfei High School converged on him. While he could not break through, he cleverly played the ball towards the opponent's baseline just as he was about to lose possession. As the Tongfei goalkeeper sprinted out of the penalty area to retrieve the ball and prepare for a long clearance, the referee glanced at his watch, raised both hands, and blew the final whistle. The match concluded with a score of 5-4, as Dalian's second middle school narrowly triumphed over the esteemed Tongfei High School on their home turf, securing their second consecutive victory in the group stage. We won. Su Bin waved the flagpole like Sun Wukong's golden staff, shouting to the heavens, heedless of his hoarse voice. We won. The substitute players from the second middle school rushed onto the field. We won. Half of the starting players collapsed onto the grass, their energy nearly depleted. They had merely stood and run on sheer adrenaline, and with the final whistle, their strength seemed to evaporate. He Fan sat on the ground, barely propping himself up with his hands, lamenting, "Damn it, I'm exhausted. I've never been this tired before." Even more pitiful was right back Li Lemon, who lay sprawled out in a starfish position, chuckling intermittently. What is there to fear from being tired? We won the match, and I'm not afraid of anything. Haha, you're right, He Fan replied with a smile. Standing the tallest were Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu. However, Yun Feiyong also felt fatigued, panting heavily. Meng Qiu, on the other hand, appeared unfazed, standing there with an unwavering expression. You, indeed, have better endurance, Yun Feiyong remarked to Meng Qiu. You're constantly battling with defenders. It's only natural that your energy expenditure is greater, Meng Qiu responded with a smile. Perhaps you have a point, but who cares? We won. It's time to celebrate. Yun Feiyong embraced Meng Qiu enthusiastically. We haven't qualified yet. Meng Qiu managed to extricate himself from Yun Feiyong's bear hug. Feeling breathless after the entire match, now struggling to catch his breath. You might be right, but Tongfei lost. Who could possibly stop us from advancing to the top 8? Yun Feiyong proclaimed confidently, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. You little rascal, you may have one against us, but don't be too arrogant on Tongfei's turf. Li Hu warned with a stern expression. Wang Zhong, having regained his composure, remarked, however, you played exceptionally well today. Meng Qiu, we should not underestimate your abilities. He extended his hand. What do you say to exchanging jerseys? Meng Qiu hesitated, glancing at his mud-stained white jersey. This is school property. Can I really exchange it? He directed his question to Yun Feiyong. Who cares? Today was exhilarating. Let us exchange. Without hesitation, Yun Feiyong stripped off Meng Qiu's jersey and handed it to Wang Zhong. You have excellent skills. Wang Zhong was taken aback, receiving the jersey. Aren't we supposed to be exchanging jerseys? While passing his own jersey to Meng Qiu, he responded to Yun Feiyong, but you still scored more goals than I did. Of course. I am a goal-scoring machine. Yun Feiyong retorted with pride. Li Hu regarded Yun Feiyong with admiration. You have character, much like I do. Come, let us exchange jerseys as well. Hey, did they approach you to exchange jerseys? Li Qi inquired curiously as he watched Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyong return. Yes, what is it to you? Meng Qiu nodded. That's odd, before the match. They seem so arrogant. I doubt they would accept defeat gracefully, even if they don't resort to underhanded tactics. Li Qi mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Wasn't I also quite arrogant before the match? Afterward, it hardly matters. We're all gentlemen here. Why get sentimental? Yun Feiyong waved dismissively. Indeed, I initially thought Yun Feiyong was an insufferably proud fellow, but after getting to know him, I realized he is just a goof. Han Ming log het hetili. That is definitely your misconception. I am a man of aloofness, much like Rukawakid. As they chatted and prepared to leave the field, Li Hu chuckled. Captain, I thought you would be furious, Wang Zhong commented, draping Meng Qiu's jersey over his shoulder. Losing a match is never pleasant, but the second middle school performed admirably today. We gave it our all. Losing is part of the game. Which player could possibly go through their career without a loss? Liungria sumilat fainli. Entirely unlike the ferocious tiger that tore apart opponents on the field. Do not forget, Xiao Zhong, we aspire to become professional players. As professionals, we must accept the reality of failure. Losing a match is not frightening. What is truly dreadful is not showcasing one's capabilities and still losing. We performed well today, but ultimately we still lost. Is that regrettable? Yes, but once regret passes, we must continue to play the next match. If we fail to advance from the group stage, there is no point in continuing to play. In a few days, I will be reporting to the team, Liu said to Wang Zhong with a smile. What? Captain, you're leaving? Wang Zhong was taken aback. The team had informed me several times before. They initially intended for me to report after the summer. However, I wished to participate in another national competition, which led me to decline. Now that we have lost the match, continuing under duress seems pointless. I will first join the team to acclimate to the atmosphere of professional competitions. By next year, you shall witness my presence on the field of the China League. Li Hu patted Wang Zhong's shoulder and said, I shall take my leave. This will allow you to establish a more solid footing within the team. The next 2 years of ascension will depend on you. Chapter 54. Everyone has secrets in a highly anticipated match during the National High School League qualifiers in Dalian yesterday afternoon. Last year's semifinalist, Dalian number 2 High School, triumphed over their rivals from Tungfei High School with a score of 5-4 after an intense game. The newcomer, Yun Feiyong, excelled, scoring a hat trick and netting 8 goals across 2 matches. This rising star has garnered the attention of several clubs. Reportedly, as soon as the game concluded, 2 scouts approached him with offers to join their teams. Su Bin animatedly read from a newspaper, surrounded by a circle of classmates. Ye Ziking, who had been listening with a smile, suddenly turned pale upon hearing the last sentence and pressed Su Bin. What did you just say? Some clubs want Yun Feiyong to join them. Su Bin responded, realizing the implications. Is that even possible? What's impossible about it? You all have witnessed the performances in previous Dalian matches. Clubs are eager to recruit outstanding players, whether from football schools or amateur backgrounds. However, many from football schools are already part of a club's youth system. Even if they are noticed, they cannot be poached. Since Yun Feiyong is not affiliated with a football school, it is entirely normal for clubs to be interested in him. Wu Xian shrugged, adding his perspective. That cannot happen. If he leaves, how are we supposed to win? Su Bin exclaimed loudly. Being approached by a club is a fortunate opportunity for any student. After all, professional teams offer substantial income. If Yun Feiyong wishes to pursue this path, that is only natural, Wu Xian rationally analyzed. That disloyal fellow. He shows no regard for the honor of number 2 high school. Su Bin fumed. That won't happen. Yi Jiqing suddenly interjected, biting her lip on the verge of tears. Yun Feiyong will not just leave number 2 high school like that. He won T. Indeed, so many football schools wanted him, yet he chose number 2 high school. How could he leave so easily? Su Bin echoed Yi Jiqing's sentiments, albeit with lingering doubt. After all, a football school is merely a stepping stone. Breaking through to a professional team is no small feat in this era. The demand for newcomers in professional teams is exceptionally high. Yet only 2 or 3 out of 100 football school students transition into professional players. The allure of professional teams is far greater than anything a football school can offer. Who could resist such temptation? Wu Xian shook his head, choosing not to respond further. Though his silence did not imply he had been swayed by Su Bin and Yi Jiqing. The harsh reality seemed almost too cruel, even as Wu Xin rationalized it internally. He hoped emotionally that their words would prove true. Perhaps Yun Feiyong's infrequent attendance in class is a blessing in disguise. At least he need not confront his classmates' doubts, which would feel awkward regardless of explanation. In his training room, Yun Feiyong exhibited no signs of embarrassment. Meng Qiu, too, appeared unfazed, even as he asked Yun Feiyong, "Have professional teams approached you?" "Yes, 2 clubs, but both are from the 2nd division. Their information might not be entirely accurate," Yun Feiyong replied with a smile. Meng Qiu shrugged, having surmised that Yun Feiyong's situation was likely unique, combined with his own abilities, making it relatively easy for him to join a domestic club. His choice to attend No. 2 high school must have been based on his own considerations, and he would not hastily affiliate with any team. "What about you? One of those clubs expressed interest in you as well. If you wish to pursue it, I can help facilitate connections," Yun Feiyong cheerfully offered. Meng Qiu shook his head, not responding. "Why not? It's a professional team." Yun Feiyong asked, intrigued. "I just want to finish my studies." Meng Qiu provided a reason he himself found hard to believe. Yun Feiyong paused, then burst into laughter. A person who skips classes for training claims they want to complete their studies? Even a fool wouldn't believe that. After laughing, Yun Feiyong refrained from pressing further. Everyone has their own secrets. If someone is unwilling to share, pursuing the matter is futile. Meng Qiu's continued presence was a blessing. Yun Feiyong understood that if he aspired to achieve great things in national competitions, he would need formidable teammates, and Meng Qiu was indeed such a teammate. Had it not been for Meng Qiu's explosive performance in the second half, Dalian No. 2 High School would not have triumphed over Tongfei High School. If he could remain, that would be splendid, truly splendid. By the way, we've only been doing physical training together. Don't you want to engage in some competitive practice? Solely focusing on fitness training is rather monotonous, Yun Feiyong remarked after his laughter subsided. Meng Qiu looked at him quizzically. Physical and fundamental training are the most tedious. Who doesn't enjoy training with the ball? Yet you've trained for so many years. You know these monotonous drills are the foundation for survival on the pitch. Why suddenly find them dull? Yun Feiyong stroked his chin, thoughtfully observing Meng Qiu. A sense of unease crept over Meng Qiu. Your words resemble those of someone accustomed to professional training. Even the students from football schools might not express it so naturally. Are you a professional player? Why return to your home country? Is the competition abroad too fierce, or did you face exclusion? Those foreigners might harbor animosity towards competitors from the East. Yun Feiyong's curiosity was on the brink of bursting. "I am not a professional player," Meng Qiu replied helplessly. Yet, Yun Feiyong interrupted him before he could elaborate. "Not a professional player? Yet you hold yourself to the standards of one. I never imagined there were others like me in this world." Yun Feiyong marveled. Meng Qiu was speechless. Initially, he perceived Yun Feiyong as arrogant, but as they became better acquainted, he found him amusing. Now, having grown even closer, he realized that beneath it all, Yun Feiyong remained quite self-assured. Could this be the true embodiment of the Chinese cultural concept of seeing a mountain as a mountain, not seeing a mountain as not a mountain, and seeing a mountain still as a mountain? The profundity of Chinese culture indeed runs deep. "Gome, let us engage in ball practice. After all, you will need a pass to me from behind. I must become more familiar with your play," Yun Feiyong said eagerly, pulling Meng Qiu along. "How do you plan counter?" Meng Qiu inquired. "You attack, I defend. I want to witness the extent of your dribbling skills." Yun Feiyong picked up a soccer ball from the corner. "In the match against Tongfei, your breakthroughs were impressive. Why don't you employ them more often? Breakthroughs are the last resort of an attack. The majority of offensive plays are executed through passing. Overusing breakthroughs merely makes it easier for opponents to defend. Occasional breakthroughs catch them off guard," Meng Qiu explained as he followed Yun Feiyong outside. Yun Feiyong, a naturally strong center forward, seldom relied on breakthroughs. The most common scenario for him to use them was when he turned to shoot with his back to the goal at the edge of the penalty area. He understood Meng Qiu's viewpoint, nodding in agreement. They arrived at a small patch of grass outside the training room, sufficient for simple ball drills. "Come on, use every method at your disposal to break through my defense. Let me show you the prowess of an all-round center forward," Yun Feiyong exclaimed, energetically waving his arms. "All right, I'm eager to see," Meng Qiu replied, nodding. Half an hour later, observing Yun Feiyong gasping for breath on the grass, Meng Qiu nodded again. "I see it now. Goodness, can you show a bit of restraint?" You've completely worn me out. Yin Feiyong panted. You were the one who wanted me to demonstrate. Meng Qiu replied innocently, then nudged the ball towards him. He lightly flicked it with his left foot, causing it to bounce up obediently. Meng Qiu skillfully juggled the ball a couple of times before launching it into the air. As it descended, he headed it twice, then lowered his head, allowing the ball to slide down his neck and onto his back. As the ball neared his calf, Meng Qiu flicked it backward with his left foot, sending it soaring over his head before it landed gracefully in front of him, perfectly still. Yin Feiyong's eyes widened in astonishment. I can't believe your skills are this refined, he exclaimed. Just a few tricks. They don't hold much practical value on the field, Meng Qiu remarked, letting the ball roll away. Occasional use can still be beneficial, Yin Feiyong replied, finally catching his breath. He was truly exhausted. Rather, he had been outmaneuvered by Meng Qiu for half an hour, feeling both frustrated and flustered. Meng Qiu extended his hand to help Yin Feiyong up. Well, I believe we can proceed confidently now. Let us keep this under wraps until we face Yunbei. It will surely take them by surprise. Yin Feiyong praised. Chapter 55. We can start training Old Wang? Is there something you need? The principal asked curiously as he lifted his gaze from his desk in the office of the second middle school. In this prestigious institution, Coach Wang, or rather, Teacher Wang, held a unique position. Initially, he was merely an ordinary physical education teacher, enjoying the ease of his role in a school focused on academic achievements. Eventually, he was thrust into the role of head coach of the school's soccer team, a position many regarded as merely ceremonial. Wang was known for his amiable nature and straightforward demeanor, often making people forget his existence. Principal, Teacher Wang sat down in the chair before the principal's desk and said, I am here to resign from my position as head coach of the soccer team. The principal was taken aback. Why, Old Wang? You've been doing quite well as a coach. Last year, we made it to the top 8 in the Dalian division. And this year's performance is commendable with 2 consecutive victories. Many newspapers in Dalian have reported on our school. This is a matter of pride for us. All of this is thanks to your efforts, and the school will not forget it. Principal, I'm not here to seek praise, Coach Wang said with a wry smile. Everyone knows the team's success is due to the hard work of the students. It has little to do with me. If my contributions are the basis for recognition, I would be utterly embarrassed. The principal chuckled. That is not entirely fair. Though you may not be a specialist in the field, your role has not been a mistake. You've allowed the experts to flourish, which is commendable. If it were anyone else, they might not have done as well as you. If it were just that, it would be fine, Coach Wang said, unconsciously patting his pocket. He had a habit of smoking during discussions, but public venues prohibited it, and schools were no exception. Our last match was precarious. Although I'm not well-versed in soccer, I noticed Liu Yang struggled significantly, managing both playing and considering the coach's tactical strategies. It's a burden he cannot shoulder alone. Without a proper coach, the team may not reach its full potential. While it's just an amateur competition and we don't expect these kids to pursue professional soccer, this is a precious opportunity for their growth. I don't want to cause them regret because of my shortcomings. Seeing the earnest expression on Coach Wang's face, the principal felt a touch of emotion. Though Coach Wang was merely a figurehead, the school's soccer team had gained considerable recognition over the past year, and he had shared in that glory. Even without tangible benefits, such recognition could satisfy human vanity, which was significant. It would have been sufficient for him to remain a stable presence without interfering. Yet he chose to relinquish that honor for the team's betterment. Old Wang, I know the kind of person you are, the principal remarked, smiling. Coach Wang returned the smile, as few were aware that the unassuming Coach Wang was actually a former classmate of the principal from their teacher training college days. Looking back, I do have some regrets. You studied diligently, so your success is only natural. As for me, I was mischievous, neglecting my studies, ultimately becoming just a physical education teacher. I often ponder how different things might have been had I channeled my playfulness into soccer. I could have understood the game better and felt more justified in my role as the coach of the school team, thereby contributing meaningfully, Coach Wang lamented. Though you were playful, you had a good heart. I remember that well, the principal nodded. Old Wang, I will contemplate your request. However, in haste, I cannot find a suitable replacement. While I may not be well-versed in soccer, from an educational perspective, your presence as a coach has a positive impact on the team. If we were to hastily select someone who knows the game but lacks understanding and gives misguided instructions, it may hinder the team rather than help. Coach Wang nodded slightly, sharing his concern. The current atmosphere within the team was excellent, and the last thing they needed was a misdirected leader. Indeed, that is how it is. Even if a new coach is found, you should remain with the team. You're far more familiar with their dynamics. Even if you cannot contribute in a professional capacity, your presence will still be significantly beneficial, the principal concluded. Coach Wang nodded, then stood up. He felt a tinge of unease at the thought of leaving the school team directly. His initial declaration of resignation was merely a strategic retreat, a notion that the principal was undoubtedly aware of. But we must act swiftly, principal, for time is of the essence, Coach Wang remarked. Did we not just triumph over our strongest competitor in the group 2 days ago? Advancing from the group stage is assured. The knockout rounds commence in March next year, and we have several months ahead. There is no need for haste. The principal waved his hand dismissively. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to the circumstances of the school team? Principal, the newspaper is still on your desk, Coach Wang chuckled, tapping the office desk lightly before turning to leave. The principal glanced down, and there it was, the sports section of the newspaper he had been reading, the headline boldly proclaiming, "Defeating Tung Fei, second high school's advancement in sight." This fellow's observational skills have not waned. The principal chuckled, half in jest. In the previous match, our victory had been precarious, and I must admit, it stemmed from my prior misallocation of personnel. Meng Qiu possesses the potential to be a pivotal midfield core, a fact that everyone has now duly recognized. After today's training, Liu Ying gathered everyone together and spoke. The members of the second high school team nodded in agreement. Any lingering doubts about Meng Qiu's performance had dissipated entirely following the match against Tung Fei. In the first half, Meng Qiu played as a left back, yet the team was thoroughly dominated by Tung Fei High School in terms of midfield control and rhythm. Apart from an early surprise goal, the team conceded 3 goals throughout the half. However, in the second half, Meng Qiu transitioned to a central playmaker role, and the team scored 4 goals while conceding just 1. Throughout the half, they maintained a firm grip on the offensive opportunities and match control, even surpassing Tung Fei's formidable midfield. The evidence was irrefutable. The clear outcome rendered Liu Yang's elaboration unnecessary. Thus, it was evident that Meng Qiu should not be tasked with the left-back position. Our previous assumptions had been overly simplistic. It was unrealistic to expect Meng Qiu to defend as a left-back and then suddenly appear in midfield during offensive plays. He could not be in 2 places at once. Liu Yang's words evoked laughter among the group, as they acknowledged their prior misconceptions. The notion of having Meng Qiu play left-back during defense and then transitioning to midfield during offense sounded straightforward on paper, yet in practice, it demanded consistent focus on a singular position. While the world of football does boast exceptionally versatile players capable of performing well across multiple positions within a single match, such players are seldom the core. Rather, they serve as reliable support, executing more straightforward tasks. The role of a central playmaker, a position of paramount importance, necessitates unwavering concentration. Javier Zanetti, the former captain of Inter Milan, once excelled in 3 defensive roles during a match. However, those positions were all defensive: right back, central defensive midfielder, and left back, serving merely as tactical adjustments. If one expects him to defend diligently, organize offensively, and rapidly recover to reclaim possession in the front line, even a player of Zanetti's caliber would find it utterly exhausting. To demand that Meng Qiu accomplish what even top professional players cannot is indeed a jest. Furthermore, excelling as a central playmaker is not solely about individual brilliance. It requires seamless cooperation from teammates. Such a role transition may not be easily embraced by one individual, let alone the entire team. This notion borders on absurdity. Therefore, to enable Meng Qiu to utilize his organizational and tactical prowess effectively for the second high school team, it is imperative to establish him firmly in the midfield. However, with only a limited number of positions in the forward line, should he occupy the midfield, someone must take on the role of a substitute. The vacancy left by the left-back position could be filled by the newcomer Zhao Qingji. Though inexperienced, he has demonstrated stability, lacking glaring weaknesses, and his diligent running and positioning make him a suitable choice for the role. Consequently, the positions of other forwards are less likely to shift, but the roles of striker Zhao Rui and right midfielder He Fan may be at risk. Captain, just say the word. Whether or not I become a starter, I will accept it, Zhao Rui volunteered, aware that as a seasoned sophomore, he was less concerned about starting positions. He recognized his own abilities as moderate. Having reached the quarterfinals last year and already scoring this season, he felt a sense of contentment. The distinction between starters and substitutes need not be overly rigid. In any case, the upcoming matches can serve as valuable practice. Next week, we face 6th high school, followed by 8th high school the week after, a perfect opportunity for experimentation. Both 6th and 8th high schools, renowned institutions alongside 2nd high, have not shown commendable prowess in football. Their team members are diligent, yet they are significantly outmatched. In the first round, the two teams drew, and in the second round, 8th high had a bye, while 6th high suffered a 5-0 defeat to Hui Kai, rendering them no match for 2nd high. Who would have thought we would have the chance to hone our skills during the group stage? Wei Ming chuckled, eliciting a wave of laughter. Chapter 56. The strong team of 2nd high, the current 2nd high, is indeed transformed from its former self. Last year, they navigated the group stage with trepidation, meticulously calculating their strategies. From the outset, they concealed a portion of their strength, winning narrowly against certain opponents when they could have triumphed by a larger margin, thereby creating the illusion that their victories were mere strokes of luck, which lulled Tongfei High into a false sense of security. They capitalized on this and achieved a surprising victory through a fortunate turn of events. This year, however, even with Tongfei High's heightened vigilance, 2nd high managed to secure victory in a fiercely contested match. Last year, 2nd high had succeeded by stealth, whereas this year, they triumphed against Tongfei under various disadvantages, marking their victory as significant, yet the disparity in circumstances is profound. Perhaps last year, the formidable teams from Dalian did not perceive 2nd high as a threat to their standing. But this year, they are acutely aware of 2nd high's ascent. Even if this momentum cannot be sustained for long, it seems inevitable that 2nd high will generate a storm during this tournament. Dalian's elite teams now face a powerful rival in 2nd high if they wish to claim the championship in the Dalian division and reach the finals of the national tournament. It is noteworthy that even during their entry into the quarterfinals last year, 2nd high was not seen as a contender for other teams aiming for the national competition. After being eliminated by Yunbei, they had the least goal difference in the group stage, failing to secure a spot in the top 6 for a playoff opportunity. In other groups, the advancing teams had all emerged victorious in their 6 matches, often by substantial margins. Only 2nd high had scraped by with narrow wins, placing them at a natural disadvantage. And this year, they won their first match against Maya by 6 goals. Although they narrowly defeated Tongfei by just 1 goal, they still amassed 5 goals overall. More importantly, no subsequent teams can compare to Tongfei, making it relatively straightforward for 2nd high to improve their goal difference. Indeed, this seemed to be the case. A week later, at Tongfei High, 2nd high opened their match with a resounding 7-0 victory over 6th high. In this match, Meng Qiu started as the central playmaker, supported by Li Qi and Lu Yang behind him, while he Fan and Wei Ming flanked him, with Yun Feiyong leading the attack. In a stunning display, Yun Feiyong's solo efforts did not diminish the attacking prowess of Team Number 2, as he achieved a remarkable 4-goal haul, netting 12 goals across 3 matches. The midfielders of Team Number 2 also capitalized on more shooting opportunities than usual, with Wei Ming scoring twice, both goals resulting from clever diagonal runs into the penalty area after receiving beautiful passes from Meng Qiu. The final goal was scored by Gao Mengjin, who expertly headed in a corner from Lu Yang. The performance of Team Number 2 is evidently improving, with Meng Qiu establishing a more balanced and threatening presence in midfield than ever before, prompting a sigh from the coach of Hui Kai High School. However, at the commencement of the second match, everyone was taken aback. Li Hu was not in the starting lineup. Instead, a freshman striker replaced him alongside Wang Zhong. The absence of Li Hu was notable, as he was neither in the starting 11 nor on the substitutes bench. This sparked speculation, yet Wang Zhong shone brightly during the match, exhibiting his imaginative shooting under the cover of a typical hardworking striker. He tormented the defense of Maya, scoring 5 goals, each radiating an uncanny aura, truly living up to the moniker of Demon Blade. The absence of Li Hu seemed to have little impact on Tongfei's offense, as they triumphed with a resounding 6-0 victory over Maya. I've scored 9 goals too, so even if you secure the qualification, I shall not settle for fewer goals than you, Wang Zhong declared, approaching Yun Feiyong after the match. Yun Feiyong scoffed, "Your goals are hardly manly. Observe me. The goals I score are true manly goals. Can we count 2 of yours as one?" Wang Zhong winked, leaving Yun Feiyong speechless. "Where's Li Hu?" Why didn't he participate in the match? Liu Yiyang inquired. Senior Liu Yiyang, Li who has left the team to report to a club. He mentioned that the forthcoming matches hold little significance, as Teng Fei's mission is to introduce new blood, whereas his task is to establish himself in the professional arena. Wang Zhong replied, a club? The players of team number 2 exchanged glances, suddenly recalling that Li Hu is not only the captain of Teng Fei, but also a member of the Dalian Teng Fei youth team. Retiring from the game to prepare Teng Fei for the future was indeed a wise decision by Li Hu, Liu Yiyang remarked with admiration. Li Hu said that if you, Senior Liu Yiyang, aspire to play professional football, he could recommend you, as Dalian Teng Fei is currently in need of midfielders, Wang Zhong said with a grin. Hey, don't try to poach our captain, Yin Feiyong protested. Liu Yiyang shrugged. I never considered becoming a professional player. Besides, I doubt I possess the talent for it. Let him handle that. My focus is solely on the national competition. After exchanging a few words, Wang Zhong departed, leaving the players of Team No 2 enviously watching his retreating figure. This fellow is likely to become a professional player one day. ISNT. In this regard, he truly inspires envy. However, while we may lack the capability to turn professional, we can still create memories at this age that we will cherish for a lifetime. That is not inferior to your aspirations of becoming a professional player. Wang Zhong returned to share a few remarks before leaving a bombshell, causing the players of Team No 2 to ponder the reports they had read about professional teams seeking out Yin Feiyong. What S with all the stares? Are you turning on me? Yin Feiyong exclaimed in annoyance. Didn't a professional team reach out to you? Li Qi asked, voicing the question that everyone was hesitant to ask. After all, as footballers, they understood the allure of a professional league for a player. If Yin Feiyong decided to leave school the next day, no one would be surprised. Such a choice would be his prerogative. Thus, for an entire week, no one broached the subject with Yin Feiyong until this moment. Of just 2 second-tier teams. How could a talent like me stoop to such levels? Yin Feiyong scoffed. Let me tell you, my ambitions reach for the stars and the seas. Sure. The others hushed him in unison. Han Ming quipped, are you planning to play in outer space? Only a cosmic-level team would be worthy of my talents. Haha. So, you should cherish the opportunity to play alongside me. Yin Feiyong declared, hands on his hips, laughing boastfully. Get him. Don't be fooled by his size. Let us take him down together. Li Qi rallied, and the others immediately charged at Yin Feiyong, who let out a cry of mock distress. If one doesn't court misfortune, misfortune will not court them, Meng Qiu sighed, shaking his head as he expressed his thoughts with a newly learned internet expression. You little rascal, you'll get your comeuppance, Li Qi. Don't pull my pants down, help. In contrast to the resounding victories of Team Number 2 and Teng Fei, the third match of the weekend garnered little attention. Although Huikai had secured a previous victory, their clash against Team Number 8 was unlikely to attract much interest. Xinya sat out this round, having previously notched a 4-goal triumph over Maya, while they had suffered a heavy defeat in their first match. The strength of the football school was undeniable. The resilient defense of Team Number 8 posed challenges for Huikai, making it difficult for them to launch effective attacks. They played chaotically, and although every player on the field was capable of running, they also made numerous basic errors. Nevertheless, relying on their physical superiority, they managed to breach the defenses of Team Number 8 just before halftime, scoring from a corner kick. This match has been rather lackluster. It's been too chaotic. Wei Ming yawned. Now that their strength has improved, so too have their expectations. In matches against football schools, both sides rarely make mistakes. So witnessing these frequent errors in amateur games is indeed disheartening. They scored from set pieces in both of their matches. Meng Qiu suddenly interjected. That's the nature of chaotic play. Set pieces naturally offer easier scoring opportunities. Li Qi chuckled. Indeed, during our past larger matches, we rarely coordinated. It was just chaos. Yet we scored plenty from set pieces, Han Ming corroborated. However, Meng Qiu's words should be heeded, especially by your defense. If you encounter corner kicks or free kicks against Huikai, be wary of their opportunistic strikes, Liu Yiyang advised, patting Gao Meng and Lin Bing on the shoulders. Rest assured, Lin Bing chuckled, his erratic tendencies seemingly diminishing this year. Though he may have made fewer spectacular saves, he has become more stable, a quality that instills greater confidence in his goalkeeping. Liu Yiyang noted Lin Bing's progress with satisfaction. People do indeed mature over time. Last year, Lin Bing was a rather reckless goalkeeper. Although agile, he often conceded inexplicable goals, which contributed significantly to Team Number 2's narrow victories. Since the start of this semester, Lin Bing has exhibited greater focus on the field, leading to improved performance. Ultimately, in a fashion similar to their previous match, Hui Kai wore down their opponents in the second half, seizing the opportunity to score 2 more goals amidst the chaos, defeating Team No. 8 with a score of 3-0. After 3 rounds, with 1 match missed, they secured 2 consecutive victories, placing them in 3rd position, just behind Ting Fei on goal difference. The 4th-ranked team, Xianya, with 1 victory and 1 defeat, secured a point against Lu Zhong and Ba Zhong, placing them 5th and 6th. Meiya, unfortunately, faced a dismal fate, suffering 3 consecutive defeats without scoring a single goal, landing them at the bottom of the standings. Chapter 57. Luck? Speculations surrounding Yun Feiyong's future subsided swiftly when he appeared in the starting lineup for the second round of matches. The conjecture regarding his potential withdrawal from school to pursue a professional career faded. This prompted the students of the second school to approach the upcoming matches with renewed enthusiasm. In the 4th round, the second school's opponent was Ba Zhong. The starting lineup saw some changes. He Fan was not included in the starting 11, with the midfield featuring Liu Yiyang, Li Qi, Wei Ming, and Meng Qiu, leaving the right midfielder position vacant. Zhao Rui partnered with Yun Feiyong on the front line. However, this configuration did not perform particularly well. While there were no significant issues with the offense, since the second school rarely initiated attacks from the right side, preferring the left, Wei Ming continued to shine, delivering 2 assists that enabled Yun Feiyong to score twice. Meng Qiu's orchestrations also created numerous opportunities, and Liu Yiyang, increasing his forward runs, found the net as well. Zhao Rui added to the tally with a close-range rebound, marking his 2nd goal of the tournament. However, defensively, the right flank was left solely to Li Lemon, who struggled under pressure, leading to Ba Zhong capitalizing on a breakthrough to score. Ultimately, the second school triumphed over Ba Zhong with a score of 4-1, achieving 4 consecutive victories and accumulating 12 points to secure the top position. The right flank could not afford to be understaffed. Relying solely on Li Lemon for defense proved to be challenging. In a post-match discussion, Liu Yiyang remarked on this issue. The right-side duo of Li Lemon and He Fan, while relatively unremarkable, displayed impressive synergy and positional awareness. Though they contributed little offensively, their defensive cohesion allowed others to focus on attacking. At this stage, He Fan remained indispensable to the starting lineup. It seems you will have to bear with it for a while, Liu Yiyang told Zhao Rui. Not a problem, Zhao Rui nodded. Content to be part of a team vying for national competition. Given the limited number of forwards available at the second school, he recognized his role as a substitute might serve as a tactical adjustment, especially when the game reaches stalemate. Matches against weaker teams like Lu Zhong and Ba Zhong provided the second school valuable practice opportunities. Even in these practice matches, they achieved significant victories, indicating that the current iteration of the second school had indeed evolved into a formidable team. Tengfei High School continued its winning streak, with Wang Zhong's scoring prowess becoming increasingly evident. In the subsequent match against Lu Zhong, he netted a hat-trick, narrowing the gap to just 2 goals behind Yun Feiyong. The rookie, Wang Zhong, demonstrated that even in Li Hu's absence, Tengfei High School still held promise. It is noteworthy that many of the top talents in Dalian's high school football scene were already in their senior year, suggesting that the next 2 years could well belong to Wang Zhong. Of course, he faced considerable competition, particularly from 2 players at the second school. Don't worry, I'll keep scoring, even against Xianya. I won't let him catch up. Yun Feiyong confidently jested to his teammates, cautioning them about Wang Zhong's pursuit of the top scorer title in the qualifiers. In this match, the second school chose to conserve energy, as most players were amateurs and their stamina could be a concern. Although a match every week was not overly burdensome, it still impacted their physical condition, leading them to adopt a more measured approach in this game. It was understandable that Yun Feiyong received less support. We only have 2 opponents left, Xianya and Hui Kai. It's perfect they face each other this round, so we can closely observe their performances, Liu Yiyang suggested. Hui Kai, like us, has won every match so far. I hope they lose to Xianya today, ensuring our position remains secure, Li Qi added with a smile. What are you talking about? Xianya's only lost once to Tengfei. If they continue to win, they still have a chance to advance. If they win this match, they'll surely push us hard in the next one. We should support Hui Kai. Even if they can't beat Xianya, they should at least aim for a draw. making things easier for us. Han Ming countered with a different perspective. That's a rather defeatist attitude. We must conquer each formidable opponent to prove our strength. Yin Feiyong asserted with confidence. Liu Yiyang and Wei Ming exchanged amused glances, recognizing the distinct personalities among the newcomers, evident in their dialogue. Li Qi often entertained whimsical ideas and maintained a straightforward mindset, which contributed to his effectiveness as a fierce defensive midfielder. Han Ming, on the other hand, pondered matters more deeply, and such analytical skills would benefit him as a center back. As for Yun Feiyong, arrogance was ingrained in his character, yet he never underestimated any opponent, always giving his all. Meanwhile, Meng Qiu remained somewhat enigmatic to Liu Yiyang. He spoke little but often perceived things from perspectives others overlooked, exhibiting a calm demeanor that perhaps embodied the qualities expected of a central midfielder. With the addition of these promising newcomers, the second school's fortunes appeared bright. Once the current second-year students graduated, the core of this new talent, alongside a few more capable recruits, could form a formidable squad. It seems our aspirations are gradually becoming a reality, Liu Yang whispered to Wei Ming, Gao Ming, and Lin Bing. Their faces lit up with smiles, contemplating their ambitions to establish a tradition within the school's football team, ensuring that the second school could stand alongside dedicated football academies. Their efforts thus far had indeed been fruitful, as last year's hard work attracted numerous talented newcomers, particularly the exceptional Yin Feiyong and Meng Qiu, paving the way for the second school to achieve commendable results. With such achievements, they would likely draw even more middle school students passionate about football, albeit not from football academies, in the following year. This would initiate a virtuous cycle. Traditions, after all, are usually built gradually. They harbored no grand ambitions. In middle school, they were simply ordinary students with a love for football. Yet, an unassuming proposal could potentially ignite a school tradition. Each time, Liu Yiyang reflected on this, he felt a surge of excitement. Such glory could surpass even that of becoming a professional player. 2 hours later, cheers erupted from the Huikai students in the stands, while the students of Xianya High School appeared utterly bewildered. Their team had lost the match. After initially succumbing to Tongfei, they faced yet another defeat, not to the formidable second school, but to the relatively unknown Huikai Technical College. It was a chaotic match, with Huikai astonishingly suppressing Xianya through relentless running. Xianya had no reason to fear, as they boasted an impressive defensive line. Moreover, following their defeat to Erzhong at Tongfei High School, their hopes of advancing had flickered back to life. They aimed to secure victories in their upcoming matches and defeat Erzhong, hoping to qualify for the next round by leveraging their goal difference. In their previous 2 matches, they had 1 round of rest, but in another game, they unexpectedly unleashed a fierce offensive, ultimately triumphing over Maya with a resounding score of 4-0, desperately seizing this last glimmer of opportunity. However, this hope was short-lived, lasting less than 2 weeks before they faced another defeat. The ambitious Xinya, eager to attack, were relentlessly pressured by Huaicai's vigorous pursuit. In their haste to score, Xinya succumbed to the bitter consequences. Their aggressive pressing in the midfield exposed vulnerabilities in their defense. Yet again, from a corner kick, Huikai scored with a header, securing a crucial point. 1-0. Huikai emerged victorious over Xinya High School, becoming the second ordinary school team to defeat a football academy in this competition, following Erzhong. These 2 unusual teams had both surfaced in this group, marking an anomaly. Liu Zhanfeng sighed deeply. He had given his all in this match, but regrettably, as a defender, the path to victory lay in the hands of the attackers. When the final whistle blew, Huaicai's substitutes erupted onto the field, celebrating their victory with wild enthusiasm. They won, Li Qi remarked hesitantly. Quite lucky, Yin Feiyong added. Indeed, luck played a role. The relentless running of Huikai turned the match into chaos, culminating in a single goal from a set piece. What else could it be but luck? If matches could be won through sheer disorder, who would bother with tactics? Xinya lacked scoring options, which is why they fell victim to such a defeat. Had it been us, we would never have suffered such a humiliating loss, Meng Qiu assessed. Yin Feiyong nodded in agreement. Xinya had opportunities, and had he been on the field, they could have scored at least 2 goals. Moreover, Erzhong's midfield support was far superior to what Xinya had displayed in this match. Nevertheless, Huikai had now become our greatest rival for qualification from this group, Liu Yiyang stated. Following this match, Huikai remained undefeated, having played one less game and trailing Zhong by 3 points. In the final round, they would face Zhong directly. Oh boss, there's no need for such concern. They still have to face Tingfei next. With Tengfei's strength, defeating them shouldn't be too difficult. We lead them in goal difference by a full 8 goals, so perhaps in the final round, we won't even need to play, Lin Bing said with a smile. Chapter 58. Our goal had indeed seemed there was little cause for worry. Despite Huaicai's surprising victory over Xinya High School and their flawless record in the group stage, their performance paled in comparison to Zhong, who had won all 4 matches, scoring 22 goals while conceding merely 5. Huaicai, on the other hand, had a record of 3 victories, scoring 9 goals without conceding, which was not particularly impressive. It is worth noting that although Zhong had conceded 5 goals, 4 of those occurred against Tengfei High School. Huaicai had yet to face Tingfei, and even without Li Hu, Tengfei's attacking line possessed sufficient scoring capability. Currently, Zhong's goal difference stood at 17, while Huaicai's was 9, giving Zhong an 8-goal advantage. If Zhong were to win against Xinya in the next round and accumulate enough goal difference, Huaicai would have little hope of catching up if they were to lose to Tengfei. The strength of Tengfei was well understood by Zhong. Huaicai had no capacity to defeat them. The rankings in the group stage were determined first by points, then by goal difference, and finally by head-to-head results. This meant that even if Huaicai ended up with the same points as Zhong, if their goal difference was inferior, they would remain in second place. Once they surpassed their greatest rival, Tengfei, Zhong would no longer need to worry about securing their place in the next round. After defeating their biggest opponent in the group stage, Tengfei High School, it seemed that no other adversary could thwart Zhong's bid to reach the top 8 in the Dalian region for 2 consecutive years. In the following 2 matches, they convincingly defeated Luzhong and Bazhong, 2 school teams that could rival them academically. While Luzhong and Bazhong were esteemed schools on the first-tier list, in football, they had been left far behind by Zhong. Did this suggest that Zhong was leading the way in quality education? This report brought pride to Zhong, prompting the principal to summon Coach Wang for a round of commendation. After praising him, the principal expressed concerns about the difficulties in recruiting coaches. Those willing to join were not deemed suitable, while those deemed suitable were not willing to come. What should we do? I'm managing for now, but without a good coach, it could seriously impact our performance in the knockout stage. Coach Wang fretted. No need to rush, old Wang. We must take our time to find the right fit. If you have any other requests, feel free to mention them. It would also serve as encouragement for your team. The principal replied patiently. How about providing some allowances for the students? No matter how much, it would be good to lift their spirits, Coach Wang suggested after a moment of contemplation. Some students seem to be facing financial difficulties, like the newcomer Meng Qiu, who requested to work part-time last month. He is one of the best-performing newcomers this year. This shouldn't be an issue. You already receive meal subsidies, and the school will allocate funds for daily allowances. That doesn't count. Any other requests? The principal inquired, nodding. Well, I'm not an expert. I need to consult our captain, Coach Wang responded. When Liu Yang was summoned by Coach Wang and learned of the news, his face immediately brightened. There are no other requests, mainly 2 aspects. First, the training equipment in the training hall is still quite insufficient and not very effective. Is it possible to find professionals to procure some high-quality training equipment? Our current training mainly consists of practice matches to maintain our form, and we aren't very knowledgeable about other aspects. Second, our cheering squad has grown significantly. If we could provide them with matching jerseys like our team uniforms, it would enhance their presence. Liu Yang quickly articulated, clearly having thought about these 2 issues for quite some time. He was aware that Meng Qiu had been training at Yun Feiyang's home, guided by a professional coach, but even though Yun Feiyang was generous, the intensity of those training plans deterred everyone from joining him. Moreover, Yun Feiyang was primarily aiming for a professional league, while Meng Qiu, having returned from abroad, was less concerned about results. The 2 could train daily without attending classes, but the other team members could not afford such luxuries. Furthermore, even if Yun Feiyang was generous, the entire team could not rely on his training equipment indefinitely. It was imperative for the school to acquire additional training equipment, allowing them to engage in slightly more professional training during their spare time. Moreover, although the investment in training equipment is considerable, it is an asset that can be utilized for an extended period. This benefit extends not only to the current school team, but also significantly aids future team members. As for the cheerleading squad's uniforms, That is a relatively trivial matter. The investment is minimal, yet serves to enhance the school's reputation. The latter request was easily granted, while the former posed a challenge, not merely due to financial constraints, but primarily because our school lacks specialized personnel to determine the appropriate training equipment for your needs. I shall discuss this with the principal. Coach Wang nodded and hurried to the principal's office. As anticipated, the principal readily approved the latter request without hesitation. However, the issue regarding training equipment proved to be more complicated, as Wang had predicted. Alas, it is evident that the shortcomings of Chinese football are multifaceted. Despite the high school league's burgeoning popularity, there's a dearth of exceptional young coaches. And even those schools with talented players risk being hindered by the likes of amateurs such as myself. Coach Wang sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. This topic is vast. We ought to focus on our own responsibilities. The principal shook his head. Take a note to the logistics department to arrange the cheerleading squad's attire and set aside the matter of training equipment for now. Despite various challenges, the second high school continues to progress steadily. As the principal mentioned, many endeavors may not reach perfection, yet they can excel in what is within their capability. Even without training equipment, the second high school is on an upward trajectory. In the 5th week, December had arrived in Dalian, ushering in a chill. However, for the school team, which stands a great chance of advancing, the players' spirits remain fervent. The 8 seeded teams have maintained a flawless record, with the reigning champions from Yunbei and Chengxi High School, among which second high school is included. Despite being placed in the same group as football academies such as Tongfei and Xinya, the second high school has secured 4 consecutive victories, having already triumphed over Tongfei, and now faces Xinya. The commentary from the media and the public suggests that Tongfei fell victim to the prowess of the second high school, and even Xinya cannot halt their progress. This sentiment seems universally acknowledged. After all, Xinya suffered a 6-goal defeat to Tongfei and faced a humiliating loss to another amateur team, Guikai, which dealt a significant blow to their morale. In contrast, the second high school can no longer be classified as an amateur team. Yun Feiyang is undeniably a professional grade player, possessing rare physical attributes among Chinese athletes. His decision to join the second high school was already astonishing, and his performance there has been nothing short of remarkable. The second high school is not solely reliant on Yun Feiyang. Last year's standout midfielder Liu Yiyang, who led the team to the Dalian regional top 8, along with wing attacker Wei Ming, center back Gao Meng, and goalkeeper Lin Bing, are all among the finest talents in Dalian high schools. Coupled with promising first-year students such as Meng Qiu, Li Qi, and Han Ming, the starting lineup of the second high school is comparable to any formidable team. Now, all eyes are on the second high school's performance. If they can advance further and penetrate the national tournament as an amateur team, it would be a historic achievement for the high school league. The high school league has been held for 3 years, producing numerous outstanding young players, many of whom are now competing in domestic leagues. However, these exceptional talents predominantly hail from football academies. The National High School League provides them with a new platform, making it quite successful from that perspective. Yet, when it comes to selecting gifted players overlooked by football academies, the results have been less than satisfactory. Over 3 years, no players outside of these academies have used this opportunity as a springboard into professional leagues, leading to questions about the purpose of hosting the high school league. The emergence of the second high school fills this gap and serves as proof that organizing the high school league can effectively identify talent beyond football academies. As long as we persistently pursue the right path of nurturing youth players, Chinese football is destined to cultivate more exceptional young talents and secure a brighter future. Wow, what the newspaper says makes me feel somewhat grand, Li Qi exclaimed dramatically while reading the paper. These reports are merely for our amusement. The key is to perform well in the upcoming matches and demonstrate that we are not inferior to players from football academies. Even if we do not aspire to professional football, we can still aim for victory. I do not wish to boast, but I simply want to say that during these 2 years in high school, being able to compete with the second high school for a chance at the national tournament, regardless of success or failure, will leave me with no regrets. Liu Yiyang waved his arm. Let us go. Today is our 5th match. Let us defeat Xinya and secure our advancement ahead of schedule. Absolutely. Defeat them, and we shall head to the knockout rounds in March. The players of the second high school cheered and waved their arms on the bus, while Coach Wang watched them with a broad smile. Chapter 59, Yellow Card for Xinya High School. This Dalian regional preliminary tournament has been a bitter journey. They suffered a crushing defeat in their opening match against Tongfei High School. Particularly disheartening was the emergence of an outstanding freshman from Tongfei. While Xinya had no equivalent among their newcomers. What will become of Xinya High School after their star, Liu Zhanfeng, departs next year? The recent loss to amateur team Huikai has left Xinya in disgrace. To this day, they are at a loss as to how they lost that match, as the opponents did not display any formidable strength, merely a bit more agility and superior physicality, yet they managed to overcome us. It is said that after that match, the owner of the club affiliated with Xinya Football School was furious, as the investment in a football school is substantial. Lack of results is one thing, but the absence of promising new talent is simply intolerable for the owner. If Xinya High School fails to produce any eye-catching newcomer soon, the owner's patience may wear thin, leaving Xinya's future in jeopardy. On the surface, it seems that the second high school should find it relatively easy to defeat the demoralized Xinya High School. However, faced with the looming threat of dissolution, the players of Xinya High School have unleashed an incredible fighting spirit. Even if they cannot advance, they still strive for victory. Regardless of the outcome, they refuse to lose without a fight. At the very least, they must prove to the owner that their underperformance is due to a lack of skill rather than a lack of determination and attitude. More than 20 minutes have elapsed in a match, and despite the second high school's fierce offensive under Xinya High School's tenacious defense, they have yet to score. Liu Zhanfeng closely shadowed Yun Feiyong, intent on marking the super striker who had netted 14 goals in the last 4 matches. Yet, recalling the formidable opponents he had to mark in this tournament, Liu Zhanfeng could not help but smile ruefully. Wang Zhong had already scored 12 goals. The current crop of newcomers is more ferocious than ever. This year's performance is not due to a lack of effort from Xinya, but rather the strength of their adversaries. Despite these thoughts, Liu Zhanfeng remained vigilant, closely tracking Yun Feiyong to minimize his possession opportunities. If Yun Feiyong has limited opportunities to handle the ball, his remarkable scoring ability is unlikely to be fully realized. Although he suffered greatly while marking Wang Zhong, this was primarily due to Liu Zhanfeng's unfamiliarity with Wang Zhong's peculiar dribbling style, which caught him off guard. In contrast, Liu Zhanfeng is well-versed in defending against powerful centers like Yun Feiyong, as he himself is a tall and agile central defender. Yun Feiyong has faced formidable opponents like Gao Meng from Team 2 before, and similarly, his explosive scoring capabilities diminish significantly when up against such defenders. When confronting Yi Yan, Yun Feiyong found himself at a loss, a situation stemming from a disparity in experience. There remains considerable room for Yun Feiyong's improvement, and facing these outstanding defenders presents an opportunity for advancement. However, Yun Feiyong does not share this perspective. He feels a sense of urgency, fearing that if he does not score soon, he may indeed be surpassed by that rascal Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong's repeated insinuations were clear. The qualification rights likely belong to your team. But this also gives me the chance to fiercely compete with you for the honor of being the top scorer in the group stage. Had it been someone else, it might have been brushed off with a laugh. The significance of qualification rights looms large. While the title of top scorer in the preliminary matches is merely a topic of casual conversation among the public, for all teams aspiring to advance to national competitions, the value of goals scored in knockout rounds is paramount. After all, against weaker teams, scoring 5 or 6 goals in a single match is not an uncommon feat. Yun Feiyong garners considerable attention from reporters and other strong teams, not solely due to his 11 goals in the matches against the 6th and 8th teams, but primarily because of his hat trick against Tongfei. The merit of those 3 goals against Tongfei far surpasses the 11 goals scored in his other 3 matches. However, Yun Feiyong is different. He is quite greedy. He desires the qualification rights, and he also covets that seemingly insignificant honor, regardless of the type of victory or accolade. He wants them all. Thus, he feels somewhat anxious. Liu Zhanfeng's tight marking is impeccable, and as the only focal point in the attacking line, if he is neutralized, Team 2's offense will stagnate. I refuse to believe I can't shake you off. I've defeated Yi Yan before. Yun Feiyong thinks to himself. Liu Zhanfeng grits his teeth, resolutely shadowing Yun Feiyong. The newcomers are undeniably impressive, but I am 2 years your senior and will not easily allow you to score. Meng Qiu passes the ball to Wei Ming, who once again sends a cross into the box. Yun Feiyong forcefully pushes Liu Zhanfeng behind him. leaping towards the descending ball to head it towards the goal. Liu Zhanfeng lunges in with all his might, using his strength to slightly unbalance Yun Feiyong's center of gravity, causing the header to sail just over the crossbar, ricocheting off the top and out of play. Damn it, I couldn't stabilize myself. After landing, Yun Feiyong spits in frustration and stomps his foot as he jogs back. It seems he doesn't blame me for being too aggressive in my defense. This kid has the mentality of a professional player, Liu Zhanfeng muses as he watches Yun Feiyong retreat. Typically, amateur teams might approach a match that doesn't affect qualification with a lackadaisical attitude, thinking it doesn't really matter and thus not putting in maximum effort. However, for players with a professional mindset, every match is a battle worth fighting, at least in the eyes of these youthful players. They play with full intensity, not for any other reason but to honor their own commitment. Conversely, amateur players in such situations may think, it doesn't benefit me, so why should I exert myself? Yet Yun Feiyong does not share this sentiment. He simply believes he has not performed well enough. This inadvertently deepens Liu Zhanfeng's goodwill towards Yun Feiyong. If you have the skill, come and defeat me. Beating me should aid your future in professional competitions, right? I will not go easy on you. To beat me, you must rely on your own prowess. Liu Zhanfeng is no fool. In fact, the core players of the strong teams in Dalian High School have likely reached their own conclusions about why Yun Feiyong chose Team 2. For those not emerging from the youth academy system, securing a starting position in the school team can be quite troublesome. However, excelling in an amateur team like Team 2 can more readily attract the attention of professional clubs, presenting a promising avenue. Coincidentally, Team 2 was the only amateur team to reach the quarterfinals in the Dalian region last year. Joining them would guarantee Yun Feiyong a starting position and visibility, along with strong teammates. Could there be a more fitting environment than Team 2? This is Liu Zhanfeng's rationale, leading him to decide to assist the young player, not by easing his efforts, but by enhancing his own performance to further highlight Yun Feiyong. As long as Yun Feiyong possesses the capability to outshine him, it will serve as an invaluable experience. If not, he should reconsider his aspirations of becoming a professional player. Feiyong, stay calm and don't rush. Opportunities will arise. Meng Qiu calls out to the returning Yun Feiyong. He doesn't doubt Yun Feiyong's ability to score. He merely senses the young man's impatience and offers a gentle reminder. No worries, this performance is proof of my current zeal. I am at my most formidable right now. Yun Feiyong responds. Meng Qiu shakes his head. This Yun Feiyong often resorts to comic book dialogues, as if he believes he is a character from one. What an eccentric fellow he is. The offensive capabilities of Xinya High School are relatively average, at least compared to those amateur teams. They can score 3 or 4 goals against teams of Meiya's caliber. However, Team 2 is not an ordinary amateur team, and they quickly thwarted Xinya High School's counterattack, launching an offensive of their own. Meng Qiu and Liu Yiyang executed a 1-2 combination, breaking through Xinya High School's midfield, and immediately sent a through ball aimed at Yun Feiyong. As the sole striker, Yun Feiyong found himself with numerous opportunities. Yun Feiyong raced towards the ball, with Liu Zhanfeng closely trailing behind. Positioned at the near post, Yun Feiyong took his shot without hesitation. Just a step away, Liu Zhanfeng swiftly dove, using his body to block Yun Feiyong's attempt, then quickly scrambled to regain control of the ball. Unwilling to let this attack falter, Yun Feiyong immediately initiated a counterpress, closing in and attempting to poke the ball away. However, Liu Zhanfeng deftly diverted the ball, causing Yun Feiyong's foot to trip him. Liu Zhanfeng, caught off guard by Yun Feiyong's fierce counterpress, stumbled awkwardly to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air as he rushed towards the scene of the incident. Liu Yiyang felt a chill run down his spine. Previously, during a match against Ting Fei, Yun Feiyong received a yellow card due to a clash with Li Hu. If he were to receive another yellow card, the rules of the preliminary matches stipulate that accumulating 2 yellow cards in the group stage results in a suspension. Moreover, any yellow cards received carry over into the knockout stage. Last year, Li Hu was suspended in his match against Team 2 due to similar considerations, aiming to enter the knockout rounds without blemish. Unexpectedly, Team 2 had concealed their strength and managed to gain the upper hand. Indeed, the referee issued a yellow card to Yun Feiyong. Aware of his indiscretion, Yun Feiyong did not contest the decision, though he likely remained unaware that he would be suspended for the next match. Liu Yiyang sighed. Chapter 60. Cooperation during the halftime break. Please refrain from mentioning Yun Feiyang's suspension, Lu Yiyang whispered to Meng Qiu as he pulled him aside. Why are you only telling me? Others might mention it too. Meng Qiu replied, somewhat puzzled. Look, as soon as I mentioned it, you were aware of his suspension. Others may not have noticed this during the match. And Yun Feiyang himself might not be cognizant of it either. After all, we hadn't considered the yellow card situation beforehand. Let's not let our inexperience affect his performance in the second half, Lu Yiyang said with a smile. Hey, Captain, I was actually going to remind you, Meng Qiu chuckled. Only you could think of that. Lu Yiyang shot him a mock glare before breaking into laughter. What are you two laughing about? I'm the one who got the yellow card, and you're this happy about it? Is there no camaraderie left among teammates? Yun Feiyang grumbled as he walked back, clearly dejected. Don't worry, I just wanted to remind you to stay calm. My passes will be better from now on. So you want to have to chase the ball back in the front? Meng Qiu replied with a grin. That's unnecessary. Just a regular pass will suffice. The more challenging the situation, the more I can showcase my prowess as a top striker. Yun Feiyang retorted. Really? Then I shall pass casually. Meng Qiu nodded. Hey, I was just joking. Why take it so seriously? Yun Feiyang teased back. You're quite the rascal, my dear. Meng Qiu responded with a playful tone. Flattery will get you nowhere. Lu Ying interjected with a mock shiver. Despite the jokes, the stakes in this match were high for Team 2. They had managed to defeat their greatest rival, Teng Fei, yet only led by 3 points. If they were to draw their next 2 matches, while Teng Fei achieved back-to-back victories, the advancement would still belong to Teng Fei. In a group, only one team could progress, and while it might not seem as thrilling as a knockout round, the tension was hardly diminished. Team 2 continued to launch relentless attacks, while Xianya fortified their defense. Their previous defeat stemmed from an overzealous desire to secure a significant goal difference for progression, which had allowed Huikai to capitalize on their vulnerabilities. Now, free from such ambition, they merely sought to showcase their unique style, proving that their football school was not without merit. What defined Xianya? Their cohesive defense. Although they conceded 6 goals to Teng Fei, the 4 goals in the second half came under atypical circumstances. Lu Zhanfeng's performance suffered due to Wang Zhong's peculiar goal, leading to their heavy defeat. Prior to that, they had only allowed 1 goal against Teng Fei's fierce onslaught. Now it was Team 2's turn. While they had displayed formidable offensive capabilities in this group stage, much of it was attributed to Yun Feiyang, who scored 14 of the team's total 22 goals, accounting for nearly 2/3 of their strikes. With Lu Zhanfeng marking him closely, scoring would not be an easy task for Team 2. In such circumstances, it would be wiser to pass the ball to other players to enhance their offensive effectiveness. However, Meng Qiu persistently continued feeding the ball to Yun Feiyang. Unlike previous matches, Meng Qiu made it a point to pass to Yun Feiyang whenever there was an opportunity, regardless of the quality of the chance. Ultimately, the final pass was destined for him. This approach left even Team 2's players somewhat bewildered. Yet, through these matches, Meng Qiu had solidified his standing in the team's hierarchy. Thus, despite their confusion, they diligently passed the ball to Meng Qiu, allowing him to orchestrate the plays. Meng Qiu orchestrated the play, sending the ball into the penalty area for Yun Feiyang to take a shot. He broke through the midfield with a precise through ball, setting Yun Feiyang up for another attempt. A long pass from the back found Yun Feiyang, allowing him to receive and break through for a shot on goal. In every instance of playmaking, Meng Qiu executed flawlessly, yet he continued to focus on supplying Yun Feiyang. Faced with this situation, even Yun Feiyang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Hey, don't just keep passing to me. Others need the ball too, he exclaimed. For Yun Feiyang, who usually demanded the ball to score, to voice such a request underscored how well Meng Qiu had been feeding him throughout the match. Behave and wait for the ball up front. Meng Qiu waved him off. But why? Yun Feiyang pressed. After all the passes I've given you, if you don't score 2 before halftime, how will you face me? Meng Qiu countered. Damn, my competitive spirit is fired up now. Yun Feiyang exclaimed, charging forward and shouting at Lu Zhanfeng. I will score right in front of you. The players from Xianya were somewhat displeased by Yun Feiyang's audacity towards their captain, yet Lu Zhanfeng merely smiled and replied, I'll be waiting for you to score. As the 29th minute of the first half approached, Meng Qiu continued orchestrating play from midfield with short passes. Xianya's defense remained vigilant against Meng Qiu, yet he consistently found opportunities to receive the ball, creating chances through his passes. Initially, he struggled against Teng Fei's aggressive midfield pressure, but now he had adapted to the situation. His previous discomfort stemmed from a lack of competitive experience. Bolivia, a small nation, had few professional teams. As a member of the strongest team, SU squad, Meng Qiu received top-notch training. Yet most of his matches were internal scrimmages or against local amateur teams. The intensity of such games was insufficient for his development. Upon returning to China, he was fortunate to join Dalian, the city with the highest youth football standards. Facing high-level teams such as Chengxi High School and Tungfei High School, especially when they were giving their all, Meng Qiu's experience grew exponentially. He learned to identify the best passing routes under tight pressure and to organize play effectively, continuously unlocking his potential. With a deft touch, he flicked the ball past an opposing midfielder to Lu Yiyang, who was ready to receive, and Meng Qiu surged forward, receiving a return pass. After a brief moment with the ball, he lifted his foot and executed a delicate lob. Yin Feiyang and Lu Zhanfeng both lunged for the ball's landing spot. Meng Qiu was evolving, and his consecutive passes were compelling Yin Feiyang to elevate his game as well. Against average defenders, Yin Feiyang could dominate with sheer physicality, but facing a top-tier defender like Lu Zhanfeng in close quarters made scoring a challenge. This scenario forced Yin Feiyang to contemplate how to find better shooting opportunities in confined spaces. Matches devoid of pressure fail to foster player development, while those burdened with excessive pressure risk overwhelming athletes. Thus, any exceptional player who emerges must possess formidable resilience. Yin Feiyang exemplified such a player. Despite consecutive missed opportunities, he remained undeterred, instead delving deeper into strategizing how to find the net. As Meng Qiu's pass soared through the air, Yin Feiyang gazed upwards at the flying ball, assessing his position relative to Lu Zhanfeng. Should he control the ball with his chest and immediately turn to shoot? No, that opponent was too close. A slight miscalculation could easily disrupt his balance, making it challenging to gauge the angle for a shot upon landing. What about a header to assist a teammate? That too was unfeasible, as he was the only forward on the field. Any pass would likely go unretrieved by his teammates. It wasn't that Yin Feiyang could contemplate all these factors in such a brief moment. Rather, it was due to the numerous passes Meng Qiu had sent his way during previous matches, at least 3 or 4 of which had involved such direct lobs. He had pondered these issues beforehand. Just then, Yin Feiyang noticed that Meng Qiu had swiftly surged forward after delivering the pass. He recognized what he needed to do. When receiving the ball, he realized he must not only consider his own shooting opportunity, but also pay heed to his teammates' positioning. He leaped to meet the ball, directing it downwards with his head. Upon landing, Yin Feiyang instantly pivoted and dashed towards the penalty area. Meng Qiu was well aware of this trait, and indeed, as soon as Yin Feiyang touched the ground, Meng Qiu paused the ball momentarily, flicking his ankle to deliver another lob. At last, Meng Qiu managed to completely shake off Lu Zhanfeng. Refusing to concede, Lu Zhanfeng lunged towards Meng Qiu after landing, but he was still a beat too late. The goalkeeper also faltered as the ball descended. By the time it touched the ground, Yin Feiyang had already swung his right foot within the penalty area. The ball rocketed into the net like a cannonball. 1-0 in the 32nd minute of the first half. The second team finally breached the defenses of Xinya High School after relentless attacking. Lu Zhanfeng shook his head. He had given his all on that play. Yet Yin Feiyang's formidable agility allowed him to sprint the moment he landed, a feat beyond Lu's capabilities. Moreover, to capitalize on such an advantage required Meng Qiu's timely passing. What shame was there in relying on these two young talents? With the competitive spirit dissipated, Lu Zhanfeng began to display a sense of calm on the field, content to give his best effort. Yin Feiyang spread his arms and rushed towards Meng Qiu, bursting into laughter. See, a little more teamwork makes scoring so much easier. Meng Qiu replied with a wink. Indeed, you are absolutely right. Yin Feiyang laughed heartily in response.